Rumor has it that in this world there's a Taoist temple with a piece of soil inside. As long as one treats themselves as a seed and plants it in the soil, they can become an immortal. Li Shiwu has been searching for immortality for 10 years and has finally found the temple, even planting himself in the soil. This is a world where everyone is a wicked immortal. Chapter 1. The Seed Immortal Temple as Dusk Deepens. In the wilderness, Li Shiwu, dressed in tattered Taoist robes and barefoot, has a worn iron chain around his ankle, his eyes vacant and his body weary. Behind him are 4 little Taoist priests, similarly dressed, around 17 or 18 years old, carrying a simple bamboo sedan chair on their shoulders. Sitting in the sedan chair is an old Taoist priest with a face full of black spots and a crooked mouth, named Qianyuanzi. At this moment, Li Shiwu shook his head vigorously, trying to muster his spirits and force a flattering smile before turning back. He asked, "Master, us disciples have followed you in search of immortality, crossing mountains and valleys, enduring wind and snow for a full 10 years. Disciples are presumptuous and would like to ask Master, how exactly can one become an immortal?" From the bamboo sedan, Qianyuanzi lazily lifted his eyelids and sneered, "Become an immortal? Only those with a powerful background, guided by great masters and protected by mighty beings can become immortals." Hearing this, Li Shiwu scratched his chin and continued to ask, "Master, are there any other methods?" Qianyuanzi replied, "Only those with extraordinary opportunities, who find dragon lairs when bowing their heads and phoenix nests when raising their heads, can become immortals." Upon hearing this, Li Shiwu face fell. Still unwilling to give up, he asked, "Is there anything else?" Chapter 2. Sudden change. Tonight there is no moon, nor stars. Only the wild wind howls stinging the face. Li Shiwu used a few bamboo mats to set up a simple tent to block the wind. Inside the tent, a fire burns with an iron pot over it. Cooking a pot of monkey soup with a whole monkey in the pot, boiled to the point where the bones and flesh separate, but the baby-like skull and claws are eerily unsettling. Not far outside the tent, monkey cheese remains lie alone on the ground, neglected. "Master, I've actually wanted to ask, where did you hear the rumors about this immortal temple, and are they true?" Li Shiwu asked casually while dipping a piece of bread into the meat soup. Meanwhile, Qianyuanzi, sitting in the middle, once again brandished a hatchet in his hand, his mismatched eyes filled with shadow. "Shiwu, are you coveting the opportunity for me to become an immortal?" The tall and simple-minded Taoist beside him quickly spoke up. Master, there are only 4 of us left. If one more dies, we won't have enough people to carry your sedan chair." Qianyuanzi thought for a moment and immediately laughed. "Guansan, you really think of me? Eat the monkey head and the P.O.T.L." Li Shiwu looked aggrieved and said, "Master, how could you think of your disciple like this? I was just thinking, we have been searching for the temple for 10 years, experiencing hardships along the way, yet we haven't even seen a shadow." Chapter 3. Pangu is born. The foundation of the primordial chaos is established. "Don't say anything. I choose the primordial purple chi." Qin Yu first felt a surge of joy in his heart. Then he looked at everyone around him with a strange expression, patted the director's shoulder, and showed a caring look. Without hesitation, he chose the primordial purple chi. "You should know, that is the primordial purple chi, the highest level of energy in the primordial chaos. Just a trace can make several human emperors of the fire cloud cave, and a single strand can create a heavenly Tao saint. Moreover, the primordial is even before the chaos. It is a primordial power higher than chaos. Starting with a strand of primordial purple chi is simply like cheating, isn't it?" He even suspected that the creation space favored the great Xia civilization. Such a powerful exclusive item. The creator of the Xia kingdom has never been included in the choices? Primordial purple chi? Zhang Russian was momentarily stunned. Silence. The research institute was silent. Everyone's face was stiff, and the military personnel around them were also gaping. In a live broadcast room with millions of active viewers daily, the bullet comments actually reset. At the same time, people from various countries who were watching the newly promoted creator of the Xia kingdom burst into laughter. "The creator of the Xia kingdom is getting more and more outrageous. We from the Stick Nation will soon be able to invade the Xia kingdom's homeland." Chapter 4. Create the Chaos Demon God, 100 billion times time acceleration. However, in this world, no one knows what Pangu and the Chaos Qinglian are. This scene made the hundreds of thousands of viewers watching Qin use creation live stream leave in droves. "Are you crazy? Others started by creating various rule gods. And you actually created a lotus flower?" You really grew a lotus flower. This is too laid back. Buddha? Isn't that the culture of the Ascend nation? I don't know if the creation space will determine it as a violation of creating another country's mythology. It's terrible. I don't know what kind of divine punishment will come down this time. The live room quickly only had a few tens of thousands left, and most of the people from Jiangxing couldn't bear to watch anymore. Qinyu did not notice the outside world, continuing to manipulate the chaos. After just a few minutes of creation, he felt like he had just run 5 kilometers, sweaty and exhausted. He forced his body, drawing energy from the chaos. But the speed of nurturing Pangu and the chaos Qinglian was still surprisingly slow. The stronger the existence, the slower the nurturing. Similar to how high-level units in games take a lot of time to produce. Qinyu thought, it probably still takes some time to nurture the chaos Qinglian and Pangu. So I should first try the other 3,000 demon gods. Chapter 5. The 2 chaos demon gods are nurtured. Qinyu had a good sleep and woke up to find that Wincy was not in the dormitory. Today, he finally didn't have to appreciate Wincy's inventions. Not having to be forced to endure Wincy's torment made Qinyu very happy. After a simple wash, he entered the creation space. After a night of 100 billion times time acceleration, the 2 demon gods in the chaos world had already taken shape, among which the most active was the seed of the chaos Qinglian. The seed of the chaos Qinglian had started to rapidly expand, just one step away from sprouting. However, the flesh mass being nurtured inside had not shown any movement, crazily absorbing the chaotic energy. Pangu, oh Pangu, I don't know how long it will be before you are born. Qinyu pouted. In the endless chaos, the appearances of the other 2 giants were becoming clearer. The light and heavy chaos demon gods. It was time to start the day's work. While continuing to try to shape other demon gods, Qinyu glanced at the live room and found that there were still tens of thousands of people watching. Thank you all for your support, he said to the live room. After a long silence, a few bullet comments suddenly floated by. Wow, why didn't I log out? I fell asleep last night. Let us go. Chapter 6. I am the primordial Taoist. The world collision begins. Who? The chaos demon gods have emerged. Qinyu took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement in his heart. Although only 2 marginal demon gods had emerged, he was about to witness the true combat power of the primordial world. How strong is it? As soon as he finished speaking, a series of prompt sounds rang in his ears. Your world combat power has increased to 4 stars. Your world combat power has increased to 5 stars. Your world combat power has increased to 6 stars. You are the first to create a 5th-tier being in this round of creation, achieving the Golden Achievement, Golden Legend, rewarded with the Golden Creator Halo 1, instantly skyrocketing to 3-star combat power. Qinyu was overjoyed and stood frozen in place, his consciousness quickly entering the chaos world. In the dark and formless chaos, in the very center, a gradually forming green tender sprout was faintly visible. Beside it was a mass of flesh radiating immense power. Beneath these 2 entities, 2 towering giants stood quietly in the vast and boundless chaos, almost infinite. One of the demon gods appeared to be male, with earth-colored skin cracked in huge fissures like a parched earth, muscles bulging and upright, with a human body and dragon head, exuding unmatched majesty. Chapter 7. Challenge the 3-star world. Qinyu quickly put on his clothes and walked out to the square, where he suddenly saw 10 enormous whirlpools appearing in the void. The whirlpools were of various colors, and the aura emanating from each whirlpool was completely different. Looking up at these whirlpools, lines of data immediately appeared before his eyes. Historical world, 2-star world combat power. Martial Dao world, 2-star world combat power. Fantasy world, 1-star world combat power. Immortal Dao world, 1-star world combat power. Mythical world, 2-star world combat power. Magical world, 3-star world combat power. The first wave of collision is the collision of endless time and space from other worlds. There are a total of 10 different worlds, ranging from 1 to 13 stars in strength. But everyone knows that if a strong world wins the collision, it can have a snowball effect, becoming stronger as the battle continues. A group of creators appeared, hesitating as they looked at the 10 giant whirlpools in the sky. The audiences in various live rooms had long prepared and started to send a flurry of comments. Big brother, be steady, your world combat power is only 2 stars. Don't choose the 2-star world, just try the 1-star world first. Chapter 8. World from all sides, the challenge begins. The Empress questioned herself in her heart. She looked towards the front of the court. Boom! A figure hidden in the shadows slowly stood up, towering 5 zhang tall, clad in a layer of snow-white armor. Silent and solemn, but his deep voice exuded a frightening, killing intent. The moment he stepped out, over 1,000,000 Qin soldiers in the Great Qin divine dynasty simultaneously stood up, turning their gaze towards the Yapang Palace. That white-armored divine general suddenly said, "Your Majesty, let me lead this battle." The Empress hesitated for a moment and slowly nodded. The surrounding divine generals also showed fear and did not have any intention of contesting with the white-armored general. After receiving the order, the white-armored general took the tiger talisman and stepped outside the hall, waving his hand gently. A great wind, a great wind. Over 1,000,000 elite soldiers of the Great Qin surged forth with overwhelming spiritual power, charging towards the bright moon. Upon seeing the appearance of the white-armored general, the audience in the live stream erupted once again. Bai Qi, the Great Qin general Bai Qi. My goodness, in such a short time, the Empress actually created him too. He is known as the god of killing, his rank not below that of a deity. Wait, look, Bai Qi's face seems somewhat blurred. It's not a complete creation. That's right, but to achieve this step, the Empress is indeed a rare prodigy. Chapter 9. The chaotic demon god emerges, shocking the world. Damn, the Gatling fire god cannon. The audience, who had originally looked forward to the live stream, began to spit blood in disbelief when she actually created a Gatling fire god cannon in the celestial realm. How useless. That little power is hardly worth mentioning, right? I'm done. After all the effort to get a B-level contestant, he turned out to be the biggest disappointment of this session. Crazy people are indeed crazy. I'm out of here. After the Gatling fire god cannon appeared, the viewer count in When She's live stream plummeted sharply. No one wanted to watch anymore. When she would be completely torn apart by the fantasy world in the first round. Alas, what a pity for this B-level celestial realm core. He is just a lunatic. Our Jiang city is truly disaster-prone. At this moment, inside the Genesis Research Institute, Zhang Russian and many researchers watched this scene, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Who told him to do this? Zhang Russian pounded his desk in anger, roaring before the collision began. Didn't TI tell you to strictly supervise him? Seeing the director's predatory gaze, the researchers panicked. Director, we really didn't know. Wen Shi's world was mostly structured with our help, but we didn't pay attention to what he was tinkering with himself. Chapter 10. Complete suppression, the live stream explodes. What kind of supreme deity are you? And why do you punish us? In the magical world, a dozen old men in white robes with big beards suddenly rose into the sky, their eyes filled with fear, unable to look directly at Qin Yu and the two great demon gods. In the live stream, many viewers began to comment. I've seen them in the materials. These are holy magic tutors, each one a first-rank 2-star being. If they unite to cast a holy forbidden curse, they might unleash first-rank 3-star power. What's Qin Yu's magic resistance like? Crackle. Boom. Swish. Sure enough, as soon as the dozen holy magic tutors finished speaking, their wands erupted with thunder, fire, torrents, hurricanes, and other magic capable of shaking the rules of heaven and earth, making the already chaotic world even more disordered. In my name, summon endless destruction. The dozen holy magic tutors shouted in unison. Holy magic destruction. Whoosh. All the elements gathered in midair, forming a massive black sphere exuding a terrifying aura of destruction. This sphere was almost as large as a half-respected demon god and hurtled towards Qin Yu. Yet Qin Yu showed no sadness or joy, quietly watching. Chapter 11. Crushing with ease. The higher UPS are shocked. Since the collision of Qin Yu's world ended, the number of viewers in his live stream skyrocketed to 30 million in a very short time. Whether they saw that battle or missed it, the discussions in the live stream skyrocketed the atmosphere. What? Qin Yu destroyed the 3-star magic world just with his chaos. How did he do it? Is there a replay? This is too awesome. Brother Qin is indeed impressive. While the outside world was in shock, Qin Yu had already returned to the chaos. Glancing back at the two great demon gods, step back. After saying that, he continued to create life. After reaching 30 million in the live stream, the national fortune he gained also increased, and his physical strength surged more than 100 times. The two demon gods, light and heavy, looked at the being that Qin Yu was creating with intense fear in their eyes. They knew very well that once this being was born, they would become insignificant minions. The Lord of Primordial Tao is truly formidable. To be valued by the Lord of Tao, they must demonstrate their worth. The two demon gods, feeling anxious, continued to sink back into slumber in the chaos. The abundant physical strength exhilarated Qin Yu immensely. Chapter 12. The terror of the light demon god shocks the Empress. The military-clad goddess beside him had an even more exciting expression. Her rosy lips parted slightly, filled with shock, until she saw the final blow. The heavy demon god violently waved his hand, turning Nidhogg into mush. She was overjoyed, her heart almost jumping out. Turning to Zhang, she asked, "Are you sure this is our new creator from Xia country? The two beings he created are at least 5th rank." 5th rank? Zhang Russian was also shocked. A 5th rank being. Even high-level creators rarely manage that. A high-level creator capable of creating a single 5th rank being is enough to serve as a trump card and dominate a battlefield. And Qin Yu quickly nodded, yes. Qin Yu is quite eccentric and somewhat obstinate, but we didn't expect take me to see him immediately. The military-clad goddess turned and quickly left the command room. As a high-level creator, she had already reached a significant difference from mortals and didn't need an airplane. With just a thought, she arrived in Jiang City alongside Zhang Russian. At this moment, all the projection screens in the streets and alleys of Jiang City displayed Qin Yu's chaotic world. Whoosh! Qin Yu took a step forward, and a light demon god followed closely behind him into the celestial realm. Chapter 13. For one person, seal a city. Is this Qin Yu? I must be dreaming. She looked in disbelief at the man in the sky, who did not glance her way at all. Yao Yu Xian Jian, 1st rank divine object, description, contains a small amount of celestial principles. Assistant successful. You have gained 100 creation points. Would you like to continue assisting? This assistance was so fast that Qin Yu felt bored, but for the points, he charged on. Continue assisting. Whoosh! His figure instantly vanished from the great Qin divine dynasty world, leaving the empress with a face full of disappointment and confusion. At this moment, within the martial arts world, hundreds of Roman eagle flag legions formed a powerful formation, resembling blood-red clouds that continuously devoured the martial arts kingdom. This organized attack posed a strong restraint on the martial arts world, which values individual combat prowess. However, the martial arts world did not give up, and the sounds of killing rose from all directions. The divine land must not fall. Huaxia must not perish. Kill the thieves, kill the thieves. Today, even if we die, can we allow our country to perish? The righteousness and chivalry of the heroes of Wuling were forced out. Even newly initiated disciples fought to the death on the battlefield. Stealth attacks, assassinations, robberies, tunnel warfare, various tactics quickly emerged. Chapter 14. The world-destroying divine staff emerges, breaking through the 1st level. At this moment, in the creation space, Qin Yu stood within a mass of chaotic energy, carefully shaping every detail of it, occasionally separating unique principles from the chaos. This chaotic energy was gradually taking shape, but it was still some time away from fully forming. Just then, a notification sound rang in his ears. You have received creation points. You have obtained divine objects. Qin Yu counted. At the 11th stage, he had earned 1,000 creation points and over 10 divine objects. Compared to other creators, his gains were more than 10 times theirs. This was the highest reward obtainable at the 11th stage. How should he use this loot? Qin Yu pondered. Using it all to exchange for time seemed a bit wasted. His time acceleration had already reached the limit of 100 billion times, and further acceleration was impossible. Then he would forge a divine object. Qin Yu thought. After all, powerful beings paired with suitable divine objects could unleash their strongest combat power. This divine object was prepared for the demon god that was about to emerge. He spent a full 1,000 creation points in the mall to exchange for 100 first-level divine objects. All these divine objects contain the principles of battle. Chapter 15. The Heavenly Emperor Squad enters the divine domain battlefield. The ground suddenly shook, and distant skyscrapers swayed precariously. A chorus of wails filled the air as military aircraft rapidly took off for rescue operations. This is Qin Yu's pupils constricted, and beside him, Jiang Yanran's expression also changed as she pulled Qin Yu aside. In the collision of the 41 worlds, the Lighthouse Nation had created a 4th-level, 4-star mythical being. Jiang Yanran's tone was somber, concealing immense grief. To ensure the ascension of our nation's only king-level creator, these two high-level creators willingly sacrificed themselves. Qin Yu was silent for a moment. He felt a deep respect for the two high-level creators from Xia country. It also made him realize how cruel the competition among creators was. After a while, he asked, "What happens if everyone perishes?" "Disaster punishment," Jiang Yanran replied seriously. "If no creator ascends during a collision, our country will face the most terrifying disaster punishment in history." "I understand." Qin Yu nodded. "Without a myth, we are at a severe disadvantage. Once the enemy's mythical beings ascend, we cannot resist them at all. If you can really create a myth, if... Chapter 16. You call this a new creator? Lin Yuan shouted loudly, shocking everyone. A second level, 2-star being. This was an existence that no rookie creator could contend with. The divine domain battlefield was terrifying. Commander Qin, this is not something a rookie creator can face. You all retreat. We'll cover you, Lin Yuan said sternly beside him. Only Qin Yu remained calm. Yi Qingxiu gritted his teeth. Is this the divine domain battlefield? Every step is a death trap. Waves surged, and warships were in danger. What a big frozen ribbon fish. Whence he muttered, only he could think so oddly. At that moment, whoosh. Qin Yu's figure floated like a feather, slowly ascending into the sky. Amidst all the shocked gazes, he spread his 5 fingers like a deity, his lips slightly parted. Heavy. Bang. With a stretch of his hand. The vital point of the giant worm was firmly grasped by an invisible hand, as if containing an infinite gravitational field, and then it exerted force. Boom. The giant worm's vital point was forcefully caved in, and its massive body couldn't escape. Golden blood splattered everywhere. Splash. The giant worm, which blocked out the sky, was lifted up by Qin Yu with sheer force. Crack, crack, crack. Its bones gradually collapsed and twisted in Qin Yu's hands, ultimately turning into a mass of golden flesh and blood thrown far away. Chapter 17. All are first level. Why are you so impressive? Boom. The base island suddenly trembled. Everyone looked towards the distant horizon, where a figure soared into the sky like a comet. It was Qin Yu, the captain of the Heavenly Emperor Squad. Many were instantly shocked. He was just a newcomer, trying to charge into the beast tide alone. That was the beast tide. Wasn't that courting death? Whoosh. Qin Yu's body suddenly swayed. Heavy, in everyone's astonished gaze. A monster that was a fusion of a giant sea turtle and a loach was grasped by him with one hand, its body twisting violently in midair. Whoosh. Blood filled the sky. The beast's roar echoed through the heavens. I come to assist you. A captain from the Heavenly Emperor Squad also wanted to step forward, but after flying a couple of steps, he retreated with a hint of embarrassment on his face. He didn't dare to approach the sea area where Qin Yu was. The pressure of the beast tide was just too strong. Not every newcomer could start like Qin Yu, mastering 2 complete paths from the beginning. Within the base, everyone's gazes were shocked to the extreme. They were all members of the Heavenly Emperor Squad, all soldier-level creators. But why were you so impressive? Chapter 18. Rock King Emperor. Zhongli. Then, Edmund spoke to several generals beside him. Did you see clearly? We saw clearly. That is indeed a newcomer creator from Xia country. But how can his strength be so formidable? This is abnormal. Immediately send the information back and closely monitor the movements of the Xia country base. Yes, sir. If I may suggest. At that moment, a triangular-eyed general with hair like a golden snake squinted. The great Xia garrison commander Lin Miao Miao hasn't returned yet. Why not take this opportunity to eliminate this newcomer before he can grow? That is exactly my intention. Edmund chuckled coldly. Crackle. He unleashed a tremendous power of thunder from his hands, piercing into the sky, his eyes turning completely white. Thunder, heed my call. Boom. The methods of a high-level creator are beyond what mortals can imagine. In just a moment, the sea area was instantly shrouded in thick clouds, with thunder rumbling. Boom! After a loud thunder strike, Qin Yu looked at the suddenly changing weather in the sky, his brows furrowed. This celestial phenomenon is abnormal. Commander, Lin Yuan rushed over quickly. Such extreme weather is likely to provoke their abnormal reactions. Chapter 19. The World of Original Gods, National Goddess of Heaven and Reason. Tier 3 7-star being. Qin Yu was shocked. Is this the foundation of a high-level creator? 3 1-star beings can combine to form a 2-star. Calculating it out. To synthesize a 7-star being requires the energy of creating 729 1-star beings. High-level figures are terrifying. Edmund, you dare to sneak attack our base while I'm not around. Immediately, a thin female voice full of anger came from ahead. Wendy, destroy his base for me. As you wish, Lord of Heaven and Reason. A slender figure holding a green harp slowly stepped into the sky, gently plucking the strings. Whoosh! Buzz! A hurricane 1,000 feet wide suddenly appeared ahead, brewing unimaginable energy at its center, blowing towards the Lighthouse Nation's base. The island quickly collapsed. Whoosh! No matter how the creator tried to save it under the hurricane, the island turned to dust, and the blonde, blue-eyed creator screamed as they fell into the sea. Damn it! This is the Tier 3 5-star wind god Wendy. It's her. That woman from the Summer Nation. The world of original God she created. No matter how strong she is only one person. Just wait. We will conquer her world sooner or later. The base was destroyed. Chapter 20. Challenging the Greek mythology world. Suddenly, dozens of creators from the Lighthouse Nation flew out, glaring angrily at Chinyu. Looking for death, huh? You Summer Nation trash dare to be arrogant with us? You dare to come alone? You must be tired of living. Edmund also observed this scene, sneering coldly at Chinyu from the island. He didn't manage to kill him last time, and this kid dares to come looking for trouble. Thinking that with Lin Miao Miao backing him, a newcomer can ride on my head? Edmund rushed into the sky. Thunder crackled in his sleeves. Squinting at Chinyu, he said, "You trespassed into our military zone. You want to leave here today without an explanation." "Oh, is that so?" Zhongli stepped forward like a mountain. It's Zhongli, the being that once killed high-level creators. Seeing Zhongli, many people took a step back, clearly aware of his formidable reputation. "I'm here today," Chinyu said calmly, "to issue a fair challenge. I, alone, challenge all of you creators of the same tier. You can come one by one or all together. Do you have the guts to accept?" Dominant, confident. Hearing this, all the creators from the Lighthouse Nation were furious. Chapter 21. Seizing the World Core, being replicator. The overwhelming power of the world-destroying divine staff caused them to explode into a mass of flesh in the void. In the final moments, Chinyu suddenly descended onto the base island and smashed Rod's head with a heavy blow. Whoosh! The creators he killed had bursts of colorful light pouring out from their bodies, flying into Chinyu's body. He stood with his back to everyone, his tone calm. "Is there anyone else willing to accept the challenge?" Silence. The entire place fell into silence. Everyone stared in disbelief at this scene, their faces splattered with blood. None of the creators who fought Chinyu were left intact. All were killed in seconds. The fear in the eyes of the Lighthouse Nation creators was indescribable, leaving them with an indelible psychological shadow for life. Just how terrifying is he? So brutal. The creators from the Great Xia stood stunned for a few seconds, then erupted into thunderous cheers. So Chinyu was on the 5th level. He was hiding his strength to kill more. Awesome. Our Summer Nation has never wiped out an enemy mythological contestant before. Today, let them experience being crushed. In the myth of the primordial era, the lowest demons are all tier 5, and in Greek mythology, the starting Hercules is only tier 2. What's there to compare? Chapter 22. Zhongli's personal bodyguard. Primordial Spirit Root Reward. By the way, there's one more thing we can't overlook. Lin Miao Miao's little face became slightly serious as she pointed at Zhongli beside her. "He will follow you from now on, to protect your safety on Earth. Although you have killed the creators of the Lighthouse Nation, which is very satisfying, it has also drawn their attention to you, and there will be plenty of small actions around you in the future." Huh? Chinyu looked at Zhongli beside him. Zhongli smiled and nodded. Zhongli, the dream of countless original God players in the previous life. How many 648s couldn't he get a full life character? Chinyu naturally liked him very much. He didn't expect Zhongli would become his bodyguard. This sense of security instantly filled up. "As you command, Lord of Heaven and Reason." Zhongli bowed respectfully and stood smiling behind Chinyu. Go on, the clash of worlds should begin." Lin Miao Miao waved at Chinyu. Chinyu glanced at her, then turned and flew away from a base. Slap. Looks like it's time to work and pay off debts again. After Chinyu left, Lin Miao Miao looked pitifully at her empty balance. "Which sea area are we clearing this time?" When he smiled, "Let us go to the Cherry Blossom Nation." As soon as the words fell, the two rushed toward the distant sea, diving deep into the divine realm. Chapter 23. Purple Mall Bet. We must prepare in advance. He quickly entered the creator space and found that after such a long acceleration, Pangu's gestation degree was only 30. It's so difficult. The difficulty of nurturing Pangu is really extraordinarily high. However, the other several demons he created were only a little short of being able to be nurtured. After these days of slaughtering divine realm creatures and gaining golden halo bonuses, the steps he stored had reached 80 steps. A line of prompts popped up below. Spending 5 steps can speed up the gestation of beings, huh? I can speed up the gestation of beings. Chinyu's eyes lit up instantly. Let us see how effective the speed up is. First, he spent 5 steps to speed up Pangu. Whoosh! Pangu's embryo was visibly larger. Nurturing degree. 31 no way. Chinyu was stunned. Only one? He clicked to use on an ordinary demon god with a nurturing degree of 60. Ding! In an instant, this demon god rapidly grew larger and jumped out. You have nurtured a 5th tier being Fire Demon God Shinron, with a world battle power of 15 stars. Boom! A giant, flowing with magma, towering 1,000 feet tall, with robust limbs and 7 orifices erupting with blazing flames, stepped out from the chaos. Chapter 24. Are we done playing? Titan Divine Realm. Whether it takes off or ascends to the heavens depends on this one shot. Qin Yu licked his lips. He was very confident. As long as he won 3 consecutive times, he could get 3 6th-tier demon gods for free and Sword of Greatness. But if he lost once, he would have to return an extra 50,000 creation points. It was all about the thrill. 12-world collision, officially starting at that moment. A prompt sounded in his ear. Ding. The screen popped up with the faces of Jiang Yanran, Wenxi, Chu Tian, and Yi Qingxiu. The rules of the world collision are simple. Teams are formed by cities, with 4 people per team. You 4 are the team representing Jiang City. With Qin Yu as the captain, no objections? Jiang Yanran looked anxious. No objections. The other 3 answered in unison. Saying this, Jiang Yanran looked at Qin Yu. There are 10 teams in the 12-stage collision, each from different countries, and only one team can survive until the end. Do you understand what I mean? Understood. Qin Yu's expression was calm. Just kill them all. This left Jiang Yanran momentarily speechless. She nodded. Well, that's true. Since you have Zhongli protecting you, the restrictions on Jiang City have been lifted, so be careful. Chapter 25. World of the Magic Ring? Quite interesting. In an instant, the Titan Divine Realm shattered. Countless seemingly indestructible Titan giants turned into flesh and mud amid the raging fire and thunder, wailing in agony. The earth cracked, and magma surged forth. In just a moment, the Titan Divine Realm faced its apocalypse. No, this is impossible. This is impossible. The golden-haired boy in the sky turned pale. His eyes widened in disbelief. How could I lose? My Titan Divine Realm is the strongest world. I'm the strongest creator. In the future, I will surely reach the peak. How could this happen? Boom. A stream of magma engulfed him. Qin Yu's power of the great Tao destroyed this world in an instant. At this moment, the live broadcast room was not just shocked. Everyone couldn't believe what they were seeing. Did I not see it wrong? Did I not see it wrong? Qin Yu didn't even use a being? He just waved his hand, and the Titan Divine Realm collapsed. Damn, this is too strong. You have to know that the power a creator can exert is far less than that of the world within them. What does this indicate? It indicates that there is a huge power gap between Qin Yu and him. My goodness, how could an F-class chaotic world be this strong? Chapter 26. Qin got invincible. No. Why is there such chaotic power? What exactly exists? Wow. That supreme magic ring also trembled rapidly, and was soon overwhelmed by the boiling power of the great Tao. In the void, the golden-haired woman's pupils dilated, incredulously watching this scene. Her army, which she had summoned, was all turned into nothingness amid the raging wind, fire, and thunder. Only a golden magic ring remained, ringing in the air. Silence. The live broadcast room fell into utter silence. Below, 1,000,000 Qin troops stood frozen, staring blankly at the figure in the red robe in the sky. Their bloodlust from killing enemies was forcefully blocked. Below, Yi Qingxiu was even more filled with murderous intent with nowhere to vent it. She turned in shock, staring at Qin Yu in the void, unable to say a word. Has the boss become this strong? He didn't even bring a single demon god this time, and with just his true self, he obliterated the opponent in one move. Qin Yu slowly descended from the void, came before Yi Qingxiu, and frowned. Why is it taking so long to resolve? Captain. The exterior world sees the usually cold and proud Yi Qingxiu's cheeks flushed red, like a shy young girl. It's only been a few minutes since the collision started. Okay. Chapter 27. He realized myth from ancient texts. The second round will be the final battle. Only the victorious team has the chance to enter the next round. Of course, even if they fail, as long as they are not dead or their world is not completely destroyed, they still have a chance to continue creating. Unfortunately, all creators who encountered Brother Qin ended up dead and their worlds destroyed, without exception. As soon as the collision ended, audiences from various countries rushed into their creators' live broadcast rooms, frantically spamming. Streamer, if you encounter Qin Yu from Summer Country in the next round, just surrender. Yeah, it's too brutal. No world can survive even a minute under Qin Yu's hand. Surrender in advance, and you can save some world vitality. Creators who had just won a battle felt indignant upon hearing this. What nonsense! Summer Country doesn't even have myths. How strong can they be? Exactly. You're being too alarmist. Are you trying to mess with me on purpose? Many creators even went to check out Qin Yu's live broadcast room. The result was a derisive laugh. An F-class chaotic world? There is actually a world of such a low level. It's really laughable. Ha ha ha. Chapter 28. I will slaughter these 3,000 demon gods. Whoosh. In an instant, More than a dozen men and women appeared in the reception hall. These people were dressed in various styles, some in chivalrous attire, some in celestial garb, and some in warrior outfits. But each person gave an impression of being powerful enough to destroy the heavens and the earth. High-level creators. Qingyu took a deep breath. He felt that these people were at least on the same level as Lin Miao Miao, and perhaps even stronger. Are these the first-generation creators of Summer Country? Qingyu murmured to himself. Qingyu, you don't need to be nervous. Before he could speak, a woman dressed as a celestial smiled at him and said, "We are not the first-generation creators who fought against the divine realm in outer space." After a pause, she added, "We are the second generation, all at the imperial level or above." Imperial level creators? 10,000 stars of battle power. Qinyu's eyes lit up. The minimum requirement to become an imperial level creator is for the world battle power to reach 10,000 stars. Compared to them, he was truly just getting started. But Qinyu showed no signs of fear. His expression remained calm. So, the first generation of creators are resisting the divine realm outside the starry sky? President. Fellow vice presidents. Jiang Yinran clearly did not expect Qinyu's words to alarm so many high-level creators. Chapter 29. The 8 great demons appear, true power. It has begun. This round of collision consists of selected strong individuals. In this phase, the winner will be determined. Once this round of collision ends, the 12th phase will officially conclude. The various live broadcast rooms quickly erupted in excitement, and Qinyu naturally cut off the conversation. All the high-level figures had no doubt about Qinyu's victory. Whoosh! A world suddenly appeared before Qinyu. Outside of chaos, it was an endless starry sky, with countless origin stars of varying sizes floating within. More terrifyingly, between these stars were colossal starry beasts, each as large as the stars themselves. Self-created world? Qinyu raised his eyebrows. Interesting. This was the first self-creator he encountered. Self-creators are either terrifyingly weak or terrifyingly strong. Of course, most creators from other civilizations would integrate some mythological elements into their self-created worlds to become stronger. Whoosh! In between the stars, a bald white man slowly awakened, standing up from the star core, facing Qinyu. He was completely hairless, looking eerily terrifying. When he spoke, it was in a deep, curling tone. A person from the Summer Kingdom? A Russian? Listening to his accent, Qinyu wondered. Chapter 30. Shocking the World, Crazy Harvest. This shout also caught the attention of the fire demon god, who reached out and grabbed him. Instantly, all the people of the Summer Kingdom in the live broadcast room erupted in a frenzy. Kill him. Qinyu, kill this beast. This beast is not worthy of being called a human. So strong. Is this the creature of Qinyu? Has it really reached this level? Who is his opponent? This is the true power of our great Xia. Thunder strikes. Qinyu gave no further orders, standing proudly. The fire demon god, however, crushed the body of the man from the Rakshasa nation as if squashing an insect, large chunks of blood and mud falling into the void. The man from the Rakshasa nation let out a scream like a slaughtered pig, his flesh and blood turning into blood mud, leaving only a relatively intact head. He never expected that once Qinyu unleashed his true strength, it would be this formidable. Listening to his screams, foreign audiences in the live broadcast room were filled with fear. They couldn't empathize with others suffering before, but now they felt a sense of sympathy. A thought suddenly sprang to their minds. Don't provoke the people of Great Xia. Waves of shock echoed. The core of the B-level world, Grelroth, was considered a seed player of the Rakshasa nation, yet he was so decisively slaughtered by Qinyu. Chapter 31. Undercurrents flowing, organizing harvests. All right, digest your strengths. The 13th phase won't be this easy. Qinyu waved to everyone. Yes, boss. Winshire's immortal world has integrated various divine beasts, transforming into a complete ancient immortal beast world. Meanwhile, Chutian's martial world, under Qinyu's intervention, has already progressed towards the demon race, crossing from low martial to high martial. This has broken countless bottlenecks of martial arts worlds, easily shattered by Qinyu. Chutian felt immensely grateful. Qinyu did not know how long his teammates could follow him. But since they were his people, they should enjoy the benefits of Chinese mythology in advance. At the same time, discussions about Qinyu outside were rising higher and higher. Have you heard? Qinyu from Jiang City has killed all enemies in seconds, and not a single person could successfully surrender. Wow, is there a replay? This is too strong. Our Summer Kingdom has another genius creator rising. I'm really emotional. Our Summer Kingdom has been bullied for so many years, and finally, a genius capable of being a pillar has emerged. Don't let your guard down. The Sakura Kingdom and other countries have surely noticed Qinyu. Chapter 32. Hong Jun and Luohu emerge. Annihilation of the world. Many die-hard fans in the live broadcast room who had stayed up day and night were all shocked. It's moving. Brother Qin's chaos has moved again. Is another giant about to appear? Those giants are simply too strong. Qinyu's creatures are no longer numerous, but refined. Although there are only 8 so far, each one is a level of existence that defies heaven. Indeed, Brother Qin doesn't seem to be in a hurry to ascend. It seems his world's creatures, once born, will possess overwhelming power at this stage. Boom! The chaos buzzed continuously. A long, headless and tailless, yet incredibly slender existence, resembling a quivering creature, suddenly emerged. Its body was surrounded by endless immortal energy, with strands of purple clouds thickly covering it, exuding an ethereal aura. The forms of the demons are all bizarre, and Qinyu has grown accustomed to it. But upon seeing this quivering creature, Qinyu was still taken aback. This is... The quivering creature emitted a long, shrill sound, shaking heaven and earth. I am the immortal Tao. First came the true immortals, then the heavens. The true immortal of chaos is still ahead. Boom! Following closely, another demon god was fully gestated and stomped out. This demon god had 2 horns on its head, an extremely ferocious face, and was enveloped in a haze of demonic energy, with an endless sea of corpses and blood beneath its feet, instilling fear in all who looked upon it. Chapter 33. Pre-season challenge begins, Sword Tao World. Next, it's time for you to experience what terror truly is. Qinyu smiled confidently. He extended his hand, and the annihilation great mill quickly shrank, vanishing into the chaos. Luohu, Hong Jun, and other demon gods also returned to the chaos, restoring calm to the chaos, with only the Pangu and the chaotic green lotus in the center shining brilliantly. Many other demon gods were still continuously gestating. Now, what Qinyu needed to do was log in daily to accumulate steps, while everything else could basically be on autopilot to grow stronger. This period has exhausted me. Qinyu left the creation space with a sigh. Zhongli entered carrying 2 plates of food, with a warm smile. My lord, are you tired? Please try my cooking. Looking at the delicious food in Zhongli's hands, Qinyu couldn't help but swallow. Goodness, I forgot that Zhongli is still a close friend of Guoba. Although he is too lazy to cook, he has learned a lot of culinary skills from Guoba. The best food in the Genshin world comes from Guoba, so one can imagine. Then I must give a try. In the live broadcast room, the audience witnessing this scene went wild. Wow, food personally made by Zhongli. Brother Qin is so lucky. Brother Qin, are you considering letting Zhong leave to a takeout restaurant? Chapter 34. Sword Tao World versus Ghost World. Jianxin Qi has arrived in Lan City. Behind it is Jiang City, the district where Qinyu is located. Is there really no one who can stop him? Here he comes. Wang Chun, the creator of the city level in Lan City, is going into battle. Wang Chun has awakened the B-level core of the ghost world, starting off by creating the world of 10,000 ghosts, with peak ghost kings even reaching the 3rd tier. The online chatter is overwhelming. In the live broadcast room, the people of Xia country can clearly see a man in a kimono on a highway, with a fusong knife hanging at his waist, the tip continuously dripping blood. His face is stern, with sharp features, giving off an extreme sense of coldness and murderous intent. His speed is faster than a train, showcasing the peak of physical strength. It's him. He has traversed over a dozen cities in Xia country from west to east, and no new creator has been his match. After many battles, his black kimono has turned dark red. This is a true swordsman. Yes, so cool. Our official prophecy from Luocha country predicts that after this trial, Jianxin Qi will definitely ascend to a higher level. Speaking of which, Xia is really useless. Such a large territory, but no one can stop him. Hee. A lion is enough to crush a flock of sheep. Chapter 35. The Great Array of 10,000 Immortals, 2nd National Fortune Reward. This strike is truly stunning. Everyone in the live broadcast room fell silent for a moment, unable to imagine how sharp this strike was. People continuously gasped in amazement. This person is really a sword fanatic, is his world and will born for the sword. So terrifying. Is there really no one who can stop this ghost? Wang Shen only withstood 2 strikes. Jianxin Qi continues forward, accompanied by the overwhelming shock in the live broadcast room. The next stop is Jiang City. At this moment, discussions quickly erupted in Qin Yu's live broadcast room. Brother Qin, this ghost looks so fierce. Do you have confidence? Brother Qin has never shown his strength. So we don't know. Moreover, Brother Qin usually wears a red robe, looking like he can't fight. Who says someone in a robe can't fight? Qin Yu's expression is calm. He is busy with something else. He waved his hand to place the world annihilation Great Mill into the apocalypse timeline of the chaos world. Hidden in the deepest part of chaos, where it will automatically appear when the world is destroyed. Just as the world annihilation Great Mill was introduced into the depths of chaos, a prompt sound came to Qin Yu's ear. Chaos, supreme treasure and position. World rules further stabilized. Chapter 36. This is the Million Immortal Great Array. Jinshin Qi was stunned to see the Million Immortal Great Array formed by 1,000,000 people. No, I don't believe it. He shouted to the sky. How could the invincible me be defeated by your believers? But the Million Immortal Great Array did not give him a chance. Warning ineffective. Proceed with capture. Several city government officials quickly stepped forward and shouted, "We have discovered an unknown foreign man intruding into our city, carrying a controlled weapon, and we will now cooperate with the public to escort him to the police station." Boom! The Great Array condensed mysterious, heavenly symbols in the void, unleashing endless powerful force. In the center of heaven and earth, it crashed down towards Jinshin Qi. The suppression force formed by over 1,000,000 infants immediately made Jinshin Qi kneel with a thud, unable to lift the knife in his hand. With a bang, the long knife fell to the ground, and he was burdened by the massive heavenly symbols, unable to move. Jinshin Qi struggled desperately, but it was of no use. Backa! Backa! You bunch of xiaobugs, get away from me! Still daring to resist. A group of law enforcement officers walked up to him, sneering as they took away his long knife. 2 strands of spiritual power formed ropes that bound him, escorting him to the GA Bureau, where 2 large red and white characters appeared in front of him. Chapter 37. If I can go, so can you. Life and Death Battle. It has been a long time since a life and death battle appeared in the pre-season challenge. It seems Jinshin Qi is absolutely confident he can defeat Qin Yu. His sharpness has probably been completely crushed, and he will likely flee in embarrassment. The comments in the live broadcast room made Jinshin Qi's face turn even redder. As a sword genius, he has never suffered such humiliation since childhood. Go ahead. Qin Yu revealed a perfect smile. He is about to harvest another world core. How can he not be happy? With 50-star battle power, he can easily defeat Jinshin Qi with 20-star battle power. Is there any need for technique? Jinshin Qi licked his lips with his tongue. He was also eager to know what Qin Yu's world core was. Whoosh! All the believers retreated, leaving the center of the city for the 2 of them. The heat of this live broadcast rapidly increased, attracting the attention of people all over the world. Just how strong is Qin Yu's power? Without relying on believers, can he be Jinshin Qi's opponent? Who knows? I didn't expect the 2 to initiate a life and death challenge, which is extremely rare in the pre-season challenge. Jinshin Qi must have been blinded by anger. Whoosh! Jinshin Qi first launched a blade of light straight towards Qin Yu's face. Chapter 38. Suppressing the Jinghua Divine Toilet. Laughing and drinking thirstily. Meanwhile, Qin Yu, what are you doing? Jiang Yinran anxiously dialed Qin Yu's phone. We did not plan to send anyone out for this pre-season challenge. I know, Qin Yu said lightly, but I want to go out and take a look. He previously thought how strong the opponents in the pre-season challenge were. It turns out they are at this level. How could he not go to make a fortune? Jiang Yinran hung up the phone and then urgently convened a meeting. In a certain online space, many high-level creators from Xia country looked at Qin Yu heading to the island country, with many showing extremely proud expressions. This was something they could not accomplish back then. And Qin Yu did it. Go out. One person challenges a country. What should we do now? Jiang Yinran's expression was somewhat hesitant. I will protect him. A high-level creator with red hair and an unknown late age stepped forward, his expression cold. If the enemy comes, then we will fight, fighting until the paths of heaven and earth are obliterated. Furthermore, with Zhongli, even if Sakura country wants to violate international agreements, they won't have the chance. A high-level creator shrouded in gloomy energy said. Everyone had confidence in Zhongli's protective power. Good. Jiang Yinran nodded, her eyes filled with fighting spirit. Chapter 39. Since ancient times, the left side of the wave wins. Beyond my OG world, the mythological world, and even a self-created world, this lineup looks a bit strong. But I believe in Brother Qin. Will you come one by one or all together? Looking at the crowd in front of him, Qin Yu smiled lightly. Despicable people of the Xia kingdom, you don't deserve a chance. A man with a head full of bright red hair stepped forward slowly. "We will strike you down in one blow." "All right, I'm waiting." Qin Yu smiled and walked over, holding the destruction god staff. The red-haired man soared into the sky, and Qin Yu followed suit. The red-haired man revealed a confident smile on his face, raising both hands high. "Don't think that you are the only one who can use the power of your followers." Boom! Between his hands, it seemed that the energy of the heavens and earth was gathering. A light blue mist slowly condensed in his hands, growing larger and larger. Energy Bomb, the most powerful attack move of the protagonist in the Dragon Ball world. Developed by the North Kai. A technique learned by the protagonist after dying in battle against Raditz on King Kai's planet. It can absorb the energy of all living beings and condense it into a huge blue-white energy ball. The more living beings, the stronger the power. Chapter 40. Invasion of the Primordial World, the Great Catastrophe of Longhan. Stage 13 World Collision begins, with a cold broadcast ringing out in the sky. Whoosh! Qin Yu suddenly found his surroundings changing drastically. Turning his head, he saw a vast expanse of mist outside. Countless enormous worlds floated within the mist, where innumerable beings thrived. Small thousand worlds, middle thousand worlds, large thousand worlds, vast and boundless. What is going on? I haven't been in Blue Star for long, and I've crossed over again? Qin Yu was bewildered, but a prompt sound came to his ears. This collision is in invasion mode. Invasion world, primordial world. This world is a 7th tier world, with the strongest beings being 7th tier 9 stars, currently in the initial stage. Killing will grant step rewards, and devouring resources can enhance the world's foundation. Main quest, survival. Survive the great catastrophe of Longhan to be considered as passing the collision. Current period, early stage of the great catastrophe of Longhan. Your current location, Sea of Clouds in the 3,000 Great Worlds. Achievements can be triggered in this world. The major live streaming rooms were immediately filled with excitement. Starting with survival mode. It's easy to imagine how difficult this invasion world is. Last time, half of the creators died just by invading a 5th tier world, and this time it's a 7th tier world, harder year by year. Chapter 41. Crazy achievement grinding. Purple gold red gourd. No way, what the hell? Frank was killed just like that? He was our city's greatest hope. My god, what kind of terrifying world is this? A random living being is a 3-tier 4-star existence? The live streaming room erupted with cries of despair. At the same time, the sounds of being killed echoed. Just upon arrival, over 10 creators died on the spot. All live streaming rooms were shaken. Big brother, hold on, you must hold on. This world is too terrifying. The B-tier creator who created Norse mythology was killed by that true dragon with a single claw. Truly horrifying. No wonder it's a 7th tier world. Even in the initial state, it's not something rookie creators can contend with. Survive. Living to the end is victory. Except for a very few top talents from various countries. Most creators were easily killed by the beings of the primordial world. Of course, Qin Yu was one of the few strong freaks among them. Whoosh! A 3-tier 3-star 3-clawed true dragon suddenly pounced toward Qin Yu's neck. Its overwhelming momentum caused the ground to crack. Qin Yu raised the destruction god staff high and struck down fiercely. Numerous powers of the Tao were infused within. Chapter 42. Directly entering the great Luo heaven. Directly adding 10 steps? Qin Yu was overjoyed. So this is the achievement reward? He felt exhilarated. Not only could he gain step rewards here, but it was also a treasure land for achievement grinding. Unlike other creators who were timid, Qin Yu soared into the sky and immediately pointed downwards. Rise for me. Boom, 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 boom. The power of the Tao radiated from him, lifting up a large part of Mount Buzhou. Along with it, the spiritual veins, energy, and resources. Then Qin Yu opened his own world and threw all these resources into the chaos world. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The chaos circulated rapidly. In just a few moments, most of Mount Buzhou was swallowed up. Devouring massive resources, your world's combat strength increases by 1 star. Devouring massive resources, your world's combat strength increases by 1 star. Devouring massive resources, your world's combat strength increases by 1 star. Qin Yu heard a flurry of system prompts in his ears. The world's combat strength skyrocketed. You have devoured Mount Buzhou, achieving the blue achievement, Heavenly Demon of Creation. Reward, 10,000 creation points. Ha ha ha, it can be played like this? I knew it. Chapter 43. Is the staff here to be funny? Finally reaching the end of the sky, Qin Yu found the spiritual energy here to be thin, almost arriving in another realm. On the ground stood the tree of creation. But beside him, the tree had grown to such a height. The god tree of creation, the tree of creation, the first divine tree of the primordial world. Qin Yu was now on the branches of the tree of creation. Looking around, there was a nest made of what seemed like gigantic golden silk on the branches. Inside the nest were several giant golden eggs, and beside them were a few enormous phoenix beings guarding. Oh my, could these be the eggs of the Yuan phoenix? Qin Yu was ecstatic. He could grind achievements and rewards again. The eggs of the Yuan phoenix of the Phoenix clan. Not to mention anything else. Just the act of stealing bird eggs is something that very few boys can refuse. Qin Yu casually reached forward. Before he could touch the giant egg, those huge phoenix beings immediately screeched and charged at Qin Yu. Bold! Who dares to invade the sacred ground of my Phoenix clan? These high-tier Phoenix beings were still quite powerful. But Qin Yu was not afraid at all. He suddenly swung the staff. Boom! Caw! One phoenix fell with a mournful cry. The sound of rewards rang in Qin Yu's ears. Whoosh! 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 Qin Yu quickly struck a few more times. Just then, the few who had finally caught up, including Pu Duandiao, saw Qin Yu. Chapter 44. Doing absolutely bad things, so awesome. Rumble! Rumble! The boundless power of the Tao, unleashed by a casual swing of the staff, destroyed, like a fan-shaped shockwave. The light wave seemed light and airy, causing the entire space to vibrate. The creator of the Godstick Nation could not be compared to the high-level Phoenix tribe. The white-haired old man suddenly widened his eyes. Boom! His world was shattered, followed by a violent crash like a glass bottle. The three creators behind him hurriedly summoned their worlds, but as soon as they were summoned, they were directly annihilated by the residual power, not even raising a ripple. In an instant, all four perished. The world fell silent. With one strike, four creators were obliterated. All the viewers watching Qin Yu's live stream were shocked, not expecting that each seemingly light blow from him was terrifying to such an extent for the other creators. The citizens in the Godstick Nation's live broadcast room were all stunned, then exchanged glances. They could no longer pretend to be oblivious. Run! Quick run! Tens of millions of people screamed and shouted in panic, desperately rushing towards the safe house. Help! The tiny land of the Godstick Nation was thrown into chaos. Countless citizens trampling over each other, rushing towards any place to hide, with an unknown number of elderly and children getting injured. Chapter 45. Seizing the opportunity of Hongjun. All primordial beings gather. The river of time flowed like water, day and night. Meanwhile, the outside world kept changing without pause. With the addition of the creators, the calamity's aura in the vast wilderness became increasingly intense. The originally bloody and brutal Dragonhan catastrophe became even more unbearable, creating boundless killing. Without the underworld to reclaim them, the souls roamed the world like dust. However, everyone noticed that Qin Yu had disappeared, leaving only a purple mist in the live broadcast room. Where did Brother Qin go? Yes, even the fast-forward playback has disappeared. Could it be that Brother Qin no longer wants us and is looking for a girl in this world to open an import? Then the broadcast voice came. Due to the different time flow rates between the two worlds, all live broadcast rooms are playing at a speed of 10 billion times. The Dragonhan catastrophe has dozens of Yuan meetings, and the audience does not have such a long lifespan to watch. So the creator space will only release important moments when creators become stronger or kill. The time acceleration has begun. No one knows how it will end. Brother Qin hasn't appeared for a long time. Could it be that he hasn't killed anyone this whole time? In a live broadcast room, the purple light flickered, seemingly endless. At this time, a spiritual light shone exceptionally brightly in the Deluo heaven. A vast expanse of purple energy formed around him as the center. Chapter 46. All primordial beings pay respect to their master, platinum level achievement. They were all comprehending the Hongmeng Great Tao that Qin Yu emanated, that profound and unfathomable primordial beginning. Just a hint of the aura that Qin Yu released could cause their cultivation to soar. Moreover, they were astonished to discover that extremely terrifying demonic shadows occasionally appeared around Qin Yu, as if a great demonic god was born with each of his breaths. So terrifying, it seemed that every breath of the elder gave birth to a great Tao. A breath of the elder is wafting towards me. I am about to break through. The elder's sitting posture aligns with the great Tao of heaven and earth. I understand. The elder's eyebrows and eyes seem to contain the principles of heaven and earth. The elder has a total of 129,600 strands of hair. I understand. The primordial beings whispered among themselves. However, Hongjun was worried about disturbing Qinyu and quietly conveyed to all beings, "We are here for a great opportunity. Do not speak and disturb the elders' cultivation." Only then did they calm down. The cultivation talents among the primordial beings varied. The closer they were to Qinyu, the stronger their cultivation talent. Among them, the strongest was Luo Hu, followed by an exceptionally beautiful girl with an ethereal aura, Niwa. Hongjun was even beneath the two of them. All the primordial beings received this great grace from Qinyu and regarded him as their master in their hearts. Chapter 47, The Last 10 Seconds. MVP of the whole event. Hongjun, it's actually him? Everyone gasped in surprise, unable to believe it. The most talented Luo Hu and the incredibly wise Niwa were not even in the eyes of the great Tao Lord. Instead, it was the seemingly unremarkable Hongjun who was chosen as the first disciple by the Tao Lord. Hongjun stood there stunned for a while, his eyes wide, unable to believe it. Then, a sudden surge of joy filled his heart, and his eyes turned red. Opportunity. This is a tremendous opportunity. He thought he would be just another face in the crowd. He never expected that the Tao Lord would personally call his name. This meant that from now on, he would be the first disciple of the Tao Lord. With such a background, wouldn't he be able to walk across the vast wilderness? Next to him, the strongest and most talented Luo, who naturally felt a bit displeased but dare not show it. Once this matter was settled, Qinyu's expression remained calm. The day will come when this seat will return to the void. I do not know when I will return. You all must constantly encourage yourselves and diligently cultivate. Listen attentively to the teachings of the Tao Lord. The primordial beings all bowed in respect. Suddenly, a woman's sobbing sound was heard. Everyone turned to look and discovered that it was Niwa wiping her tears. "Why are you crying?" Qinyu frowned slightly. Niwa timidly said, "Please forgive me, Tao Lord. I just suddenly remembered that now the vast wilderness is suffering from a great calamity, and the beings are in turmoil, and the Tao Lord is about to leave, which inevitably brings me great sorrow." Chapter 48. Pangu is about to emerge. A conspiracy approaches. In this way, Qinyu nodded. First, he pointed to the Zulong. "You dragon clan will withdraw from the vast wilderness and guard the immeasurable seas forever." Then he pointed to the Yuan Feng. "The Phoenix clan will retreat to the unextinguished volcano, never to emerge again." Finally, he pointed to the Shikolin. "You Qilin clan will hide in the bamboo wild mountains. And from now on, you shall not appear in the world. Have you all heard clearly?" Upon hearing this, the three trembled all over. This meant that the dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans would completely withdraw from the stage of heaven and earth. But in front of Qinyu, they did not dare to resist in the slightest. They nodded obediently for a while in agreement. "Qinyu, since this is the case, let us establish a heavenly oath and vow to guard all sides." A heavenly oath? Many surrounding primordial beings felt ecstatic. The Tao Lord is indeed speaking for them. As long as the dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans withdraw from the stage of heaven and earth, they will have the opportunity to thrive. The three were reluctantly forced to establish the heavenly oath. Just as they established the heavenly oath, a sound of shuffling echoed. Countless golden sands condensed from the will of every being within the vast wilderness, slowly rising into the sky. Each grain of sand formed a golden river that infused into Qinyu's body, as if weaving a golden body for him. A prompt sound suddenly rang in Qinyu's ear. Chapter 49. The highest prestige of the primordial world, Master of the Great Tao, is the creator of the respect level. The previous generation's creator of the respect level has descended, seemingly the mythical contestant from the Lighthouse Nation, Reno. Reno? Although he is not well known among his peers and has only achieved respect level strength so far, his foundation is not something we can compare to. The mythological world he created has an invincible war god as its main deity. It is said that his war god has now reached the second tier, 6 stars. A 6-star being requires the creation of 243 1-star beings. Not to mention that within his world, there are tens of thousands of war spirits, each with first-tier strength. It is estimated that his world's combat power is at least 200 stars. The creators began to discuss in shock. The previous generation of creators was truly powerful. Even the useless ones among them are still overwhelmingly strong to them. This is like a big shot charging into a novice village ready to cause chaos. I surrender. I also quickly surrender. After all, life is more important than rewards. Yes, who would have thought the Lighthouse Nation would do such a thing, sacrificing a creator and spending 200,000 creation points to summon a former creator? This time, It seems only the contestants from the Lighthouse Nation will survive to the end and receive the highest reward. Chapter 50. Pangu's Little Brother, the Chaotic Demon Ape. I wonder how much this crazy acceleration can speed things up? Qin Yu pondered, his mind immersed in the chaotic world. At this moment, the outside world was once again in an uproar. Wow, what is Brother Qin doing? He even has the mood to preach to these beings, urging them to do good? Impressive, truly worthy of Brother Qin. This operation is indeed amazing. Is he not afraid at all? So cool. A real man should be like Brother Qin, with coolness always coming first. Qin Yu's indifferent attitude instantly infuriated the people of other nations. Baka, does he not take us seriously? Damn, since Ares can't make him feel fear? Qin Yu, you really should die. Watching the scene, the high-ranking officials of the Great Xia and Jiang Yanran were at a loss for words. In the palace, the speaker of the Lighthouse Nation and others had their faces darken in unison. Arrogant. What does this kid want to do? He actually refuses to obediently give up the reward and surrender? Is he ready to risk his life for the world's reward? Chaos. Qin Yu surveyed the Pangu that was being nurtured. It was clear that what was about to be born was not just Pangu. Chapter 51. All beings celebrate. Pangu is born. Beijing. Southeast Sea. 5th tier, 2-star. Jiang Yanran and the high-ranking officials of the Great Xia were all extremely tense. The discussion in the meeting room was noisy. One of his 5th-tier beings has been promoted to 2 stars. Qin Yu is indeed prepared. At this moment, outside the primordial world, a robust man carefully hiding his trace, with short hair at eyebrow level, was in a court of gods, his brow slightly furrowed. A 5th-tier, 2-star being. You never told me that this newcomer actually has a 5th-tier, 2-star being. Is he really still a newcomer? The man shouted loudly into the communicator. Reno, complete your task. Don't forget you sign a contract. That 100,000 creation point commission is not so easy to obtain. The high-ranking officials of the Lighthouse Nation replied coldly. It is precisely because the target is tricky that such a high cost was paid to have you eliminated. It's just a mere 2-star. Don't tell me you are afraid of even a newcomer. But Reno's face darkened. It wasn't fear, but he didn't want his main battle spirit to be harmed, which could easily lead to his death in the next collision. Kik. The chaotic demon ape howled as it charged at Ares. Both sides grasped the path of battle. Who is weak and who is strong? Chapter 52. Demon God of Battle. Seeking death with one heart. You have created the 55th tier divine artifact, Chaos Supreme Treasure, Opening Heaven Axe, making the world more stable, combat power, 20 stars. A prompt sound came to Qin Yu's ear. Chaos Supreme Treasure, Opening Heaven Axe, 55th tier, description. Pangu's accompanying divine artifact. The axe is 3,300 zhong wide, with a handle 330 zhong thick and 6,600 zhong long. The first and most solid and sharp object in heaven and earth. Chaos Supreme Treasure. Rises with the world level, currently at the 55th tier. Effect 1. Unbreakable and sharp. Attack power 300, defense power 300. Permanent 30 true damage and 30 fixed defense bonus. Effect 2. Opening Heaven Path. The Opening Heaven Axe as an independent path, permanently adding a cutting effect that ignores all defenses. Effect 3. Edge of Chaos. Each turn of nurturing in chaos. The first hit damage is 100, with a cap of 1,000. My path is accomplished. Qin Yu smiled with his head lowered, sitting like on a precious lotus. If the world destruction Great Mill represents the end of the primordial world, then the Opening Heaven Axe represents the strongest combat power of the primordial world. Truly indestructible. Nothing can withstand it. Even the river of time and the barrier of the world can be shattered with one axe. Chapter 53. God of Strength. Master the Great Tao. He was a middle-aged man with yellowish skin, towering over all the demon gods. His nose was high, his brow heavy, and the light in his eyes shone like the sun. His appearance was dignified and solid, with long black hair, adding a wildness to him. A giant axe hung at his waist, merely hanging down, and the axe light penetrated the earth, plowing out a chasm thousands of zhong deep. Unlike other demon gods, he had no unusual features. He looked like an ordinary middle-aged man, magnified countless times, even as if he had just returned from hunting, with a calm and solid expression. But at this moment his palm gathered 12 lines of colorful rays, each line condensing an immense force. This force was precisely what had just pierced the chest of the chaotic demon ape. Pangu the Great, you actually descended. We welcome the great Pangu. The innate being shed tears in an instant, respectfully kneeling and bowing to Pangu. They knew that this was not the incarnation of Pangu in this world, but they still wept profusely. At the same time, they marveled at how powerful the Hongmeng Dao Zun was, able to even create the great Pangu with a wave of his hand. Pangu? What exactly is this being? Chapter 54. Opening Heaven Path, Source of Dark Chaos. God's Dust. Pangu's dignified face revealed a teasing smile. The axe light blossomed in his hand, and the entire primordial world seemed to be split open in an instant. Thanks to Qin Yu's purple achievement balance control, this power did not overflow and destroy the primordial world. Everyone held their breath, unable to believe that the giant axe, which looked like an ordinary, ancient chopping axe, could unleash such power. What kind of divine artifact is this? Before this axe, everything was severed. How is this possible? How could there be such a terrifying effect? Yes, before the opening heaven axe, everything was severed, no matter the time, space, or the years of the earth and mountains. Even the causality and emotions between sentient beings, as well as the past, future, and present, everything has been severed. Wherever the axe's edge passes, time fractures, space tears apart. Causality is cut to pieces, and sentient beings do not know where they come from or where they're going, their eyes filled with confusion and nowhere to return. The opening heaven axe can completely split the chaos, differentiating it into heaven and earth, because it is itself transformed from one of the 3,000 great paths. The path of opening heaven. The path of opening heaven can separate all great paths, resolve all entanglements, and is itself a particularly special path among the 3,000 great paths. Chapter 55. Reino dies strange transmission. In the Bai Palace. The face of the Grand Speaker has turned darker than the bottom of a pot, showing no color. Other council members are equally dumbfounded, unable to believe that this is a creator from a generation above Qin Yu. You were beaten by a novice and ran away. That would be one thing. But you couldn't even manage to escape. It's too embarrassing, too humiliating. Even if they originally had skin as thick as city walls at this moment, all the high-ranking officials of the Lighthouse Nation wished they could find a crevice to hide in, not daring to face the citizens. Pangu is neither hurried nor slow, quietly raising the axe as if chopping wood. One axe after another strikes toward the 12 main gods, and with each axe that falls, one main god perishes. The 12 main gods are also stunned, with no thought of resistance left. Even the strongest war god cannot withstand an axe. What can they do? With each axe that falls, the spinning purple-gold-red gourd collects a corpse, refining it into a 9 revolutions golden dan. When all 12 main gods have been slain, it is just enough to condense into a 9 revolutions golden dan. Ding. You have obtained a 9 revolutions golden dan. Ding. Killing a first-level 6-star being. You receive a reward of 5 steps and a divine object. Ding. Killing a first-level 5-star being. You receive a reward of 4 steps and a divine object. Chapter 56. Reward for the believer's saint-level cultivation method. The Ta Ching Ziwei True K. All the innate beings are horrified, thinking the heavens and earth are about to collapse. Whoosh! Unexpectedly, Qin Yu's figure only flashed for a moment before disappearing. The beings are even more fearful. When the Taoist Lord is angry, there are signs of destruction in the heavens and earth. What kind of power is this? It is likely that even sensing the myriad worlds and thinking of them could be easily done. Originally just born with a bit of ambition, Hong Jun has now become more honest, respectfully kneeling. Stage 13 ends. The ranking of points this time is as follows. First place, Qin Yu. Points, 999,999. Second place, Wen Shi points, 0. Third place, Yi Qingqiu points, 0. First place reward, 100 steps, 100,000 creation points. Second place reward, 10 steps, 30,000 creation points. Third place reward, 10 steps, 10,000 creation points. 100,000 creation points, 100 steps. Qin Yu nods, his expression dark and calm. Not bad. The investment in killing Rainer has basically been recovered. To upgrade the Chaos Demon Ape, to accelerate Pangu, has almost exhausted all the creation points and steps he had accumulated. Now it has recovered in one wave. Chapter 57. 3-body science world. 7 gods return to their positions. The next moment, in the distance, a crystal-clear, bright color penetrates the Star River. It seems slow yet fast, not knowing what speed it has reached. Qin Yu's eyes suddenly widen. Water droplets. They're actually water droplets. Whoosh! That crystal clear, bright color penetrates the universe, containing not only technology far beyond humanity, but also magical powers that humanity cannot comprehend. With everything symmetrical from the molecular level, and its defensive power reaching its peak. Boom! A demon god bursts out from within Qin, arms spread wide to grasp this water droplet. The heavy power of the great path spreads, instantly shattering this water droplet. Science world. Watching this scene, Qin murmurs thoughtfully. Any one of Qin demon gods could instantly shatter this water droplet, but the creators of other mythological worlds might not be able to do so. The mythological world is based on the condensation of the Great Path. Meanwhile, the science world is based on the deconstruction of the Great Path. A powerful science world. It can even quickly deconstruct all principles, creating a true scientific divine realm. The end of theology is science. There is actually a high-level creator who creates a science world. Qin doubts grow heavier. Chapter 58. The world annihilation great mill begins to tear down homes. Above the Tivit continent. Whoosh! 7 unparalleled divine lights shoot out in all directions, connecting all the citizens of the 7 nations. The power of the gods spreads throughout Mondstadt, Liu. The major islands of Inazuma, Sumeru, Teyvat, Natlan, and Fontaine also respond to the summons. All voices rise in a shout. God, I offer you unparalleled sincerity. In the name of freedom, in the name of the covenant, in the name of eternity, in the name of wisdom, in the name of justice, in the name of war, in the name of the thirst for love. Following the footsteps of heavenly principles, summon the descent of the gods. Rumble, rumble. On the lands of the 7 nations, gods with appearances vastly different from before slowly appear, stepping forward. Zhongli transforms into a scarred divine dragon. His eyes open as the sun, closed as the moon, entwined around the rocky peaks. Barbados becomes a colossal wind spirit giant covering the sky, roaming the heavens. Lightning surges in the void like streaks of thunder snakes. The world's momentum surges instantly. In that moment, Qin clearly sees the ranks of the 7 gods changing. They leap from Tier 3 to Tier 5. Zhongli becomes a 5-star 7, and Barbados becomes a 5-star 5. Chapter 59. Satan, I am your biggest fan. The world of heaven seems poisoned. Originally nearly endless resources are quickly monopolized by a few giants, leaving only a pitiful amount of limited resources for ordinary gods, forcing them into brutal competition. The holy beings at the bottom are forced to begin mutual internal strife. Cannibalism, human trafficking, and all sorts of suppressed evils rapidly expand. Everyone's eyes turn red, wanting to suppress each other to survive. This is truly a beautiful world. Rahu takes a deep breath of the pervasive demonic energy, smiling in satisfaction. This world, filled with human evil, where everyone is a great demon, is his ideal. A bit perverse. Qin shakes his head. Unknowingly, the world's combat power has risen several stars again. For Rahu, every step into heaven is a path of proving the Tao. The world's combat power rapidly skyrockets. The holy light disappears. In the sky, the archangels and Adam and Eve and Eden, who are entangled with Barbados, all feel their powers rapidly diminishing. What is happening? Father God, why are non-believers suddenly increasing dramatically? Why can't the light of faith shine on the earth anymore? Barbados confidently issues battle sounds, feeling even more confident in suppressing the many archangels. Chapter 60. Rahu emerges, Satan defects. Boom, boom. The speed of the world destruction mill is getting faster and faster. Cracks are starting to appear in the heavenly world. With Qin current strength, he originally couldn't destroy a king-level world, but the damage caused by the world destruction mill is exponentially high, especially when used in the hands of the 2-star Rahu. Once activated, it cannot be stopped. The earth erupts with magma, the scorching sun burns, landslides and tsunamis occur. Calamity energy floats in the sky, forming smog, covering the last glimmer of life in this world. Hell is almost parallel to heaven, triggering various plagues and diseases, making it hard to believe that this was once a paradise thousands of years ago. Resources are dwindling. The competition among holy beings is becoming increasingly severe, reaching the point of cannibalism, while only the upper class still maintains a peaceful paradise lifestyle. Where is the war? Just a small military friction. Where are the refugees? They're all terrorists, Plague? What does it have to do with us? Build walls. Expel them all. Many wealthy individuals start to donate generously, but in reality, the donations go to the heavenly foundation reserved for their descendants, while they are publicly praised. Look, I donated all my wealth. Chapter 61. Destroying the heavenly world, entering primal mythology. How could this happen? Raphael's exquisite eyes widen. On the ground, all the holy beings have now turned into demonic energy. The beings that Father God painstakingly created have now become other subordinates. Satan, you too are being created by Father God, yet you betray him. He scolds. Nonsense, Father God. Does he take me for a night pot? Am I stupid? Can I have a future following him? Satan coldly mocks. Lucifer is a necessary evil in the mythology of heaven, because the mythology of heaven must be purely good. A being must bear all evil, and this being must inherently have a rebellious heart against the main God Jehovah, so that the heavenly world can be stable. Now Rahu has subdued Satan with the path of demons, directly causing Satan to defect. My path is established. Rahu's eyes shine brightly, and his principles are outwardly displayed. Countless holy beings on the ground have now become followers of the demon path, bowing to him under Satan's leadership. Salute to the demon ancestor. Chinyu nods secretly. This is another special effect of the demon path, a strong ability to seduce. Back then, Rahu was able to suppress the myriad paths in the primordial chaos. With billions of disciples, almost all beings were in his dojo. Even the 3 pure ones had gone to listen to his teachings, and it was not without reason. Chapter 62. Yang Mei. Time emerges. The path of time and space is complete. After a while, Barbados returns from the heavenly world with a face full of shock, looking at Lin Miao Miao in astonishment. He has a millstone and a being with a very strong ability to seduce. Before I could even react, the heavenly world collapsed. It's terrifying. I've never seen such a terrifying being and divine object. Lord of heavenly reason. Does this count as me taking care of him? Lin Miao Miao also has a speechless expression. Forget it, he is no longer someone I can take care of. You should quickly attack other worlds. Only by escaping can we successfully bring the news back. But even if we break out of the world's encirclement, we still have to face the blockade of that technological creator. Barbados transforms into Wendy, sighing. Yes, Lin Miao Miao's expression also becomes grim, her tone low as she murmurs, "The three-body world, is it really you?" She still can't believe that the creator from the academy would betray the country, even betray humanity. Enough. After a while, she sighs. Science knows no borders. Anyone can create worlds within sci-fi works. I hope it's not her three-body world. Chapter 63. I add a world to the 3 realms. You have created a 55th tier being, Time Demon God Time, World Combat Power. You have created a 55th tier being, Space Demon God Yang Mei, World Combat Power. A prompt sound comes to Qin Yu's ear. He is slightly surprised, not expecting the bodies of these 2 demon gods to be so strange. No wonder they are important demon gods controlling time and space, born with powerful roles in chaos. The 2 once blocked Pangu for dozens of epochs, causing Pangu to get lost in infinite time and space. Their role is no less than that of Rahu. No wonder it takes so many steps to accelerate. Good. Qin Yu slightly nods, since you were born from chaos and have the way to uphold time and space. Come for me. With a wave of his hand, Rahu Time and Yang Mei stepped out from chaos, and the places where the 2 were located were all bizarre, chaotic time and space. Meanwhile, Rahu is even more terrifying, with the world destruction mill above his head, a sea of demonic clouds within miles, and countless red-eyed, demonic spirits lurking in the thick black mist, waiting for an opportunity. The great demon Satan looks at the primordial divine realm with a cold smile. The subordinate beings are not Qin Yu's beings and will not interfere with any of Qin Yu's principles, but are part of Rahu himself. Chapter 64. Rahu enlightens. Lust is the foremost of all evils. At this moment, Lin Miao Miao in Min City sees through the cracks of the world, coincidentally witnessing the primordial mythological world that Zhongli is heading to, which originally had a 3-layer shape like a hamburger, suddenly added another layer for some reason, with a new world rising beside the realm of desire, turning into a double-layer, thick gravy hamburger. Lin Miao Miao's beautiful eyes widen, feeling it is strange. What new trick is he playing, actually changing the world structure of a high-tier creator? She can't help but feel shocked. It should be known that changing the structure of the primordial divine realm requires creating a world of one's own to be possible. And to create a world of one's own, one must master the two extremely rare and profound laws of time and space. Many high-tier creators risk challenging the terrifying 7th-tier world just for a slim chance to grasp these two laws. And this kid just upgraded to the 2nd tier and has mastered time and space? So terrifying? Lin Miao Miao can no longer regard Qin Yu as an ordinary newcomer. Although he has not yet realized the grand ambition of creating the ultimate, he is now not to be underestimated. Where is he still assisting himself? He has practically become the main attacker. Wow. With a wave of her hand, a tall, cute girl appears, wearing a Tai Chi hat, with red-brown gradient double ponytails, dressed in shorts and black shoes. Chapter 65. Rahu advances to the 6th tier, enlightens as a demon god. Whether it is evil, killing, wickedness, or treachery, theft, hatred, none are demons. Minor evils and wickedness, even greed and lust, are the nature of beings and are not inherently demonic. In the world, only the utmost lust for one thing or one being enters the demon path. The demon path is the ultimate path, the path of obsession, the path of utmost evil, utmost lust, utmost killing, and utmost wickedness. The last sentence made Luo Ho completely enlightened. The demon is the ultimate path. Wow. As Luo Ho finished speaking, the demonic energy of the heavens expanded once again for 100,000 miles. The heavens and earth rolled back, and the world felt it. The vast sky rose 3,000 zhong, reaching the extreme of the heavens, disregarding its foundation. The thick earth sank 3,000 zhong, reaching the abyss of the 9 lands, showing no mercy to the sentient beings. The climate became extremely warm, cold, humid, and hot, as if in hell. At this moment, the beings of the realm of desire were suffering, and the bodhisattvas on the ground cried out in despair, while the succubi were ecstatic, their waists twisting like a wild dance, sending out a chorus of joy and beauty. Congratulations to the demon ancestor for attaining enlightenment. Congratulations to the demon ancestor for attaining enlightenment. Truly deserving of being the one with the highest comprehension among the 3,000 demon gods. Seeing the scene, Qin Yu was also filled with wild joy in his heart. He did not expect that within less than a yuan meeting time, Luo Ho had already attained enlightenment and embarked on the path of realizing his own demonic way. Chapter 66. The 5th race, the celestial dragon people. Since that's the case, you can stay by my side. After finishing the conversation with Hu Tao about the yellow-haired wife, Qin Yu patted her head, indicating his satisfaction. It seems this 77th generation master of the Afterlife Hall is quite perceptive, but for now, he couldn't let her go back. It was best to keep her by his side for some education. Hu Tao's face turned even redder. She didn't expect Qin Yu's methods of destroying enemies to be so perverse. He was using such despicable means to threaten her. He must be a person with a dirty heart. No, for the peace of Tivit, I must endure humiliation and report this guy's true colors to Lord Tianli. Hu Tao made up her mind and nervously looked at Qin Yu. But he wouldn't do such things to her, right? She didn't want to become like those succubi. Although those succubus sisters looked great even when degraded, with bodies that were stunning to the extreme, Hu Tao felt like composing a poem about them. But that didn't mean she wanted to be one of them. Don't worry. Qin Yu gave her another head pat. Following me, you'll become stronger. Protecting Li Yue relies on you. Mu Tao was half convinced. Although she didn't care about becoming stronger, she was very interested in protecting Li Yue. Chapter 67. The Dance of Shiva, the Path of Reincarnation. Shiva, the god of dance, the god of destruction. When the world reaches its ultimate end, she will play the chapter of annihilation, dancing the dance of destruction, returning everything to tranquility. This was also Amoli's strongest strike. After this blow, most of the colorless realm would be destroyed, and countless ancient gods would wail. Linjia's terrifying aspect, gentle aspect, superhuman aspect, three-faced aspect, dance king aspect, master of Lijia aspect, half-woman master aspect. Shiva stood at the pinnacle of the world, continuously dancing, her movements so beautiful that even stones trembled. Her appearance constantly changing, making it hard to distinguish between male and female. But with the dance, the heavens and earth were annihilated. The colorless realm stirred with waves of earthquakes, fierce winds, tsunamis, raging fires, and an increasingly dense atmosphere of destruction. Wow, as if startled by this dance. Zhongli opened his dragon eyes, and a vast light like daylight suddenly spread across the three realms, causing countless beings to feel completely seen through. And the originally formless, colorless realm immediately turned into eternal daytime. The candle dragon, opening its eyes for daylight. But Zhongli's eyes seemed to hold ridicule, quietly appreciating Shiva's performance of the dance of annihilation, showing no fear at all. After a while, Shiva's dance slowed down, slower and slower, and the colorless realm returned to tranquility. Even Shiva fell from the pinnacle of the world. Chapter 68. Humanity will remember, but will never thank. In the galaxy, the remaining 9 auras appeared in their original forms like a rotating rainbow, pulling the world back into their bodies, each person's appearance vastly different, indicating that there were people from various countries, with the most being from the island nations, followed by those from the lighthouse country. Everyone looked at the fleeing Lin Miao Miao with extremely ugly expressions. The world of the king-level creators had been perfected to the extreme, gradually separating from the main world. Therefore, merely destroying the opponent's physical body was useless. They had to destroy the world's essence and all living beings, completely erasing their mark to kill the opponent. But now, the siege of more than a dozen worlds had allowed Lin Miao Miao to escape. Stephen and Amoli's worlds were destroyed, and Lin Miao Miao had escaped. What to do? If they couldn't return to the core of the Candle Dragon, the Great Xia would still have myths circulating in the outside world, never being exterminated. The divine domain would definitely not help our civilization ascend. Damn it, just one step away. How did Lin Miao Miao manage such speed, breaking through 2 major worlds? Everyone's figures discussed amongst themselves, their expressions all looking very bad. They had thought that the myth of Great Xia would be destroyed, and their civilization would finally receive support from the divine domain, stepping into the heavenly worlds they had never dared to dream of. But they also didn't know where Lin Miao Miao had obtained the remnants of the myth. Chapter 69. Not belonging to this ancient history. Here is one of the ruins of the Battle of the Fallen Heavens. Lin Miao Miao saw these corpses, and her beautiful eyes turned red, as if seeing the bones of her relatives. A tear fell. The Battle of the Fallen Heavens? Qin Yu also noticed that she seemed very familiar, and quickly asked. He was also curious about how Lin Miao Miao knew about the existence of the Candle Dragon. Could she also be a traveler? The Battle of the Fallen Heavens was the first battle between the first-generation creators and the divine domain at the time of their birth, and it had now been erased from all records by various countries. Lin Miao Miao slowly recounted, her usually lively tone heavy at this moment. At that time, the first-generation creators had just finished the 57th phase of collision, and the creation space had lifted its protection, allowing all creators to confront the divine domain directly. In that battle, all 7 civilizations were defeated. The divine domain was not something the first-generation creators could resist. To be precise, its power was the nemesis of all creators. But the creation space would not show mercy to any weaklings. It had already given opportunities, and if humanity could not seize them, they would only face extinction. Lin Miao Miao paused, allowing Qin Yu to imagine the despair of Blue Star at that time. Then, she changed the subject. Just as humanity was about to be completely annihilated, becoming a part of the divine domain, devoured by it completely. Chapter 70. The Transcendence Organization, Wi-Fi, stick together. Whoosh. In the next moment, Wincy quickly dashed out, sweeping Hu Tao away, causing her words to abruptly stop. The entire process took only a second or two. Just now, what was that calling? Lin Miao Miao turned her head in confusion and asked Qin Yu, as she hadn't heard clearly due to Hu Tao's rapid speech. No, it's nothing. Qin Yu's mouth curled in an unusual arc, awkward yet polite. The little one is a bit mischievous. It's nothing. Tian, Lord Tianli. Inside the chaos, Hu Tao's pupils dilated, her expression innocent, twisting like a little caterpillar, tears glimmering stubbornly at the corners of her eyes. Ugh, I don't like him. Hiese. Ugh, bad person. Her aura was concealed by Luo Ho's demonic energy, not leaking a bit to the outside world. Strange. Why hasn't Hu Tao come back yet? Did she run off to play and recite poetry again? Lin Miao Miao looked around with some confusion. That fiery phantom just now made her feel somewhat familiar. Ahem. Qin Yu coughed heavily, interrupting her. Wife, why not take a stroll in your world? I think the scenery of Tivit is quite beautiful. The straightforward term wife quickly made Lin Miao Miao's face flush with embarrassment as she timidly held Qin Yu's hand. Chapter 71. Ganyu as secretary, madly creating gods. You go back to Blue Star first. Don't let anyone find out you've been here. After Lin Miao Miao finished speaking, she pondered and waved her hand. Zhongli still followed Qin Yu, standing with his hands behind his back. Another woman with long blue hair, tied into a ponytail, wearing a short white qipao adorned with golden patterns and a tight-fitting backless bodysuit, with black stockings hugging her beautiful figure, slowly walked towards Qin Yu. She bowed slightly, her voice timid yet comforting. From today on, let me be your secretary. Isn't this Ganyu? The Secretary General of the Liyue Qixing. An elegant woman with the bloodline of Qilin. Qin Yu's heart leaped with joy. His wife had given him another card. Having Ganyu as his secretary was indeed impressive. He wouldn't have to trouble himself with assignments at the Creator Academy anymore. Plus, he could have Ganyu with him for work and leisure. Lin Miao Miao naturally understood Qin Yu's thoughts and squinted her eyes at Ganyu. You have another task, which is to keep an eye on this guy. If he gets tempted by some shameless female founders. Understood, Lord Tian Sure. Chapter 72. The Land of Pangu's Proof of Tao. With Pangu's talent, isn't it simple to advance? Qin Yu pondered while holding a high-level life-form replicator worth 300,000, which Lin Miao Miao had given him. This high-level life-form replicator could allow him to replicate another Pangu. However, Qin Yu did not use it. It is known that high-level life-form replicators are extremely difficult to refresh in the mall. Such precious items are like trump cards for a country. Their true value might far exceed 300,000 creation points, especially for a creator like Qin Yu who had high-level life forms. Naturally, it was best to save it for the most critical moment to directly promote Pangu to 2 stars. Well, Qin Yu smiled slyly. His main character in the heavenly realm had another great use. He waved his hand. Whoosh! Pangu directly followed Qin Yu to the outside world. Looking at the bustling Jiang city where everyone was cultivating and discussing Tao during the day, and at night they came out to drink, play cards, and have barbecues. Living a life of longevity with heaven and earth, far better than the previous 996 were culture. Immortals enjoying themselves in the streets and alleys would bow respectfully to Qin Yu and then step aside, while Pangu, who had shrunk to the size of an ordinary person behind Qin Yu, showed a look of deep admiration. Chapter 73. The Myth of the Year Beast, Happy New Year. The punishment for Hu Tao had not yet come to an end. Having nearly ruined a single dog's first confession across 2 lifetimes, Qin Yu held a deep resentment. Let's keep it hanging. Just then, a voice reached Qin Yu's ears. Qin Gu, come out quickly. It's New Year, and everyone is waiting for you. Huh? Qin Yu was stunned. New Year? Whoosh. His figure flashed out of the creation space and arrived in the villa area. As night fell, the central villa was adorned with red lanterns and decorations, and several creators from the city gathered joyfully, munching on seeds, candies, and snacks. In the distance, a few tables were set up with life forms playing mahjong, 5 creation points per game, having a great time. Haha, old Wong, you've lost a few hundred this year. You must be getting a penalty. It's New Year, just have fun on New Year's Eve. Their families were also brought over. The villa area was filled with smoke rising from cooking, the aroma of food wafting through the air, and the sound of people chatting created a warm atmosphere under the lanterns. My son just created a second-level life form. Sigh, still not diligent enough. A second-level life form? Really? Why is my kid still playing around and stuck at first level? Chapter 74. Singing pretty well, don't sing next time. Whoosh. In the void, quantum simulation data appeared, forming a mirror-like surface. Strangely, this mirror reflected an overwhelming number of Emperor-level battleships, stellar cannons, and black hole weapons, all aimed at Qin Yu, unleashing fierce firepower. Boom, boom, boom. Let's rock. A blond man put on his headphones, his blue eyes bursting with a mad, killing intent, as countless data streams turned crimson. The red tang suit he was disguised and was torn apart by the shockwave, revealing his original appearance as a wandering singer. The countless sounds of weapons exploding formed a chaotic rock-killing song, mixed with the sound of firecrackers and cheers, creating a magnificent melody that drove people insane and sent chills down their spines. As the golden-haired man moved his fingers, endless data flowed through, generating a storm of electricity that lit up the sky. Rock is the strongest technology. Yo-ho, enjoy the madness of rock. He cheered with his long hair flying. Like a madman. Buzz. Boom. Crackle. Within the mirror, this firepower was illusory, but as it emerged, it all materialized into reality. However, the opponent clearly had some kind of item that made these attacks only effective against Qin Yu, focusing all fire on him alone. Chapter 75, The Core of the Technological World, Directly Erased. Take your time to think. I'm going back to sleep. Qin Yu took a puff of smoke, slowly walked up to pat him on the shoulder, and then shuffled in his cotton slippers towards the room, leaving a trail of footprints in the snowy villa garden. The scientific world. Qin Yu tossed aside the cigarette, but with a sigh. Life is truly as lonely as snow. It has been confirmed that in Pangu's proof of Dao Land, he is the true master, and nothing is beyond his control. Everything in this tiny world belongs to him. Clap. He clapped his hands. The mirror of the golden-haired man disappeared, like a smudge being wiped away, let alone the base within it. He stared blankly, suddenly realizing and turning around to kneel before Qin Yu's back, begging for mercy. I was wrong. Don't kill me. The organization actually wants to cooperate with you. He quickly used various items. Purple items, blue items, I'll buy platinum items on credit. Why? Why are all the items ineffective? The golden-haired man went mad. The expensive items scattered on the ground like garbage, no different from street-side cans and plastic bottles. He was completely panicked. Why? The several high-level creators from the Great Xia who were watching were left in shock, their mouths agape in astonishment. Chapter 76. S-Class Cthulhu Mythos Core, Double Happiness. Whoosh. Without saying a word, Qin Yu waved his hand directly. No sound at all. The clown's arm was wiped away as if cleaning a mirror. Come on, let's talk. Qin Yu walked towards him with a smile. The clown's pupils trembled violently, and a large number of fleshy lumps and tiny tentacles burst out from the broken part of his arm, along with flowing feathers and a foul-smelling liquid, which looked extremely disgusting, but quickly reformed into an arm. What shocked the clown was that this disappearance had no warning at all. Even his own bizarre power instantly turned to nothingness. He staggered back a dozen steps, shocked. He had clearly seen the moment the wandering singer was eliminated. The reason he dared to appear was that he was sure Qin Yu couldn't maintain such powerful combat strength all the time. Now it seemed he was mistaken. Wait. I mean no harm. The clown shouted while waving his hands repeatedly. Around him appeared a dozen clones of himself, making it impossible for Qin Yu to distinguish which one was the real body. Even the principles and energies contained within were equal, and even the aura of the creation space was identical, as if a dozen creators had appeared out of thin air. Chapter 77, Undercurrents. Wearing down the heart of Tao. What do you mean? The clown suddenly turned around, and a Cthulhu-like figure, furious to the extreme, appeared, causing a sense of mental disorder, ready to engage in a life-and-death struggle with Qin Yu. Wait. Qin Yu stepped forward and waved his hand with a smile. I said I wouldn't kill you, but I didn't say you could break the law at will. Saying this, several police officers with celestial-level cultivation from Jiang City walked over and swiftly handcuffed the clown. Do you know you broke the law? What law did I break? The clown's eyes widened. The Jiang City Public Security Management Regulations. You are subject to administrative detention for more than 3 days and less than 15 days. In the simple and honest Jiang City, talents abound in the police station. Watching the clown being taken away, Qin Yu smiled with satisfaction. Please don't thank me. Protecting Jiang City is my responsibility. I am Batman. A small regret in his previous life of wanting to play Batman has been realized in this life. After a while, the clown, locked in the detention center, looked extremely gloomy, holding the iron bars in silence for a long time. Since leaving the uncle who abused him and the sister who despised him, escaping that nightmarish home, this was the first time he felt such depression. If it were an ordinary enemy, he would have already toyed with them to the point they wouldn't even know how they died. Chapter 78, King S Identity. Entering the N-Star domain. Honey, let me explain. Qin Yu's embarrassment lasted only a moment before he quickly changed the subject. It's like this. I recently obtained an S-level core from the scientific world and an S-level core from the Cthulhu Mythos world, and I want to create 2 subsidiary worlds to play with. Honey, do you have any advice for me? Don't try to change the subject, you big pig's trotter. Lin Meow Meow's angry voice quickly turned into extreme astonishment. What? 2 S-level world cores? In such a short time, you killed again? Or 2 S-level prodigies? Lin Meow Meow was completely shocked. Up until now, the world cores Qin Yu had obtained were more than 10 times hers during the same period. And Qin Yu spoke as if he had just gone to the market to buy vegetables and was asking her what to eat for dinner. Does he think S-level prodigies are just cabbage? At this moment, Meow Meow felt the huge gap between people. Even if this person was her husband, he was just too powerful. Honey, you're amazing. Lin Meow Meow praised Qin Yu softly, her face slightly red, suppressing her excitement. This way, your growth speed will be faster. But when creating S-level subsidiary worlds, you must be careful and cannot abandon them casually. They may become assistants to your Heart of Tao in the future. Chapter 79. Academy Life Starting from the Slums. The planet Earth, where Qin Yu and others are located, is now just a corner of humanity. The descendants of the previous creators, although fewer in number than Earth, almost every family gives birth to top prodigies, and because there are fewer people, the competition is easier. It's similar to the college entrance examination in the previous life. Being born in the imperial capital is different, with a 985 university right at their doorstep. Qin Yu secretly scoffed. The creators of the mother planet need to go through brutal selection to enter the Creator Academy. In contrast, creators from the N-star domain only need to survive through the 13th stage to gain free admission to the Creator Academy. Class inequality is everywhere, but there's nothing to envy. After all, their parents are high-level founders. If you can't be a second-generation creator, you can only be a first-generation one. Suddenly, a group of figures flashed in front of him. Chu Tian and others immediately shouted, "Boss!" But it wasn't directed at Qin Yu, but at a person ahead. A small team slowly revealed their figures, cautiously walking towards Qin Yu. These four were actually the appearances of Qin Yu, Wen Shi, Chu Tian, and Yi Qingxiu. All 8 of them discovered another version of themselves, feeling awkward. Chapter 80. Have you ever seen a mad dog demon god? The senior frowned slightly, looking at Qin Yu as if he were an ant, one that was about to be drowned, his tone not contemptuous but merely curious. Does this make any difference to you? The people around him showed teasing expressions, emitting low chuckles here and there. Indeed, is there any difference? E-level world cores simply cannot withstand such heavy, evil energy impact. King, your parents gave you a good name. Don't waste time here. Go back to Blue Star. People always habitually put themselves in the perspective of those above them, stepping on those weaker than them. Unexpectedly, the senior from the N-star domain glanced at the crowd, his eyes also looking at them like ants. Return to your dorms. Gather again, and you will be expelled from the academy. Yes, senior. The flattering smiles on everyone's faces suddenly became a bit stiff, as if a scattered flock of sheep had been driven away. You. The king beside them was completely furious. This is too much. Qingge, I take back my words. These people are not worthy of you stepping up for them. He indignantly whispered in Qin Yu's ear. I never intended to step up for them. Chapter 81. The tide of evil energy, the world of enrollment opens. Your demon of demons is nourished by evil energy. Star level 01. Your demon of evil is nourished by ominous energy. Star level 01. Your demon of lust is nourished by polluted energy. Star level 01. Prompt sounds continuously echoed in Qin Yu's ears. After absorbing all the evil energy, all 20-plus demon gods rose to star level 01. And his world combat power soared by 7 or 8 stars. The king beside him had his mouth agape, unable to close it. Oh, this. Calm down and drink tea first. When she patted his shoulder, 5 bars. Chu Tian's expression was serious as he threw out a red dragon tile, raising his hand to calm the shocked players. It's just the boss's basic move, don't panic. This time the boss's star upgrade is a bit slow. The malevolence here is still not enough. Yi Qingxiu, with a white tile in his mouth, mumbled and then threw down 50,000. Damn, my luck is really terrible. Impatiently pushing the king. Play your tile. The king sat down after murmuring for a while, stiffly pushing out a tile. 8,000 who? Amid the clattering sounds of mahjong, the king's mind had only one thought. Chapter 82. The female Nuwa Tower with no hope in the world. Task restriction. Unlimited for entrance exam. Task description. When the divine mages and their descendants mastered the world's rules, turning everyone from kings to donkeys into their experimental subjects, the world finally reached its end. The timeline collapsing and the future possibilities approaching zero. Use your wisdom to carve out a new path for living beings to find hope. Task objective. Test your wisdom and leave a mark belonging to the great Xia in the future timeline you successfully carve out. Task reward. Rewards of creation points and steps based on the degree of world modification. The entrance exam has begun. Numerous new students rushed out of the dormitory, eagerly waiting for the entrance exam these past few days. Their faces were tense yet expectant, and the chatter in the air immediately disrupted the tense atmosphere. Are we going to challenge a 300-star world? That's terrifying. The strongest Lin Gongzi from our imperial capital province probably only has a combat power of just 100 stars, right? I only have 50 stars of combat power, and everyone else generally has around 50 to 60 stars, with the weakest even having 30 stars. Creating the immortal martial world, Lin Hauga, everyone immediately crowded around a tall, jade-like young man. Chapter 83. The chaotic demon ape laughs. What the hell is going on with this king? The moment the world unfolded, the timeline collapsed. Are you kidding me? Is the Nuwa Tower broken? The other candidates who were teleported back were astonished, their expressions filled with disbelief as they looked at Qinyu. From a distance, Xiao suddenly turned around, his gaze coldly fixated on Qinyu. The world is so aggressive, indicating that its foundation is extremely deep. Don't panic, it's not a big deal. This world still has other timelines. Xuanya was stunned for a while, then said solemnly. Qinyu shrugged. I think the task world you chose is too fragile. I'm actually a creator who wants to maintain world peace. Rahu in the chaos gave a thumbs up to this statement from the Taoist master. After all, he picked up 10,000 creation points and 10 steps for free. So Qinyu didn't lose out. As if responding to his words, the next moment, a prompt sound came. Entering other timelines. Entered secondary timeline, world combat power, 350 stars. All candidates were in an uproar. Combat power just increased by 50 stars in an instant. How are we supposed to play now? Fortunately, it's a ranking exam where no one dies. Chapter 84. The reincarnation demon god is born, the first savior. Nuwa Tower, 36th floor. He, the man chosen by Sister Lin, is indeed extraordinary. A graceful young girl in a black robe adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses by her hair, a smile of elegance appearing on her lips. The red screen in front of her displayed Qinyu's face. However, even being on the side of the benefactor, can you still adhere to your path? Her voice was as fine as dust, and if one listened closely, it bore a resemblance to the prompt sound of the Nuwa Tower. My Jiang family needs someone like you even more than the Lin family. Starting reincarnation, 0 years old. You were born as the eldest son of the family. Your mother, Lady Lanqi, is as beautiful as a fairy. Your second mother is enchanting, and your third mother is beautiful and dignified. You enjoyed the sweet milk of your mothers. 3 years old, you learned to crawl, with breast milk as your main food. 10 years old, you learned to read, with breast milk as your main food. 16 years old, you reached puberty, with breast milk as your main food. 20 years old, one day after having breast milk, you were forcibly weaned by your angry father, Lord Rod, causing your father-son relationship to drop to 0. Your reincarnation has ended. What a boring life. Chapter 85. Chaos Supreme Treasure, 6 Paths. Rahu's eyes widened as he stared blankly at the powerful demon god descending, realizing it was a being of the same level as him. You have nurtured a 55th level being, reincarnation demon god Wuzhong. A prompt sound entered Qinyu's ear. A being whose infinite principles flowed endlessly gradually appeared before him, bowing down, with a neutral expression, neither good nor evil, neither happy nor sad in his eyes. Greetings, Taoist master. Good, Qinyu nodded. As one of the 33 supreme paths, reincarnation is also an extremely powerful demon god. Although chaotic demon gods are all born at the 55th level, the talent difference among demon gods of different paths is quite significant. The essence of reincarnation is to wash away all the afflictions of living beings and digest all the calamities of the world. One could say, he is the remedy for all worlds. Without reincarnation, all beings suffer. Without reincarnation, nothing is born. Annihilation can use Rahu, but salvation must use reincarnation. Qinyu waved his hand to raise the reincarnation principles he had previously seized, then exchanged 20,000 creation points for over 100 reincarnation principles, merging them with the purple gold red gourd. In the void, a large number of reincarnation principles were nourished by the chaotic energy, preparing to coalesce into a wheel-shaped supreme treasure. But after being forcibly merged into the purple gold red gourd by Qinyu, it began to slowly transform. Chapter 86. The Foundation of the Primordial, Producing Good Fruits. Who? The sky's scattered cloud brilliance, and the aura of the Tao stained the heavens and earth. Boom, boom, boom. The mere descent of the reincarnation demon god caused the ailing world of divine magic to tremble slightly. The divine magic world is like an old man who cannot withstand any waves. Due to one person's selfish desires, a civilization that carries history, passion, and grandeur, which evokes reverence, is about to come to an end. Qin Yu remained indifferent. Through time, he saw the original history of the divine magic world, which was not lacking in heroic figures or grand epics. Yet it has come to this day. It inevitably made him feel the same about the end of the primordial myths and the outcome of Hong Jun controlling the beings of heaven and earth. Any world should be respected not by the lofty deities of the nine heavens, but by the ordinary beings struggling to survive. A world where only proud, strong individuals exist is destined to be a world on the brink of extinction. Give time to civilization, not civilization to time. At this moment, he suddenly understood why the Academy issued such a task. Beyond enhancing strength, it was more about teaching creators a deeper path of creation. The path of the creator, using rules as tools, living beings as the source, and myths as cultivation methods. Chapter 87. The Emergence of the Xianpin Demon God, Insights and Losses on the Path. Qin Yu focused and found that the beings that emerged from reincarnation were only supplemented with one soul and one spirit, still lacking one soul and two spirits. This is not something that can be changed by reincarnation. It indicates that there is a fundamental problem in this world, making it impossible for complete beings to exist. Damn it, Qin Yu couldn't help but curse inwardly. Why is it so difficult to elevate this world? A world that has already reached the brink of annihilation can self-destruct without needing to be destroyed, and the difficulty of saving it is truly extraordinary. This task is simply impossible for a newcomer to accomplish. I suspect your academy is making things difficult for me. Fat Tiger, Qin Yu thought suspiciously, his expression fluctuating. Uncle Richard, you have already done enough for this world. Lanny couldn't help but wipe her tears upon seeing this scene. She knew how difficult it was to save this world and was very grateful for everything Qin Yu had done. Qin Yu nodded silently, but he was definitely not the type to give up halfway. If it says you must die, then you must die now. Even the King of Heaven can't save you. If it says you must live, then you must live. No one can make you die. He returned to the chaos and reshaped the demon god, his gaze cold. I don't believe it. Chapter 88. Kai Tiankuan, the Army of the G World. Xianpin? Wu Zhong clearly felt a surge of joy upon seeing the Xianpin demon god. The Xianpin demon god was associated with him and could be considered part of his command, becoming a strong ally. Dao friend, I am here to assist you. The Xianpin demon god smiled gently and directly immersed herself into the six paths. The six paths immediately emitted a buzzing sound with a strong maternal energy added, allowing all beings to rapidly transform and reincarnate. But this was still not what Qin Yu wanted. The Xianpin demon god only provided the beings with a way to repair their own souls. To truly restore the beings of this world, more was needed. Outside, many professors and mentors at the academy were stunned. What is he trying to do? Why does this being look so much like the giant Qin Yu from legend? Something's off. At this moment, most of the examinees had retreated. However, when she and a few others did not withdraw, firmly guarding around Qin Yu, occasionally helping to fill in the gaps. They could also feel that their boss was determined to complete this entrance exam task. That person, Qin Yu was deep in thought when he suddenly waved at the creators. Kai Tiankuan, come here for a moment. Chapter 89. Invasion of the Sakura Country World. Who? Kai Tiankuan crawled out of the six paths with weak legs. His already deficient eye sockets were now even more sunken, looking like a severely ill person. He gasped for fresh air, looking at the countless beautiful women with pride in his eyes. This would be the pinnacle of his life's work, without a doubt. King Boss, I have completed the task. Very good. Good craftsmanship. Qin Yu looked at the countless battle maidens, nodding in satisfaction, and helped him up. This kid could definitely be a master even in making figurines. He truly is a talent. He casually handed him several high-level battle maidens. These are for you. Take them back and enjoy. Tier 3 beings. Kai Tiankuan stood frozen in place, his eyes flashing with extreme shock and joy. Tier 3 beings meant nothing to Qin Yu. But for him, who had created his own world, they could directly serve as main battle beings. Just a bit from the big shot's fingernails would be enough for him to eat for a year. Thank you, boss. From now on, I will follow you. And wherever you need me, I will go through fire and water without hesitation. Kai Tiankuan immediately knelt and shouted. However, Qin Yu frowned, unsure what to think. Chapter 90. Luo Ho appears, completely crushing. The Demon King world still had hope and was not on the brink of annihilation. However, after undergoing a great turmoil of destruction, the paths of heaven and earth collapsed, and the Star River fell, turning into a state even more tragic than the divine law world. Luo Ho proudly looked at Wuzhong behind him. Saving the world, I can't do it. Destroying the world, you can't do it. The depths of the world had already been turned upside down by Luo Ho, and combined with the great destruction, it caused this world to surge with a large amount of origin, with time and space and years collapsing uncontrollably. Who did this? What happened? Did the Lighthouse country invade us? Many new students from the Sakura country were horrified, their eyes wide as they turned to look. They only saw a smiling young man standing there, his voice spreading through the heavens. Friend from the Sakura country, we meet again. What a coincidence. Daxia. The new students from the Sakura country were instantly enraged, recognizing the speaker at once. Daxia actually dares to invade our world this year. This is unacceptable. Kill this Daxia person. Before they could say much, Luo Ho had already revealed a chilling smile, and with a light and effortless thrust of his spear, he pierced through a dozen Sakura new students, instantly obliterating their world, with demonic energy spreading throughout the heavens and earth. Chapter 91. Luo Ho's Mark of Qinyu. In the Demon King world, the originally restricted Tier 4 Slime Demon King saw Luo Ho coming and sensed the instability of the world. His first reaction was to flee. Taking advantage of the two sides battling, he needed to quickly profit from the chaos. Luo Ho didn't pay him any mind and simply sent a spear light over. Boom! This Tier 4 being was nailed to the ground, unable to escape. He tried to constantly split into more and smaller slimes, crawling like jelly on the ground, using various skills and magic to try to escape further. But he was immediately drawn back by the strands of demonic energy emanating from that spear light, trapping him in place. It should be noted that Luo Ho was not just Tier 6. He was a chaotic demon god who mastered a path. Even among beings of the same tier, he was definitely at a crushing level, let alone these little trash from other worlds. What is crushing? This is crushing. Luo Ho didn't seem in a hurry to kill the new students from the Sakura country either, because recklessly slaughtering during the assessment task could easily trigger the immediate recall of all creators from the other side, which would render the effort meaningless. Luo Ho was hiding his strength. He was merely continuously emanating demonic energy, infiltrating the world of the creators from the Sakura country, causing the lives within those worlds to gradually fall into madness. Waiting for Qin Yu's next plan. Chapter 92. The Reincarnation Demon God Advances. Order as mortal, reversal as immortal. After Wuzhong appeared, all the new students from the Sakura country suddenly found themselves miraculously restored. All the damage caused by Luo Ho began to heal, and the beings within the world even became fundamentally stronger. They immediately looked at each other with surprise and suspicion. What does this person mean? He actually made us stronger? What is he trying to do? He can't be a fool. Enhancing the enemy. Yes. Qin Yu had a faint smile on his face. You all profited, and I'm about to lose my pants. Looking at the 3 rewards produced from the 6 paths, his heart was filled with joy. This speed was simply outrageous. Without going through the creation space, he directly absorbed the essence of these creators into his hands. These people had not yet realized that their world core was slowly degrading. Even if they were to rebuild the world later, it would be impossible to recover. At this moment, Wuzhong couldn't understand whether he was doing good or bad. He only felt that helping so many worlds reincarnate at once had greatly advanced his own reincarnation path. Baka. One by one, the creators from the Sakura nation rushed at him without holding back. However, although the reincarnation demon god did not have strong attack power, he was currently in possession of the chaos treasure. So how could he be humiliated by others? Chapter 93. Luo Ho achieves the path. The demon path is eternal. Damn it, what is going on? This isn't normal. How can this creature be so strange? The many newcomers from the Sakura nation were even more shocked. If they had previously only lost control over the world, then after Wuzhong's promotion, they were directly forced into a dead machine reboot. All worlds had turned into immortal worlds. Without exception, in an instant, dozens of immortal worlds appeared, and although the world's essence had not been enhanced, the overwhelming number of immortals had caused many creators from the Sakura nation to see their combat power soar. They widened their eyes in disbelief, looking at this scene. Are the people from the Great Xia this kind-hearted? They actually helped increase their combat power. How is this possible? Outside, all the creators from the Great Xia were equally shocked. Suddenly, so many immortal worlds appeared. What's going on? Did the king just upgrade all their worlds? Damn, he can even help others increase their strength. I want that benefit. King brother, I also want to create immortal worlds. Please help me. However, these Sakura people couldn't be happy for long. Qin Yu waved his hand, and Wu Zhong returned to the divine law world, continuing to solidify the foundation of the divine law world. Chapter 94. This is the path of opening the heavens. The outside world seemed to fall into a moment of stillness. Everyone saw Qin Yu shatter that power, standing there with red eyes overflowing with tears, not knowing what he had seen. The next moment, Qin Yu turned his gaze to those Sakura people, his blood-red eyes filled with extreme, killing intent. You, how dare you? Insult them like this. At this moment, he understood. The Sakura nation had collected the souls of the martyrs from the Xia nation who died in the hands of the divine domain on the star battlefield, turning their wills and remains into the source of power for that item, allowing it to reach the level of a national treasure. Unforgivable, intolerable. Qin Yu's eyes turned bloodshot, and with his emotions, all the demons in the chaos became agitated, letting out a roar that shook the universe. How dare you? With a wave of his hand, several Sakura people turned into blood and mud in his palm, their flesh and blood scattering all over Qin Yu. Yet he felt nothing. Just like that, another dozen Sakura people were torn in half by Qin Yu, their flesh smashed into pieces, and under the influence of the power of reincarnation, they would suffer this pain for countless lifetimes, insulting the souls of humanity. These new Sakura people screamed in agony, unable to bear the extreme torment, crying out in pain, not understanding why Qin Yu had suddenly become so brutal. Chapter 95. I will take you home, but separation does not mean death. The immense power of everyone caused their bodies to come together instantly, remaining unharmed, just profoundly shaken. What kind of power is this? So terrifying? Is Han Tianzuan coming? Where is my head? Help me find my head. Facing them was a terrifying giant several million zhang tall, slowly approaching the high heaven plane, wielding a giant axe and wearing a mourning cloth on its head. Boom, boom. Each step of the giant caused the high heaven plane to tremble. That terrifying size left all the high-ranking creators from the Sakura nation momentarily bewildered. Who? How could the Xia nation have such a terrifying powerhouse? Who is it? One must know that even a third-tier creator could not fuse the living world into themselves as one. The towering giant's eyes were blood-red as it looked towards the high heaven plane. That was the corpses of countless creators from the Xia nation scattered everywhere. They all had fatal wounds, and before dying, they must have gone through a brutal battle, with their hands still clutching their enemies tightly, their faces showing a fierce fighting spirit. Sinister pipes connected their flesh and blood from various locations on the high heaven plane, suspending them high up and continuously supplying will and energy to the high heaven plane. Chapter 96. The so-called Imperial Bloodline. Boom! The originally peaceful Fusang branch, with Japanese-style palaces everywhere on the planet, was being nourished by the paths of power emanating from the high heaven plane, enriching all the buildings on the planet. The high heaven plane was even a top secret to the students. No one knew what was happening inside. Like the Great Xia branch, the innermost circle was a palace. The second layer was an attic, the third layer was wooden houses, and the fourth and fifth layers were vast wilderness areas, heavy with the aura of slums. The Fusang students were engaged in their daily studies and discussions. How about we go eat some red bean daifuku together? Sankuin, let us also practice together tonight. Just then, Qin Yu's sudden arrival shattered the Fusang branch planet with a single stomp. Boom! Lava surged out from the core of the planet, and the palace at the center turned into ruins, the students inside turning into meat paste. Qin Yu's figure, millions of zhang tall, directly crossed the horizon of the planet, and even his movements seemed slowed down in the eyes of all the Sakura people. Sakura Ko, holding up her hand, stared blankly at the broken arm in her hand, a breeze blowing past, brushing aside her bangs and revealing her enlarged pupils. Chapter 97. Ridiculous. Looking at the Sakura people who vowed to defend Su Fu's tomb, Qin Yu's face wore an even more pronounced sneer. He gently waved his hand, and the divine artifact that formed the star web in the sky lost all its luster, being easily collected into his hands. This could be considered a return of the item to its rightful owner. He then stepped forward, directly grabbing the Fusang princess, and walked past all the Sakura people, heading straight towards Su Fu's tomb, the earth emitting a dull moan. All the Sakura people were stunned, their faces showing intense rage. What does he want to do? Defend the princess, defend the ancestral tomb. He must not succeed. Countless attacks surged towards Qin Yu like mountains and seas. As Qin Yu's 6 paths constantly flowed, all attacks directed at him transformed into the 6 paths, much like a mere tickle. Boom! Qin Yu forcefully kicked in front of Su Fu's tomb, shattering it completely and reducing this tomb of the first emperor to rubble. All the Cherry Blossom people had their eyes immediately bloodshot, rushing towards Qin Yu with all their might, unleashing every attack they could muster against him. No, unforgivable. That was the tomb of His Majesty the First Emperor, a symbol of our Fusang clan. Chapter 98. Qin Yu is dead. In the principal's office. Darkness. A darkness so profound that not even a single ray of light could penetrate it, hiding countless destinies, causes, and cycles, concealing many fragments of lost ancient history. In the center of this darkness sat a figure whose face was indistinguishable. Sometimes he appeared as a handsome youth, at other times as a tall middle-aged man, then as a hunched old man, and at times transformed into a decayed skeleton. His breath faintly flowed, embodying the cycle of infinite beginnings and ends. If it weren't for the darkness blocking him, the faint aura radiating from him could extinguish an entire galaxy. Strands of red hair floated, extending from his body and then retracting. After a long time, he transformed into the appearance of a young man, with shimmering hair and a handsome face. If he didn't exert his power, he would seem very refined and elegant. He was free. He was eternal. However, the young man furrowed his brows slightly, letting out a soft sigh. In this chaotic ancient history, was it truly impossible to progress further? Nevertheless, the youth soon regained his cold determination. So what? In this world, I am destined to be invincible. My conviction will never waver. The future me will become a variable. I am the only one for all eternity, never to be extinguished. I am the desolate. I am the king. All realms of the divine will ultimately bow before me. Chapter 99, but not completely dead. Boss. Everyone felt the existence at the center of chaos fade away in unison. Chun Huang's face turned pale as he sensed the dark turmoil he had embedded within Qin Yu shatter explosively. This explosion could obliterate his aura. How could Qin Yu, merely at the second tier, possibly survive? When she, Chu Tian, and Yi Qingqiu stood frozen, tears streaming down their faces. Qin Yu had shown them no disdain during their time together, guiding them to ascend and aiding them in creation. What immense grace! It was hard to believe. No, it can't be. Chu Tian, with bloodshot eyes, rushed into the chaotic ruins, unleashing the thick demon energy around him to summon the phantoms of over a dozen great demons. But he couldn't break through the raging chaos. Yi Qingqiu crouched on the ground, her hair disheveled as she wept in pain, with a mighty spirit and imposing presence. When she widened his eyes and shouted the secret signal he had agreed upon with Qin Yu, but no one emerged from the chaos. Tears streamed down his face as he muttered, how could this be possible? How could it be? He was Qin Yu. Alas, how tragic it was. How unfair that heaven would be jealous of such talent. However, the king sacrificed himself for humanity, and we should remember him. Yes, we must give him a grand burial. Chapter 100. The incarnation of cause and effect appears, meeting the desolate. You have created a 55th tier being, incarnation of cause and effect Lan Su, with a world combat power of 45 stars. You have created a 55th tier being, incarnation of beginning Sure, with a world combat power of 45 stars. You have created a 55th tier being, incarnation of End Mo, with a world combat power of 45 stars. In the chaos. Although a large amount of energy was expelled from the chaos, the energy devoured by Qin Yu allowed him to explosively increase by 20 positions, gaining one supreme Tao deity. These newly added deities belong to the incarnation of cause and effect, and along with the previously created end and beginning deities. The incarnation of cause and effect suddenly had 22 subordinate deities of the same type, making it the most numerous among Qin Yu's subordinates, even surpassing Luo Ho's influence. At the same time, Qin Yu's world combat power surged to 90 stars, bringing his total combat power close to 500 stars. converted into creation points and steps. It would require at least 400,000 to achieve such a dramatic increase in power in an instant. Qin Yu nodded in satisfaction. Even without counting the 2 achievement gains, he had profited immensely this time, not to mention the significant returns from the divine law world. Chapter 101. Human Pills. Qin Yu stared blankly for a while, contemplating whether the incarnation of cause and effect was playing him. This couldn't be conclusively determined, but from the fluctuations of the cause and effect Tao, it seemed that the incarnation of cause and effect had no motive to deceive him. This became very interesting. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes, realizing that following the path of the incarnation of cause and effect would lead him directly to the destruction of the divine realm. Is it reliable? It must be reliable, Tao Master. Lan Su bowed her head low, adept at guiding a series of non-inevitable events to yield inevitable results. This was her specialty. Even the fate deity might not possess her intricate layout abilities, as she began her designs from minute details like an antelope's horns, making it impossible for higher beings than her to find a way to break the situation, unless they were stronger than her on the path of cause and effect. Otherwise, it would be nearly impossible to unravel. Qin Yu remained somewhat skeptical, while Lin Miao Miao, beside him, looked at Lan Su with full confidence, her heart racing. The cause and effect Tao. Who would have thought that Qin Yu, merely at the 2nd tier, could create a being that mastered the cause and effect Tao? In the world of high-tier creators, any being that could control the laws of cause and effect would require a 200 investment of energy and resources to cultivate, which was something to be sought after but rarely found. Chapter 102. Seizing the remnants of the Cherry Blossom Nation. Qin Yu didn't recognize the other party at all, but he still clearly remembered the image from a previous life novel. Hanli, the ancestor of all paths? That old schemer who always frowned and retreated behind others? The person before him appeared quite imposing, not showing any of the scheming aura, but the steady presence between his brows couldn't be concealed, as if he was ready to retreat behind others at any moment. Qin Yu felt a chill run down his back. Teaming up with this person significantly raised the danger level. Han Tianzuan's aura clearly reached the 4th tier, powerful enough to nearly suffocate. The reason Han Li was so polite to Qin Yu was not only due to Qin Yu's performance, but also because Qin Yu had already reached the peak of the 3rd tier, making him a high-tier creator on the same level. What Qin Yu had accomplished was a source of pride for the Daxia Academy. However, the outside world didn't know that such strength was gained at the cost of Qin Yu's life. If he didn't want to face another downfall, it would be impossible for Qin Yu to unleash such strong power again in a short time. After all, the privilege usage was already exhausted. I've sent the news of your resurrection to the principal. Han Li didn't ask how Qin Yu had been resurrected, as that was a personal secret. Chapter 103. What is supreme? You. Qin Yu suppressed the urge to destroy this deity. Had he created a system for himself? Who could bear it? I, Qin Yu, have never relied on a system. I rely solely on my fighting spirit, stubbornness. Han Tianzuan, may I ask if your heavenly protagonist shares your name? Of course. Isn't the name Han Li powerful? The principal also named the heavenly protagonist after himself. Why? Oh, we are the creators of our own world, and our worldview is entirely self-crafted. We have walked this path step by step, treading cautiously, and there is somewhat of a narcissistic element involved. The protagonist of the world, of course, has to bear their own name. Qin Yu fell silent for a moment. He had expected a more profound reason related to aligning with the world, but unexpectedly, Han Tianzuan answered so straightforwardly, because of narcissism. The creator of a self-created world is essentially writing a novel that must gain recognition from a large audience and the creation space. If an ordinary writer's story collapses, they might just lose subscriptions. But if a self-created world's story falls apart, no matter how powerful you are, the whole world will explode, leading to instant death. It can be said that writing is done with one's life. Chapter 104. Invasion of the Setting Sun Galaxy. Swordbearer? Upon hearing the term Swordbearer, Qin Yu immediately became intrigued. There were actually relics left from that great battle? If it were indeed an 8th-level Qingping sword, that would be incredible. Just the integration with the chaotic green lotus might allow it to bloom directly, raising the foundation of the world another step. He immediately flickered to Han Tianzuan's side. And while the Han family army was still entangled with the remnants of the Cherry Blossom faction, the two of them first descended into that star domain. This star domain consisted of dozens of planets and appeared to have once been a dead and silent area, which had been forcibly transformed into a life-bearing star domain by the Creator. There are many such star domains, but not all are suitable for transformation. Some have costs that outweigh the benefits, making them extremely valuable. The planets orbited around a central star, with the celestial movements artificially controlled, and the sunlight reaching the surface of the planets was always a soft evening glow, as if draping a layer of golden gauze over everything, creating a breathtaking beauty. At this moment, the buildings of various sizes on the planets and the grand cities had the cherry blossom people gazing up at the sky with their heads raised, as they still imitated the environment of their mother planet for social stability, complete with subways, high-rise buildings, hurried office workers, and high school girls in sailor uniforms. But at this moment, everyone stopped what they were doing, trembling in fear. Is it coming? We have been abandoned by the main civilization. The world is about to be destroyed. Surrender, please surrender, I have children. A mother stood in the middle of the street, wailing while holding her child, not wanting her newborn to be buried with the planet. Some people with red eyes rushed towards Qin Yu and Han Tianzuan, shouting desperately, only to be shattered by the aura emanating from the two. You have to admit, the cherry blossom people do have a knack for making snacks. You can never get tired of them. Han Tianzuan walked up to a red bean daifuka stall, eating as he went. The stall owner was trembling in fear, sweat pouring down his pants like a small stream. This race will no longer exist, at least not among the human population. Qin Yu wasn't in the mood to chat with him, knowing that if he started, half a day might pass before they were done. Qin Yu was now very concerned about the Qingping sword relic he had just mentioned. Where exactly is the thing you spoke of? He released his aura to search around, but found nothing strange in this star domain. Try it, it tastes good. Han Tianzuan shoved a matcha-filled pastry into his hand, patting the remnants in his palm and muttering, "Young man, don't be impatient. Treasures won't run away." With a wave of his hand, a small ancient eye appeared in the void, seemingly carrying the meaning of penetrating all worlds. The destruction eye, originally a 4th-level divine object, it had been evolved to 6th level by Han Tianzuan through various means. Swish! The eye of heaven released a divine radiance, penetrating dozens of planets. It is well known that Han Tianzuan is best at the avenue of time and space, and his mastery of it surely surpasses Qin Yu's current understanding. But Qin Yu had yet to see him truly unleash his combat power. As the eye searched, Han Tianzuan frowned slightly. Strange, he looked at Qin Yu. You care so much about this ancient relic. Could it be that you can recognize that sword-bearer? The words came to a halt. He realized he probably shouldn't probe into Qin Yu's secrets. Han Li was a very perceptive person, although he was bold and unconstrained. He always respected others, even the younger generation. There was nothing wrong to say. Qin Yu, slightly cautious, did not dare to fully trust Han Li under the circumstances where the internal traitor had not been found. I'm just very curious about how strong that brilliance really is. Brilliance? Han Tianzuan thought of Qin Yu's giant axe from back then and nodded. It was obvious how much effort the king had put into the brilliance. Otherwise, how could such terrifying combat power exist? He was even stronger than Qin Yu, the protagonist of the world. He quickly waved his hand, leading Qin Yu to fly rapidly toward the central planet of the star domain. The ancient relic is right there. Chapter 105. Political Exchange, Azure Brilliance Revealed. Along the way, the cherry blossom refugees stared in fear as the two flew over their territory, as if entering a no-man's land. They had experienced this invasion a century ago, but it was an invasion of another country. Now that it was happening to them, they were in a state of panic. Given the deep-seated enmity between Daxia and the cherry blossom kingdom, Wu Ti, they have to line up for the incinerator, all turned into yellow-skinned soap? But that was indeed thinking too much. Qin Yu was not the kind of perverse cherry blossom person who would kill all civilians. At most, according to the 11-pull killing law, they would kill all descendants of the invaders and then slaughter about 1/10 of the diehard elements. The remaining cherry blossom people would still need to be kept. After all, they were all yellow-skinned people, and having them occupy the planet was better than being taken over by whites. Daxia was not a small race like the cherry blossoms that lacked magnanimity. Many times they had to consider issues from the perspective of the entire yellow-skinned race. Internal strife might feel good, but if all the yellow-skinned people were dead, would the whites let you go? Those who are not of our race must have different hearts. Deep down, other races always feel that the other side is an animal rather than a human. They might not even consider launching a genocide war. Of course, Qin Yu would first forcibly promote the Daxia language and script prohibiting any cherry blossom culture, declaring a great Chinese co-prosperity sphere, then making a batch of people into slaves, separating them from a leftist cherry blossom good citizens, issuing good citizen certificates, regularly sending good citizens to slave planets for reflection, while also enlightening the slaves. Those who were well-reformed among the slaves would also have the opportunity to become good citizens. Chapter 106. How can humanity not perish? You now face two choices. 1. Collect the ancient relic and withdraw. 2. Do not collect it and wait 15 minutes. This choice will change the content of phase rewards. Just as Qin Yu was approaching the azure brilliance, a sudden voice rang in his ears, calm and assured, as if victory was already in hand. Wait for 15 minutes? Qin Yu frowned. What benefit would that have? Lan Su was increasingly resembling a system, even starting to present him with choices. Why not just give a choice to become a 9th-level creator or blow up the creation space? However, considering that Lan Su had led him here, Qin Yu decided to listen to her once more. I'll wait for 15 minutes. He stood quietly in the void, looking ahead, unaware of what would happen. Qin Yu, hurry up. That thing has very important research value. What are you waiting for? Han Tianzuan shouted strangely, his eyes filled with excitement. If it really is the sword tip left by that existence from back then, even if it cannot be utilized by the Great Xia, it can still be collected as a foundation. It is almost impossible to utilize the belongings of that sword-wielding person. The difficulty is just too high. Years ago, the Sakura country suspected they had found this item, and even after their country was destroyed, they kept it hidden for this reason. Chapter 107. Ancestors' True Blood. Doomed Demon God. He is threatening me. He has never trusted me. Han Tianzuan immediately realized Qin Yu's thoughts and had to calm down. Qin Yu is guarding against his own people, which proves that Qin Yu knows there are traitors in the Great Xia. So he dares not trust anyone. Cold sweat suddenly broke out on Han Tianzuan's forehead as he sensed the strong aura of conspiracy. He calmed himself and said, How do you plan to deal with these people? I will follow your arrangements. He wanted to gain Qin Yu's trust and obtain information from him. Qin Yu quietly prepared the world-destroying great mill, intending to blow it up at the first sign of trouble, and raised his head to say, I don't know either. Let's see how these people act. That ancient relic must not fall into their hands. Han Tianzuan nodded. After this matter, you must tell me what you know. He was eager to know who the traitors in the upper echelons of the Great Xia were. Every academy has sent representatives for this operation. I believe everyone knows how much importance the higher-ups place on this matter, the pastor of the Gospel Academy said solemnly. I hope everyone can put aside past grievances and complete the Lord's mission together. The Jewish man behind him quickly stepped forward to flatter. Our civilization takes this matter very seriously. We will definitely obey. Chapter 108. The main character of the Heavenly Land? Did it go through my approval? Purifying true blood? Qin Yu suddenly came back to his senses and loudly questioned Lan Su. You knew they brought true blood here long ago, didn't you? This was all your plan. What else do you know? Tell me all of it. Otherwise, I will merge you. Facing the warning of merging, Lan Su appeared unhurried. Please, ancestor, judge wisely. I am the demon god of cause and effect, not an omniscient and omnipotent supreme deity. I can only control cause and effect. As for how this cause and effect will specifically evolve, I cannot control it. That is beyond my authority. Qin Yu was stunned for a moment, gradually understanding. Lan Su can only control cause and effect. The so-called cause and effect refers to the cause and result of an event. She can mobilize the cause and ensure that the result is exactly what she wants. However, how the process evolves in between is not something she can control. Cause and effect. Qin Yu was indifferent. This was already quite good. With his path to find the sword-wielding person, he at least has a chance to uncover a corner of the mist from the perspective of the sword-wielding person's strength. Perhaps he could indeed overthrow the divine domain in one fell swoop. As for whether there are hidden supreme secrets behind the sword-wielding person, that could be discussed after the divine domain is destroyed. Qin Yu's gaze then shifted to the vast sea of blood. Chapter 109. I taught you this. Can't say digest. Let's say temporarily suppress. Qin Yu's tone remained very calm. For him, it made no difference whether it was suppression or digestion. After all, once it enters chaos, it all becomes his. That is already quite perverse. That is something left by the sword-wielding person. Han Tianzuan widened his eyes, staring at Qin Yu, murmuring in disbelief. How long has the king been a creator? Less than a month, right? How does he have such terrifying strength? Mysterious. Right now, Qin Yu gives Han Tianzuan the feeling of being mysterious. Even though he is a fourth-tier powerhouse, a renowned existence in a myriad worlds, feared by many Dao lords, he still finds Qin Yu somewhat incredible. This mystery made him forget to ask who the traitor in the Great Xia really was. But he quickly remembered and said in silence, "This matter is settled. You should tell me how you knew these traitors were coming to seize the ancient relic." "No problem." Qin Yu nodded. From Han Tianzuan's performance, he should most likely not have colluded with the divine domain. The evidence is that Lan Su did not speak. From the perspective of cause and effect, there is no problem, which can only mean either he told Han Tianzuan and there would be no negative consequences, or Han Tianzuan is one of his own. Chapter 110. Using the Doom Demon God to harvest leaks. Fourth-tier powerhouse. Even the slightest movement can affect the heavens and the earth. This memory directly manifested as a Tao principle, and Han Tianzuan did not deliberately control it, allowing Qin Yu to clearly see what happened back then. He was also infected by the lingering sorrow, and his gaze towards Han Tianzuan carried a hint of pity. Thus, the innocent and gentle youth Han Li completely died at that moment, transforming into the current tyrannical, bloodthirsty, and rebellious supreme powerhouse Han Tianzuan. Qin Yu stepped forward and gently patted Han Li's shoulder, whispering, "Later, didn't you investigate?" "Investigate?" Han Li's blood-red eyes revealed mockery as he laughed maniacally. "Ha! I investigated for a whole 10 blue star years, traversing the 3,000 great worlds of the divine domain for endless ages. I became the renowned Han Tianzuan, but there was no evidence at all. Not even anyone mentioned that battle. Gradually, even those people were forgotten. I even believed it myself. It was my incompetence. I fell into the other party's trap, and the cunning I was proud of in my youth was nothing to speak of. So I began to learn to use means, and being sinister became my trademark. The Han family became a family that all nations feared." Chapter 111. The leaks grow really fast. Hurry up. The Red River Star domain must be in our lighthouse nation's hands. This place is the key to restraining the Great Xia's development. A white-robed, golden-haired man coldly shouted. In front of him, the family creator's army was bustling with hundreds of people, shaking in unison, exuding an overwhelming momentum. The armor was engraved with the emblem of the George family, composed of 2 cross constitutions, representing that 2 presidents of the Lighthouse Nation came from their ancestors. Next to it, the words Declaration of Independence were inscribed in small letters, indicating that the George family were founding fathers. A long sword was inserted horizontally in the middle, with its tip piercing an eagle, indicating that the George family initiated foreign wars against the desert nation. In white culture, the family emblem is the highest pride of family. Generations of powerful creators would leave marks on the emblem to enhance the family's fortune. Future creators could draw luck from the family emblem when needed. This is the foundation of a lasting family. The Han family has similar items, but they are in the ancestral hall, and during the annual ancestor worship, the younger generation of creators would receive protection from their ancestors. As the people of Great Xia do not boast about how impressive their ancestors were, the more impressive the family, the more low-key they are, if you really count. From Han Xian to Han Shizhong, which ancestors' achievements do not overshadow the Lighthouse Nation with only 300 years of history. Chapter 112. Why do you say my tactics are dirty? Damn it. Why have the Sakura people suddenly become so hard to fight? Ancestor, head of the family. Give me some more luck. The casualties are just too severe. This must be the blessing of the sun god. Charge, scatter. The heavens do not abandon my great Sakura civilization. On board. The roars and cries reverberate through the galaxy from various countries, shaking the heavens above the ancient land of cherry blossoms. The creators of the battlefield from various nations have all fallen into peculiar misfortunes, suffering heavy casualties at the hands of the remaining remnants of the cherry blossoms, who are barely clinging to life. The remnants of the cherry blossoms have become ecstatic, believing that they are blessed by the sun goddess Amaterasu, and thus they excitedly kneel and bow, then frantically charge at the armies of various nations with cries of "Long live!" A billion shattered gems, in gratitude for the Emperor's great grace, in the various star domains. The heads rolling were meant to be one-sided slaughters, but the cherry blossom people, who should have been annihilated, rallied fiercely, recklessly charging forward, determined to inflict as many casualties on the enemy as possible before dying. Meanwhile, a rumor spread among the armies of various nations. Have you heard? The remnants of the cherry blossoms possess a seventh-tier divine artifact that can control collective fortunes. We must obtain it. This item is like the dragon-slaying sword, which would allow any nation that possesses it to rise abnormally on the battlefield. Chapter 113. Returning to the Academy, this great war has finally come to an end. A high-ranking creator perished with a shattered heart, perfectly bringing the farce to a close. The private soldiers of various nations suffered heavy losses and dared not compete for spoils anymore, while the great Xia army, unscathed, seized a considerable amount of territory and gained a lot of advantages, feeling extremely pleased. Had they known this would be the outcome, they were relieved that their superiors did not let them wade into this muddy water. In the war to exterminate the cherry blossom nation, the only winner was Great Xia. Now that's what I call fair. Just then, Qin Yu coldly threw out a sentence after the battle concluded, and he and Lin Miao Miao returned to Great Xia Academy. Upon arriving at the Academy Star, the two-layered defenses automatically activated, allowing the couple to enter the core area of the Academy. Qin Yu felt a bit of joy in his heart, wondering how high the rewards would be this time. Suddenly, a noisy argument reached his ears. "What are you doing? These are the things left by the boss, who allowed you to take them." The boss was a hero who sacrificed himself for the country. Without him, you and Tino, how many of you would have been killed by the little devils? He saved your lives, yet you come to steal his relics. Get lost. Shameless bastards. I'll kill you all. It was precisely Wenxi and Chu Tian, and Yi Qingqiu had already risen to the world, almost ready to fight. Chapter 114. Kill them directly. With a wave of his hand, he grabbed the limp Xiao like a dead dog, choking him by the neck as if he were chicken. The few in-game players were stunned, not daring to move. The president, in their eyes, was like a mountain. Yet in Qin Yu's hands, he had no power to resist. Buzz. The electric demon god shot out a bolt of lightning, shocking the unconscious Xiao awake, causing him to tremble all over. "Who let you come to steal my things and harm my subordinates? Speak up, and I'll give you a chance to reincarnate." Qin Yu's calm tone concealed a chilling murderous intent that sent shivers down people's spines. Previously, he had not pursued this person out of consideration for the Academy's reputation. But now that the mask had been torn off, Qin Yu was not afraid to let others know his methods of killing. At worst, he would leave the Academy and return to the Sunset Star system to develop slowly. He was still a solid lord. You're not dead?" Xiao's eyes burst with shock as he looked at Qin Yu in confusion, quickly realizing his situation. "King, don't act impulsively." Xiao struggled desperately and shouted. "I came here on the orders of the Academy Council. It's not aimed at you." Qin Yu coldly glanced at Chu Tian. "Is that what you call not aiming at me?" Chapter 115. Where is the reward? Lin Jun said nothing and quietly stepped back. Qin Yu then looked at everyone, his tone very calm. "I have no intention of pursuing this matter. I just want to ask everyone, where is my reward for completing the enrollment task?" Dominant. This was the first student to dare to demand rewards at the Academy Council's venue. All the professors suddenly fell silent, and Xian Yi hurriedly stepped forward, followed by a tall young girl in a black dress, who smiled gently at Qin Yu. "Your rewards have been calculated. World change degree. 1,000 creation points. 100,000 steps. 100. Exceeding the completion of the Divine Law World task. Reward creation points. 50,000. The main character of the Heavenly Earth, Lanny, has been marked and can be collected to enter your world at any time." This huge reward made many professors feel a bit envious. And this was just Qin Yu's enrollment task. One could imagine how strong he would become in the future when he took on tasks against other worlds. Not bad. Qin Yu felt the creation space issuing him a large reward and nodded in satisfaction. The rules of the Nuwa Tower stealing from the creation space were indeed impressive, but there should be a basic rule that creation points should not be given for unfinished tasks. Chapter 116. 2 Supreme Tao Seeds. Although Huang wanted to see him, Qin Yu was now eager to return to chaos to increase his strength and exchange things, not wanting to waste time. He quickly nodded. "Take me there." Huang Qin, you couldn't help but think of the young man who loved to drink beast milk from the novels he had read in his past life. Is that person actually alive in this world? And the unbeginning emperor, the fierce emperor, the chaos emperor. TSK, TSK, TSK. Exciting. The first thing Qin Yu thought of was the fierce emperor, the most talented woman of all ages, finally able to meet her alive. I wonder how far the world of Chen Huang has developed now. Perhaps he could use his memories from his past life to guide him and teach him to major in Huang, then dominate the ages. With many thoughts in mind, under the guidance of that girl with the surname Jiang, Qin Yu soared rapidly, while Lin Miao Miao was left behind here, glaring at the Jiang girl with slight hostility and then coldly glancing at Qin Yu, leaving Qin Yu somewhat baffled. Soon, he understood why during the journey. My name is Jiang Lingyi, my surname is Jiang, and I currently oversee the operation of the Nuwa Tower. Sister Lin, managing you so strictly must be tough. If it were me, I wouldn't treat such an excellent man like this. Chapter 117. Using chaos as a shore and all beings as fish. Chen Huang was direct and to the point. For someone about to die, there really wasn't much time to waste. This truly shocked Qin Yu once again. The second supreme Tao seed, and it was the supreme Tao of Huang. The words were direct and concise, yet they revealed extreme importance placed on Qin Yu. How many generations have been unable to break through the Nuwa Tower? Generations of prodigies could only break through to the 33rd floor before being stuck. Yet Chen Huang directly said that Qin Yu could break through to over 60 floors. And the reward he gave Qin Yu was directly his supreme Tao seed, the deepest Tao rhythm he had condensed to date. Good. Qin Yu felt a burning fighting spirit igniting in his eyes. Nuwa Tower, here I come. Let's see just how difficult it is. At the same time, a voice from Lan Su rang in his ears. Main quest to meet Huang has been completed. Breaking through the Nuwa Tower to over 60 floors has been issued. Before the words were finished, Qin Yu pressed it down. Chen Huang looked at Qin Yu with interest. But then his lively gaze returned to eternal silence, and his demeanor showed signs of collapse. Although he did not send Qin Yu away, Qin Yu sensibly retreated. A black mist directly sent Qin Yu back to the 9th level. Qin Yu, what happened? What do the principles say to you? Chapter 118. The Chaos Supreme Treasure. Fate Fishing Rod. A line of data popped up in front of Qin Yu. Chaos Supreme Treasure. Fate Fishing Rod. Level 55. Description. An inherent divine object of the doomed demon god, responsible for the fate of all realms, capable of mobilizing all fortunes, controlling the flow of fate in a realm, and fishing for living beings into a fish basket, nurturing them to be released as protagonists of the heavenly realm. Chaos Supreme Treasure. Levels up with the world's level, currently at level 55. Effect 1. Fortune Flourishing. Any living being that enters the fish basket will undergo a selection of fortune, fundamentally changing its roots and upgrading to a heavenly realm protagonist. The stronger the heavenly realm protagonist, the longer the nurturing time. Effect 2. Fate Exhausted. All accumulated doom, bad luck, and misfortune in the fish basket will periodically be refined into destined villains, corresponding to the heavenly realm protagonists. Different levels of destined villains will cause varying degrees of damage to the descending world. Note, villains inherently restrain protagonists. Effect 3. Vital Energy Surge. For every unit of fortune gained in the fish basket, the doomed demon god gains 1 combat power, with a limit of 100. Awesome. Qin Yu's eyes lit up. This Chaos Supreme Treasure not only creates heavenly realm protagonists, but, even more remarkably, it can accumulate misfortune to create villains. No matter what enemies he encounters in the future, no matter how strong their heavenly realm protagonist is, as long as he creates a destined enemy corresponding to their protagonist, they will be defeated. Moreover, the doomed demon god can now freely fish for fortune from the outside world. The idea of mass-producing heavenly realm protagonists is already taking shape. After crafting the Chaos Supreme Treasure for the doomed demon god, Qin Yu could hardly contain his excitement to get things started. It is known that filling the fortune basket once allows him to endow a demon god with heavenly realm protagonist attributes. The best way to obtain fortune is naturally to go from the Nuwa Tower to the task world. But Qin Yu didn't rush. He took Lin Miao Miao to find someone. Lin Miao Miao had a strange expression. Honey, are you going to cheat? Yes, yes. Qin Yu nodded repeatedly. I'm taking you with me. Lin Miao Miao's face instantly flushed. You. Whoosh. The two directly arrived at the slums, where there was no longer any killing intent. All the students there looked at Qin Yu with heartfelt gratitude and admiration, almost kneeling in reverence. King, this is our leader. He got rid of all the killing intent. Jiang Lingyi had been waiting here for a long time. She, not willing to give up, had even used 100 kinds of precious light to enhance her appearance, looking like a heavenly maiden descending, radiating divine light. But when she saw Qin Yu arrive, she was stunned. Qin Yu directly asked, "Where's the stuff?" Cough, cough, cough. Jiang Lingyi was momentarily speechless, awkwardly smiling at Lin Miao Miao. Lin Miao Miao revealed a satisfied smile, gently pinching Qin Yu's palm and whispering in his ear, "Good performance. When we get back, I'll reward you with Hu Tao, Gan Yu, and Ningguang." Huh. Qin Yu's blood surged, and a picture of a paradise on earth appeared in his mind, almost making him raise a flag on the spot. Overjoyed, he thought, "See, this is the reward for being a dog for my wife. What's wrong with being a dog for my wife? Woof, woof, woof." Seeing the couple being affectionate, Jiang Lingyi was about to explode. She coughed heavily. "This is a public place, you too." Qin Yu is even more impatient now. "Give me what I want, and then the Jiang family can ally with me. Follow me." Jiang Lingyi turned a blind eye and directly walked towards the villa area. Upon arriving at the villa area, Qin Yu discovered it was much larger than he had imagined. Many disciples from prominent families lived here under the guise of servants. A single villa could be considered a small city. Chapter 119. Creating an auxiliary world. In the Jiang family city, various precious devices needed for creators to cultivate were available. Jiang Lingyi took Qin Yu directly into a building called Gemini Pavilion. The Gemini Pavilion is where major families nurture their disciples to create auxiliary worlds, requiring multiple rare items to construct. Lin Miao Miao whispered in Qin Yu's ear. Jiang Lingyi's small face showed a hint of pride. "My Jiang family has produced fourth-tier powerhouses, and although we have declined, we are not comparable to other small families." Everything was showcasing what true heritage meant. But Qin Yu's expression remained calm. "Can we start now?" Jiang Lingyi nodded. "Give me the core of the auxiliary world you want to create." Qin Yu thought for a moment and handed over the Cthulhu Mythos world core. Seeing the world core Qin Yu handed over, Jiang Lingyi was stunned. "This is the S-class Cthulhu Mythos?" She eagerly looked at Qin Yu. The myth that the European countries paid a huge price to protect, and no creator has ever appeared from it. "How did you get it?" She couldn't help but be shocked. Jiang family had long been paying attention to this mythological pathway because it was the most suitable for aggregation among the supreme paths. Chapter 120. Cthulhu Primitive World. Ugh. Pangu held his head in pain, his power completely collapsing, as if there were two of him fighting against each other, struggling, with his own power generating a powerful aggregation force to stop this dispersion. Good thing this is a virtual background evolution. Otherwise, the world would definitely collapse. Qin Yu secretly thought, because this evolution itself is illogical, being forcibly supported by his S-class world core and the paths of causality and time-space. A true path realm Pangu could not be affected by the dispersive force. So this belongs to the auxiliary strange tale he forcefully crafted. The future of the primitive world cannot evolve like this. Boom. During the evolution, Pangu was influenced by such strong aggregation and dispersive forces. Every part of his body was aggregating, and every part was dispersing. Therefore, he went mad. Pangu lost all rationality, turning into a mad supreme being. Boom. In the moment he went mad, Pangu split in half, becoming two beings. These two beings inherited the essence of chaos and madness from Pangu, being chaotic beings from birth, wielding tremendous power, yet fundamentally unstable. Their flesh intertwined, mixed with feathers and celestial energy, flowing with dirty liquid, like two filthy bodies writhing. Chapter 121. Strange Sealing God World. The 49 pieces of Pangu's corpse were quickly consumed by Hongjun. Hence, he publicly declared that the path was lacking one. Then, he used the corpse pieces to summon the mad heavenly Tao. 3,000 paths perfected. The success or failure of the path battle. Looking at the madly roaring heavenly Tao, composed of various severed limbs and dismembered bodies, like a flesh and blood corpse dragon, it constantly emits astonishing pollution to the heavens and the earth. It can be said to be the core of this insane world. I am Pangu, no, I am Zhongwang, I am Wuzhong, I am Qingli. I killed you. No, I killed you. I am Pangu, no, I am Pangu. The sound of the heavenly Tao is mixed with the roars of countless men and women of various creatures. Their extreme pain, viciousness, and hatred multiplied tenfold and 100-fold toward the world. This being called Hongjun took a deep breath. The mad heavenly Tao forgot that the 3,000 demons were slain by itself. Thus the memories of the demons intertwined with the heavenly Tao. They thought they killed Pangu, and thus began to attempt resurrection. But halfway through their resurrection, they were killed by Pangu's main consciousness. Over time, many half-resurrected corpses appeared hanging on the heavenly Tao. Chapter 122. The main character of the Earth, Jiangxia. P.S. This chapter slightly deviates from the main storyline, mainly involving the evolution of the strange prehistoric world. If you don't like it, you can skip directly to the last paragraph. It won't affect the continuity of the plot. Wow. The completely insane heavenly Tao began to frantically gather all the energy within the world. Hong Jun and the six saints of heaven continuously merged and dissipated, and each condensation produced 10 times more intense energy. Qin Yu's eyes widened instantly. He understood what aggregation to the Tao was. Each aggregation is a sublimation of energy. Each aggregation can become stronger based on the original foundation. The Tao of aggregation has no limits, even if it has reached the ultimate limit. Aggregation can still infinitely amplify energy through repeated dispersion. No wonder aggregation is on par with Supreme as a Tao. Supreme, as the name implies, is the true highest peak. It cannot be surpassed nor trampled upon, because the Supreme is the final answer. Any existence within the Supreme is also supreme, truly crushing everything. But aggregation is different. Aggregation refers to infinite dispersions, yet it does not vanish, and each return of aggregation becomes even stronger. This means aggregation is truly eternal and indestructible, always becoming stronger. Chapter 123. Gods that cannot be stared at. Wow. Qin Yu stepped out of the Twin Towers, and Lin Miao Miao and Jiang Ling immediately approached, their eyes wide with anticipation as they looked at Qin Yu. Has your affiliated world been completed? What stage has the strongest being reached? Still in the process of gestation. Qin Yu smiled and nodded, not revealing too much. The two women's expressions turned horrified, not daring to approach the Twin Towers, as the aura within made them feel fear and horror from the inside out. The first time a newcomer creates an affiliated world, it's terrifying to this extent. What kind of world has he created? Moreover, looking at Qin Yu's appearance, the foundation of his affiliated world is too rich. Just having been created, it can already reach the combat power equivalent to his main world. Other people's affiliated worlds are merely supplements to the main world. Qin Yu's affiliated world instantly grants him the combat power of two people, double the potential, double the talent. What are you all doing? The next moment, a rapid sound of high heels echoing from outside the Jiang family's territory mixed with furious reprimands. The imposing female figure rushed into the Twin Towers in a few steps, followed by a large group of family creators. Director Lin? Jiang Ling coldly glanced at the newcomer, her pretty face instantly covered with frost. This is a private matter of my Jiang family. Do you want to interfere as well? Chapter 124. Entering the Nuwa Tower. Gathering resources. Qin Yu had already thought of his true name for his nemesis. The ritual is to be conducted within 10 minutes of each sunset and nightfall, separating the distance of his height in the room, placing the 3 books, Investiture of the Gods, Journey to the West, and Shan Hai Jing in between. Reciting his true name and taking 4 steps backward, he could communicate with the strange world of the Investiture of the Gods. After many professors dispersed, Jiang Ling immediately ordered everyone not to approach the Twin Towers. More precisely, the area around the Twin Towers had been completely cleared. She looked at Qin Yu with a hint of horror in her eyes. Wait, when it's ready, come and take it yourself. Okay. Qin Yu nodded and walked away with Lin Miao Miao. The gestation of the strange investiture world still requires a large amount of energy. This energy must be gathered from the outside world. Otherwise, this world cannot be solidified. There is no choice. This world has been too strong since its birth. The energy required is also extremely terrifying. When Qin Yu comes again next time, it will also be a moment to continue writing Jiangshan's experiences. And he can provide him with even more variables. Jiangshan can become stronger by writing the plot, but Pangu cannot, because the world that started from chaos is too strong at the current stage. Qin Yu is not yet created to the extent that he needs to write the plot for Pangu. He must have the 3,000 demons complete before Pangu can produce variables. Chapter 125, Thousand Star World, Invincible Sword Realm. Qin Yu raised his eyebrows as he heard this prompt sound, feeling that more secrets were emerging, and the doors to the new world were opening. There are also consecutive win rewards, cross-level rewards. Isn't this just a version of World Collision? Moreover, this Daxian Myriad World's task code of conduct has never been heard of before. What does it mean to choose the remnants of the Sakura Nation world? Qin Yu asked, as this was the question he was most concerned about. Soon, The voice of Nuwa Tower turned into Jiang Ling's female voice. Although the Sakura Nation civilization has been destroyed on Blue Star, some remnants have fled to the divine domain. For many years, Sakura civilization has been conducting tasks in the myriad worlds. After the tasks are successful, the worlds they control cultivate the main character of the heavenly Tao and provide them resources. These worlds are still under their control. The Nuwa Tower can choose to place tasks in these worlds to seize their territories. Oh, Qin, you finally understood. As a creator civilization, the foundation of the Sakura Nation is not only in the Blue Star world. They have vast worlds in the myriad realms where they have executed tasks. And these worlds bear the mark of the Sakura civilization. Only by completely removing the marks of these worlds can the Sakura civilization be dealt with. Chapter 126. The Life of the Destiny Big Villain. Just as the outside world was in an uproar, Qin Yu had already entered his new world challenge. Young master, this place is the strongest sword sect in the state, the Qinghe Xianzong, all waiting for you to review. A low voice of instruction came from his ear. Qin Yu turned his head to see the strongest person sent by the Chu family standing behind him, a second-stage 7-star greatsword master. Suddenly feeling his palms slippery, he looked down to see beautiful wives and concubines around him, and he was sitting on a celestial-grade sword being carried by several strong servants. Using his hand to appreciate a beauty's soft chest. Ahead, the large Qinghe sword sect, with its master being a half-step sword king-level powerhouse, was trembling in front of him, while those self-proclaimed talents and outstanding individuals knelt on both sides of the road, not daring to make a sound. The reason was simple. He was the prince of the Chu kingdom, Chu Chang'e. The Chu family has a crushing advantage over all sects within the Chu kingdom, as if they were in the clouds. A single word can decide life and death. Is this the treatment of a playboy villain? Qin Yu smirked. Suddenly, an unharmonious shout echoed. Is the Qinghe sword sect, one of the 6 great sword sects of the Chu kingdom, really so spineless? To curry favor with the powerful, they actually push their sect's saintess into the fire pit. Chapter 127. Who dies? His plot, Qin Yu nodded, roughly understood. The task given by Lan Su was to play the role of the destined great villain. As for how to play it, Qin Yu had little clue, but bullying the protagonist was definitely villainous enough. So Qin Yu raised a finger, all eyes turned to him, and he gently twirled his finger. That woman, bring her here. The frivolous words were met with no one daring to defy. Below, Chu Feng's fists clenched tightly, his teeth gritted, blood seeping from the corners of his eyes. Looking at everyone, but no one spoke. The master of the Qinghe sword sect hurriedly stepped forward, taking the saintess's hand, with a face full of flattery. Walking towards Qin Yu's dragon carriage. This humble girl, lacking in talent, has some beauty and is willing to warm His Highness the Prince's feet. The holy master of Yintian quietly observed this scene, all the elders looking submissive, not daring to show any displeasure. The woman that His Highness the Prince desires, even if it's their own mother, must be personally offered. Being noticed by His Highness the Prince is a great blessing. The beauty stepped forward slowly, each step bringing tears. She did not dare to meet Qin Yu's gaze, but Qin Yu raised a finger to lift her chin, like a pear blossom in the rain. She was pitiful to behold, but Qin Yu's eyes showed no fluctuation, his heart equally indifferent, having grown accustomed to the beauty of his own wife in their world. The mundane products of his fantasy world were simply not worthy of his notice. Everyone saw the prince's disappointed gaze shift away, looking at the furious young man. Is it worth giving up the path of sword cultivation for such a mundane thing? Mundane. The most beautiful saintess of Qinghe in Zehezu was scorned as mundane by the prince with just a glance. Many disciples immediately cast mocking glances at Chu Feng. See, the goddess in your eyes may not even qualify to be a toilet in someone else's eyes. Chu Feng was stunned, his eyes wide open. He never expected. He had thought that Chu Yuan would humiliate him, would humiliate the senior sister, but he never imagined it would be so casually. Contempt. As he spoke, the prince's gaze seemed to suddenly recall something, becoming even more interested. Chu Feng, oh, you're the illegitimate son who dared to block my carriage, and ended up having your and your sister's legs broken by me, cast out of the imperial city, right? You said something about 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. You. Chu Feng's eyes widened in anger, the extreme fury causing him to lose his reason instantly. His life and death enemy, he had thought was targeting him, But he didn't even remember him? The master of Qinghe quickly stood up. Your Highness, this person must have been overlooked during the apprenticeship. Since your Highness looks down on our mediocre beauty, this old man truly is ashamed. Please do not blame me. The holy master of Yintian also looked at Chu Feng, secretly shaking his head. He had originally had high hopes for this young man, but he never expected him to take this step today. Now, there was no hope. Sure enough, the next moment, Qin Yu grinned wickedly and waved his hand to stop the master of Qinghe. Since that's the case, today happens to be boring. I will give you two a chance. Saying this, he extended a long finger and pointed at the Qinghe saintess. I give you two choices. 1. I will teach you and Chu Feng a top-grade secret technique, 5 million high-grade sword stones, and you two can go far away. The condition is... His narrow eyes glanced at the master of Qinghe. You must die. Qinghe sword sect. Let's change the sect master. The other option is that Chu Feng dies, and you stay by my side as a foot-warming maid, and the Qinghe sword sect will be protected by me in the future. What do you choose? Qin Yu looked at the Qinghe saintess, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief, and a wicked smile appeared on his face. Wow! Everyone was also in an uproar. Top-grade techniques. 5 million high-grade sword stones. This is enough for the two of them to cultivate to the sword sovereign realm. But the price is her father's death. The other choice is equally tempting, but Chu Feng dies. Chapter 128. Hong Jun Daozu? Just my storage bottle. 5 million high-grade sword stones. It might be enough to buy the Qinghe sword sect, a top-grade secret technique from the royal family. I heard that a loose cultivator, after countless battles, managed to snatch a copy that had fallen into the world and actually reached the sword sovereign position with low-grade qualifications. A big deal. Simply a big deal. If this opportunity were given to me, I could immediately make a choice. His Highness the Prince truly has extraordinary grace. The uproar in the arena continued, refusing to dissipate for a long time. Everyone wanted to know how the Qinghe saintess would choose. Such a big deal is unimaginable for other sects. But for His Highness the Prince, it is merely a casual gesture. No, don't. Senior Sister Qingyan, don't listen to him. Today, many sects are here. How can we let him manipulate us? Chu Feng shouted at the Qinghe saintess. As he spoke, his voice lowered, staring blankly at the beauty before him. 5 million high-grade sword stones, top-grade techniques. This is a reward he cannot reach now, yet was casually mentioned by someone else. You. The Qinghe saintess trembled all over, looking at the wicked smile on Qin Yu's face, the divine light in her eyes gradually fading. Should she choose her father who raised her, or the Chu Feng? Chapter 129, Infidélation. Qin Yu didn't take Chu Feng's revenge to heart at all. The dragon carriage rushed madly towards the imperial capital of the Chu kingdom under the acceleration of the power of the great Tao. At this moment in the Chu kingdom, the crowd was in an uproar. The orphan disciples of various sects who had survived the massacre gathered in the capital, seeking the protection of the great Chu holy emperor, and bitterly recounting the evil deeds of the fifth prince. Your Majesty, this child seeks to destroy the Chu kingdom and usurp the throne. Yes, Your Majesty, after this battle, our Chu kingdom's national strength has greatly diminished. If enemy nations attack, this child is to blame. Please, Your Majesty, be sure to restrain this child. In the resplendent hall of ascension in the imperial city, many powerful sect elders knelt below, crying uncontrollably. Above them, a middle-aged man in imperial robes, with purple eyes and white hair, exuded a powerful aura like an abyss, his eyes revealing an overwhelming dominance that had not been seen for countless ages. With a celestial sword at his waist, radiating brilliance into the heavens. Each generation of the great Chu holy emperor could ascend to the sword saint realm through luck upon taking the throne, with their own sword intent establishing a path. Each sword saint has the foundation to grow into a great path. The strength of the great Chu holy emperor is no longer something mortals can compare to. He is the peak powerhouse suppressing a nation. At this moment, the holy emperor was also filled with doubt. Chu Yuan grew up watching himself. There was even a thought of letting him raise Gu with the first prince and third prince, ultimately deciding on one person to inherit the throne. Chapter 130, Great Sage. Come out. Hee. The chaos demon ape excitedly patted its chest. It hadn't felt such a comfortable battlefield in a long time. It is a 5-tier, 3-star demon god. It is the master of the path of battle, a being born for war. Boom! The world-destroying divine rod grew in the wind, turning into a giant pillar supporting the sky, crashing into the ground, causing the Chu Kingdom's imperial city to collapse, with screams and roars echoing throughout the heavens and earth. Outside, all the powerful beings were stunned. The major sects preparing to take advantage stood frozen in place, not daring to move forward. What kind of existence is this monkey? It can actually change the laws of heaven and earth? My sword intent can't even penetrate 3 zhang in front of it. The laws of this world are on the verge of collapsing. What exactly is that rod in its hand? Why did my sword divination predict a world-destroying disaster? My goodness, what kind of existence is this prince of the Chu kingdom? The great Chu holy emperor was also stunned in the void, looking down at Qinyu. He could guarantee that there was absolutely no such sword path hidden in the royal court. What on earth has this rebellious child learned? Whoosh! In an instant, the consciousness of the chaos demon ape was taken over by Qinyu. This guy cannot be hit, otherwise the invincible sword realm will likely cease to exist. And being ejected from Yuhua Tower would mean it was a wasted trip. Chapter 131. Is this the sword god? Is his way of completing tasks really this simple and crude? Inside the academy, Jiangling watched Xinyu's crazy slaughter, already at a loss for words. Other professors were equally shocked. You should have seen how much simpler and more brutal he was last time in the divine law world. 10 times, 100 times more. The most terrifying thing is that he only has a combat power of 600 stars, yet he managed to slaughter an entire world with 1,000-star combat power. And it's the incredibly strong, invincible sword realm. What level of power is this? In a corner, only Han Tianzuan's eyes were cold, staring in an unknown direction, suddenly turning to everyone and saying, I think I understand. Qin Wang, this is forcing the world guardian of the Sakura civilization to take action. That creator of the Sakura kingdom worked hard to establish this world, managing it while hoping to produce resources, yet Qin slaughtered everything clean. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't be able to tolerate it. Everyone, be prepared. If the enemy makes any moves, support immediately. Yes, the strong of the Great Xia Academy stationed there nodded in unison. The strongest intervention committee of the academy had already been formed the moment Qinyu entered, ready to support him at any time. Chapter 132. Heavenly punishment is coming. This is also the reason why the green sword god has been hesitant to appear. A deep roar like the earth shook when she and the others, making them stagger. You, withdraw from my territory, or face death without mercy. That face did not open its mouth, but the imposing voice arose from the hearts of every living being. Almost all the creatures in the invincible sword realm were focused on this great battle. If a fight broke out today, it could very likely cause the collapse of some laws of the world. And no one knew. At a peak within the sea of world rules, 2 tall figures wrapped in robes were communicating in the Sakura language. One had light-colored long hair and a calm expression, while the other had fiery red hair and an imposing demeanor. Baka, Ishan Kun, this little second-tier creator is ruining the world of the great Sakura civilization. We should eliminate him immediately. Norus, Norus. The light-haired man said nonchalantly, my domain is not so easily breached. His fighting style will only cause him to be submerged in the ocean of living beings. Just an ignorant brute. Upon seeing the green sword god appear, the red-haired man's eyes lit up. Yoshi, I didn't expect, Ishan-kun, that you truly are the pride of the empire, having nurtured beings that can take root in the rules within your domain. Chapter 133. The battle within the fantasy world. Damn it, a newcomer dares to kill my god. Ishan Jinur could no longer contain his anger, smashing the large area of chaotic rules with a slap. Make your move. Whoosh. The two transformed from the peak of the sea of rules into a burst of white light and a burst of red light, charging straight towards Qinyu. All previous plans were thrown to the back of their minds. In this situation, sending more beings would only be delivering food to Qinyu. They had to take action themselves. Winds and clouds change. Seasons cycle. Heaven and earth repeat. In an instant, Ishanjiri used all the cards he had laid out in this world, completely surrounding Qinyu within the cage of this world's rules. 3,000 rules of this world swirled down like true dragons, shaking the heavens and earth 3 times, causing all beings to look back. This is the battle of heaven and earth. No living being can intervene any longer. Qinyu had no heart for the two's reactions. Before him was a large mass of the purest blue energy that made him ecstatic. This energy, forged by the world-destroying divine rod, was simply of super high purity, and less than 50% was leaking out. This energy is equivalent to him killing 10 sword saints. The main reason is that the destruction power of the chaos demon ape had obliterated all the rules within the green sword god, allowing most of the energy to be preserved intact. Chapter 134. Suppressing the Fire Shadow World. Luo Ho, as a being that governs the path of magic, is inherently close to the world-destroying demon god. His appearance signifies the end of all beings and worlds. At this moment, Luo Ho was more terrifyingly strong than ever before, as dozens of powerful demon gods under his command had already emerged, providing him with massive boosts, almost reaching the peak of the magic path in chaos. When he descended, the 5 great ninja villages at their peak, Konoha, Suna, Kyomo, Kiri, and Iwa, along with numerous small nations, found the entire ninja world immersed in a darkness so thick that one could not see their hand in front of their face. A darkness so dense that even Kagaya's light could not penetrate. And this was merely his silhouette. In the center of the darkness, only powerful ninjas with eye techniques and Jinchuriki could vaguely see a blurry figure, facing away from all beings, meditating with closed eyes. Clad in black robes and white clothing, he was extraordinarily handsome, with features that exuded a solemn and divine aura. Surrounding him, dozens of beings so powerful they could directly crush the rules of the Fire Shadow World stood silently, as if guarding him. Under him, he suppressed all beings in this realm. Without uttering a word, the ninjas immersed in darkness felt an unparalleled respect rising from the depths of their hearts, wishing to dedicate everything to this existence, only seeking to hear even a word from him. In the ears of the ninjas, it seemed as if the sounds of the Tao echoed, preaching the path of magic, each word and sentence seemingly explaining the deepest desires and emotions within the hearts of people, stirring the sentiments of all sentient beings. He seemed to be the liberation of everything, the true essence of life. The allure of the dark path reached its peak. After the arrival of Rohu, he did not take any action but sat still for a while, unnoticed by anyone. This third-tier Hokage world had undergone a qualitative change. The red-haired man felt strange and pondered what kind of being this newcomer was. There was a dark aura that seemed to pervade his world without any aggressive intent. Very strange. The red-haired man was on guard for a moment, observing the battle situation on Ishan Jinner's side, and with the death of Otsutsuki Yui, he had no choice but to vent his anger on Rohu in front of him. Baka, what kind of trickery is this? He waved his hand to summon all the ninjas from Konoha to charge towards Rohu, including the main character of the land, Naruto Uzumaki, who possessed the 9 tails. His main character talent was simple. In times of crisis or when his fighting spirit was ignited, he could unleash combat power that exceeded the limits of the original world, which was also one of the common main character talents in the Hokage world. In an instant, the ninjas unleashed powerful ninjutsu that shook the heavens. Shadow Kurun Technique, summoning, Kusanagi sword, water release, Shinra Tensei. It was unclear how the red-haired man had arranged the events, but many figures appeared simultaneously in Konoha. Even a blood-red light shook the world, coming from a thin boy with a side fringe. However, Rohu in the sky above the world remained unscathed, and darkness continued to engulf the entire world. The red-haired man was stunned. What was going on? His main character had been dispatched, and with Kagaya stabilizing the world and helping to amplify their combat power, how could that being not even be touched? When he focused his gaze on Konoha in his own world, his eyes instantly turned red, and he began to tremble. Chapter 135. On this day, Naruto re-enters the land of immortals. You should be dead by now, right? Naruto's eyes were blood red, and his pupils emitted dark, demonic energy as he coldly stared at Sasuke. Whoosh! A long red foxtail pierced through Sasuke's body. The Uchiha clan's Sharingan had transformed into the Rinnegan, known as the eye that controls life and death, with 6 types of chakra flowing within, almost like 6 great paths. However, in the face of Naruto's main character ability, everything was an illusion. Naruto's greatest limitation was his personality, which prevented him from fully unleashing his abilities, always hesitating. At this moment, there was no trace of hesitation on Naruto's face. The power of the 9 tails reached its peak, its size overshadowing that of a nation. And even the surrounding Hokage dared not block his might. Naruto's expression was determined, as if he had curled his lips. This is what I should be doing. This is the real me. Everything I want, I just need to take it. Meanwhile, Sasuke was busy slaughtering, his Sharingan spinning continuously, killing every Konoha member in sight. Laughing maniacally. Isn't it that you can't tolerate us, Uchiha? Chapter 136. If he cannot become the emperor, who can? Outside? The World War projected in the Invincible Sword realm showed 3 different colored orbs of light, through which one could feel boundless power crashing together like boiling water. Such a world-class battle could only be perceived clearly by high-tier creators. The beings in the Invincible Sword realm all raised their heads, the sky covered by 3-colored light, as if only these 3 colors remained in the world. Yet, in a mysterious way, all beings felt a powerful force of heavenly way clashing against each other. At that moment, a loud rumbling sound echoed, as if a world was lamenting. All beings clearly saw the sky belonging to the red-colored orb of light gradually dissipating, being devoured by the nearby bottomless black clouds. When one side of the world collapsed, even celestial beings would weep, and even the great paths would tremble. Boom, boom, boom. All beings could clearly hear the massive wails emanating from within the red orb, a sound unlike any living being, more like an aggregation of endless rules, sending chills through their bodies. The 6 rules that supported the world within the red cloud collapsed with a bang, as if food being swallowed by black clouds in a circular ring. After digestion, the black clouds swelled even more. Chapter 137. Combat power skyrockets. Directly, 6 demon gods advance to 2 stars. World combat power has surged nearly 60 stars. My total is about to reach 700 stars. Qin Yu felt ecstatic. Having killed a 3rd-tier creator, the harvest was indeed outrageous. This was his first complete kill of a 3rd tier, destroying the other party's world. And it wasn't over yet. He still had an A-grade world core in hand, which could be stored as a foundation or sold for military merit, equivalent to a massive resource. It seems that one must continuously challenge the strong. Qin Yu knew very well that his strength did not lie in quantity, but in quality. When it came to creating chaotic worlds, in terms of the number of beings, he might not even match a fraction of others. However, the quality of chaotic demon gods, one could be equivalent to tens of billions of ordinary beings. What he needed to do was not only to increase quantity, but more importantly, to continue improving quality. In the end, he only needed one being, one world, to transcend all realms. Thanks to the cultivation grace of the Taoist master, the 6 demon gods who advanced to 2 stars all showed ecstatic expressions, kneeling to thank Qin Yu. Qin Yu withdrew his thoughts and looked at them. Although these demon gods had advanced to 2 stars, they had not yet reached their peak. Chapter 138. Not of my race. Whoosh. Qin Yu stepped into the Invincible Sword realm. At this moment, all beings looked up, gazing at the existence in the sky. Qin Yu had dissipated the path of war, transforming into a pure Hongmeng Taoist, dressed in a robe as red as vermilion, with a face like jade, a gentle aura, and a smile that seemed eternal. Yet every movement seemed to resonate with the ultimate truths of all realms. In his hand, he held a white-haired youth, as if he were a dead dog. The youth's face had existed in the oldest secrets of the Invincible Sword realm. He was the true ruler of this realm, the mastermind behind the establishment of the cultivation rules of the Invincible Sword realm. He was the embodiment of world rules, with all laws at his command, controlling the universe and the world. The river of time could be severed by a thought of his, and the spatial world could collapse due to his idea. The sword gods were merely his chess pieces. The world was merely his chessboard. This was such a powerful top-tier boss that only a peak sword saint could have the opportunity to glimpse his true form. Yet now, he was being held by Qin Yu with one hand, like a dead dog, unable to breathe, even though he had already awakened. The look in his eyes when he looked at Qin Yu was filled with fear, for Ishan Jinner was sensing that his world was being destroyed bit by bit, yet he was powerless to stop it. The pain of the Tao heart was 1,000 times, 10,000 times worse than physical pain. This slow death for a creator was no less than death by 1,000 cuts. Chapter 139. S-Class Divine Object. Fantasy becomes reality. Master Daozuan, after I completely exterminated this world, not only did I obtain a world core, but I also discovered an extremely special divine object from the human world. Please take a look, Master Daozuan. Luo Ho emerged from the completely obliterated white light, followed by dozens of demon gods, causing the space of the Invincible Sword realm to collapse with a loud bang. if they hadn't restrained their own Tao principles. The invincible sword realm would have probably turned into a hell on earth in an instant. After receiving the 2 trophies handed to him by Luo Ho, Qin Yu first glanced at the world core. He found it to be only be grayed and frowned in displeasure. Fortunately, Jinsokyo is a world of 1,000 stars. After the extermination, both Luo Ho and the demon gods under him all advanced to 0 1-star combat power, causing Qin Yu's combat power in the world to soar again, rapidly approaching 800 stars. Then, Qin Yu looked at another object, which was a dreamy, hazy 9-colored light. It was crystal clear, and just by floating there, a large number of illusions appeared in the surrounding void, making it hard to distinguish between the real and the illusory. Qin Yu reached out, but this dreamlike core immediately began to boil as if it were about to explode. Suddenly, he heard the voice of Lan Su, Master Daozuan. Your desires are too great. This object cannot bear them. Chapter 140. The Heavenly Tao Merit System. Boss, they have started killing each other again, completely unaware of your good intentions. Yi Qingmei frowned with anger as she watched the swordsmen in the lower realm, who had just gained their freedom, begin killing and seizing treasures, claiming land and declaring themselves kings. Those who had been oppressed before were now becoming even more brutal oppressors. She didn't understand why. With resources already sufficient for everyone to cultivate, they couldn't coexist peacefully. At the very least, they should form the most primitive social order of public ownership. Why does everyone want to be above others, stepping on others' heads? If this continues, it will be nearly impossible for the boss to complete his mission in this world. Slaughter will never cease. I think they should all be killed and replaced with new humans. Chu Tian was even more enraged. He naturally despised evil, and, seeing that Qin Yu had done so much, yet was betrayed by the swordsman he had high hopes for, he found it unbearable. It's all the same. The usually angry Qin Yu appeared very calm, as if he had been prepared for this. Even if he killed them all, a new round of oppression would soon begin. Therefore, humanity must have order and reverence. He raised a finger, and the heavens and earth moved in response. The gods of the Nuwa Tower looked up, all wanting to know how Qin Yu would resolve this task and colonize this world. Chapter 141. The Confused Chu Feng. What on earth is going on? Upon arriving at the foot of the mountain and seeing the scene before him, Chu Feng was stunned for a moment. The bustling high-rise buildings, the cars propelled by sword energy in the streets and alleys, and traffic police swordsmen directing the flow of vehicles and pedestrians, dressed in uniforms, their long swords buzzing as they urged vehicles and pedestrians along. A few traffic police swordsmen finished their shifts, their bodies radiating a golden light of merit as they happily left. Captain, I'm taking a leave this afternoon. My mom arranged a blind date. Go ahead, you lad. Find a good girl and settle down early. Whoosh! A car slid by, splattering mud on a Chu Feng's clothes. The swordsmen in the streets and alleys went about their business. Some were going to work, others were shopping for groceries, and occasionally a few chattering voices floated by. Oh, my little Xing only scored 800 points in the Sword Academy this year. But luckily I gave a gift to the chief examiner before the exam. So there is hope for him to get into a key sword school. Is that so? How much did your family give? I can't say. We have connections. ISNT, our old Wong in the municipal hall, getting promoted to director this year. 2 middle-aged women, dressed extravagantly, hurried past with their shopping baskets, filled with rare spiritual materials that used to require killing and seizing treasures to obtain. Chapter 142. The pursuit of the 4th stage approaches. The whole place was momentarily stunned. All the professors looked back at each other, unable to hide their astonishment. Entering the Nuwa Tower for the first time and directly rushing into the 33rd level. Such a feat would surely make all the geniuses currently in the Nuwa Tower feel ashamed. And it should be noted that it had been less than a month since Qin Yu entered the Creation Academy. When everyone turned back, they found that Qin Yu had already walked away holding his wife, as if this glory had nothing to do with him. Everyone sighed inwardly again. Is Qin Yu a good man who cares for his family? The first thing he did after returning from battle was to find his wife. That definitely counts as a good man. Looking at it this way, even Lin Miao Miao, who was previously regarded as the first goddess of the great Xia, seemed somewhat unworthy of him. Many professors from prestigious families secretly lamented how they had not discovered this potential stock earlier. If they could bring him into the family, it would be worth sacrificing 10 of their family's outstanding daughters. Did you discover anything? Qin Yu quietly asked the beauty in his arms. The fragrance of the fragrant grass lingered at his nose, and a long-lost sense of joy rose in Qin Yu's heart. Having a wife to hold feels wonderful. A wife and child on a warm Kong. Just a child is missing. Chapter 143. Who comes first in the 5 elements of yin and yang? Buzz. The demon gods all raised their heads, looking toward the direction from which the sound came. In a chaotic void, with no up or down, left or right, east or west, they could only vaguely use the faint glow of the chaotic blue lotus as a reference, as 2 auras soared into the sky, intertwining in the endless chaos, complementing and conflicting with each other. Whoosh! Gradually, a figure emerged. The form of that radiance resembled boiling water and swirling fire. Upright like wood and solid like gold, dark and heavy like earth. That entity could suppress the heavens and ascend to the firmament. And its form could not be described by any words. It gradually took shape, transforming into a square-faced Taoist, clad in a colorful ragged robe that seemed to be woven by nature, as brilliant as a rainbow, with the myriad energies of the heavens circulating around him. Glaring coldly at the being before him, and shouted, "Beast, I have been born. How dare you be born again to compete with me for position?" Buzz, buzz, buzz. Before him appeared an object, the white and black, indistinguishable from the dimness, all the chaotic energies intertwined with it, transforming into black and white colors, where the black light and white light opposed each other, yet flowed and merged. After an unknown amount of time, they gradually fused into 2 vividly animated fat-headed fish, with the black and white fish chasing each other, as if a full moon disk turned with them. And the strange thing was that both fish had only one eye. The white fish had a black eye, while the black fish happened to have a large white eye. Chapter 144. The 5-element demon god, the true master of the law. The 2 approached and knelt down respectively. Qin Yu had already thought about what kind of chaotic supreme treasure he would create for the 5-element demon god. Originally an invincible artillery mage, the 5-element demon god would become truly unfathomable. Fire the cannon, blast them away. This had always been Qin Yu's long-cherished wish. This time, he managed to gather a total of 400,000 creation points, of which 300,000 Qin Yu naturally recharged for the platinum achievement. Privilege, after all. This thing is equivalent to a life. The earlier you recharge, the earlier you enjoy it. If you encounter any danger without this resurrection opportunity, that would truly be too late for regrets. With the remaining 150,000 creation points, Qin Yu exchanged for the 5 elements divine objects, a full 150,000 creation points. Among the exchanged 5 elements divine objects, there were 3 items of the 4th rank alone. Piled together, they resembled a small mountain. Qin Yu had no intention of giving chaos any face and directly used creation points to summon this chaos treasure. Wow! The sky was filled with swirling purple clouds, drawing out the divine objects and principles, dissolving them into the purple clouds. Gradually, the purple clouds became immensely swollen, as if they were naturally nurturing something within. The many demons outside watched with envy. The 5 elements demon could not help but stand up, staring intently at the purple clouds. Chapter 145. The birth of Yin and Yang. The moment Qin Yu's gaze fell on the yin-yang demon, a master of the great Tao, suddenly trembled all over, and then the black and white figure's eyes burst with intense brilliance, immediately kneeling and bowing. "Please promote me, Taoist." Seeing the terrifying power upgrade of his rival in the great Tao, he could no longer contain himself. Although the competition between the 2 had been forcibly suppressed by the Taoist, it had not been resolved at all. Both wanted to absorb the other, to become the true masters of the fundamental rules. Imagine a being who solely controls both the 5 elements and yin-yang. As long as the 5 elements and yin-yang exist, everything from chaos to the 3 talents, for symbols, 6 harmonies, 7 stars, and 8 trigrams would be within their control. All the powers of the heavens would be unable to escape their grasp. They would be able to suppress and differentiate all forces, manipulating and evolving them at will, making them a postnatal controller. Though not on par with Penga's foundation, at least they could stand on equal footing. After reaching maturity, Penga's axe could not be killed. Who wouldn't want to become such a being? Thus, the conflict between the 2 could never be resolved. The ending of their story was already determined from the moment they were born. Chapter 146. Accepting missions, grinding rewards. Qin did not look sideways, but heard the whispers of the crowd and began a plan. Indeed, based on his rate of progress, by the time the next world collision began, he would have reached the 3rd rank. How could he still participate in the world collision with the 2nd-rank creators? If he occupied resources and was beaten by other civilizations alongside his peers from the Xia Kingdom, that would be disgusting. Qin Yu thought it over and decided it was not feasible. He could not focus solely on the Nuwa Tower. He needed to put pressure on the students of foreign civilizations. He walked a few steps to the Nuwa Tower. Today, the guards outside the Nuwa Tower were the 2 little brothers of Ziyao, who had watched Qin Yu kill Ziyao. Seeing Qin Yu was like seeing a plague god. They hurriedly gathered around, their knees trembling as if they were about to kneel. W. Wang, Great Lord, why are you here? Weren't you resting at home? Are you going to challenge the Nuwa Tower again? No, I'm still organizing my strength. Qin Yu's smile was very kind, which relieved the 2 a lot. Thinking that someone like Qin Yu wouldn't hold a grudge against them. I'm here to accept a mission. Chapter 147. Majestic Great Ming, Parallel World. How many missions are there? I'll take them all. Qin Yu immediately said. Hearing this, Lin Shi showed a troubled expression. Take them all? You should know that the reason no one takes these missions is that only a maximum of 2 beings are allowed to be dispatched. In the target mission world, other civilizations' geniuses might appear. With any slight mishap, the beings you dispatched might not return, resulting in heavy losses. Hearing Lin Shi's words, the crowd around also nodded. The reason no one wanted to take such missions was precisely because of this. One cannot just go to someone else's territory and cause trouble openly. So to conceal their civilization's identity, they can only dispatch beings. Moreover, a maximum of 2 can be sent, and their strength cannot be too strong. This turns what could be a lucrative mission into a burden. Qin Yu pondered for a moment. Given the strength of the 5 elements demon and the yin-yang demon, these 2 shouldn't be beaten to death, right? Even if they were beaten before dying, they could still inflict bloodshed on the opponents. No problem. I will take all these missions. Let's start now. Qin Yu immediately summoned the 5 elements demon and the yin-yang demon. Of course, under the influence of the black mist of the Chan Huang, everyone could only see the shapes of these 2 demons, but could not sense their strength or aura. Chapter 148. The Battle of Shanhaiguan. The square was filled with roars of various sizes. What is called bullying? This is called bullying. The great Xia civilization always thought both sides could develop peacefully, but other civilizations were always thinking of uprooting the Xia kingdom. Qin Yu looked at this mission world, his gaze deep, not knowing what he was thinking, discovering that other civilizations were secretly making small moves in the parallel historical world. His anger was no less than that of the other students. But what he faced now was more important: how to handle this parallel world. What should he do to give a lighthouse nation a harsh lesson? Wow. In the majestic Great Ming world, the colorful Taoist and the black and white Taoist walked one after the other. The colorful Taoist strode confidently, while the black and white Taoist timidly followed behind, like a trinket of a law master. As soon as the 2 descended, they directly arrived at the capital of Great Ming, Beijing. Upon reaching outside the Chongwu Gate, a dozen or so martial cultivators from various sects appeared, blocking the 2 with an unfriendly aura. This is the capital. You dare to intrude without verification? What great courage! Before the words were finished, the colorful Taoist shot him a glance. The brilliance contained in that gaze split the very essence of the person's body into the 5 elements, which then rapidly spun, transforming into a constantly shifting mass of colorful energy. Chapter 149. The Western Barbarians' Army. Under the Nuwa Tower, all the students stood frozen in place, looking back at Qin Yu, only to find that he seemed unaffected by the situation. With one strike, it should be noted that Qin Yu's being destroyed a piece of the continent in that world with a single blow. That was a world with an 800-star combat power. Qin Yu felt no surprise in his heart, based on his previous experience in the divine law world. The 5 elements demon not blowing up this world was already giving face. The eyes of all the great Xia students immediately lit up. The attack of the kings being wiped out the Tartars, at least hundreds of thousands of second-rank beings. Who knows how long it will take to annihilate the creators of the Lighthouse Nation. Haha, the creators of the Lighthouse Nation are going to be dumbfounded this time. With such a powerful figure descending, who could withstand it? The situation suddenly shifted from a tense and exciting competition to a comedic tone. The reason was simple. The king was just too strong. For a being of this level, was this world a challenge? A casual strike from him could wipe out a large area. But Qin Yu was not in such a relaxed mood. Accidentally colliding with the parallel historical line that the Lighthouse Nation was creating for the Great Xia, he had no intention of letting them off so easily. Chapter 150 Gabriel. You might as well kill me. Buzz. The heavenly punishment fire, mixed with the smell of sulfur, descended from the sky, smashing the Songjiang County government to pieces, leaving only the bones of the county magistrate, which still stood there. At this moment, the local Jinui took the lead in protecting the citizens and fleeing the city, but several meteors directly smashed them to death, along with the people behind them. Boom, boom, boom. A large area of heavenly punishment fire directly destroyed all the citizens of Songjiang County. Blood flowed like rivers, and the freshly spilled blood was immediately evaporated clean. This was the first battle of Huaxia against the Western barbarians. The castle had already fallen. Lawrence nodded, looking up at the time. Good, after breaking Hangzhou, we can head to Nanjing. Thinking of this, a bloodthirsty light flashed in his eyes. Nanjing, this city was once slaughtered and conquered by the Fusang people. And in this world, this city will be conquered by me. I see, I conquer. As soon as the words fell, a middle-aged Taoist in a colorful torn Tao robe slowly stepped onto a rainbow cloud, looking at the fourth-tier Archangel Gabriel below, smiling and nodding while stroking his beard. Good, this thing's a bit tough. Whoosh! The middle-aged Taoist waved his large sleeves, unleashing waves of five-color divine energy like a divine dragon, crashing into Gabriel. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, Gabriel was about to perish on the spot. The holy light surrounding him could not block even a bit. The celestial beings in the sky could not provide him with any support. And the power of this attack had already exceeded his control range before it even began to crack. Seeing this scene, the middle-aged Taoist instantly thought it was bad. This thing was not as resistant as he thought. In an instant, he transformed the five elements' energy again, making it less aggressive and instead slowly wearing it down. But the energy released became more and more magnificent. Gabriel's eyes widened, seeing that he was about to die. To be precise, he had already died. However, the wood element power in this five-element energy forcibly revived him in the last 0.00001 seconds, and then came fire, earth, metal, and water. Just as he was about to perish again, the wood element energy arrived in time, cycling back and forth. Gabriel alternated between life and death, just like Schrodinger's cat. At this moment, he was Schrodinger's Gabriel. Before the rotation of the five-element energy ended, no one knew whether he was alive or dead. Under this constant transformation, this group of five-element energy became more and more magnificent, already covering the sky, but it did not kill Gabriel, instead tightly surrounding him, primarily just providing companionship. Gabriel, if not, you might as well kill me. Wonderful, wonderful. The five-elements Taoist clasped his hands together, feeling happy about discovering a new energy-consuming method. His problem was not that the energy was insufficient, but that there was too much energy and he didn't know how to use it. Then, just waste it however you can. Now, with Gabriel as the fulcrum, he was finally able to release some of the energy. Gabriel, counterattack, what are you doing? Lawrence was stunned. He realized that Gabriel was constantly being reborn and then constantly dying, causing his world combat power to repeatedly jump between 200 stars and 250 stars, almost like it was haunted. What's going on? As the operation of the five elements became more intense, each moment expanded at 10 times the speed, finally surpassing what Gabriel could endure. The five elements Taoist knew he had to detonate the energy, but without a suitable target, it would destroy this world, contradicting the Taoist's mandate. Just then, a shouting voice came from ahead. Mr. Lawrence, you are truly the pride of our Lighthouse United States. We rushed over as soon as we received the news of your victory. Please let us help you. Several creators rode the world and rushed over. Lawrence's eyes widened. Chapter 151, The Superiority of Lighthouse Civilization. Lawrence looked at the soon-to-explode five-element power, his fear indescribable, and with a stiff face, he waved to the group of creators. Since he could no longer transmit sound, with the five-element power filling all space, he could only open his mouth and silently shout, "Don't come." However, this phrase became inaudible under the distortion of the five-element power. Mr. Lawrence, shall we clean up the remaining yellow-skinned people? Such a large county was actually taken down by Mr. Lawrence alone. Look, what is that colorful divine light in the sky? Could it be that Mr. Lawrence has created another angel? Given the intensity of this divine light, could it be that Gabriel has already advanced to 2 stars? Several creators from the Lighthouse Nation exchanged words. A female black, a female immigrant, and a male black transgender person. The composition was quite characteristic of the Great Lighthouse Nation. Their tone extremely excited. Seeing the increasingly flourishing 5-element divine light in the sky, they thought Gabriel was advancing and hurried over to watch. The 5 elements demon god nodded with a smile. The child can be taught. He didn't even need to make any movements, just mindlessly releasing energy the whole time. Chapter 152, The Arrival of the Supreme Emperor. The cores of the 2 civilizations are different. No matter how far they go, they remain irreconcilable contradictions. The core of Huaxia's Eastern civilization is internal Taoism and external Confucianism, internal laws and external Moism, deeply rooted in the way of benevolence. Nowadays, in the age of creation, with humanity facing a great enemy, the slightest carelessness could lead to the extermination of the entire race. Huaxia still guarantees the most basic protection for the lower classes. The Lighthouse and other Western civilizations are different. The core of Western civilization is plunder, is the survival of the fittest. There is no such thing as respecting teachers and valuing paths, nor is there any culture of caring for students. There is no affection between students and teachers. Only job responsibilities. In short, everyone is just in a mutually utilitarian relationship. Usually the differences are not apparent, but at this moment, these students from Lighthouse Academy have become a batch of expendables. Nova, you're abusing your power for personal gain. I want to file a complaint against you. A student from the Lighthouse Nation shouted angrily. Your complaint has been accepted, and it will be presented to the school council in 3 working days. Nova's tone remained calm. As the national artifact of Lighthouse civilization, she naturally inherited the basic logic of the survival of the fittest. That is to always protect the interests of the strong. She calculated that allowing the 3-tier professors to obtain 2 5th-tier beings would yield far greater benefits than training these students. Chapter 153, The Ultimate Torment. Disappeared? This energy, capable of destroying a 3-tier world, just vanished? God, what kind of being is this? Terrified voices spread among the creators of the Lighthouse Nation. Everyone's faces turned pale, as if they had already seen their fate of death. They thought of countless ways to resist, but they never expected this being to adopt the simplest method, direct confrontation. The Lawmaster never backs down from a head-on fight. Under the Nuwa Tower, all the great Xia students stared blankly at Qinyu, speechless for a long time. Clap. Hanli suddenly turned his head and stared fiercely at Qinyu, then stepped forward and firmly grabbed Qinyu's arm. How did you conceive this being? Tell me. My Han family is willing to exchange 10 star domains for it. What do you want? As long as my Han family has it, we can give it to you. This being is too important for the Han family system. The Han family is based on its self-created cultivation world, and cultivators are originally the Lawmaster's path. But a Chaos 5 elements demon god of this level has never appeared before. What a mortal can compare? It's easy to imagine that if the Han family obtains the construction method of the 5 elements demon god, the family's strength will soar tenfold, as if they were using cheats. Chapter 154. The solitary Yin does not produce. Yin gives birth to Yang. There are none left. Not a single drop. The 5 elements demon god can rotate infinitely, but the Western barbarian army cannot. Their energy quickly depleted completely, and their attacks became weaker and weaker. As they saw the increasingly displeased 5 elements demon god, many creators from the Lighthouse country could not bear the pressure and directly collapsed. No, why can't we go back? This is simply an enemy we cannot resist. Wow. Soon, more and more creators collapsed. Yes, we can't even exhaust the opponent. Oh God, save me. I don't want to die. I still have a wife and children. Nova, let's go back, please. Crack. Responding to these creators were bolts of lightning. The punishment thunder in Nova's space did not cause harm, but contained the laws of pain, inflicting unimaginable torment. I'll help. These creators immediately curled up on the ground, rolling in pain, and their cries soon spread across the battlefield. The remaining creators were also terrified, desperately squeezing out their last bit of energy to launch an attack. Inside Nova's space. Yes, these students successfully helped us test the upper limit of this being. We already have a plan to deal with it. Chapter 155, Retain Program. Task completed. The Yin and Yang change the universe, only in reversal. The great mystery is within it, without beginning or end. The yin-yang demon god calmly stroked his beard and smiled. In fact, he did not revive these people, but first transformed them into yin forms through yang, producing many shadow bodies. Even if the yang body was destroyed, the yin half still existed. He then used yin to give birth to yang. And the cycle of yin and yang continued endlessly. The path of yin and yang is best at reversing changes, as long as one body remains. There is no danger of extinction. Top-tier support, living up to its name. Nova, what is going on? Quickly, annihilate these people. The Nova space erupted. The dead creators reappear before them. This was simply a horror movie of the creation god. Nova frowned as she looked at the reappeared creators and, after a long while, replied, "The annihilation order has been completed. The current existence is not the previous one, and they bear no mark of mine, making annihilation impossible." What do you mean? What do you mean by the current existence is not the previous existence? Annihilate them immediately now. The Nova space was filled with angry roars and the sound of things being smashed, highlighting the panic. Under the Nuwa Tower, Han Tianzuan was shocked. His eyes wide as he stared at Qin Yu, his tone incredulous. "How many good things are you hiding? How is this possible?" Chapter 156, Minor Issue. Don't panic. Boom, boom, boom. Intense fluctuations came from within the Nuwa Tower. Such a powerful energy explosion hadn't occurred in a long time, rebounding directly from the task world back to the Nuwa Tower. During the reconnaissance, they encountered intercepting items of the same level, and a rules battle had already occurred. The voice of the Nuwa Tower began to break intermittently. Warning: this task has unexpected human factors. The following are the judgment results. 5th tier, 3-star being. Azeroth World, Star Forging Dragon King. 5th tier, 3-star being. Paradise Myth World, Doomsday Angel. 5th tier, 3-star being. Marvel World, Cosmic Emperor. Target enemy: this is an invasion. Please evacuate immediately. Evacuate immediately. The voice of the Nuwa Tower began to be interrupted, indicating that the opponent had made sufficient preparations. Now, Qin, you could not intervene in the task world. The strong from Great Xia could not enter that world either. For a short time, they could only watch the 5 elements demon god and yin-yang demon god rely on their own strength. The opponent sent only 5th tier beings, and they had all advanced to 3 stars. This is definitely the strength of high-tier creators. Chapter 157, Slapping A.O. Xing's Face. War Angel, the light of the Lighthouse Country's mythological creator. This being actually appeared, and it was aimed at the kings. Many were shocked. It's known that this War Angel's ability excels in group attacks, capable of creating endless war minions with a wave of her hand, crushing beings of the same tier. This battle will be a battle of high-tier beings, and one of the most magnificent battles in the Creator War. Both sides couldn't help but feel their blood boiling. Deep in the world as principles. In the last position, a presence was hidden. The Cosmic Emperor did not show up, but was skilled in support, waiting to deliver a fatal blow to the opponent. Many enemies appeared, and the 5 elements Taoist couldn't help but nod secretly. Only in this way can I loosen my bones. Qin Yu also nodded. This was also his first time fighting against 5th tier beings from other creators, not knowing what surprises the opponent could bring him. Suddenly, waves mixed with various principles poured down from the firmament. Whoosh whoosh. They came crashing down towards the 5 elements demon god. A.O. Xing's attack was also formidable. Numerous principles within him had nearly fused into a substantial path. When the day of true fusion arrives, it will give birth to the path of A.O. Xing, which truly belongs to him. And after nearly reaching Qin Yu's demon god as proof path, he would leap into a 6th tier being. Chapter 158, War Angel. Using the realm as a formation. Whoosh. The void opened like a war machine made of steel. The angel roared and spread its steel wings. The sharpest principles directly tore through the sky, creating many breaches in the sea of rules. Under those wings, 2 dark doors opened like factories, and numerous 4th tier small war angels flew out, with their numbers increasing, gathering in the sky like a cloud of slaughter. This war angel was a special existence created by mythological creators, combining technological creation routes, successfully elevating her to the 5th tier. Her characteristic is to continuously produce troops with 1 tier lower than her. Even more perverse, she could not only collect parts of fallen troops, but also create new troops on site, and she had a unique attribute. The more troops that died, the faster she could create new ones. Whoosh! In an instant, Dozens of fourth-order angels surged towards the five elements Taoist, their bodies forged from steel, enhanced by the golden path and various heavenly blessings, resembling blades from heaven. However, try to overwhelm the five elements Taoist with sheer numbers was unlikely. The five elements Taoist unleashed a strike filled with the power of the five elements, instantly shattering all these troops. Chapter 159. The five elements certify the Tao. Yin and Yang emerge. The scattered items from Otan were worth tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of creation points each. This was no small fortune for a civilization, and one could say it was all his capital. He went all in. Wow. Items containing dozens of special Tao principles directly locked the five elements Taoist, diminishing energy, weakening fate, and damaging the Tao principles. Although the chaotic demon god's physique rendered most items ineffective, they quickly dissipated after just a few minutes. However, a few items worth over 100,000 would at least take effect for 2 hours. Time freeze. Every 5 minutes, 1 minute of time will be stolen. Space limitation. The space moved within 1 minute cannot exceed 500 meters. Energy weakening. Each time energy is released, overall energy is weakened by 1. The five elements demon god immediately sensed something was off. This was not normal. Under the Nuwa Tower, Han Li was about to act. The Lighthouse Kingdom has used items. Are they still not ashamed? But Qin Yu stopped him. Coldly laughing, he said, if the items were really useful, why bother creating a world? Everyone should just hoard items. Battles among creators can only rely on true realms. These superficial things are useless. Chapter 160. I raised the banner for the king. Many professors stood still, especially those who had pre-ordered the 3 high-level beings, were ecstatic, jumping up and down. They've hit the jackpot. They've hit the jackpot. I finally have hope of breaking through to the 4th order. Following the king means there's meat to eat. A professor, usually dignified and respected, suddenly shouted, I raised the banner for the king. This left many students looking at each other in confusion. Is this still the usually serious professors? These few were limited by the world's qualifications and couldn't give birth to high-level beings, which is why they were stuck at the 3rd order. Qin Yu's actions were equivalent to giving them a future. Several professors, whose Tao hearts had long been dusty, suddenly shone with brilliance, filled with fighting spirit, as if they had become young again. The remaining professors were deeply regretful. How could they doubt the king? How could they doubt such a peerless genius who could have crushed them in their youth? 4 true geniuses. Is there anything they cannot achieve? Regret for not having the courage back then. What a rare opportunity to obtain high-level beings. Just like that slipped from their hands. How frustrating. In an instant, many students looked at each other, rushing to comfort their mentors, fearing that the other might get angry. Chapter 161. Branching out and sowing the 10,000 realms. Lan Su, I thought you were gone. Qin Yu jumped in surprise, but quickly calmed down. Let me say it again, don't pretend to be a system. If you're going to pretend, at least pretend to be a rewarding system with sign-in bonuses. The task system is an outdated web novel trope from 10 years ago. Master Tao, I need to accumulate more karma to gain the abilities of the myriad world system. Oh, Qin Yu pondered. Could Lan Su really gain the abilities of the system after promotion? No, the supreme demon god should be above the system, creating the system. How can I help you quickly accumulate karma? Qin Yu asked. He felt he couldn't be biased. Lan Su should also have growth, as the potential of the karma demon god is immense. Very simple. Lan Su's voice was mixed with a hint of joy. As her master finally thought of her, I discovered that recently in the myriad worlds, there's a system called branching out. As long as you sow your essence in every world, each world will give birth to your offspring, and I can quickly reap karma to grow. Branching out? Qin Yu was taken aback, his expression darkening. Does that mean I have to leave seeds in every world? Chapter 162. The number 1 historical world. The divine realm of 10,000 dynasties. With Qin Yu and Han Li jointly interrogating, Joel naturally spilled everything he knew like beans from a bamboo tube. That day, I received orders to deliver a document to the central office, and just as I was about to leave after delivering it, a mass of energy-formed documents suddenly caught my attention, and I glanced at it. Joel said timidly, then pointed. He directly projected his memories from that day. Wow. Qin Yu and Han Li looked straight ahead, clearly seeing in the memory. The energy displayed an altar covered with ancient divine sacrificial offerings. On the altar, dozens of grotesque humanoids were bound at their limbs, seemingly engaged in some cruel sacrifice. The grotesque, twisted, and terrifying aura sent chills down one's spine. Li Guahao, Lin Jiejia, Wang Xiao. These are all people from our academy. As soon as the image appeared, the surrounding students immediately exclaimed, staring at those humanoids, shouting in anger. They were actually sacrificing our Daxia as creators. Unforgivable. Han Tianzuan's expression also darkened immediately, exchanging glances with Qin Yu. Chapter 163, Farewell. Kai Tiankuan smiled awkwardly. Boss, I have no combat power. He has shrunk back. Kai Tiankuan knew very well that he was not someone who fought. If he hadn't been chosen as a creator, he would still be a homebody playing with figurines. Qin Yu pondered for a moment. Your strength is indeed the weakest. Stay by my side. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. Kai Tiankuan immediately knelt down in gratitude, hugging Qin Yu's thigh. Being treated so well left him at a loss for words. He felt that in this lifetime, he truly belonged to Qin Yu. The others nearby had no objections, only feeling deeply moved. Following a boss like Qin Yu was truly a blessing from 3 lifetimes. Qin Yu did not abandon any member, and they believed that even if they were the weakest, Qin Yu would take care of them. This made everyone more determined not to disappoint Qin Yu. Joel watched with tears in his eyes. Where could one find such a good boss? Regret not being born a Daxiao person. Then it's settled. Everyone go, improve your strength. Qin Yu waved his hand, disbanding them. Meanwhile, no one noticed a smiling figure slowly turning away in the distance, walking forward. Chapter 164, The Crazy Fate. Wife, let me explain. After a long explanation and nearly draining his essence, Qin Yu finally calmed his wife's emotions. She glared fiercely at Lan Su and said, Speak up. What happened? Lan Su quickly stopped covering her mouth and laughing, turned around a bow, and said, Reporting to the esteemed Taoist, several bound avatars seem to have transcended the world I set for them and entered the sea of 10,000 realms. Transcended? Qin Yu exclaimed. Damn, they messed up the original world in such a short time? Yes, several avatars have already been promoted to second-tier beings. A first-tier world is no longer sufficient for them to branch out. Are they really that productive? Qin Yu rubbed his forehead. Oomph. The fields at home haven't even been harvested, and you've grown crops in the wild. Reflect properly on whether this is a problem of mindset. Lin Miao Miao raised her adorable little fist, glaring angrily at Qin Yu. I'm working hard. The key is that the difficulty of a creator giving birth is not on the same level as an ordinary person. You still have the nerve to say that. Look at your peers who are also creators. Several of them are already holding babies. Chapter 165, Jiangxia descends a mountain. To become a true immortal, one must endure 108,000 great tribulations, each great tribulation consisting of 108,000 middle tribulations, and each middle tribulation contains 108,000 small tribulations. Ethereal and elusive, the immortal title fluttered in the majestic palace temples. In the center, outside a hall named Yushu Palace, Jiangxia walked slowly along the path, lowering his gaze to quietly observe the lower part of the jade ring that continuously spat out insects. Those insects were true immortals undergoing tribulation, and also the most brutal punishment of Yushu Palace. He stood high above, untouched by dust, with an immortal aura, as cold and hard as a precious jade, seemingly having merged into this immortal realm. Yet, unbeknownst to him, this white, jade-like palace, clean as an immortal realm, made him feel more nauseous than the blood-soaked cave from 30 years ago. Because for the past 30 years, he had witnessed how his master had devoured him step by step into this state. Is this immortality? But the experiences of these 30 years forced him to believe that this was indeed the immortal paradise that mortals yearned for. On the day he officially apprenticed to the primordial lord, his master personally showed him that the dojo he was in was fake. His mother, the Jiang clan, were all fake. Chapter 166. The madman is killing. This madman is truly getting worse. The chief of the Wang clan felt sorry for him and specially let him out. Unexpectedly, he has gone madder. A madman is just a madman. Inside the Jiang clan tribe, everyone was watching the strange scene on the village path. A filthy and rotting boy exuded a foul smell, having been imprisoned for years, causing his body to rot extensively. He rode a lazy and shameless mother dog. Swaggering through the village road, the boy frowned tightly, seemingly lost in thought, talking to the air. You say that Shangtang's luck has run out. and that it was the Zhou tribe's king Wu who raised an army to overthrow Zhou? What does that mean? Do I need to fish him out with a direct hook? Stop pretending with me. Do you believe I can slay you with a sword? The onlookers shook their heads at his appearance. He used to just hit people, but now he was babbling about cultivating immortality, Dazhou, and overthrowing Zhou. Who knows where this madman heard that from? With the king Zhou far away 1,000 miles. My son, a middle-aged woman, not very old but full of sorrow, chased after the boy, crying out with a voice that could break the heart. The boy coldly glanced back at the woman and continued talking to the lazy mother dog beneath him. Chapter 167. Mother, I really can't tell. In the blink of an eye, the Jiang clan was already in dire straits. Nearly 1,000 people from the large clan had been slaughtered, leaving only a few survivors. The ground was desolate, with landslides and collapsed buildings precisely crushing half of the people inside the rooms, while those working in the fields were swallowed by the mudslides triggered by the landslides. As far as the eye could see, it was desolation, with only endless yellow sand remaining. The once arrogant creature now lay obediently like a beautiful dog, shrinking under Jiang Ziya's legs, not daring to move. This madman who could turn fantasies into reality, combined with the two supreme, innate spiritual treasures granted by the primordial lord, who would dare to provoke him? It is likely that he could walk sideways in this mortal realm. Demon, still daring to be reckless with me. Jiang Ziya's lips curled into a cold smile. After a series of inhumane experiences in Yushu Palace, he no longer had any sympathy for these strange beings, as they were merely food for his growth. He was no longer the naive young Jiang Ziya of the past. He was a disciple of the 6 saints of the heavens, the primordial lord, an immortal who had cultivated in Yushu Palace for 30 years and had slain countless evil beings. You madman! The only surviving elder looked at the terrifying disaster before him, and the madman who rampaged through it without any injuries, trembling all over. Chapter 168. Directly challenging the strongest. Since it was discovered that Jiang Ziya could produce the power to turn fantasies into reality, Qin Yu was no longer anxious. This kid was simply a golden leek. The longer he harvested, the more he earned. As for the subordinate world, he could take his time to build it. He had all the time in the world. With a wave, Qin Yu gently waved his hand, and the rich dream blue power entangled around Jiang Ziya was immediately cut down significantly. This time, the illusionary power Qin Yu harvested from Jiang Ziya was 3 times more than what he originally invested. The ball of illusionary power in his hand suddenly grew significantly. If the previous amount was equivalent to 300,000 creation points, then this ball of illusionary power was at least equivalent to 350,000 creation points. To put it bluntly, even usury couldn't earn like this. The energy that could conjure anything was certainly not just wasted on imagining creation points. If something crucial was conjured at a critical moment, it could save a life. There was nothing more of a trump card than this. Wham! Qin Yu infused all the energy he obtained this time into the twin realms, and the overwhelming energy immediately made the originally ethereal and bizarre world of Goddess Sealing materialize, and numerous indescribable beings suddenly appeared in the real world. Chapter 169. The Great Human Path, Divine Han Saint Tang. The Nuwa Tower clearly paused for a moment again, but due to the rules, it had already recorded Qin Yu's military achievements and could not be returned. After a long while, it spat out a sentence. The task world, Myriad Morning Divine Realm, has been selected. No, terminated immediately. Just then a roar echoed. Everyone turned their heads to see Han Tianzuan's figure rushing towards Qin Yu like a dark curtain, his tone filled with despair. Are you kidding? I just went back to cultivate for half a day, and you're stirring up trouble again? Your current strength is too dangerous to go to such a world. Nuwa Tower. Use my highest authority to cancel. Cancel immediately. Yes. Qin Yu nodded and grinned. If you want to challenge a stronger world and gain more rewards, you can choose a slightly weaker world. I can provide you with world information. Han Tianzuan paused and said again, clearly trying to stop Qin Yu from going to the Myriad Morning Divine Realm right now. But he also didn't want to forcibly go against Qin Yu's wishes. Qin Yu pondered for a moment and calmly said, I think you may have a slight misunderstanding. My purpose of going to the 10,000 Dawn Divine Realm is not for gains. More importantly, Chapter 170. Those who are not of my kind must have different hearts. This introduction is quite domineering, right? So many ruthless characters have emerged. Are all the emperors and generals in history present? Qin Yu read with great interest. while the members of the small team beside him were astonished, trembling in fear. Just one random being might be above the fourth tier. In such a world, they could only cautiously train. The world that appeared before them was a vast, endless island, each island covering an area comparable to a continent on Earth. Some islands were connected by land, while others could only be accessed by sea. Almost every island was occupied by a different grand dynasty. These dynasties were categorized into imperial dynasties, royal dynasties, kingdoms, principalities, and countships based on their rank. The size of the islands also varied, leading to different strengths and populations. However, almost every country on these islands could find its prototype in history. The Western Byzantine Empire, the Roman Empire, the ancient Greek kingdom, the ancient Arab Empire in the desert, the Egyptian Pharaoh Empire, the Assyrian Empire, and the 7 great imperial dynasties of Huaxia: Yaoqing, Wuming, Min, Daosong, Shengtang, Shunhan, and Xianqin. Just from a perspective of rules, Qin understood why Westerners were so eager to engage in small tricks. Chapter 171. Welcoming the return of the 10,000 Dawn Divine Emperor. No wonder the creation civilizations have existed for so long without any civilization's creator completing the task of the 10,000 Dawn Divine Realm. At best, they only pushed a bit of historical progress and reaped some benefits, because this task is fundamentally impossible to complete. The first stage task is currently the most likely to be completed, but it requires the destruction of the Yuan and Qing barbarian dynasties, which are empires with many high-tier beings, not to mention that the divine emperors of the 2 dynasties are both peak 6-tier powerful beings. It cannot be done alone. One can only go with the flow. The second stage task requires the destruction of all civilizations outside of Huaxia. One can imagine how many wars it would entail. As for the third stage, welcoming the arrival of the 10,000 Dawn Emperors, a 10,000 Dawn Emperor who can suppress all ancient emperors of Huaxia. How could there be such a stunning figure in Huaxia's history? Who could he be? This question arose in everyone's mind. Immediately, a name popped into everyone's head, and their eyes filled with an intense red light. It's him, the Huaxia Emperor who can suppress all ancient emperors of Huaxia. Who else could it be? Instantly, everyone couldn't help but feel excited, the crimson light deep within their bloodlines flashing wildly. If the final task of the 10,000 Dawn Divine Realm could truly welcome the arrival of that sage, all the people of the Great Xia would wholeheartedly devote all their strength. Chapter 172. The Catastrophe of Saitama. The countdown from Lan Su had just ended. Boom! A shockwave that shook the universe erupted from the world's sea, with waves nearly shattering the void, revealing large areas of broken traces within. The teleportation portal of the Nuwa Tower was instantly shattered, and even the notification sound disappeared. Qin could only hear a buzzing in his ears. Even his physical body couldn't withstand such a powerful wave of energy. Quick, reincarnate. Hurry, enter the 10,000 Dawn Divine Realm. He was limited by the rules. Lan Su's voice came through halfway before being completely obliterated by the wave of power. This wave contained no great principles, no familiar energies, only raw power. The intensity of this power exceeded everything Qin Yu had ever encountered. It was the ultimate force. Qin Yu turned to look, and in the torn world sea ahead, several task worlds were affected and obliterated. Although the 10,000 Dawn Divine Realm did not collapse, it was also swaying, unable to withstand that existence. Amidst the endless dust, a figure of a youth clad in a white cloak and bright yellow battle attire, with only red gloves on his fists, gently floated in the center of the wave, his smooth head shining brightly, his calm eyes gazing at Qin Yu. Chapter 173. Turning the tables to extort you. The current situation was that Saitama did not want to be blown up, and Qin Yu did not want to die. Saitama could not kill Qin Yu for the time being, and Qin Yu could not do anything to Saitama, and moreover, Qin Yu didn't want to enter the 10,000 Dawn Divine Realm so soon. So they were stuck. Hey, that kid, why are you asking so many questions? Do you want to get free information from me? Saitama raised a hint of suspicion. He had never met anyone as bold as Qin Yu. In a life-and-death situation, he still dared to chat with him. No, Qin Yu smiled, suddenly showcasing a burst of the power of turning dreams into reality. I just suddenly realized that I actually have quite a lot of good things. Looking at the power of turning dreams into reality, Saitama's expression suddenly changed. You're only at the 2nd tier. Where did you get so many top-tier materials? Who exactly are you? With this, as long as Qin Yu was willing to spend Conjuring two world-destroying giant mills to blow him up would not just injure him. It would be fatal. Saitama suddenly realized he had underestimated the kid in front of him. If that punch just now had been thrown without thinking, he might have already perished on the spot. To kill a mere second-tier being at the cost of his life, Saitama was not foolish enough to do that, at least not until he had protective items. Chapter 174. Chancellor, I will come to support the Han Dynasty. Student, Qinyu, hello. Due to force majeure, the Nuwa Tower has lost connection. Could you explain the reason? It was only when he entered the 10,000 Dawn Divine Realm that the voice of the Nuwa Tower reached Qinyu's ears, having reacquired his coordinates. What a broken national treasure, losing connection at the slightest issue. It's nothing. Qinyu angrily pointed at the sky and cursed. If it weren't for his cleverness and many trump cards, he would have been done for just now. At a critical moment, the Nuwa Tower actually disconnected. Dear Divine-level student, there are flaws in the service of the Nuwa Tower. Please forgive us. To Qinyu's surprise, the Nuwa Tower actually apologized humbly. Please report the difficulties you encountered. Divine-level student? When did I get such privileges? Qinyu raised an eyebrow, clearly aware that his identity was completely different from when he first entered the academy. He still vividly remembered the arrogance of the Nuwa Tower when he enrolled. You're the first to skip grades and levels, and the first to enter the 33rd floor of the Nuwa Tower. Of course, you are qualified to obtain divine-level privileges. Oh, I see. Qinyu nodded and briefly explained the incident of being ambushed. Zeng. As soon as he finished speaking, a shocking female voice cut in. Qinyu, you were ambushed by a fourth-tier being. Do you want me to report it immediately? Chapter 175. He who acquires me can acquire the world. Before him was an increasingly complex Han Dynasty palace, and Qinyu could not understand the characters around him. They were all ancient seals from the Eastern Han period. But it was clear he was inside a palace, likely the palace of the Shu Kingdom. Famous ministers like Zhuge Liang would surely be discussing matters in the main hall. So Qinyu rushed directly toward the core of the palace. Who? Two heavily armored, spear-wielding guards suddenly blocked Qinyu's path, but he gently pushed them away with a wave of his hand, sending them flying. However, Qinyu was shocked. These two minor guards were actually third-tier powerhouses. In the outside world, they could probably serve as main battle beings for some creators. The strength of the Wanzhou Divine Realm was indeed extraordinary, truly deserving of being the strongest historical world. Who dares to trespass the palace? Loud shouts echoed as the palace quickly filled with people. Alone, Qinyu maneuvered through the encirclement, and wherever he went, the guards were sent crashing away as if his strength was dancing. Bold! A furious shout rang out. Among the crowd, a fierce general resembling a bear stood tall at 5 zhang, resembling a small mountain, wielding two large axes, staring angrily at Qinyu. His entire body exuding a thick aura of power that gathered into overwhelming killing intent, far more intense than that within the Creation Academy, reflecting the countless lives he had taken. Chapter 176. Extremely short and weak. Qinyu, excited, grabbed Liu Bei's hand. My lord, listen to me. As long as you follow my strategy, within a year, our Yin Han will surely conquer the world. At that time, I will personally help you capture the traitor Chao A-Man alive, and then burn his Copper Sparrow Terrace. As for the beauties within, we could divide them 7-3. I'm young and strong, so it's only right for me to share this burden with you. Upon hearing this, the man in royal robes turned pale with anger. What did you say? Copper Sparrow Terrace. Qinyu was extremely excited. Wherever beauties gather, what hero wouldn't love it? Do you really like the Copper Sparrow Terrace that much? That Chao A-Man has gathered a bunch of married women, yet he's too small and weak to enjoy them, letting the beauties age in vain. I am truly anxious. Qinyu didn't notice that the expression of the man in royal robes had changed from black to purple, quickly turning a pig liver color. You. Many ministers and generals nearby stared at Qinyu in shock, their eyes wide open, as if they were written with the words shocking my mother for an entire year. Qinyu felt something was off and turned to the scholar beside him. Prime Minister Zhuge, what do you think of my strategy? Chapter 177. Chao Wei's general for the Northern Campaign. Qinyu suddenly became excited. He hadn't expected that just by showing a little, he would catch old Chao's favor. It made sense. The famous Chao boss was a real historical figure. So how could he hold a grudge against a young man just for a few short comments? Remember when Guan Yu passed 5 passes and cut 6 generals? Chao boss was generous enough to let him go. This man truly understood how to appreciate talent. However, this left Qinyu a bit conflicted. Having been reincarnated as Guojia's son, with the bond between Guojia and Chao Boss, he would definitely be treated differently. Now, he was directly given a golden achievement. If he went to other nations, he might not easily gain humanitarian power and fame. But staying in Wei was contrary to his ideal of supporting the Han dynasty. Hesitating, Qin Yu stopped and sighed. What does King Wei have to say? Seeing Qin Yu stop, Cao Cao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He was almost about to let a talent who could influence the future of the three kingdoms slip away. Cao Cao smiled lightly. Your father and I have been friends for a lifetime, and I have always refrained from letting you participate in state affairs, partly out of concern for your weak health. Now it seems I was indeed too harsh on you. As long as you are willing to stay, I guarantee no past grievances will be held against you, and I will grant you the position of Zhongshu Sima. Chapter 178. Commanding the Empire. Sima Yi submits. My Sima family is also a prominent clan in Hushi County. How dare you insult me like this? Sima Yi shouted to the sky in anger. Even the most patient person would be stunned by Qin Yu's words to call him father, and anger surged within him, turning to malice. Not satisfied, Qin Yu narrowed his eyes, raising the world-destroying divine staff high. With your Sima family's sins that led to the downfall of China for 500 years. You must atone for it for 10,000 years. Crack! A heavy blow landed on his backside, and the great Emperor of Jin fell to the ground with a thud, glaring at Qin Yu with wide eyes. You! How dare you? Sima Yi's strength in Wei was only just entering the 5th tier, merely considered an average minister. But he was absolutely not on par with the founding emperors of the major dynasties. Ultimately, whether in martial arts or literary achievements, he could only be considered a second-tier figure in history, and the humanitarian power he could gather was quite limited. He managed to deceive Chao Shuang to seize power in Wei by betraying the oath of Luo Shui, imitating the founding Emperor Li Shiwu of the Eastern Han, who swore not to kill Chao Shuang. Yet once Chao Shuang surrendered, he killed his entire family. But that was the Yellow River. That was the oath of Luo Shui, which was more important to the Han people than life itself. Because the Sima family betrayed the oath of Luo Shui, it led to successive emperors being betrayed and murdered. And the Han dynasty's system, which Xiao Qiao painstakingly maintained throughout his life, was torn apart in such decline, leaving 9 out of 10 homes empty due to the incursions of the 5 barbarians. Chapter 179. Northern Expedition. Northern Expedition. Good. Qin Yu smiled at the generals of Chao Wei. Since we are all generals in the same court, it is time for me to select a few great generals for the Northern Expedition. Cao Cao and Sun Yu had already returned to the palace to discuss important matters. The remaining generals looked at Qin Yu with a hint of expectation. The Northern Expedition. As long as there was a battle, there would be military merit. Which general wouldn't want military merit? Qin Yu was able to quickly enter the Chao Wei court. One reason was his identity as the son of the genius Guojia, raised by Cao Cao like his own son since childhood. The second reason was his strength. Being able to compete with so many people in the Chao Wei court proved he was strong enough. Commander of the Central Army, Dian Wei. Qin Yu immediately named Cao Cao's guard captain. The reason was simple. This guy was just too famous. In his previous life, Qin Yu used him in every match. Just one word, bold. Dian Wei immediately became excited. His 5 zhang tall frame, combined with his heavy armor, made him run like an earthquake. Charging in front of Qin Yu and saying, "Nephew, uncle finally didn't raise you in vain. You've made progress and haven't forgotten your uncle." As Cao Cao's personal guard, although he held a high position, he hadn't had a chance to fight. After all, Cao Cao didn't always need to fight personally. Today, he finally saw his chance. These old veterans of Chao Wei had always taken care of Guo Yi. After all, the first military strategist of Chao Wei was Guojia, who had led them to victory in the Battle of Guandu. Chapter 180. One life equals 10,000 lives. Boom. All the tiger and leopard cavalry were enveloped in thick black mist, their eyes turning crimson, suddenly leaping onto their horses, their bodies swelling tenfold, transforming into dark crimson. Overwhelming killing intent, demonized tiger and leopard cavalry. The demonized horses neighed, with killing intent, evil energy, demonic energy, and malevolent aura soaring into the sky, leaving no grass to grow in their wake. Surrounding them were 6 circles of cyclical power, representing the paths of heaven, man, Asura, Rakshasa, humanity, earth, and ghosts. Each cycle of power allowed them to be reborn once and gained different enhancements upon rebirth. Above their heads was a brightly colored seven-colored fish, occasionally showering them with energy. Fortune, momentum, and energy. Among the three, energy was the most subtle, yet it could provide support at critical moments in battle, ensuring victory in every fight. The chaotic demon-apes battle intent allowed them to see through the divine, lift mountains with their arms, soar into the air with their feet, regenerate muscles infinitely, and possess bones as strong as gold and jade. Various combat skills were directly instilled into their muscle memory, turning them into living war machines. Damn! Qin Yu widened his eyes and could only exclaim in shock. He never expected that the tiger leopard riders, with the casual blessings from many demon gods, could become so powerful. Chapter 181. Contending for the Dragon. Human Path Golden Dragon. Qin Yu looked at the small golden dragon floating and circling above his head, and his first impression was that it was small, way too small. Compared to Cao Cao's black dragon, it seemed like a newborn. However, considering that Cao Cao had already defeated Yuan Shao, Dong Zhuo, and other warlords to reach this point, it was somewhat reasonable. But it was frustrating. My dragon. How can it be small? I want to use it to pierce through heaven and earth. The natural desire for conquest in human males exploded tenfold after obtaining this golden dragon. Ultimately, Qin Yu is still of human descent. The civilization of the human path era was his foundation. He was not the creator of some egg-laying wet species. In the flourishing era of humanity, it naturally allowed Qin Yu to grow. But after obtaining this human path golden dragon, his competitors were no longer some creators. His biggest rivals were all the emperors of humanity. Qin Huang, Han Wu, the Roman eagle, the Egyptian emperor, the Snow Empress. Every emperor and noble born from human civilization became Qin Yu's competitors from this moment on. This was the ultimate challenge that the sea of civilization posed to humanity as a creative race. For the nature of humanity is to compete and kill. All the vast historical records of the human path merely tell a four-character story. Chapter 182. Undercurrents, eternal blazing sun. At the same time, in the divine realm of 10,000 dynasties, the Wu Yu Kingdom. The Wu Yu Kingdom was born in the late Tang and early Song dynasties and was the last surviving state from the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms. The ruler Qian Lu's saying, "The flowers bloom on the path. We can slowly return," has been passed down through the ages. In the capital of Wu Yu, Jinling, a graceful woman dressed in a flowery long gown looked with great interest at the historical scenery around her, her eyes filled with anticipation as she occasionally twirled her hair. Exuding charm. Whoosh. Unbeknownst to her, a bald boy in a red cloak slowly hovered beside her. The king is dead? The woman stopped, her tone impatient. 4th tier killing a 2nd tier. In a place with no support from the Nuwa Tower. What suspense could there be? Saitama paused, a wave of unbearable memories surfacing in his mind as he gently shook his head. No. Huh. Lin, she frowned. Did Qin Huang make a move? No. That is, her pupils suddenly dilated. No, it can't be. Saitama killed a mere 2nd-tier Qin Yu, and he was fully prepared. Yet he failed? The shock and astonishment instantly darkened her expression. How is this possible? He couldn't even withstand one of your strikes. He indeed couldn't withstand it, but this kid. Chapter 183. Northern Expedition. No land north of Huaxia is unconquerable. Boss, we've already infiltrated the interiors of various divine dynasties. On Qin Yu's side, as he galloped across the grasslands, annihilating one barbarian nation after another, reports from his team members continued to reach his ears. Boss, I've become a lord of the Tang dynasty, a subordinate of Cheng Yaojin. Boss, I must say the master of the Dao Song is truly beautiful. This poor monk can't take it anymore. Boss, I've entered the immortal Qin Mo family, establishing the heavenly craft department that merges immortality and technology with your teachings. I'm a king, boss. Our squad has landed in the Ming dynasty during Zhu Qixin's era. This guy insists on leading troops to fight the Mongols alone. What should we do? This is heading for total annihilation. Qin Yu quietly listened to his teammates' reports. Watching a tiger leopard rider bring several high-ranking Xianbei nobles and a chieftain into the military tent, kneeling before him, each one with a round body and terrified. Fat faces trembling as they looked at him. Atiyan, while mixing in the holy tang, remember to increase Li Shimin's favorability. His historical status is too high. Truly a legendary emperor. While replying to his teammates, Qin Yu walked up to the Xianbei nobles and chieftain. When she shut up. Chapter 184. The king of Wei and I are like father and son, beauties of the western regions. Human slayer, achievement. 50 chance to cause enemy troops to collapse. Qin Yu looked at this introduction, deep in thought. This means I have to completely exterminate 10 races to match the level of Bai Qi's human slaying standard. But that is only part of Bai Qi's abilities. He also has titles like Killing God, Demon Slayer, and Invincible. Bai Qi, a timeless general of that level, holds a very high status in the human path. Moreover, I must destroy a major power to count as a nation extermination. Smaller countries don't even grant achievements. Truly, it's very difficult to max out this achievement. As he pondered, the army gradually moved westward, and the scenery before him changed from vast grasslands with cattle and sheep to endless yellow sands and the soaring desert. The central military tent stood prominently, while to the west and northwest, other armies arrived to provide protection, and numerous caravans riding camels appeared in sight. Qin Yu discovered that even the wild snakes and fierce beasts in the divine realm of 10,000 dynasties were only second tier in strength. If they were in his world, they could easily kill the 12 main gods of Reno. It's worth noting that the Reno who ambushed him was also a second-tier creator. In the human path era, it was terrifying. The difficulty of the divine realm of 10,000 dynasties was simply an unbeatable nightmare for second-tier creators. Aside from himself, if another second tier came, they might not even be able to clear the wild monsters. The difficulty that the sea of civilization posed to humanity was truly too high. No wonder even Han Li felt despair in his youth. Chapter 185. From Sun Zizhong to Ping Chun and Song. Lan Su, your ability is terrifying. Several days later, in the military tent, Qin Yu looked at the slightly protruding belly of the Queen of Kucha, speechless as he gazed at Lan Su. Did my avatar really hit the jackpot on the first try? Master, it's not just my ability. Your seed is also very strong. Lan Su respectfully said, her eyes filled with excitement. Originally, at my current level, I couldn't sow offspring in the divine realm of 10,000 dynasties. Now, with your personal help, threads of causality have begun to take shape. So, the more I sow in this world, the greater my control over the causality of this world. Qin Yu squinted his eyes. He suddenly realized the importance of doing this. The tasks in the divine realm of 10,000 dynasties are divided into 3 stages, with each stage potentially spanning thousands of years due to the vast territory and numerous powers, and he was always just one person doing the tasks. Human resources were limited, making it impossible to lay out plans in all dynasties at once. The time for tasks would only be indefinitely extended. However, once Lan Su could gradually control the causality of this world, he might only need a short 100 or 200 years to sow offspring in all the major divine dynasties, forming families, and then use causality to influence each dynasty's movements, secretly manipulating the trends of the world, making all dynasties follow his lead. After all, whether it's extinguishing the Yuan, the Qing, or conquering the Western barbarians, it is not something that can be solved by merely mobilizing one dynasty. Chapter 186. The Path of Contending for the Dragon. Life and Death. Rumbling. The humanitarian golden dragon roams above the sky, its size growing larger, gradually overshadowing the fortunes of all barbarian kings and lords. It begins to devour, starting with the Hai Chong dragon, swallowing the dragon veins of those small countries one by one, digesting them into its own power. With each dragon consumed, the strength of the humanitarian golden dragon surges dramatically, its body expanding, joyfully swaying its tail in the sky as if indulging in a meal, emitting a low hum. This person has the mandate of heaven. Run quick. Run to the Kushan Empire. The Kushan Empire will surely save us. The kings of Gaochong, the Uyghurs, the Yuezhi, and other small nations, witnessing the true dragon of fortune being devoured in an instant, saw the fate of their own races rapidly fading and were terrified, turning to flee without caring for most of their armies. The alliance with the Xiongnu, the blood oath they had drunk, still hadn't turned into urine. This anti-Han alliance was already in shambles. Their remaining national fortunes began to swiftly retreat, spiraling toward a distant country. The Kushan Empire? Qin Yu glanced from afar, his gaze penetrating the vast expanse of yellow sand. In the distant continent, there was a gigantic nation almost equal in size to the territory of the Han dynasty. Chapter 187. Absorbing fivefold as a talented figure. Wei State, Xuchang. Everyone in the court fell silent. Prime Minister Sun Yu was seething with anger. and the face of Cao Cao in the upper seat turned pale with fear, exuding a chilling aura. More than 60,000 people, even if thrown into the sea, will make some noise. It shouldn't be, even if defeated in this battle. Dian Wei and General Xiahou could return with the remnants. Yet there has been no news until now, which is truly strange. The Grand Inspector Yang Xiu slowly stepped forward, deep in thought. What about the movements of the Wuhuan? Is there a large-scale invasion on the border? Sun Yu, anxious, slammed his ceremonial tablet. Find them. No matter what, we must locate the direction of the army. Reporting to the Prime Minister, Xiahou Yuan, stationed in Beatty County, frowned and said, "There is another strange thing. Recently the winds from the Wuhuan have grown much stronger, and the number of cattle, sheep, and birds has begun to decrease. I thought it might be an ominous sign. The number of cattle, sheep, and birds has decreased? Couldn't you just say that living creatures have diminished?" Sun Yu glared at him, then turned to think carefully. Strange, truly strange. Why has the army disappeared while the living creatures in the Wuhuan territory have decreased? He made a decisive decision. Send out more scouts. We must clarify what has happened with the Wuhuan. Yes, Prime Minister. As soon as he finished speaking, Cao Cao on the platform managed to keep his composure and turned to disperse the court. Chapter 188. Invading the Kushan. Starting reward mode. Upon arriving at the border of the Kushan Empire and seeing the 3,000 tiger and leopard cavalry ahead, Muhammad began to sweat profusely, his expression growing increasingly respectful. When he caught sight of the humanitarian golden dragon above Qin Yu's head, his knees began to buckle and his spine trembled slightly. Finally, his gaze dropped down, discovering the fifth-tier queen of Kucha kneeling to massage Qin Yu's feet, leaving him utterly stunned. "We are all second-tier creators. Why are you so outstanding? You tell me you are only second-tier. A fifth-tier queen, a high-level being, actually being treated like a servant?" It's worth noting that Muhammad had been stationed in the divine realm of 10,000 dynasties for nearly 100 years, and had only managed to secure a not-so-small position in the Kushan Empire through the sheer number of beings. Who else could match Qin Yu's prowess? He had come in and directly challenged the officials of the Wei state, and was immediately appointed as the general of the northern expedition. If it weren't for the investigation confirming that Qin Yu was indeed second-tier, Muhammad would have thought a certain fourth-tier big shot had used an item to enter this timeline. He completely gave up any thoughts of luck and urged his horse toward Qin Yu's tent, his face filled with a flattering smile. "General, the overseer of the Kushan is in awe of our great Wei's celestial might, coming to pay respects. It seems I have long admired you." Sima, he waved his sleeve forward and quietly reported to Qin Yu. Chapter 189. Blood Pattern Steel, Kushan Queen. "The higher-ups do not care about this world," Muhammad whispered, and then continued to flatter. "Besides the great Yu, who else has the strength to conquer this world? An ordinary second-tier creator would only be comparable to a small noble strength. It has been a long time since a creator entered the divine realm of 10,000 dynasties, and all major civilizations are merely issuing garrison tasks. The monitoring is not strict. As long as I do not report it, no one will know." "I see." Qin Yu nodded. It seems securing the Kushan is definitely in the bag. The tiger and leopard cavalry were also becoming increasingly formidable. Although many had been knocked down, they were quickly revived, and their strength was rapidly growing through slaughter, with many breaking through to 4-star fourth tier. Several cities on the Kushan border were swiftly breached. A large number of nobles and soldiers were massacred, and news quickly reached the Kushan capital of Baghdad. Queen Salami swiftly dispatched elite troops to provide support, while also rapidly gathering the nobles within the country to prepare to march east to intercept Qin Yu. More than 30,000 creation points, 10 steps. Qin Yu counted the reward for the kills, his heart filled with wild joy. This was just a few thousand elite troops and 10 fourth-tier nobles. How could it be so enjoyable in other worlds? Chapter 190. The Need for Stick Education. This was a spectacular sight. The Wei army in black armor and horses, wearing Han crowns, riding on the great horses of Hashi, and the Kushan cavalry in white robes and armor formed a swirling tide of black and white. The sound of battle shaking the heavens. The black seemed like a raging wind, while a small number of Khan's elite cavalry in white, clad in red blood-patterned steel armor, firmly blocked the onslaught of the black winds. The tiger and leopard cavalry were all elites among the Wei army, silently and swiftly forming formations, attacking from both flanks. Turning a large number of white-armored cavalry into Qin Yu's creation points, and then began to encircle and attack the red-armored Khan's elite cavalry. Though the Khan's elite cavalry were outnumbered, relying on the blood-patterned steel, they managed to hold their ground against the tiger and leopard cavalry. Charge! Within the ranks of the Kushan army, the queen calmly waved her hand, sending the last 200 Khan elite cavalry into battle, while the female officials and nobles around her joined in the fray. Another 200 equipped with blood-patterned steel Khan elite cavalry were thrown into the battlefield, instantly breaking the encirclement of the tiger and leopard cavalry, with many being killed by the Kushan lords, only to quickly revive. This time, upon revival, many tiger and leopard cavalry sprouted wings or grew 10 times larger to become black giants with double horns, their strength becoming even more formidable. Since the rebirth of the tiger and leopard cavalry was due to the 6 paths of reincarnation, the first rebirth was as a humanitarian being, the second and third were as Azura and celestial beings. Chapter 191. Luo Ho emerges, proving the primordial way. The situation on the battlefield suddenly changed. Kill. The Almighty Lord is great. Kill these Han dogs. As a large number of sandworms joined the battle, the Kushan cavalry seemed to be aided by divine intervention, only needing to focus on surrounding the tiger and leopard cavalry. Any attack from the tiger and leopard cavalry would be blocked by the sandworm king that appeared at any moment. This enormous sandworm king, though constantly injured, could continuously heal. Even if cut in half, it could become 2 halves and continue to survive. No one knew how many true bodies it had. This sandworm king was practically cheating on the battlefield. Soon, the tiger and leopard cavalry kept reviving and reincarnating. Otherwise, they would be struck by the Lux white light. Coupled with the noble attacks from the Kushan nobles, this was the most unfavorable battle the tiger and leopard cavalry had faced since following Xinyu. The tiger and leopard cavalry retreated step by step. In the sky, the battle between the human golden dragon and the Sphinx grew intense. The Sphinx, fueled by the will of its deceased subjects below, became increasingly powerful. It was then that Xinyu realized that the national fortune of the Kushan Empire could grow by devouring the souls of the dead, which meant that the more desperate the situation became, the stronger the national fortune would be. Invader, I will hang your soul in the pyramid, to be gnawed by the millions of souls for countless years, enduring endless torment. Chapter 192. The Emergence of the Devil's Path, Peace in the World. As a large number of third-tier Kushan cavalry knelt down, the battle situation immediately tilted. Hiss! The warhorses neighed, and the vast battlefield was filled with kneeling figures. Millions of voices gradually coalescing into one. I am guilty, I am guilty. The desert gradually quieted down. Only the sound of sandworms leaping remained. But although they belonged to a different species, they were also affected by this law sound, starting to disobey the commands of the Sandworm King. Hiss! The Sandworm King hissed repeatedly, but to no avail. Gradually, the sandworms also burrowed into the desert, writhing as if worshipping the Rahu in the sky. The emergence of the Devil's Path, Peace in the World. The nobles of the Kushan Empire widened their eyes, staring fixedly at the sky, their expressions filled with disbelief and shock. What was happening before their eyes was simply outrageous, far beyond ordinary comprehension. The Kushan queen clenched her delicate white fingers, her dark brows raised, staring blankly at Rahu. At this moment, although she was the ruler of the mortal realm, wielding immense power, she could do nothing. She let out a furious, muffled roar filled with endless helplessness, shattering the jade sword crafted from white jade to the ground, which broke into several pieces, reflecting sparkling colorful light under the setting sun. Chapter 193. The Fall of the Kushan Nation. Since all the Kushan people were busy worshipping Rahu, the rational nobles naturally became thorns in their side. Kill. The tiger and leopard cavalry wasted no time, directly surrounding and blocking these nobles within the city. Then came the familiar dismount and siege. The tiger and leopard cavalry were not only unparalleled in cavalry, but also invincible in foot combat. A ruthless killing machine with no emotions. One by one, the nobles quickly became Qinyu's creation points. My Kushan Empire, a legacy of 300 years. The noble Aryan race. Is it really going to be annihilated like this? No, I am unwilling. The nobles cried out in desperation before they were quickly scattered by the wind and sand, buried alongside the Kushan Empire in the yellow sands. 20 nobles directly provided Xinyu with 20,000 creation points and 200 steps, not to mention the other miscellaneous soldiers, which added up to 30,000 creation points. Just from this wave of annihilation, Qin Yu earned no less than the rewards of 100 star tasks. Of course, this does not include the devoured national fortune. Invader, you have trampled upon the noble Kushan bloodline. You have destroyed a great civilization. You are sinner. The surviving queen, at this moment, was pale and disheveled, staggering through the desert, her eyes wide open, staring directly at Qin Yu. That smiling man was her nightmare. Chapter 194. The Chaos Supreme Treasure and the Pinnacle of the War Path. In the chaos, in the depths of darkness, numerous demons were asleep in their size, existing yet not existing, both alive and dead, both eternal and momentary. In this extremely high realm, the passage of time could only provide them with enlightenment over countless cycles. Just as Qin Yu stepped into the chaos, all the demons woke up from their slumber, respectfully surrounding Qin Yu, their eyes filled with extreme desire. Qin Yu knew what they longed for. They desired to attain the Tao. They desired the Chaos Supreme Treasure. Both of these held immense allure for the demons. But only Qin Yu could provide them. If Qin Yu did not give them the opportunity, the demons could spend endless time on their own enlightenment. And even thousands of cycles might not yield results. Attaining the Chaos Supreme Treasure was even more impossible. They witnessed Rehu, Wuzhong, Yang Mei, and others following Qin Yu out for but a moment. And upon returning to the chaos, they stepped into the realm of enlightenment. What a tremendous opportunity that was. Today, the time has come, and another fellow Taoist should arrive. In the chaos, Qin Yu was omnipotent and omniscient. He calmly proclaimed, in the primordial chaos, the great beginning, the supreme unity, the birth of the chaos, the great paths of the heavens have emerged, only missing the position of man. Chapter 195. Do not present this seat. This is interesting. After reading this introduction, Qin Yu suddenly felt immense curiosity. It is known that the path of war is among the top paths in chaos. How powerful could the Chaos Supreme Treasure be? In the previous life, no one had written about this knowledge because no one had thought that each chaos demon could possess a Chaos Supreme Treasure in this chaotic world. With a gentle wave of his hand, the pinnacle of the war path that the monkey was joyfully playing with flew into his hand. Wow! As soon as he grasped it, the world in Qin Yu's eyes instantly transformed. This pinnacle of the war path was covered in tiny acupoints, resembling countless small stars, projecting starlight into the outside world with his movements. Each ray of starlight from the stars, when reflected onto the beings he gazed upon, turned into 1,296 small points. Whether it was demons, chaos, supreme treasures, or other entities, as long as they were under his gaze. Once he had the thought of battle, he could instantly perceive these small points, which were acupoints. This meant that not only living beings, but also worlds, cities, supreme treasures, and armies. Any target that wished to engage in battle could instantly reveal 1,296 weaknesses. Damn, this is too overpowered, right? Qin Yu was thoroughly shocked. No wonder later in the chaos, only Pangu was this monkey's opponent. Chapter 196. The beginning of the great calamity. In the sky, almost there, Rahu gently shook his head. This time, he did not discover the way of the primordial beginning. He merely found a clue. However, this was already quite remarkable. Ascending to the primordial beginning was something that could not be sought, and it was not the same concept as ascending to the realm of enlightenment. He quietly stood up, not even glancing at the beings below. To him, these beings were merely tools for attaining the Tao. What happened to them after use was of no concern to him. Completely different from the demons like Wuzhong who pitted living beings. Please return to the chaos. Raha bowed to Qin Yu. You have attained enlightenment? Qin Yu was slightly surprised. This was the first time a demon had actively requested to return to the chaos. I am ashamed before the Taoist. Rahu's expression showed slight hesitation. There is no achievement. Just some insights. I need to return to the chaos to quietly comprehend. Good. Qin Yu nodded. Being able to find the threshold of the way of the primordial beginning in one go was already a prodigy among the demons. Moreover, Rahu was no longer of use. The group of followers he had sowed was already unmanageable. You may return and thoroughly comprehend. I will heed your teachings. With a wave of his hand. Wow! Rahula transformed into a black light and plunged into chaos. Inside the chaos, a piercing wail soon echoed. Chapter 197. 30 million slaves. Before him, Muhammad's figure had already reached the Indian Empire, accompanied by millions of Kushan people murmuring to themselves. In the capital of the Indian Empire, a man with snow-white skin was spinning in circles, looking confusedly towards the direction of the Kushans. What on earth is happening? This guy Muhammad is up to something, and he didn't even inform me in advance. This battle was too quick, and the Kushan Empire fell too fast, resulting in no news reaching the Indian side. He thought Muhammad was just finishing his mission and starting to reap some benefits. As he spoke, he laughed, My brother Agon, how are you? Muhammad had already entered the palace, affectionately patting the man's shoulder. I'm here to say goodbye. My mission time is finally coming to an end. Is that so? Agon nodded, feeling somewhat relieved. Then congratulations. Our cooperation over the past century has been pleasant. There has been no movement from the Han dynasty, right? Rest assured, my brother. Muhammad patted his chest and promised. The Han dynasty absolutely hasn't shown any signs of movement. What courage do the Huaxiao people have to invade our great civilization? That's good. Agon nodded, but the vigilance in his eyes did not wane. We must be careful of the Huaxiao people. This race has always wanted to steal the great civilization of our country for thousands of years. The philosopher said, to prevent thieves, one must stay awake all night. I will never let a Huaxiao person step into our history. Chapter 198. Only I, Sima Zhongda, 30 million slaves. Words cannot describe the immense scale. When the number of people reaches a certain level, it creates a terrifying momentum, an unstoppable grandeur akin to mountains and seas. Especially since most beings in the divine realm of 10,000 dynasties are still at the first or second tier. When standing together, their momentum solidifies into a tangible force. Scattering the clouds, bringing back so many slaves to the Han dynasty is unimaginably difficult, but fortunately, Sima indeed has some skills. He quickly organized 10 people into a team according to the Han dynasty's corvée system, 10 teams into 100 and 10 hundreds into 10 chains of people. A way soldier held the chain head of 10 chains. The slaves had sharp wooden spikes attached to their necks. As long as the way soldier controlling the chain head pulled hard, all the slaves on that chain would have their throats pierced by the sharp spikes. So no one dared to fall behind easily. There were also 1,000 tiger and leopard cavalry at the front and back to suppress the situation. Any rebellious slaves were directly killed, significantly reducing the difficulty of escorting them. After completing this wave, Sima felt he would definitely go down in history. Which civil minister in history has ever captured 30 million people at once and successfully brought them back to the Central Plains? Only I, Sima Zhongda. Later generations would surely wonder why so many slaves were needed and how to provide for their food and drink. Chapter 199. The benevolent are invincible. The Northern Expedition Army? Zhuge Liang was stunned and asked, Are you sure there is no mistake? It's not the Southern Expedition Army? Reporting to the Prime Minister, absolutely true. It's the Northern Expedition. How is that possible? You must be joking. They clearly came from the south. How could it be the Northern Expedition returning? The impatient Zhang Fei noticed something was off and rushed forward to kick the messenger. Go and find out clearly. Reporting to the right general. I wouldn't dare to falsely report even if you kill me. The messenger was aggrieved. Zhuge Liang raised his hand to signal him to stand up. Did the envoy say who their commander is, who Sima is, and how they're marching? Reporting to the Prime Minister. Yes, their commander is Guoji's son, Guo Yi. Under his command are Sima Yi and General Xiahou Dun, Dianwei, Su Shu, Guo Yi. This name struck Zhuge Liang's mind once again, reminding him of the person he feared due to his wisdom when he was studying in Yingchuan. The saying that without Guojia, the crouching dragon does not emerge is at least 3 parts true. Now, he was facing Guoji's son? Chapter 200. He who wins the hearts of the people wins the world. Zhuge Liang was likely an all-around administrative talent. He could manage the country in an orderly manner and help it thrive. However, Sima Yi was a seasoned schemer, a top expert in wielding power. With him around, one would never have to worry about anyone daring to rebel, ensuring political stability. A country needs both types of talents. But Sima Yi was rather narrow-minded. He was not foolish. Qin Yu had just given a slight nudge, and he immediately understood the intricacies, starting to actively distribute slaves and land to Wu. But with one requirement. He must send someone to deliver to each household, with no intermediaries. The 60,000 Wei soldiers escorting the slaves began distributing slaves, cattle, sheep. and gold and silver village by village, ensuring that every household received the spoils from General Gui Yi's expedition. Fellow villagers, General Gui Yi has returned from the western regions, bringing us spoils. Knights holding torches, leading thousands of dazed slaves, walked through the streets and into the mountains, shouting loudly. At first, the common people thought there was another war and hid, afraid to come out. It wasn't until the northern expedition cavalry handed over the chains binding the slaves to them that they realized what was happening. Chapter 201. The King of Men. There is still one problem. Although the slaves have been distributed, it will be difficult to see results in cultivating wasteland in a short time. Should we have distributed them too quickly? Sima Yi asked. There's no need to worry about that. Qin Yu waved his hand and handed him the pumpkin seeds brought back from the western regions. Change all the crops to this to feed the slaves. I guarantee they won't starve. Good. Sima Yi took it without hesitation, preparing to start large-scale planting. Ding. Creator Qin Yu, you have made a portion of history sincerely loyal to you, achieving the special achievement, King of Men, in the Creator's space. This special achievement grants eternal enhancement. Effect summary. As the king of the human race, you will forever gain one dominion within the human race. As long as the King of Men exists, the human race will not perish. A notification sound suddenly echoed in Qin Yu's ears. Qin Yu frowned slightly. This time, there was no intermediary from the Nuwa Tower. It was the Creator's space directly rewarding him. Special achievements have no rank, but they seem quite impressive. Wow, King of Men? Qin Yu was taken aback. This achievement was a bit cool, but he wasn't clear on its meaning. What does dominion within the human race mean? As soon as the notification sound ended, Qin Yu noticed a small imperial golden crown appearing above his head, flickering in and out, giving him an inexplicable aura. Chapter 202. He is a sage. King, what on earth have you been doing? It's only been a year, and how has the history of the three kingdoms changed like this? Jiang Lingyi almost exclaimed to Qin Yu. It should be noted that the divine realm of 10,000 dynasties is the core world of the evolution of Blue Star's history. Even the slightest change will affect real history. All nations are very concerned about the divine realm of 10,000 dynasties, constantly monitoring it. But who would have thought that in just 1 year in the divine realm of 10,000 dynasties, which is only about an hour in Blue Star, such a great change has occurred. A dynasty's history has changed hands. The history of several civilizations has been directly interrupted. What have we done? Qin Yu, while pressing the cushion queen, coughed twice to clear his throat. Isn't it just leading a great army to the north to conquer the Wuhuan? Isn't this following the historical process? Conquering the Wuhuan? The furious shout from Han Li came from the side, filled with anger at being interrupted from his seclusion. In history, during the northern expedition against the Wuhuan, Cao Wei only drove the Wuhuan back a few hundred miles, but you wiped out all the foreign tribes of the Three Kingdoms era. Every single one. You little rascal. Even the little mustache is not as ruthless as you. How can you say that? Qin Yu immediately became displeased and pushed away the Kushan Queen. Chapter 203. The Rise of Chaos Heroes. King Wei, why don't you even bow to His Majesty? Qin Yu squinted his eyes, looking at Cao Cao with great interest. He knew that Cao Cao was terrified, afraid that if he raised his arm and called out, he would directly execute the Han traitor and kill Cao Cao. Outside, there were over 1 million citizens of Wei watching, all gathered in Xuchang to pay their respects to their great general of the northern expedition. The only light of the Han. The Han Xian Emperor, bullied for so long, trembled as he looked at Qin Yu, almost in tears. Finally, is there a martial general who knows how to respect me? In the next moment, Qin Yu slapped the Han Xian Emperor's face with anger. Do you know why? Because you are not worthy of respect. When Dong Zhuo came, you ran away. When Lu Bu came, you cried. When Liu Bei came, you were timid. The Han dynasty has ruled for 500 years. And how did you turn out to be such an incompetent emperor? You do not deserve it. Smack! This slap completely stunned the Han Xian Emperor, who spun several times on the steps and eventually covered his face and cried, his mentality completely collapsing. They bully me. You all bully me. You fight for the world. What does it have to do with me? The entire court was shocked, but no one dared to speak up. Chapter 204. The essence of the Three Kingdoms gathers together. The next morning, Qin Yu lay on the bed inside the Copper Sparrow Terrace with a frown, seriously reviewing the events of the previous night. After finishing his review, Qin Yu extinguished the cigarette on his fingertip. This cigarette was brought over from the Blue Star civilization. In Sima, he had been waiting outside for a long time, knowing that Qin Yu would definitely wake up late on his first day in the Copper Sparrow Terrace. But he didn't expect Qin Yu to still be full of energy. The Grand General and the Chancellor, all the talents from various countries recruited, have arrived. No one refused the recruitment. Qin Yu nodded in surprise, letting Jiao Chan assist him in getting dressed. Some might wonder, wasn't Jiao Chan captured by Cao Cao and then committed suicide? How could she still be alive now? The reason is simple. The 10,000 Dynasty Divine Realm is a world where history overlaps, which leads to characters from different chronological sequences appearing simultaneously within the same era. For example, the history of the Three Kingdoms spans from the chaos of the Ten Attendants in 190 AD to Sima Yan's ascension and the establishment of the Jin Dynasty in 265 AD. This means that historical figures from this time frame will appear at the same time, and their stories will overlap, regardless of whether they have already died in history. Chapter 205. The Invincible Lu Wenho, directly defeating the demons. Long live your majesty, 10,000 years, 10,000 years. All the heroes of the Three Kingdoms bowed to the Han Xian Emperor, who trembled in his seat, timidly turning to look at Qin Yu, unable to believe that he could have a day when all heroes would submit to him. But he also knew that the heroes were not submitting to him, but to the Qin Yu behind him. Qin Yu glanced at the many heroes below and quickly identified the two most powerful presences. The strongest warrior, Cold Itbilubu. Although Lu Bu had various character issues, it didn't hinder his fighting ability. At this moment, standing before Qin Yu was a giant 10 zhang tall, imposing and handsome, clad in purple gold Qilin armor, with a golden dragon wrapped around his waist, holding the Fengtian halberd, which had a golden dragon coiled around it, standing there like a volcano, exuding a powerful aura. You have discovered the world-class human warrior, Lu Bu Wenho. Lu Bu Wenho description. An avatar and embodiment of Lu Bu within the boundless historical space, formed from the power of the Blue Star's humanity, has already formed an independent path. The peak of human power can reach 6-tier strength. Talent 1 world, conquering martial arts, with a swing of the halberd. 10 martial intents are emitted, spreading in all directions, causing unavoidable damage to all beings within 10,000 miles, including heaven, earth, humans, gods, and demons, and stealing their true meaning to strengthen oneself. Chapter 206. Please, Chancellor, ascend to the throne. Now that the strategy for the expedition is set, the remaining task is to arrange the plan. Qin Yu did not strip the titles of King Wei Cao Cao, King Shu Lu Bei, and King Wu Sun Quan, but according to the standards of the nobility, granted them territories, only firmly holding the military and political power of the Three Kingdoms in his hands. This means that he left them power, wealth, and prestige, only taking away their authority. This kind of demeanor is rare throughout history. Having gained the world, he not only did not kill the old kings, but also acknowledged the merits of the three in stabilizing the world and retained their kingship, which is simply boundless benevolence. As for whether the three would be grateful, that is not Qin Yu's concern. He gave them face, and if they dared to act recklessly, he would directly execute their 9 clans to test whether the sword in his hand was sharp. From the current perspective, the three were adapting well to their new identities. After all, they never dared to openly say they did not belong to the Han. They were all kings of the Han dynasty. Now it was just a return to their original positions. After fighting for a lifetime, they could still be kings. It wasn't shameful. The only awkward one was Liu Bei. He had already officially ascended as the Emperor of Han. Although he had quickly lowered himself to the King of Shu, he was still cautiously observing Qin Yu's expression, afraid that Qin Yu would find an excuse to kill him. Chapter 207. My only foster father is the Chancellor. Qin Yu swept his gaze across the court, and all the ministers appeared before him. Are you trying to persuade me to ascend? He smiled with interest. He had already thought about this scene. In Chinese history, persuasion to ascend is a common tactic used by ministers to gain a higher position. This time, those who came forward were led by Lu Bu and Dong Zhuo, with Jia Su and the Xiliang army kneeling on the ground. Sima Yi beside them was also eager to move. However, Wang Yun, next to the Han Xian Emperor, was furious, his face red with rage, wishing to bite them to death. Looking at Zhuge Liang, Liu Bei, and others, their expressions remained unmoved. Qin Yu knew why Dong Zhuo and others wanted to persuade him to ascend. As losers, their status was far inferior to Liu Bei and Cao Cao's factions. As long as the persuasion succeeded, They would gain the most important merit of supporting the dragon. But Qin Yu did not want to ascend at all. The reason is simple. If he ascended, the 10,000 dynasty divine realm would experience a massive shock. It would be impossible to escape the attention of other civilizations. He still planned to wait for a while. As for the moment of true ascension, Qin Yu had already plotted it out. He would ascend on the day the human demonic god emerged, at which point he would directly ascend to the supreme position and immediately send troops with various dynasties of Huaxia to eradicate the history of other civilizations. Starting the War of Civilizations. Chapter 208. The Han song begins. The Han army marches. Rustle, rustle, rustle. 1,000 giant ships, as large as small mountains, sliced through the ocean surface, their Han sword-shaped prows breaking through the wind and waves, advancing relentlessly. The ships were filled with densely packed Han soldiers, each exuding an invincible aura, their gazes fixed deep into the ocean as they sang Han songs in unison. Wearing iron armor, wielding long knives. To battle with you. The road is long, standing shoulder to shoulder against the enemy, sharing life and death. To battle with you. Our hearts do not tire, treading on the Yanran, chasing after the Hu. To battle with you. We sing without fear. The enthusiasm in the Han songs melted away the cold sea breeze. And morale soared to an unprecedented level, condensing into golden, auspicious clouds around the golden dragon of humanity in the sky. As the dragon entered the clouds, its pressure became even more terrifying, appearing unstoppable from afar. This battle not only represented the pinnacle of strength during the Three Kingdoms, but also the peak of morale. For everyone knew they were following Lord Yi, who was invincible in battle and cared for his people. The aim of this battle was to plunder the wealth of foreign tribes, to ravage their descendants, and to enslave their children. This was the first time the Han launched a predatory war, as they represented the strong and were qualified to punish anyone who invaded the civilization of Huaxia. Chapter 209. Those who dare to offend our strong Han will be punished, no matter how far. Governor Ma of Malacca Island, the Spanish governor of the Western barbarians, widened his eyes at the towering waves ahead, trembling alongside several military officials. What is happening? What on earth is that? Quickly fire the cannons. The governor of Malacca quickly commanded, for the reason why the Western barbarians were strong in this era was that they had pioneered technology. In the realm of the 10,000 dynasties, their naval technology had been amplified tenfold and 100-fold, with the powerful enhancement of the path of fire making their cannons into steampunk devices that shook the heavens with a single shot. Unfortunately, every GF fan elite soldier possessed third-tier strength and was nearly invisible in the water, making it impossible for any cannon to lock onto them. Splash! 3 GF fan elite soldiers together exerted their strength, directly overturning a 1,000-ton warship and smashing it down to the seabed. All the Western barbarians were stunned. Is there such a technique? Splash! Splash! The central hundreds of warships sank one after another, with the Western barbarians on board desperately screaming and fighting back with firearms. Yet not a single GF fan elite soldier was harmed, and soon they were all feeding the fish as the warships turned over. Chapter 210. The Demons and the Zombies. The Dragon Veins are dead. No way, Neil. At this moment, the governor of Guangdong during the Yongzheng era looked through the 1,000-mile eye made by the Western barbarians and coldly laughed, sneering at his aides beside him. Do you think these barbarians want to ask what our Qing dynasty desires? Is it commerce? A treaty? Or do they want to pay tribute to the emperor? The demons and the barbarians were not new visitors to the foreign lands. The governor of Guangdong first regarded the Han army charging from the sea as yet another group of overseas barbarians. In his view, barbarians merely fought, killed a few people, and ultimately still wanted to negotiate with our Qing dynasty. After all, our Qing dynasty is vast and rich. There's nothing that we can't give or compensate. This is not about killing the Tatars. This is simply killing the parents of our Qing citizens. The aide beside him was full of anger. My lord, rest assured, I will gather the villagers immediately to drive these foreigners away and avenge our masters. No hurry. The governor of Guangdong stroked his long beard, since they enjoy killing. Let us arrange a few Han slaves for them to kill. In the eyes of the decaying Manchu rulers, the lives of Han people were worthless. As long as they could please the foreigners, what did it matter if a few Han slaves died? Send the Han brave battalions into battle. Those who can survive will all join the Han 8 banners. Chapter 211. A few Tatars cannot be a match for 10,000. Everything in the realm of the 10,000 dynasties was amplified according to real history and would not deviate from the truth. This corpse dragon led Qin Yu to discover a secret that could not be found in external history. This was definitely a shocking secret. The concept of dragon veins and feng shui was later dismissed by Westerners as pseudoscience, but any intelligent Huaxia person knew this was a deliberate suppression. Otherwise, the Lighthouse Nation would not have built a pentagon aimed at suppressing the five directions. When it was designed, there was also participation from mysterious Huaxia designers. Reflecting on this, it was realized that the dragon on the Qing dynasty's triangular flag had never been the soaring dragon used throughout the ages, but rather a corpse dragon emitting a greenish hue with the stench of death, its eyes bulging, its form twisted like a loach deprived of water. This chapter of history for the Qing dynasty, which led to the decline of the Huaxia nation for 300 years, held significant secrets. Qin Yu furrowed his brows. The secrets hidden behind history were not as simple as he had thought. Part of the reason for the decline of mythology was that the divine realm took away the ancient history that created the myths of the Great Xia. But how did the 8 foreign nations know to preemptively extinguish the myths of the Great Xia before the creation space descended? Did the Manchus really cooperate like this, without any resistance? Chapter 2:12. The Halberd. Do you long for this blood? Roar. On the battlefield, smoke and dust rose as these giant beasts directly penetrated the heavens, each towering around 100 zhang, with 10,000 beasts lining up from outside the city to the seaside, nearly filling the land of Guangzhou, trampling many innocent civilians. As if the ancient beasts from the classic of mountains and seas had resurrected, giving an overwhelming sense of suppression. Kahadang, Gaja, we're going to kill Han dogs. Haha, in the language of the Tatars. Get more to eat, in the language of the Tatars. Amidst the low, rumbling roars mixed with mocking discussions. Splash, splash. Due to their enormous size, many giant beasts were lined up over 100 miles away, their eyes blood-red, even curling their lips as they began to devour innocent civilians. A village was scooped into the embrace of a giant beast, which opened its massive mouth and bit down hard, the sound of crunching bones echoing. Han people are truly delicious food. In Tatar language, help! The Tatars are slaughtering villages again. Oh heavens! Many villages outside Guangzhou emitted earth-shattering cries, and the civilians scattered in all directions, unable to resist against these 100 zhang giants, like lambs awaiting slaughter. Many Han soldiers in the Han 8 banners saw so many of their kin being slaughtered. Their remaining blood courage was instantly forced out, trembling all over, gritting their teeth and glaring fiercely at the Tatars before them. Chapter 2:13. Unmatched in the world. 3,000 men, still cavalry, dare to encircle my 10,000 bachelor warriors? Ha 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 ha. This is simply the greatest joke of all time. The governor of Guangdong laughed heartily on the city walls, not even wanting to look and directly turning to return to his room to play with his concubine. It was one thing for the enemy commander to be a fool, but sending 3,000 men to attack his 10,000 was unexpected. The enemy's general was also a fool, daring to encircle 10,000 with 3,000. The living Buddha also covered his mouth and chuckled lightly. Good, good. In the next moment, one could see the red hair horse directly breaking through the encirclement, arriving in the center of the 10,000 bachelor warriors, a lone figure standing proudly amidst the myriad of troops. The halberd plowed deep grooves into the ground, and the man in purple gold armor looked at all the giant beasts, stepping forward with his halberd. Surrender now, and you may keep your whole body. Dominant, unparalleled dominance. A person surrounded by 10,000 still dares to be this arrogant. Only he can do it. All the spectators outside were stunned, their eyes filled with disbelief. And only then did they react. Is he challenging 10,000 people alone? How was that possible? The governor of Liangguang, who was just about to return to his room, was frozen in place, unable to believe what he saw. Chapter 2:14. The ultimate person is formless. The divine person has no self. Whoa! The cold sea breeze swept across the battlefield, and the thick stench of corpses almost formed a pale mist in the sky. Large groups of vultures and crows cried out miserably amid the stench, mixed with a few sounds that were not human, a heavy, hoarse sound. Roar! As the sickening sound of flesh being torn apart echoed, corpses slowly rose from the ground, cracking their necks or searching for their severed body parts. Even if they were chopped into pieces, they would twist and crawl towards Lu Bu. At the moment the last giant beast was slaughtered by Lu Bu, it was also the moment when the army of corpses surged towards him alone. A mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Truly a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. And where Lu Bu stood was the peak of the mountain of corpses. Wow. Although Lu Bu could still sweep through a group of zombies with a single thrust, the difference was that the severed zombies would continue to crawl and attack. Even if only a skull remained, they could still leap forward to bite. Kill. Protect the general. The surrounding tiger and leopard cavalry immediately closed in layers, continuously chopping the zombies into smaller pieces. But there were simply too many zombies. A careless moment could lead to a tiger and leopard cavalry being bitten, and even they could not withstand the stench of corpses, quickly illuminating with resurrection lights. Chapter 215. But the Shu army has gowed. Governor Run. This group of thieves is too strong. The warriors can't hold them back. Where is the living Buddha? Where is the living Buddha? A few Tartars prepared to drag the governor of Liangwang to abandon the city and flee, while the governor quickly began to search for the living Buddha, his only hope. Looking up, he saw the living Buddha quickly fleeing in the distance. Stepping on a conch shell, faster than he was. Garinga. Tartar curse. The governor of Liangwang cursed angrily and turned to run. The next moment, he was surrounded by several gradually appearing phantoms, their bodies covered in intertwined mystical runes and armor, with white cloth strips hanging around their ears. Appearing and disappearing without a trace, holding a slender crossbow. The governor of Liangwang was stunned. These phantoms didn't say a word. Swish! In an instant, the crossbow bolts were fired in unison, each bolt carrying various mystical trigrams, directly turning the governor of Liangwang into a porcupine, with the shattered runes spreading out from his chest, collapsing to the ground with unclosed eyes. In his last moments, he had only one thought. What kind of crossbow is this? Why is it stronger than the foreign firearms? Armor number 1 has been defeated. Chapter 216. Half the country, AO by appears. From the ferry of Jejia, 100,000 true dragons came and went. After that, the living Buddha knelt on the ground and babbled about Tibetan Buddhism for a long time. But Qin Yu still couldn't understand what was going on and slapped him. If you can't explain it clearly, you'll lose your head. The living Buddha didn't dare to act mysterious anymore, kneeling on the ground, crying and complaining. This is what is recorded in the scriptures. Sima Yi beside him understood and reported to Qin Yu. My lord, I have heard him say that there seems to be a golden-haired fairy from the west who came through Kunlun Mountain to Tibet, claiming to cut off the evil dragon. And then the dragon vein of the Central Plains became this way. Qin Yu frowned. A golden-haired fairy from the west? It really is related to the west. Does the scripture record any characteristics of a golden-haired fairy? He grabbed the living Buddha by the neck and coldly asked. Unexpectedly, he actually got some useful information from this guy. Now, they need to find out who did it, clarify their conspiracy, and then peel off their skin. The fairy of Jejia said, returning to report, the living Buddha began to babble about Buddhist scriptures again. Qin Yu directly threw him to Sima Yi. Cultural matters should be left to the culture to solve. After a while, Sima Yi reported to Qin Yu. The gist is that those Westerners left a mark stored in the Demon Qing Forbidden City to help Demon Qing suppress the Huaxia Dragon Vein. Chapter 217. Jiangnan. 60,000 elite Tartars, the Bachelor Warriors, plus 300,000 pseudo-army of the Han 8 Banners, and 200,000 servant troops of the Mongolian 8 Banners, totaling over 500,000 Demon Qing troops, began to quickly gather in the north, preparing to move south. These 60,000 Tartars are the most powerful force of Demon Qing today, almost all Ku, instantly making the situation tense. At this time, Qin Yu had already captured Nanjing, sitting in the Nanjing Palace, quietly waiting for the arrival of the Tartar army with Princess Zhu in his arms. This battle would determine the success or failure of this expedition, deciding whether he could rise to fame among the myriad emperors. This is not a Tartar. In his eyes, this is a point of creation. Nanjing roast duck is not bad. Qin Yu commented a few words, and Princess Zhu shyly served him food, her belly already starting to grow. This made those who defected to the Ming dynasty feel at ease, indicating that the Ming dynasty would soon have successors. As for Qin Yu's identity, it would not leave a trace in this part of history. It would only record how the Heaven and Earth Society fought against the Qing and restored the Ming dynasty. After the Han army finished fighting, they would hide their achievements and fame, returning home to prepare for the next expedition. My lord, the wealthy merchants and prominent families of Jiangnan, those civil officials and scholars not only did not defect to our army, but instead began to declare our army as rebels, secretly communicating with the Eastern Hu. Chapter 218, Slaughter. Slaughter. As the Tartar army moved south, this immense power changed everything, forming a sky unique to the stench of corpses in the void, manifesting various ferocious beasts roaming within. Like a terrifying painting, the heavens shed blood tears, as if crying out. And when the Tartars reached the banks of the Yangtze River, the terrifying army of 10,000 beasts suddenly collided with a general towering 10,000 feet tall, roaring and dissipating, as if he alone stood on the great river, capable of suppressing millions of divine armies. Boom! The stench of corpses and killing aura of the Tartar army was firmly blocked by a 10,000-foot-tall, fierce general. And that general stood with a crossed spear before him. Who dares to come and seek death? Quickly report your name. I do not slay nameless generals. At this moment, the 60,000 Tartar soldiers were dumbfounded. They stared wide-eyed at this scene, their eyes filled with disbelief. This is the first time. The heavenly soldiers of the Great Qing were completely crushed on the main road by one person, without any chance of resistance. Among the army, Ao Bai also frowned, looking coldly at Lu Bu. When did such a brave divine general emerge among the Han people? In the history of the myriad gods, every historical figure is no less than a deity. Chapter 219, The World's Army. In this battle, your army is too few in number, and the Tartars you face are all strong. The pressure is immense. I have a saying to tell you. Remember it well. Qin Yu delivered a 16-character admonition to Jiang Wei. The enemy advances, I retreat. The enemy camps, I disrupt. The enemy tires, I strike. The enemy retreats, I pursue. This is the method of guerrilla warfare. Once these words were spoken, not only Jiang Wei but all the famous generals of the three kingdoms in the tent were shocked, murmuring to themselves, repeatedly reciting this phrase. The enemy advances, I retreat. The enemy camps, I disrupt. Good, very good. These 16 characters succinctly express the essence of military strategy. No wonder the Grand Master became a renowned general at the age of 16. It turns out his understanding of military strategy has reached such a level. Incredible. Today I truly bow down to the Grand Master. The foremost strategist of the three kingdoms must be the Grand Master. This overarching military strategy from the future completely conquered all the heroes of the three kingdoms. It was a brand new experience they had never encountered before, as if these 16 characters contained all the mysteries of military strategy. As long as one can comprehend it, there would be no rivals left in the world. All the famous generals of the three kingdoms, who among them is not a master of military strategy? At this moment, they felt as if they had been enlightened. Taking another step forward. Chapter 220. The Qilin cries blood, blood stains the world. The Qilin led the army forward, breaking into smaller units, transforming the large army into small teams of 300 each, totaling dozens of teams. Jiang Wei also sent out dozens of avatars to follow all the small teams, ready to command at any time, scattered across all the cities of the Central Plains. Wow, it's the Qilin, the Qilin. Oh heavens, the Qilin has appeared, saving the suffering. We are saved. Quick, follow the Qilin. The world is saved. Upon seeing the Qilin, the people in various places burst into tears, following it with their families. This is also Jiang Wei's characteristic, the hope of the world. The people would have unconditional trust in him because the Qilin, a holy beast, is a benevolent creature that appears once every 500 years, naturally radiating a peaceful aura that dispels all misfortune. People, follow our army, and be sure to protect yourselves. Jiang Wei, gaining the trust of all the people, couldn't help but shed tears as he looked at the suffering populace. Drops of Qilin tears fell to the earth, instantly healing the injuries of the nearby people, alleviating hunger and cold. Wherever the Qilin went, there was peace. The hope of the masses. The brilliance of the Qilin became even more intense, filling the sky with divine light, showering the world. Soon, the rampaging barbarian beasts from the north collided with the army led by the Qilin. Chapter 221. Lu Bu versus Ao Bai. Beside him, Zhou Yu was so shocked he couldn't close his mouth. This young man has such potential. This is our young talent from Shu. The strategist did not misjudge him. Liu Bei's eyes filled with tears, and with infinite emotion, he watched this scene, patting Cao Cao's shoulder fiercely. Our heroes of the Han will finally have their day of recognition. Chow Chow, shaken by the pat, helplessly shifted his body. You big-eared thief, speak properly. Don't make a move. At this moment, he was filled with resentment, wondering why all the talented people were flocking to this big-eared thief. If Jiang Buiyue had followed him, he would have already conquered the world. How could he end up in regret? Buiyue Zhao Yin looked at this scene with deep emotion, recalling the first time he saw this young man with a white horse and silver spear in Tianshui. Later, they all left. All the burdens fell on this young man's shoulders. In fact, whether it was he or the strategist, both wanted to say to this young man, "What you have done is already good enough." Only Jiang Wei had never let go of himself, regretting in his heart that he had let down everyone's expectations. Now he should step forward. Zhao Yun sighed. Strategist, your disciple is truly remarkable. Chapter 222. The first hero of the Demon Qing. Is this even possible? Uncontrollable, indestructible, thick blood, no weaknesses. Aobai suddenly realized the existence opposite him is truly invincible. Slap. The Zhaoyue jade lion wasted no time, swiftly leaping with its 4 hooves, preparing to flee north with the remnants of the army. He wasn't foolish. Even if he couldn't conquer the world, as long as his prestige remained in the army, he could still return to the borders and continue to hold power. If he stayed here, he might be slain by this divine general. But just then, kill, kill, kill. 8 armies came rushing from Nanyang City, each accompanied by a Qilin soaring through the clouds. And upon closer inspection, the composition of these armies was actually a massive crowd of people. Everyone was shouting, "Kill the barbarians! Kill the barbarians! The Qilin has appeared, and the world is at peace. Expel the barbarians, return our rivers and mountains." A tide of people like mountains and seas completely blocked the retreat of the barbarian remnants. All the barbarians were stunned. What's going on? When did these Han slave commoners dare to resist us? The next moment, boom, 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 bolts of Qilin blood thunder descended upon their heads. The more people there were, the greater the public support, and the power of Jiang Wei's blood thunder grew stronger. This must be the demon arts of the Han people. Chapter 223. Solving the Demon Qing. I have to say, Lu Bu really knows how to tame horses. After repeated beatings, persuasion, and more beatings, Aobai finally came to terms with reality and chose that dark, sunless life. There was no way, under Lu Bu's hand, even if he wanted to self-destruct, he couldn't. Now Aobai would no longer resist at any time, and reluctantly, he was fitted with a bit and humiliated to ride beneath Lu Bu. Lu Bu planned to ride him for a few months first. During this time, Aobai attempted to escape countless times, but each time, the outcome was being caught and beaten by Lu Bu, who even muttered about castrating him to preserve his last shred of male dignity. Aobai no longer dared to run. Aobai's future life could be summed up in one phrase: a slave for 300 years. Qin just felt it was incredible. Although this would cause slight historical disruptions, as long as it was, and T2 outrageous. The divine realm of all dynasties would automatically correct history. During the process of restoring the Ming dynasty and expelling the Qing, a Han general would capture the first brave warrior of the Manchus, Aobai, and take him as a mount. History would not mention Lu Bu's name, only a Ming general who resembled Lu Bu. This part of history is quite satisfying. Chapter 224. This joy is human. Originally, Qin Yu thought there would definitely be a group of families in Jiangnan secretly collaborating with the barbarians. The problem now is that he used elite troops to search house by house, even employing various soul-searching techniques. Nothing. He found no family in Jiangnan that colluded with the barbarians. This began to make Qin Yu suspicious. Were the books he read in his past life fabricated? Or did a so-called Jiangnan aristocratic group never exist in history? Impossible. If these people didn't exist, how could the strange events in history be explained? Were the Jiangnan aristocrats truly pure white lotuses? I still don't believe it. Qin Yu was furious. He suspected this group of people was hard to find. Otherwise, Zhu Yuanzhang would have long used his army to wipe them out. He decided to personally visit the homes of the 18 prominent families in Jiangnan, checking the water meters house by house. With his current status, even the top families in Jiangnan would have to come out to greet and bow, not daring to raise their voices. The surnames Zhao, Qian, Sun, Li, Zhou, Wu, Zheng, and Wang were in accordance with 100 family surnames. Looking at these top family surnames, Qin Yu couldn't help but sigh. These Jiangnan families were millennia-old clans that had come during the period of the Southern Migration, and their ancestors were either royal families from the Spring and Autumn or Warring States periods, or could be traced back to emperors of certain dynasties. Even descendants of sages like Confucius, Mozi, and Zhuangzi. Chapter 225. The Supreme in History. The old men seemed like twin infants, with every word they spoke. One person would slit their throat and die. We have no origins. We are you. Do not attempt to trace us through the long years. We have already penetrated into every part of your bloodline. We have never opposed you. We have only blended in, controlling you. After the speech, only one of the old men was left alive. Those who dared to see Qin Yu had no intention of returning alive. Qin Yu squinted, wanted to see what these people were really up to. The last old man smiled and said, "Working with us will make your wishes come true." As he spoke, he handed Qin Yu a hexagonal iron token. With it, you will become our sage. I am very curious about your confidence. Qin Yu said quietly. After hearing so much, he was no longer angry. If such a tumor is hidden in history, as long as he digs it out, everything will be easy to resolve. He only wanted to know what these people relied on to manipulate history. The old man smiled and said nothing. Soon, Qin Yu heard Jiang Wei's urgent voice from far away. "Master, Chun Jinan is dead." Chapter 226. The Master of Revival. With a wave from Lan Su, the causal path began to ripple. The history of the Yongzheng divine dynasty started to shake, with countless historical figures swirling within it, like flowing river water. History is a great river. Each divine dynasty is a rock within it. Famous ministers and divine generals are the trees and flowers on the rocks. Every grain of sand that makes up the rock represents the common people. With the threads of causality intertwining, Lan Su quickly extracted a tightly connected causal strand, which connected countless beings, roughly amounting to over 1,000,000. This indicates that the demons have taken root in Huaxia for 3,000 years, with their population accounting for nearly 1% of Huaxia. This 1% of the population is mixed among the common people, scholars, aristocratic families, and merchants, often occupying important positions, many of whom are well-known philanthropists, high-ranking officials, and talented individuals. After 3,000 years of mixed blood, they appeared no different from the Huaxia people. Among them, 13 of the most important surnames had 13 elders in power. With a gentle wave of her hand, the causality of over 1,000,000 people floated up, and she bent down to ask Qin Yu, "Should we directly annihilate them?" With just a gentle pinch of her jade hand, these 1,000,000 demons would be torn apart by various causalities, dying silently. Now, the increasingly powerful Lan Su could accomplish this. Chapter 227. The demon's destruction shakes the major dynasties. At this moment, on the battlefields of the major divine dynasties, in the Hongwu dynasty, Nanjing, a eunuch rushed back 800 miles with urgent news. "Report, Your Majesty, the frontline demon Qing's Nurisai and Huang Taiji have suddenly weakened, and all the Tartar strength has decreased by a full 40%. Our army is advancing rapidly. Annihilating this group of Tartars is just around the corner." What? A dignified man with white streaks in his hair, moving with the grace of a dragon and tiger, yet already showing signs of wrinkles, slowly rose from the dragon throne, surprised in a somewhat rustic manner. "Our army hasn't even started fighting. How did the demon Qing fall on their own? Who intercepted the demon Qing at their strongest moment?" The man wore imperial robes and carried the emperor's sword, looking far into the sky. As the third eternal emperor of Huaxia, he was just one step away from reaching the 7th rank, able to reach the peak of the divine realm of 10,000 dynasties. His demeanor was dragon-like. When he was angry, it seemed he could shake the heavens. Not only was he an eternal emperor, but he was also a renowned general of all generations. Throughout history, he was the only one who rose from a beggar to an emperor. If he decided to fight, no one would dare to obstruct his brilliance. But when he was gentle, he made people feel warm, like a neighborly uncle. Many remembered how kind he was to his subordinates, to the point where the generals dared to pour wine over his head at banquets, and he would laugh and scold them. Chapter 228. Nuclear bomb? Nuclear bomb. Are you sure that Prime Minister Zhuge really developed the nuclear bomb I mentioned? Qin Yu looked at Jiang Wei suspiciously. He was counting on Liang Ge to come up with some new technology of strange gates and secret skills. If it was still the original nuclear bomb technology, it wouldn't be a powerful weapon in the divine realm of 10,000 dynasties. A nuclear bomb might struggle to kill an ordinary soldier. After all, in the divine realm of 10,000 dynasties, ordinary people were enhanced to the second rank by the power of humanity. Please take a look, Master. Without hesitation, Jiang Wei handed over a blueprint. The blueprint had no Arabic numerals, nor could there be any foreign language. It was filled with dense diagrams of the 8 trigrams, with characters like Jia, Bing, Wu, Gung, Yin, Yi, Ding, Jixin, Gei, the 12 earthly branches and various ancient oracle symbols, combined to form an atomic hexagon diagram familiar to Qinyu. This was the pure essence of Huaxia civilization technology. There was no invasion of any Western culture. Qinyu even saw a familiar formula. Jia equals Yin branch transformed into double. What does this mean? Translated into the scientific language of later Western science, it is EMC2. The famous mass energy conversion formula by Einstein, which had been praised for 200 years, was actually created by Liang in just 1 month. Qinyu could only say, impressive. Chapter 229, Zhu Qizhen, do you still want to come back? Damn it. Qinyu then realized that Zhao Zilong was not any weaker than Lu Bu at all. If Lu Bu was invincible in combat, then Zhao Yun was truly undefeated. This was evident from his 100 birds facing the Phoenix Spear. No wonder he could single-handedly rescue the Lord from an army of 800,000. With just one spear, he could forcefully disarm everyone, making it so that he could hit others, but others couldn't hit him. Moreover, his loyalty and bravery traits were infinitely stackable. Historically, Zhao Yun continued to win battles even 5 days before his death. Impressive. Qinyu nodded in satisfaction. Zilong, go ahead, choose whatever beautiful women and treasures you want. Master, I don't need any. Zhao Yun shook his head calmly. Fame and fortune are like floating clouds to me. I only ask that the Master allows the common people to live in peace and enjoy their lives. Hiss. Qinyu scratched his head in frustration. This was the downside of Shu Han's generals. They were all idealists, not swayed by fame and fortune. Do you consider the common people to include other races? Zhao Yun was taken aback. He really hadn't considered this issue. After a moment, he shook his head. Those who are not of my kind must have different hearts. So it doesn't count. That's good. Qinyu was overjoyed and stepped forward to shake Zhao Yun's hand. Let us suffer a bit more for the sake of the other tribes. The blame will be on both of us. Chapter 230, Emperor Jingtai of the Ming Dynasty. During the Jingtai period of the Ming Dynasty in Beijing. At this time, the Walla had already forced the Ming to the brink of collapse, with basically no available troops. If it weren't for Yu Qian's stubborn defense, they would have long lost Beijing. One morning, before the porters had entered the city, they heard a thunderous roar and the sound of hooves like an earthquake. Clear the court, eliminate the traitors. Clear the court, eliminate the traitors. 3,000 tiger and leopard cavalry, led by Zhao Yun, charged into Beijing city, shouting their banners. The porters, carrying golden syrup, stood dumbfounded, watching the army charge into the city without warning. The 9 city gates and 3 moats were pierced like paper before the leading white horse general. The newly stationed guards inside the city didn't even have time to wipe the sleep from their eyes before being knocked to the ground by the cavalry, scrambling to get up to stop them, only to be surrounded by several elite soldiers following closely behind. Strip them of their pants. These men were all from the granted Ye people, having undergone circumcision. Slay them. The guard were still in shock when they saw these strange armored soldiers capturing their superiors, directly decapitating them on the spot, blood spilling everywhere, the stench of blood mixing with the morning mist. Chapter 231, Yu Qian, the Pillar in the Storm. When these words were spoken, the court was shaken to its core. To execute Zhu Qizhen by slow slicing? Such a thing had never happened in the Ming Dynasty. Executing an emperor by such means. Although many officials hated Zhu Qizhen deeply for losing all of Ming's elite forces, causing countless civilians to suffer captivity, and even helping the Walla open the gates of the Ming city, almost ruining half of the Ming, no one dared to entertain the thought of killing him, because he was the emperor. But Qinyu dared. That is my brother. You might as well kill me. Emperor Jingtai roared in anger at Qinyu. Don't be anxious, don't be anxious. Qinyu shook his head. You are too kind-hearted. Let me teach you how to be an emperor. There cannot be a second ruler in this world. Since you have ascended to the throne, Zhu Qizhen, whether dead or alive, must die. This is the heart of an emperor. He patted Emperor Jingtai on the shoulder. You don't need to worry about this matter. I will help you do it. Since I can enter Beijing, I can help you kill Zhu Qizhen. At that moment, Emperor Jingtai turned pale, not daring to confront his own feelings. He could now be certain that Qin Yu would not kill him, because if Qin Yu wanted to kill him, there would be no need for all this. Chapter 232. The God of War Zhu Qizhen studying abroad in the Ming Dynasty. Brother, I was wrong. I was really wrong. You could be the emperor. I have no complaints. Just please spare my life. Inside the Golden Lawn Hall, Zhu Qizhen was holding Zhu Qiyu, crying bitterly. The scene was heart-wrenching. Brother, you. Emperor Jing Tai Zhu Qiyu also had tears welling in his eyes. After all, they were brothers. How could one not be moved? Qin Yu watched coldly from the side. He would not intervene, allowing Zhu Qiyu to resolve it himself. Historically, Zhu Qizhen had relied on crying to soften Zhu Qiyu's heart, and then secretly plotted the coup to kill Zhu Qiyu and his entire family. Now he had taught Zhu Qiyu what it meant to be an emperor. It was up to him how to choose. The cries of the two brothers echoed through the hall, stirring the hearts of all. Brother, I only ask for my life. Please, please. Zhu Qizhen held Zhu Qiyu tightly, shaking him desperately, his eyes filled with despair. Do you remember when you lost Father's favorite cricket? I took the blame for you. And Father hung me up and beat me all night? Do you remember? Every time Mother divided the food, I would secretly save half for you. Chapter 233. The black-clad demon monk Yao Guangxiao and the dragon-slaying Taoist Lu Bowen. So, it was the big boss who revived you. After a good explanation, Tao Jijia finally understood what had happened. Touched, she walked up to Qin Yu, stood on her tiptoes, hugged him, and kissed him. Thank you, big boss. I will return the 300,000 to you. Let's talk nicely. Don't take advantage of the situation. Qin Yu swatted her away. What if my wife finds out? It was one thing to mess around in the mission world. After all, they were all living beings not on the same life level as the creator. But being ambiguous with the creator would definitely make Lin Miao Miao explode on the spot. Hee. Anyway, I took advantage of it. Tao Jijia excitedly jumped away. Sigh. Qin Yu shook his head helplessly, looking ahead. A brilliantly glorious imperial dynasty appeared before him. At the coast, a group of people had already been waiting for the fleet. As soon as the fleet arrived, the Ming army on the dock waved their flags. The army ahead is halting. Your Majesty has summoned you. The army ahead is halting. Your Majesty has summoned you. Did Zhu Yuanzhang already know he was coming and was specifically waiting for him? Qin Yu suddenly became interested. He was about to meet this legendary Han Wu emperor. It would be a lie to say he wasn't excited. From this setup, it was clear that Zhu Yuanzhang knew what he had done. So how should he repay this favor? Chapter 234. Zhu Ming Gaozu, the Yongle Emperor. Upon seeing Qin Yu enter, the eunuchs and palace maids beside him bowed and retreated. Only a monk and a Taoist, the two emperors, and Qin Yu remained in the hall. The middle-aged emperor on the throne slowly rose from the dragon's seat, his gaze fixed, step by step approaching Qin Yu. When his gaze swept over Qin Yu, it felt as if he had been struck by a heavenly thunder. At the same time, Qin Yu realized he seemed to be blind. This middle-aged emperor's eyes were covered with a thick layer of gray mist, seemingly unable to see clearly. But the shadows in his pupils made his gaze even sharper, instilling fear. Although he was blind, through martial arts perception and understanding of human hearts, he could see more and clearer than with his eyes. He slowly raised his head to Qin Yu, silently observing, as if he were watching something. Had Zhu Yuanzhang's sudden blindness in his later years also been restored in the realm of the myriad dynasties? Qin Yu thought. At this moment, he could finally see Zhu Yuanzhang's appearance clearly. Unlike the three portraits left in history, he did not have a shoehorn face, nor a protruding lower jaw, nor a round face. This was a lean and stern man, with frost etched on his forehead, but it was still evident he had been extremely handsome in his youth. Standing 8 feet tall, like a towering iron tower, with a stubbornness typical of a Huaishi man between his brows, defying heaven and earth, always in battle, his sharpness undiminished. Chapter 235. Zhu Ming Taizu, the Hongwu Emperor. How is this possible? The black-clad demon monk Yao Guangxiao suddenly approached. The Ci Li people have almost merged with our Huaxia, like a festering sore. Unless we kill all the common people in the world, you and I could both be Ci Li people. Lu Bowen was also shaken, suddenly turning to look at Qin Yu, bowing deeply. Your Majesty, do you have any way to root out all the Ci Li people? In their view, this was nearly impossible. Even if they were lucky enough to find a batch, the rest would only hide deeper. Generations of Ming rulers have exhausted all methods. Zhu Yuanzhang even killed half the court in an attempt to root out these people, but all ended in failure. Since I dare to speak, it must be true, Qin Yu said calmly. Zhu Yuanzhang took a deep breath, as if a decayed tree suddenly came to life. He had fought his enemies at great cost for a lifetime, and today someone told him they could help him solve it. At this moment, he was no longer anxious, only saying solemnly, I believe you. Whatever you need, I will do my utmost to assist you. Qin Yu chuckled. It's very simple. Just prepare the Jinyui and kill them one by one. He currently had 30,000 men, making a massacre not particularly convenient. Chapter 236. Loyal to the country, Yuwumu. Today we must become sworn brothers. Brother Qin, I say this based on our friendship. In the palace banquet of Jinling at night, old Zhu completely returned to his true nature. The murderous intent in his eyes dissipated entirely. Not only did he drink himself into a stupor, but he also used the secret wine of the palace to knock Qin Yu down. The two top figures quickly became sprawled out, entirely lacking decorum. After getting drunk, old Zhu basically lost all imperial demeanor and soon began bragging about his impressive life from the Huangjue temple. Back in the day, what was Qin Yuliang? Wasn't I just bragging? The Mongolian Yuan could send 10,000 to fight me? If we were in the Great Tang, we would still take up arms. Men, right? Drinking and boasting were the most important things after finishing the wine, and Qin Yu was no exception. The key was that the person drinking and boasting tonight was the founding emperor of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Yuanzhang. Behind Zhu Yuanzhang knelt a dignified woman, as exquisite as jade, smiling while pouring wine for the two. Crown Prince Zhu Biao knelt below, holding a plate to serve, while the Yongle emperor of the Ming dynasty could only stand outside the hall, feeling frustrated, unable to even sit at the table. Tonight, the guards are lifted, and a general amnesty is declared. Chapter 237. The Way of Song. Emperor Zhao Go. Big brother, you are finally coming? When she appeared very excited, rubbing his hands together eagerly. I have become a local master in the way of song. As long as you come, we can rise together and laugh at Huang Chao. How delightful. Do you think this is a joke about the Yellow Turban Army uprising? Qin Yu scolded angrily. He had little interest in this pathetic dynasty. It was rotten from top to bottom, with no hope of salvation. However, he was very interested in the loyal and virtuous officials of the Song dynasty, especially the forever loyal Yu Fei. As for others like Wang Engshi, Su Shi, Xian Qiji, and Fan Zhongyan, they could be taken away too, as they were all renowned ministers of Huaxia, gathering vast amounts of humanitarian power. As the fleet progressed, he began to see the basic structure of the Way of Song. What is the Way of Song? Just like in history, in this country, from the emperor to the common people, everyone believes in Taoism and practices it. Every emperor has a Taoist name. The nation is divided into 9 realms. Taoists, Tao masters, Tao teachers, heavenly scholars, heavenly elders, heavenly masters, Tao lords, Tao kings, and Tao emperors, which is not much different from a fantasy world. The emperor leads the practice, mainly using yellow paper talismans. Otherwise, they employ spells and forbidden techniques. From the seaside, one can see countless temples, with vast numbers of deities enveloping the world of the Way of Song. Chapter 238. The First Trader of the Southern Song. Qin Hui. The theory is formed, and the practice begins. Qin Yu's first step was to ask Zhao Go for people. Give me all the practitioners with skills in your court, and immediately establish the Dao Song Academy of Engineering. You don't need to worry about the rest. He then looked at Jiang Wei. Quickly send a command back to the court. Have Prime Minister Zhuge bring an expert team over to integrate with the technology here in the Way of Song. I want to start hundreds of major projects. Good. I will listen to you. Zhao Go was immediately excited, eagerly reaching for Qin Yu's hand, which Qin Yu slapped away. Get lost, you fake girl. If it weren't for Huaxia civilization, I wouldn't be dealing with you. Since your great dynasty's martial virtue is lacking, I will help you achieve a cultural victory. Although rejected, Zhao Go still did not want to give up, timidly saying, at least you should tell me your name. My name is Qin Yu. After saying this, Qin Yu walked a few steps into the midst of the Southern Song scholars. These scholars were delicate and weak, adorned in flowered robes and powdered faces. One might mistake them for courtesans. Upon seeing Qin Yu approach, they immediately put on a display, gathering before him to bow. Greetings, Your Majesty. Greetings, Your Majesty. Chapter 239. Zhuge Liang, the Genius. This is good. Finally, this traitor is eliminated. Qin Hui, you conspired against loyal officials and colluded with foreign powers. We wish we could eat your flesh. Today, we finally avenge our great grievance. Good. Seeing Qin Hui being castrated, Many ministers of the Way of Song erupted in joyous cheers. There were also many of Qin Hui's followers whose faces turned ashen. However, from this moment on, Qin Yu's prestige was firmly established. Even the first prime minister of the Southern Song could be castrated at his command, and who else would dare to play tricks? Expecting Zhao Go to help them regain their dignity was clearly impossible. From today on, the Qin family would be disqualified. They could no longer bear the surname Qin and would change it to Go. From now on, he would be called Go Hui, and could all enter the palace to serve the emperor. Immediately afterwards, Qin Yu's cold gaze turned to the others. Anyone who has objections to my policies can speak freely. The Southern Song ministers all took a step back, their eyes filled with extreme fear. Well, since no one has objections, we can begin. Qin Yu nodded in satisfaction. Gulme, summon Yu Fei, Han Shizhong, and the Yang family generals to enter the capital immediately. Yes, the speed of the sea ships could not be said to be fast, but it could not be said to be slow either. Chapter 240. The Stars of Heaven, the Divine Stars. With a swift motion, Zhuge Liang pulled out a small wooden pivot and gently pointed towards the vast ocean ahead. The previously launching star well immediately shot out an enormous yin-yang bomb, which flew straight through the void towards Malacca. Boom, boom, boom. Without needing to look, Qin Yu knew that several small nations in Malacca had already been destroyed. 1,000 miles away, a nation was extinguished. 10,000 miles away, a clan was annihilated. What kind of celestial technology is this? Not bad, not bad. Zhuge Liang smiled as he stroked his beard and turned to Qin Yu, bowing. I report to the Grandmaster. The 2 missiles and 1 satellite you requested have been successfully developed. We have already launched the first Tiangang star, and within the area covered by this Tiangang star in the southern border of the Song dynasty, it can guarantee that the divine missiles will hit their targets without fail and have unlimited energy. TSK, TSK, TSK. Qin Yu was completely astonished. A satellite can directly recharge missiles on the ground. Isn't this the satellite technology he mentioned? Of course. The main reason for this effect is that I made a small improvement, such as using the Qi Min Dao to transform this star into a true natural star, which will never fall, enduring forever. The divine missiles on the ground are based on the Jin hexagram, responding to the heavenly stars, and the two become one. Hence, the heavenly star is indestructible, and the divine missiles are everlasting. This is the way of heaven. Chapter 241. The Last Backbone of the Song Dynasty. Qin Yu turned to look, only to find several towering figures behind Wang Engshi and Kai Jing, each 10 zhang tall, their bodies clad in armor covered with Taoist talismans, exuding a momentum powerful enough to change the heavens and the earth. Their presence alone made Zhao Yun behind them feel a sense of importance. Several large banners were simultaneously raised. One banner bore the words, "Loyalty to the country." Another read, "Unmatched in the nation." A third said, "The pillars of the nation." As these figures slowly approached, it seemed they bore the blood and courage of 300 years of the Song dynasty, unwilling to bow their heads even before Qin Yu. For they were the last backbone of the Song dynasty. They came to pay their respects to the emperor. The group simultaneously knelt before Zhao Go. With so many brigands and military personnel, Zhao Go habitually ignored them and stepped back a few paces toward Qin Yu. He indeed did not like military generals. Among these people, Di Qing had been suppressed for a lifetime and was finally demoted. Han Shizhong had been given poison wine 3 times and nearly died, thanks to Yu Fei risking his life to save him. Yu Fei faced a cup of poison wine at the Fengbo Pavilion. There was also Zhong Zhe, who had guarded Kaifeng for 15 years, and Li Yinxian, who had been trapped in the encirclement of Shanzhou for 10 years. Chapter 242. Lu Chuan, Never to Submit. Lu Chuan. Yu Fei and Han Shizhong exchanged glances, both filled with confusion. Though this place was wealthy, it was not the primary enemy of the Song dynasty. It should be known that the enemy of the Song dynasty had always been the Jin dynasty, which occupied the 16 provinces of Yin and Yun in the north. If the Jin dynasty was not destroyed, troubles would continue to arise. Why did Qin Yu want to attack Lu Chuan first? Wang Engshi, frowning, stepped forward. Lu Chuan, although fertile and vast, is not a strategically important place. To capture it with the strength of the entire nation would hardly provide a significant boost to the economy. Who said I planned to take Lu Chuan as the territory of the dynasty? Qin Yu's expression turned cold as he looked at everyone. The concept of a colony was difficult to explain to them, but it meant extracting the last drop of blood from Lu Chuan through commerce. reducing it to a blood bag for Huaxia. The people of Huaxia, at their core, are too kind. Every time they conquer a place, they consider how the other side can develop in the future, how to create welfare for them, and how to achieve common prosperity. If you ask Qinyu, some countries are simply not worth it. Countries like the sticks, monkeys, and books, which one is not ungrateful? Taking the benefits of Huaxia and then turning around to bite Huaxia back? Chapter 243. The Free Lighthouse of the Song Dynasty. The aerial bombing was successful, and the Ground Divine Machine Camp received the message. The Ground Divine Machine Camp, prepare. The second wave of divine missiles will arrive in 1 minute. Your unit must return to the camp quickly and prepare for the second wave of air raid. Over. Received. Over. The Song Dynasty has achieved great victory. Inside the cabin of the Flying Sky Divine Kite, the beautiful and handsome Southern Song scholars wore determined expressions, excitedly cheering and jumping up to dance a home dance. Qinyun is majestic, colorful. Qinyun is majestic, colorful. Don't think that the cross-dressing girls are useless. Their strong Tao power is just right for piloting the latest model of the Flying Sky Divine Kite, becoming a group of beautiful female pilots. Loli is the best. In less than 3 minutes, a second black and white that appeared in the sky. And this time, Si Hanfa's eyes revealed an extreme fear. No. Is it not over yet? How can there still be more? When will this thing end? He immediately ordered all warriors in the country. Everyone, hide, hide. For monkeys, climbing trees and hiding underground is a survival instinct. The monkeys of this country are experts at hiding. After suffering severe losses from the first wave of air raids, everyone in Luchuan collectively climbed trees, hid underwater, or concealed themselves in cellars. Chapter 244. The First War of the Bliss Grass. Hearing such a strict order, the several chancellors beside him were stunned. The laws of the Song Dynasty were lenient, and such cruel laws had never appeared before. Are scholars also to be executed? Executed. Qin Yu's cold gaze was unwavering. No matter whether they are scholars or royal relatives, anyone who dares to privately cultivate bliss grass shall be executed. After speaking, he shouted, "Where is Bao Zheng? I am here." Boom! A dull sound echoed as a round of blue sky and white sun slowly stepped out from outside the palace. Appearing as a blue sun, but in reality, it was the result of achieving a high level of Taoism and virtue that manifested as a great sun, because he is Bao Qin Tian, the last true clean official of the Song Dynasty. Even Yu Fei had committed corruption with military funds, but he had not. To be listed among the renowned figures of history, he himself is a benchmark in the long river of Huaxia history. Ordinary ministers cannot exceed him morally. The blue sky and white sun slowly transformed into a black-faced official, stepping forward with an aura that made all the scholars of the Song Dynasty tremble. "What is the matter? My servant is here." "Very good." Qin Yu nodded slowly. These were all the people he wanted to take with him. "I command you to supervise the investigation of bliss grass. Anyone found hoarding bliss grass, royal relatives, shall be executed with a dragon-headed guillotine, scholars with a tiger-headed guillotine, and commoners with a dog-headed guillotine." Chapter 245. The Western Roman Company. This time, the Jin people realized they were wrong. Extremely wrong. The once valiant Jin warriors could not even lift their swords now. Meanwhile, the Song Dynasty ladies had long since upgraded from bird guns to cannons, completely changing their combat mode. Boom, boom, boom. One by one, Inyang Taiji balls flew in from the distance, annihilating hundreds of Jin warriors charging at the front line on the horizon. Wanyan Wushu stared wide-eyed at this scene, occasionally taking a sip from a bottle filled with bliss grass. Yes, even as the battle reached this point, he had to stop after marching for dozens of miles to enjoy bliss grass. Other Jin soldiers were the same. When they heard about military pay, they were disinterested. But upon hearing about bliss grass, their eyes turned blood red. Where does this bliss grass come from, with such great allure? Wanyan Wushu, while twitching with pleasure, shed 2 lines of blood tears. Even a man with a firm will like him could not resist the temptation of bliss grass. Every time after indulging, I swear to quit. But when the craving comes back, it feels like countless little ants are crawling in my bones. At that moment, even if I had to trade my life for the euphoric grass, I would be willing to do so. This is the terrifying aspect of the euphoric grass. Chapter 246. All of them are colonies of our Song Dynasty. You have killed and gained creation points. You have led the Tao Song into a new era and gained the golden achievement, Navigator. Navigator. before each breakthrough to the next level. Your combat power growth speed is 100. You have turned a segment of historical civilization into a colony, gaining creation points. 100,000. For every year the colony exists, you gain 10,000 creation points. As the Dao Song's overseas strategy expands, Qin also continuously hears notification sounds. Wow. After becoming a colony, it can bring me continuous income every year? Seeing this notification, Qin is shocked. Awesome. This income is not temporary, but permanent. As long as the history of this colony exists and has not been altered by the creator of this civilization, he can continue to earn profits every year. One colony means 10,000. 10 colonies mean 100,000. 100 colonies mean 1 million. No upper limit. If I can establish 100 colonies in different histories, that means I can lie back and earn 1 million creation points every year, even if I leave the Yuan Dynasty Divine Realm. Qin Yu suddenly felt, this is too damn awesome. Colonies, what a great invention. Chapter 247, Sun Extinction Festival, Great Fortune. What level is this Dao-level nuclear bomb? Qin Yu still doesn't have a concept in his mind. However, the more weapons, the better. This is a great gift prepared by Qin Yu for the soon-to-arrive creators of various countries. Good. Qin Yu patted Zhuge Liang's shoulder excitedly. Can we start the first nuclear experiment now? Yes, Your Excellency. Our team is also very nervous. After all, this weapon has cost too much effort and wasted too many resources. If it doesn't work, no worries, as long as we can experiment. Follow me. Qin Yu eagerly led Zhuge Liang and a group of researchers, driving the latest model of the giant ship, quickly arrived at a desolate island at the easternmost part of the motherland. On this island, the men are short and the women are beautiful. Upon seeing Qin Yu and others, they immediately knelt and worshipped, amazed as if they were gods. Is this the Eastern Japan, Fusang? Zhuge Liang was stunned. Yes. Now Fusang has developed into the Heian period after learning from the Tang envoys, with a large population. Qin Yu smiled. Let us set our nuclear testing base here. But Zhuge Liang opened his mouth wide. The nuclear test will definitely harm the surrounding people. Chapter 248. How will you respond, Your Excellency? Boom, boom, boom. One island goes kaboom. Boom, boom, boom. Another island goes kaboom. Boom, 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 boom. 4 islands all go kaboom. The lively festival celebration in 1 second. The next second, all that remains in everyone's eyes is a white light. Even shadows disappear. There is no sensation of pain. Only various Taoist breaths mixed together, swept into a slight hissing sound of nothingness, like electromagnetic waves. This was the last sound all the cherry blossom people would ever hear in their lives. Hiss, 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 not only the ordinary cherry blossom people, even those 4th-tier warriors, 5th-tier daimyos, and the emperor all had their celebratory smiles frozen on their faces. And then from behind, they were slowly impacted into nothingness by this terrifying aura. This kind of power is unstoppable. It is not comparable to the previous collapsing tree-level nuclear bomb. In this explosion, Qin Yu clearly felt a sense similar to the arrival of the path of destruction. And not only the path of destruction, but also Zhuge Liang had integrated unknown elements into this method, causing the path of destruction to explode with geometric multiples of damage like a nuclear bomb. This was akin to creating a new Dao. Hundreds of researchers and the things Zhuge Liang had poured immense effort into finally showed results today, fully justifying the investment. Chapter 249, The Battle of Xiangji Temple. On the calm sea, waves ripple. Occasionally, various fish leap, bringing a sense of joy. Qin Yu leaned against the railing. With the notification, sounds of creation points incoming ringing in his ears, along with various achievements. Now he couldn't even be bothered to look at blue achievements, only opening the golden achievements to take a glance. Which creator wouldn't he be overjoyed to hear of achievements? Only he could act so arrogantly. It's either that today the Dao Song has taken another colony, or tomorrow Yu Fei has destroyed another country. Now, the 300,000 creation points Qin Yu just spent have quickly risen back to 800,000, rapidly approaching 1 million. And with so many colonies, just the annual profit alone is 10,000 points. Now the Dao Song is impressive, with Zhuge Liang suppressing the political arena and Yu Fei showing his military prowess. They have already pointed their military might at the historical period of the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms, claiming they will turn all of history into colonies of the Great Song. The universe belongs to the Great Song. Qin Yu expressed his support and provided assistance all the way. After all, these colonies are creation points. This voyage is clearly much longer than previous times, because after the Song dynasty, it's the most chaotic period in Chinese history, the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms. Chapter 250, Individual Nuclear Weapons. The two sides of the Tang army were stunned. Don't mind them, attack, kill. And Shouzhong loudly ordered, his heart filled with dread. Fearing Qin Yu really was a loyal minister of the Tang dynasty. If this army joined, he definitely wouldn't be able to withstand it. He was very clear in his heart that his foundation was an alien army. The Tang soldiers under him were still loyal to the Tang dynasty. They were just fooled into following him, and if they died, so be it. He wouldn't feel sorry. He is the son of An Lushan, and he is not even Han, but Guizi feels sorry. The two sides of hundreds of thousands of Tang soldiers are all the blood of the Tang dynasty. And if they really kill each other, it would feel like a knife cutting through his heart. And who is Guizi? He is the last famous general of the Tang dynasty in later generations. If it weren't for his battle, the Tang dynasty would have perished 200 years earlier. In the world, only Guizi has truly saved an era with his actions. If it weren't for respecting this last general of the Tang dynasty, Qin Yu wouldn't have intervened to stop the battle of Xiangji Temple. Do not move. Guizi immediately waved his hand, seeing the situation take a turn. How could he still act? Kill the national traitors. Kill the national traitors. The 12 guards of the Tang army in front couldn't hold back any longer, each of them thinking about stabilizing the world and strangling the rebels. Chapter 251. The Tang dynasty needs Chao Mengde. Who exactly are you, the governor? Guizi was immediately taken aback. Then he angrily pointed at Qin Yu. No matter what military governor you are still a subject of our great Tang. How can you utter such treasonous words? Although what he is doing is also that of a warlord, Old Gua is still loyal to the great Tang. Hearing that Qin Yu wanted to kill Li Longji, he immediately found it unacceptable. Shouldn't an emperor who causes countless deaths and injuries among the people, destroying the foundation of the Li Tang dynasty for his own selfish desires, be killed? Qin Yu sneered, pulling on Guizi's collar, forcing him to look at the Tang army below. If I hadn't come, how many of these people would have died? And they would have been killed by your own hands. Are you still so stubbornly oblivious? Is the courage of General Gua only enough to be a foolishly loyal subject? Not enough to be a saving power? If you truly resolved to stand up as a powerful minister to sweep the world, instead of being foolishly loyal, there wouldn't be so many military governors claiming kingship, and the great Tang wouldn't continue to decay. Below, Cao Cao and the Han army heard this, and his eyes filled with tears, nodding madly to himself. Finally, someone understands me. Without me, who knows how many would claim the throne and kingship? Chapter 252. The temptation of Wu Meinyang. Guizi has rebelled. We heard that Guizi had killed Li Longji. Li Heng breathed a sigh of relief. Father, you have finally left. With you still around, how can I sit steadily on this throne? But when he heard that Guizi had rebelled, Li Heng absolutely refused to believe it. How is that possible? He is my loyal General Gua, the only hope for the great Tang. How could he possibly plot a rebellion? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Li Heng slammed a bowl of rice onto the table. My General Gua is invincible and loyal. How could he rebel against me? Where's the army headed now? Reporting to your majesty, General Gua is leading the rebel army. Without saying a word, he is charged towards the military governors who are self-important, and has already defeated most of the military governors in Hebei and Hunan. You want to fight the military governors? Li Heng was taken aback, his brows furrowing tightly, slowly pushing the rice back into the bowl. It seems that Guizi wants to clear the world and does not show any signs of wanting to fight to the death with the great Tang. Li Heng waved his hand. Convey my decree to pacify General Gua and his army, ordering the military governors not to resist. Chapter 253. This empress, he has won. As soon as Qin Yu stepped into the hall, he was met with a rich fragrance. It directly penetrated his heart and lungs, a power intertwined with alluring paths. This smell was sweet and greasy, with a hint of spiciness and a slight sweat scent, all combined. Qin Yu couldn't help but marvel. A woman who could captivate 3 generations of the Li family, the only eternal empress of Huaxia. This charm, power, and means are indeed formidable. Such a woman is fundamentally different from the common, superficial women of the world, with none of the useless pretentiousness. In her view, seduction is the strongest advantage of being a woman, without a doubt. Therefore, Wu Meinyang would absolutely not hesitate to use this ability. During her reign, Almost everyone in the court and the common people were her admirers, and the civil and military officials were all mesmerized by her. As the saying goes, if you grasp a man's character, you grasp everything about him. Wu Meinyang is a woman who can easily achieve this. Chickens and phoenixes belong to the same bird family, but one is in the sky and the other on the ground. That is the difference. Now that Qin Yu has arrived to escape Li Shimen's control, she naturally must seize him at the first opportunity. Chapter 254, Jingguan. On a quiet morning, Qin Yu slowly walked towards the seaside, returning to the ship. Jiangwei, Zhao Yun, and others greeted him excitedly. Master, how did it go? Were you able to subdue the ruler of this dynasty? Who knew that as soon as the words fell, Qin Yu stumbled and nearly fell to the ground. Master, protect. Zhao Yun rushed towards Qin Yu at lightning speed, catching him, while Jiang Wei's eyes widened as he shouted urgently. Who would have thought? It was unimaginable that the seemingly invincible Qin Yu would also have a day of falling. Instantly, Qin Yu's features quickly sank a few points before rapidly returning to normal. He quickly stabilized his path and calmed down. The Han army's formation was in disarray, and many generals had already charged towards the Wuzhou dynasty. Kill. Dare to harm the master. It's a trap. Eliminate this demoness. Everyone come back. Qin Yu waved his hand to stop the surge of people. His expression was extremely grim. The others exchanged glances. Could it be that the master truly fell at the hands of a woman? Unbelievable. They couldn't dare to believe it. Chapter 255. Changsun Wuji. Qin Yu had merely spoken casually, but Li Shimen's face instantly turned red. Are you serious? Why are you so excited? Qin Yu looked at him strangely. Does it make you this happy to be demoted from emperor to general? As long as you can help me eliminate these treacherous ministers and thieves, I am willing to follow you into battle and make you a great general, Li Shimen said bluntly, patting his chest without hesitation. At this moment, he didn't seem like the eternal emperor, the heavenly Khan, but truly like the Qin king who once led 100 riders to break 10,000 troops, the heavenly strategy general. Isn't that by Qi and Han Xian? Handle it. With me here, you can rest assured. Qin Yu was taken aback. Big brother, so tough. Let us set that aside. The Han army's fleet headed straight to the Jingguan dynasty. Upon arriving, Qin Yu discovered that the famous ministers and generals of the Jingguan dynasty were indeed numerous. Yu Qigong, Qin Shu Bao, Cheng Yao Jin, Li Ji, Changsun Wuji. There were as many as needed. Meanwhile, several of Li Shimen's unfortunate sons, Crown Prince Li Chengxian, second son prince of Shu Li Ku, and third son prince of Wei Li Tai, were fighting fiercely among themselves. Their conflicts were fundamentally irreconcilable, primarily because Crown Prince Li Chengxian was too incompetent. Not only did he break his leg while riding horses, but he also liked men and even rebelled. With such a trashy older brother, who wouldn't have thoughts? Furthermore, Li Shimen himself had killed his older brother at Xuanwu Gate to rise to power, so his descendants were even more unrestrained. But Qin Yu didn't care about that. As soon as he arrived at the Jingguan dynasty, he went straight to Li Shimen's harem to pay respects to the true eternal empress, Empress Changsun. This left Li Shimen utterly bewildered. Weren't you here to help me? Why are you so interested in my wife? Unbeknownst to him, Qin Yu was genuinely eager to know just how beautiful Guanyin Bai truly was. Paying respects to the empress, Qin Yu directly bowed to Empress Changsun. Li Shimen's face turned green. You treat me as an equal, but you bow to my wife? Isn't this a slap in the face? But he also knew that Qin Yu was deliberately humiliating him. After holding it in for a long time without speaking, he waved his sleeve and left. Your Majesty doesn't need to be so polite. Please rise. Empress Changsun was quite kind, smiling as she helped Qin Yu and brought him delicacies and beauties from the palace. You must know that the major task of removing the people of Ci, Lu Yi still rests on Qin Yu. If these troublemakers from Ci, Lu Yi are not eliminated, the 5 surnames and 7 lineages will always be a problem for the Tang dynasty, and the internal strife among the princes will never cease. How have you been recently, sister? Soon, a round and plump man walked into the palace, his pupils a bluish-green typical of the Xinbei people, constantly sizing up Qin Yu with a gaze that held a hint of wariness. Qin Yu knew very well that this man was the first chancellor of the Tang dynasty, Changsun Wuji. His purpose for coming was obvious, to probe into Qin Yu's background. However, after gazing at him for a moment, Qin Yu's eyes locked onto Changsun Wuji. He was surprised at their audacity, knowing his capabilities, yet still daring to come and test him. What does this mean? The previously amicable Empress Changsun's expression suddenly changed. Staring at Qinyu in shock, Changsun Wuji looked at Qinyu, his expression gradually becoming grim. How did you discover this? Chapter 256. It turns out to be for the Xianbei. What? Changsun Wuji is actually from Li, the renowned first chancellor of the Tang dynasty. The stabilizing force in the court is actually a member of a foreign tribe buried in the history of Huaxia for 1,000 years. If this news gets out, no one would believe it. Empress Changsun's beautiful eyes widened in shock, and she collapsed to the ground, trembling as she looked back at her brother in disbelief. At this moment, what Qinyu said left everyone unable to accept it. Outside the hall, Li Shimon's gaze flickered with momentary confusion, followed by a surge of anger that seemed capable of burning the heavens and the earth. Finally, he calmed down like a dragon entering the sea, coldly gazing at Changsun Wuji. He naturally believed Qinyu's words, because Qinyu was an outsider, and his identity and perspective were different from everyone else in the current Tang dynasty, viewing things from the long river of Huaxia's history. If anyone was truly trustworthy to Li Shimon, it had to be Qinyu. Since Qinyu said so, it must be undeniably true. Brother, Empress Changsun finally shouted out after a while. The imperial majesty diminished. Who would have thought that the infighting among her children and the constant turmoil of the dynasty would actually be orchestrated by her own brother behind the scenes? Chapter 257. A Rebuilding Grace. Changsun Wuji said nothing, only looked at Li Shimon with a cold gaze, as if the decades of familial affection, camaraderie, and ruler-minister loyalty between them had completely vanished. Li Shimon also looked at him coldly. After a moment, Li Shimon suddenly let out a sneer. To protect your sister, you fabricate such nonsense. Do you really think I would believe it? After saying this, Li Shimon trembled slightly, his face turning pale, but he did not fall, still standing firm. Indeed, neither of them was a fool. Changsun Wuji deliberately said this just to deflect suspicion away from Empress Changsun. But such a trivial tactic could hardly work in front of Li Shimon. However, his desperate attempts to protect Empress Changsun also implied that she was complicit, that she too was from Li. The last pillar in Li Shimon's heart was instantly pulled away. His wife, with whom he had shared decades of companionship. His closest person, the last glimmer of light in his heart, was also someone who had been betraying him. Absolute loneliness. Experiencing complete betrayal. Such a situation, no matter what man it befalls, is a catastrophe. Chapter 258. Li Shimon shocked, calling him godfather. Empress Changsun trembled in shock, nearly bowing to Qinyu. As the empress of the Holy Tang, she was not an inexperienced woman, but compared to everything in this chaos, it was like an ant entering heaven, a shock of an entirely different dimension. This was also another way for Qinyu to showcase his strength to Li Shimon. I'm so powerful, would I trick you? What benefit would that bring me? With a wave of his hand, Qinyu summoned the Xianpin demon god, who gently embraced Empress Changsun. The grace of the mother of all things causing her no pain as she directly transformed and entered the Xianpin gate beneath the Xianpin demon god. All things have a mother, and all emerge from this gate. She gradually transformed from a young woman to a girl, then to a child, and finally to an infant, until she completely disappeared into the Xianpin gate. The transformation of her body was just the first step, representing a chance to be reborn. Such divine ability could only be performed by Qinyu, without harming the original personality or memories, a truly transcendent technique. Next was the reshaping of her body. After pondering for a moment, Qinyu waved his hand, summoning the chaos demon ape and his many physical demon gods. Then instructed them, create a physical body based on Empress Changsun's original form. I wish to observe your understanding of the physical realm. Chapter 259. The Struggle of the Three Kings. Upon hearing Qinyu's words, the three brothers were momentarily stunned. Li Shimon beside them nodded with a smile. Thinking how he had not considered such a good method, let the three of you fight. If anyone makes a mistake in the fight, then none of you will inherit the throne. In the Tang dynasty's system, the importance of legitimacy is highly regarded. If one gains the throne illegitimately, it could lead to the same fate as Emperor Jingtai, who was deposed without hesitation. If the legitimacy of the oath is violated, the first day on the throne could see loyal subjects killing the new emperor right there, with no one able to find fault, as it would reflect loyalty to the Tang dynasty. The importance of oaths in the hearts of ancient people is evident from the Sima Yi family. Because Sima Yi broke the oath of the Luo River, his descendants, even if they ascended the throne, would be treated like dogs and killed. Thus, throughout history, emperors have rarely dared to openly violate oaths. Once this oath is made, it essentially sets the stage for the future succession system of the Tang dynasty, and no one would dare to violate it. Of course, it is only a great emperor like Li Shiwu, with extraordinary vision, who would dare to let Qin Yu make the three brothers issue this oath. Other emperors first considered whether the throne belonged to their own descendants. However, Li Shiwu was concerned about whether the world could be stabilized. Among the three brothers, Li Chengxian was the first to change his dismal situation. His eyes were bloodshot, and he appeared revitalized. This was equivalent to telling him that he would definitely ascend to the throne. The other two looked despondent, feeling hopeless about their futures. But when they glanced at Li Chengxian's leg, a flicker of hope arose in their hearts. Li Chengxian had broken his leg while riding a horse in his youth, which had already become a fixed fate in history, one that could not be changed even in the realm of the divine. Moreover, there was an unwritten rule among the emperors of Huaxia. Those with physical disabilities cannot become emperors. This was also a permanent pain in Li Shiwu's heart. Seeing the expressions on his sons' faces, Li Shiwu felt a pang of sadness and slowly walked in front of Qin Yu. My eldest son Chengxian has a physical disability. If he ascends to the throne, it will be difficult for him to win the people's support. What father said is true. How can a disabled person be an emperor? Exclaimed King of Shu Li Ku and King of Wei Li Tai simultaneously, their eyes filled with urgency. The spark of hope that had just appeared in Li Chengxian's eyes was now replaced with hostility as he glared fiercely at his two younger brothers. If I kill you both, who in this world would dare to oppose me as emperor? Just based on you. Big brother, you should bow down and submit. I'll leave you a way to live. The situation returned to its previous tense state. Li Shiwu looked at his sons, who were at odds, and a trace of sorrow crossed his eyes. He knew that Li Chengxian's broken leg might be the work of the rebellious forces, threatening the foundations of the Tang dynasty. But there was nothing he could do about it. At this moment, he could only turn his gaze to Qin Yu. Ahem. Qin Yu coughed lightly and waved his hand to everyone. Hold on. Who says your elder brother's leg can't be restored? The two princes. Li Chengxian. Li Shiwu, really? Qin Yu had already helped him deal with a rebellious brother-in-law and resolved his wife's concerns. If he could also restore Li Chengxian's broken leg, it would be an immense favor. It's just fixing a leg, a small matter. Qin Yu smirked. Even if that broken leg was imbued with the power of humanity from the realm of the divine, he had a way. After all, it was just the power of humanity. I can use the power of humanity to forcibly create a leg for you. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Yu waved his hand towards the heavens. The long-hidden golden dragon of humanity let out a resonating roar that shook the heavens. And a torrent of human power poured down from the sky, directly infusing into Li Chengxian's body. That broken leg began to regenerate at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chapter 260. The Bearing of an Emperor. Li Chengxian watched in awe as his broken leg gradually healed, and the immense power of humanity surged into his body. Good, great. Li Shiwu, standing beside him, was moved to tears, witnessing the realization of his greatest dream through Qin Yu. To him, Qin Yu now felt like a deity. Moreover, the willingness to expend such vast amounts of human power to save his son showed that Qin Yu had no selfish motives. He was entirely devoted to perfecting the history of Huaxia. At this moment, Li Shiwu felt only gratitude. In his life, he had never been so grateful to anyone. Meanwhile, the kings of Shu and Wei were dumbfounded. A leg that even their father could not restore was effortlessly reattached by this person. What kind of divine ability is this? Originally the eldest son, Li Chengxian, now, without any physical disability, made it nearly impossible for the two of them to compete with him. Their faces fell in despair. Li Chengxian, trembling all over, looked at his newly restored leg. He attempted to toss aside his crutch and took a few steps. Initially, he walked with small steps, but soon he broke into a run, darting like an arrow while excitedly shouting, my leg is back." Chapter 261. Taking Wu Meinyang, General of Heavenly Strategy. Huh, let go. No, wow. Qin Yu had thought that Lan Su could no longer hold back her beastly instincts toward him, but when he brushed aside her long hair, he was somewhat stunned. It's you? What is wrong? Can it be me? The beautiful woman before him wore a red robe, smiling enchantingly as she lifted her head. Stunningly beautiful. Qin thought for a moment and realized why she was here. Ever since he healed Li Chengxin's leg, the history of the Tang dynasty had continued for 100 years, returning to normal. Naturally, Wu Meinyang's dajo had directly disappeared, erased from history. However, because of him, Li Shimin had not completely eradicated her. Now, she had nowhere to go and could only seek refuge with him. Wow, the world's greatest female emperor. This feeling was undeniably gratifying for Qin. However, he maintained a calm demeanor, slightly nodding. At the same time, he waved his hand to the outside. Gumin, Sima Yi quickly entered, eyes observing the surroundings with caution. What orders do you have, Chancellor? From today onwards, you no longer need to manage the matters of the harem. Let Wu Meinyang take care of it. Yes. Sima Yi dared only to glance at Wu Meinyang before swiftly turning to leave. Chapter 262. Jiang Zia discerning? Who. Just as Qin Yu was having a great time in the realm of the divine, suddenly a message reached his ears. Qin Yu, I have something to tell you. It was Jiang Lingyi's voice. After a long time, without contacting the outside world, due to the brewing chaos among the creators and the emergence of the human demonic gods, Qin Yu was curious when he was contacted by the outside world for the first time. Rising from Wu Meinyang's side, he asked with interest, What is it? Go ahead. Jiang Lingyi's tone was somewhat strained. Instead of speaking, she waved her hand. Whoosh! A scene appeared before Qin Yu, forcibly transmitted to the realm of the divine through the power of the Nuwa Tower. The image showed the familiar Daxia Academy, the Jiang family stronghold. Terrifyingly, the Jiang family stronghold had now transformed into a pitch-black, eerie place, where a dark mass continued to grow. Dimly visible next to the black object were a white mass, a green mass, and a formless, colorless entity, intertwining and pulsating, indistinguishable from one another. Surrounding these entities were some smaller objects. However, all the objects were shrouded in a layer of purple-black substance, obscuring clarity. The outermost layer was still the Jiang family's artifact that shaped the subworld, but at this moment, that mirror-like artifact had been completely deformed by the purple-black gas, enormous beyond measure, its surface reflecting countless dreams of people, millions of distorted world phantoms. A single glance could drive one to madness and collapse. Chapter 263. The world is disconnected, the foreign demons. The rotting Taoist led a multitude of indescribable beings, bursting into the vast sky and destroying one after another of the Creator's worlds engulfed in darkness. In their worldview, the order of the bizarre world of sealing gods was the norm, while these foreign worlds were seen as an invasion. Kill, eradicate these outer demons. Brother Zia, mindless slaughter is not the solution. We must educate them and impart the Tao. Only then can we stop the invasion of these otherworldly demons. You are right, boy Ikao. Let us teach them the ways of cultivation. Jiang Zia elegantly pulled out several pieces of dried flesh from under his ribs, transforming them into flying swords that injured several beings from the original world. Then he recited a mantra. Jade clear, subtle Tao, preserve my longevity, urgent as the law commands. Whoosh! The flesh on his body regrew. He appeared like a slice of jade-formed cured meat. Yet his demeanor was extraordinarily normal, exuding an aura of immortality. The celestial beings from the outer world marveled. Jiang Zia truly deserved to be a true immortal under the guidance of the primordial one, demonstrating profound Taoist power. Indeed, it seems this expedition against the outer demons will yield great merit in spreading the teachings. Why can't these demons be completely exterminated? Did the Tao ancestor pass down any edicts? Chapter 264. Hong Jun wants to unite the Tao. Trying to evade Qin Yu's gaze in his own subordinate world was clearly impossible. Qin Yu's brows furrowed, and his large hand extended as if transforming into a law form, capturing the three realms. Surprisingly, the entity within the subordinate world began to resist, employing dozens of bizarre world rules, momentarily corrupting and distorting Qin Yu's hand, slicing it into various membranes, and creating all sorts of illusions. That large hand constantly changed, rotting into white bones and transforming into bubbles. But it was of no use. Once Qin Yu made a move, his hand became a true hand, unaffected by any bizarre energy in terms of concept, energy, or physical form. Even the fundamental Tao of gathering and dispersion from the bizarre, sealing God's world belonged to Qin Yu. There was no possibility for the bizarre, sealing God's world to contend with him. Zizizizi, boom, boom, boom. This wave of fluctuation directly caused a huge uproar in the bizarre, sealing God's world. The 6 massive entities parasitizing the corpse of the heavenly Tao sensed it, and a large hand pierced directly into their umbilical cord connecting to the heavenly Tao, violently tearing apart those cords known as the positions of heavenly Tao saints. Yet, they didn't dare to breathe a word, hurriedly dodging. For a moment, the 3 realms rippled, and the sound of blood and flesh sliding resonated. This disgusting scene carried a shocking strangeness. Chapter 265. The catastrophe completes. Hong Jun was in a state of unstable clarity, or one might say, unstable madness. With his control over the bizarre world, he had already influenced the world's trajectory. But it was clear that he wanted to unite the Tao. Only by maintaining a clear state could he successfully unite the Tao. He even discovered Qin Yu's presence, hoping Qin Yu would lend him a hand, as his uniting of the Tao would benefit Qin Yu as well. To this, Qin Yu could only say, Hong Jun is indeed Hong Jun. This existence, no matter the world, is a fierce person who dares to fight. He doesn't even understand what kind of existence his world master is. Yet he dares to risk his life to ask for favors. As long as Hong Jun can prove his existence, he won't lose. He is an extremely insidious and ruthless person. At this stage, Qin Yu still needed him, as there was no other being among the 3 realms with his nature who could bear the stability of the world. Unfortunately, the plot still had to follow its course. Otherwise, how could he gain the power to turn fantasies into reality? Hong Jun had calculated everything, except that he didn't account for the fact that the boss might have hidden operations. Qin Yu did not respond. He merely extended his hand, manipulating the power of the world to separate that thread of clarity from Hong Jun. The last glimmer of clarity in Hong Jun's eyes gradually faded away. Chapter 266. Stepping into the 3rd stage, claiming kingship. However, Qin Yu was not merely suppressing the subordinate world. He understood that thunder, rain, and dew were all heavenly blessings. He soon arrived in the Deluo heaven before Hong Jun, looking at Hong Jun, who was writhing among the corpses like a 1,000-legged maggot. There was not a trace of clarity in his eyes. Qin Yu nodded slightly. It was not that he wanted to make Hong Jun this way, but rather that this world was not the original Hong Wang. If it were still the original Hong Wang, this world would lose its uniqueness, greatly diminishing its prospects. Madness. That is the strongest power in this world. Only by expressing madness, style, and characteristics to the extreme can one cover the heavens and reverse the myriad laws. When the time comes, who in all the worlds will be able to distinguish what is madness and what is clarity? Perhaps madness to the extreme is, in itself, a form of clarity. Come forward. Qin Yu waved his hand slightly. In front of him, the resistance of the bizarre world was utterly insignificant. The suppression of the supreme Hong Wang and the control of the ultimate Tao granted him 100% authority in the world at hand. Whoosh! The flesh and corpses wriggled, and Hong Jun slowly floated before Qin Yu. Qin Yu nodded. Now the world as process was already underway. The originally aggregated entities had gradually dispersed into separate noble individuals, which then began to aggregate in a chaotic manner without distinction. Chapter 267. Managing the Interface. This aura even made him feel a hint of danger. Did Qin Yu directly step into the 3rd stage? Moreover, just having reached the 3rd stage was enough to threaten him, an established 4th stage being. What kind of monster is this? However, Han Tianzuan quickly collected his emotions, squinting his eyes to look in Qin Yu's direction. So you've reached the 3rd stage. A monster is indeed a monster. I just wonder what title you will be granted with your strength. Upon reaching the 3rd stage, creators would also begin to receive titles. The 3rd stage is referred to as the King Stage Creator. The 4th stage is called the Emperor Stage Creator. Upon reaching the ethereal 5th stage, the official title of the creator space is the Transcender. The title for the 3rd and 4th stages are something like So-and-so King or So-and-so Emperor. However, after reaching the 5th stage, there are no suffixes. Instead, they're independent titles. Even just knowing the title of the 5th stage creator can allow one to traverse infinite realms and defeat enemies. When the Blue Star summoned the Sword Bearer, it was through the sacrifice of countless creators' lives to derive a character from the title of the Sword Bearer, which, through that character, directly caused the collapse of the divine realm across infinite time and space. This is the power of high-stage creator titles. The strength of a title depends on the creator's own strength and foundation. Chapter 268. Investing in the world. Not doing serious work but indulging daily in seeding matters. Do you see me as such a person? Ah, could it be? A momentary panic flashed in Lan Su's beautiful eyes. As a demon god, she lacked the discernment of Qinyu. In her eyes, every action of Qinyu, be it walking, sitting, or talking about the Tao, or engaging in slaughter, contained profound truths of the Tao. Fortunately, she swallowed the latter half of her sentence and said slowly, "What the master said is true. The sowing is indeed about done. I wonder how the master wishes for these avatars to develop in the future." Seeing that she genuinely believed she was not wrong, Qinyu did not want to express anger anymore. He pondered and said, "For the world where the seeding is complete, let's issue farming tasks. Don't let them run around. They should honestly farm in this world. Development is the hard truth. Yes, the farming task is being released." Lan Su bowed and nodded. Through the world silhouette, Qinyu noticed that all the joyful avatars were momentarily stunned. Then each reacted differently. Some smiled devilishly as if nothing happened. Some immediately got dressed and started working, while others pointed to the sky and cursed angrily. Watching so many versions of himself experiencing different lives and developing different personalities, Qinyu found it quite interesting. Chapter 269. Pre-battle meeting. Qinyu asked again, but the creation space didn't respond, leaving Qinyu utterly confused. Is this how they treat VIP users? Fortunately, Qinyu discovered a small vortex-shaped button in his line of sight, indicating that by clicking this button, he could enter the honorary name task world at any time. Phew! Qinyu took a deep breath, feeling a bit nervous. After all, the honorary name task is specially tailored according to each person's strength, so the creation space couldn't possibly go easy on him. What kind of task world would he encounter this time? To battle in 2 task worlds simultaneously would be incredibly exhilarating. Qinyu didn't rush to enter the honorary name task world. Instead, he turned to look at the outside world. "Qinyu, you've broken through to the 3rd tier?" Han Tianzuan and the elders of the academy stood excitedly in front of him, their eyes filled with indescribable excitement. "Are you ready?" Han Tianzuan looked poised for action. "We are willing to die for the country." Many 3rd-tier professors were also filled with fighting spirit. Qinyu knew that today was the best opportunity to set the stage for the epical battle. He nodded and followed everyone into the Nuwa Tower, directly arriving at the 9th floor. Chapter 270. Shocking everyone. History department ecstatic. Don't rush, don't rush. Qinyu raised his hand to calm everyone's emotions. He then looked at Han Tianzuan and said, "By the way, I took a stroll in the Ming Dynasty and took care of that Zhu Zhangji kid." Hiss. Everyone gasped, shocked that taking down a 6th-tier divine emperor was so casually mentioned. Han Tianzuan shot Qinyu a glare and said, "Don't breathe heavily while speaking. Say it all at once." Qinyu cleared his throat twice. Simply put, I became sworn brothers with Zhu Yuanzhang and helped the Southern Song unify the world. Now I have a general under me with a decent reputation. His name is Li Shiwu. What? The massive influx of information left all the professors standing there like wooden statues, their eyes wide open, gasping and dropping their jaws in disbelief. No way. Sworn brothers with Zhu Yuanzhang? That weak Southern Song dynasty actually managed to unify the world? My God, recruiting Li Shiwu as a general is a terrifying historical change. Such a level of historical alteration is enough to ensure that our Xia country's history has no flaws. Completed, no matter the cost. We must help Qinyu complete this task. Chapter 271. Little Walnut, encountering a war. The time of the Chun desolation has arrived. Everyone knows this is also the reason why Great Xia is determined to initiate a dimensional war at this moment, to become the master of Blue Star. Once the Chun desolation completely loses its rationality and heads to the edge of the Star River, other alien races will inevitably attack Great Xia collectively. Strike first to gain the upper hand, delay, and suffer the consequences. The meeting was concluded quickly, and in just a few minutes, the regulations were finalized. Qinyu had little involvement afterward. It was mostly specialized state affairs QA. His main task was to boost the confidence of the higher-ups and observe. After the meeting, Old Han and the others hurriedly turned to prepare in various locations. Qinyu walked out of the Nuwa Tower and wandered a few steps in the Star River. With his current status as a king-tier creator, every planet and star domain owed him absolute courtesy. The leap from 2nd tier to 3rd tier may seem like a small step, but in reality, it represented a change in the essence of fate from low tier to high tier. A 3rd tier creator is already an absolute powerhouse among the countries of Blue Star. A king, a supreme overlord. Qin Yu strolled through the Star River, as he hadn't properly observed the territories above the human Star River since venturing into the starry sky. Chapter 272, Extraterrestrial Disputes. Watching the show. Your Lin family is merely a third-rate noble. What right do you have to compete with our Z family for the world? Apart from relying on ancestral blessings, what else do you have? You're just useless trash that doesn't even dare to explore the world's coordinates. The two star domains became chaotic, and from a distance, many stars could be seen shaking. Clearly, creators from other planets were taking action. Once chaos erupted here, it would escalate into a battle between the two families. Boom, boom, boom. Many stars swayed, and once creators took action, they could easily annihilate star systems in the blink of an eye. Even if they had to hold back on Blue Star, the residual waves they released would still stir the Star River. As this conflict escalated, many creators wandering in the Star River gathered around, displaying expressions of indifference, clearly interested in watching the excitement. Some creators even set up stalls, calling out loudly, "Resource World coordinates, stable supply, guaranteed returns." Selling Immortal Dao secrets, Martial Dao secrets, Emperor Dao secrets at a big discount, all from prestigious families, verified by generations of strong practitioners, helping you quickly build your ideal world cultivation system. You deserve it. Chapter 273. Continuing to watch, Ziyun Tian, Rumble. A gigantic gourd made of fire-red jade was slowly summoned from the void by people with purple hair, aimed at the Taiji star domain, revealing an expression of self-satisfaction. Lin family, if you don't want to die, just roll away. Once my ancestral artifact is unleashed, it won't be a joke. Watching this scene from a distance, Qin Yu frowned slightly. He could sense that this thing contained a complete fire path principle, just a step away from ascending to the great Dao. It should have been a weapon for the battlefield beyond. It was being used by this group of kids for showmanship. You're looking for death. The people of the Taiji star domain were instantly enraged. We discovered this first. Dare to try moving? Whoosh. The Taiji star domain was not without resistance. They waved their hands to reverse the star domain, causing countless stars to begin circulating. In the reversal, a colossal energy was formed, creating a vast white shield that protected the Taiji star domain. Unexpectedly, this kind of star domain shape was still a type of world formation. Qin Yu suddenly became interested. The designer of this star domain has some interesting ideas. Originally prepared to intervene and stop both parties, he slowly came to a halt. Upon seeing this, the onlookers from the creators' faction became even more excited. Chapter 274. Damn it, the excitement is coming to me. Oh, Ziyuntian Snerit. Since it is the mark of the Great Xia, of course, anyone from the Great Xia can come and mine it. You didn't leave your Lin family's mark, so why can't I, a member of the Z family, mine it? You. Shameless. The members of the Lin family were instantly so furious they couldn't speak. Everyone knew that to explore the world, the first requirement was to leave the mark of the Great Xia, and the second was to leave the family mark to count as one's own. Ziyun Tian showed a triumphant smile, turned around, and pointed at the video, looking at everyone. Everyone, please look at this footage left by the Lin family. Can you see the mark of the Lin family? Everyone turned back to look at the footage and indeed found no mark of the Lin family. Although there was no mark, our Lin family has already sent people to garrison here. How could we have imagined that such shameless people would directly rob? The man playing the footage turned pale with anger, glaring at Ziyun Tian. Shameless? Ziyun Tian stood up slowly, his gaze gradually turning cold. You Lin family lack the strength to defend your territory and don't follow the rules. Who can you blame? As a frontline officer with the rank of Major General, my rank surpasses everyone present. My rules are rules. What is the cost of openly defying orders? Chapter 275. True Identity, shocking everyone. Everyone looked at Qin Yu's identity card, their expressions astonished. You can't kill me. Ziyun Tian glanced over but sneered. You are just a small major. Huh? Qin Yu took back his identity card and looked at it, discovering he was still a major, 3 ranks below Ziyun Tian. The scene fell into an awkward silence. Then Qin Yu's next sentence left them dumbfounded again. Oh, sorry, I'm about to be promoted. Everyone stared at each other in confusion. They completely couldn't understand Qin Yu's actions. A military rank earned with one's life can be promoted immediately? This is way too arrogant. Even the son of Chun Huang couldn't do this. Who exactly is this person? The members of the Lin family felt like they had gone from hell to heaven and back down to hell, and then back to heaven. Soon, Qin Yu directly connected to Han Tianzuan's call. Hey, old Han, I remember you seem to be in charge of military achievements on the front line, right? Ah, yes. The military has given me a part-time job as the deputy commander of the entire army. What's up? Raise my rank a bit. No problem. How much do you want? Let's start with a general. Hold on. Everyone was stunned. Chapter 276. The world is as black as crows. Hey, are you alive or dead? Qin Yu walked up to Zi and Tian, grabbed his hair, and coldly asked. As a king-level figure, being humiliated like this is a first. But Zi and Tian didn't dare to breathe, quickly nodding like a chick pecking at rice. I'm dead. Then suddenly realizing, he hurriedly shook his head. No, I don't want to die. Wait, you're not going to kill me? He suddenly widened his eyes, staring at Qin Yu. Killing you won't solve the problem. There are definitely many more useless people like you hiding in the back, bullying men and women. Qin Yu said lightly. As for whether you live or die, it depends on your performance. Good. Zi and Tian eagerly nodded. Whatever you command, just say it. Although I'm just a third-generation descendant of the Zi family, I've mingled in various big families for years and know the ins and outs. Then, I'll give you a chance. Qin Yu looked at him sideways, thinking he might actually find this person useful. To pacify external threats, one must first stabilize internal issues. This outing allowed Qin Yu to see how rotten the internal environment of the Great Xia was. If not resolved, it would greatly affect the odds of a dimensional war. After all, this is a battle for national fortune. If the front lines are fighting fiercely while these useless second-generation people quietly become traitors. One rotten apple spoils the whole barrel. Chapter 277. Appointed as the guardian, regulating the Great Xia. Entering the Taiji star domain. The bright and pure stars before him made one feel as if they were in the celestial palace, floating and feeling transcendent. The scenery was breathtaking. The Lin family, as a gentry, still had a solid foundation. Every star was populated, totaling over 1 billion people, all of whom were direct descendants of the Lin family. The creators awakened from these populations were naturally the strength of the Lin family. Qin Yu's own star system definitely did not have this many people. But Qin Yu found that there were many pressing issues at hand. The Wanzhou divine realm didn't need to worry. Even if he wasn't there, the team he left behind could sweep through. However, the task of respecting the name was problematic due to time constraints. He had to handle the internal issues first. Or even if he ascended in the Wanzhou divine realm and summoned the human Dao demon god, he wouldn't have the confidence to initiate a civilization war. The first thing Qin Yu did was contact Han Tianzuan. What is up? I have a ton of things to deal with. Han Tianzuan was clearly overwhelmed. Such a large strategy needed to communicate with all parties, linking countless worlds, and even he felt stretched thin. I've discovered some things on my end. Qin Yu sighed a few times and detailed today as events told Han. After listening, Han Tianzuan fell silent for a moment. Chapter 278. Once given power, kill all the noble lords. Ahead, a series of stars were directly shattered by this momentum. Many strong members of the Lin family erupted from the planets, shocked at the scene before them. Quick, defend the family. Quickly form a formation. Today, even if we die, we will not disgrace the family head. A strong battle intent radiated, causing all Lin family members to charge forward. Many were young people who had just awakened and participated in the First World Clash, trembling all over but still gripping their divine items tightly. As a gentry, the Lin family inherited an unyielding will passed down from their ancestors. But no one expected that Qin Yu, watching this scene, remained calm and didn't even move. Confusion arose in everyone's hearts. Could it be that the general is not afraid at all? This momentum clearly indicated the entire army of the Zi family was mobilized, directly sending a large army. Soon, they lost interest in Qin Yu, because the scene before them was too terrifying. A fleet of standard 5th-level divine items, the Doomsday giant ship, mixed with the path of destruction, slowly approached. Before even getting close to the Taiji star system, the overwhelming sense of oppression shattered the Lin family's grand formation. Crashing into the formation. From a distance, it looked like a massive sword formed by a fleet slicing through a yin-yang Taiji diagram. Chapter 279. The operation begins. Everyone knows the purpose of this operation, right? In the hall, Lin Wan carefully poured a cup of tea for each of the three. Hearing Qin Yu casually say, "Everyone relax. I don't like too much formality. Let's speak freely." The other two exchanged glances, They were professional soldiers who only knew how to carry out orders. Only Jiang Yinran nodded, saying, "Clear the rear and suppress the rebels." The two beside her showed surprised expressions, looking at Jiang Yinran in shock, wondering how she knew. Qin Yu nodded, "That's right, we can call it the anti-rebellion operation. The target of the anti-rebellion is not the rebels. How should I put it? These families in the rear have not directly rebelled. However, they're secretly using various means to undermine our great Xia. Perhaps they don't have the intention of betraying the country. They're just using various methods for the continuation of their families. Some families have even performed remarkably on the battlefield, repeatedly achieving military merits. But that is not a reason for them to do these things." After saying this, bang, Qin Yu slammed the 10 major crimes of the families on the table. The three of them scanned it with their minds, first stunned, then showing expressions of disbelief. And this kind of thing? Chapter 280. Who is accusing this official in the hall? Inside the hall, Xianxin looked at the elite troops that had been transferred back from the front lines, trembling with fear, daring to sit only halfway down, looking at Qin Yu with shock, his heart already churning. This is one of the 3 most elite armies on the front lines. Even someone of his royal rank doesn't have the qualification to join this army. Every soldier in the human army is a rare elite with battle formations, talents, and the path of creation all being half-genius level figures. In such a short time, Qin Yu directly transferred such a terrifying army from the front lines. What level of existence is he? How strong is his power? If Xianxin still had some luck before, he was now completely convinced by Qin Yu. Being able to associate with someone of this level is truly his fortune. Once he can join this army, his future is many times brighter than that of a small third-generation descendant of the Ziyun family. 4th rank is within reach. He felt both fear and joy. Come on, take out the information you've gathered. Qin Yu and Jiang Yanran looked at him coldly, causing Xianxin to tremble again. He was originally prepared to secretly hide some of the information, but now he spilled it all out. Chapter 281. Then let's first wipe out your entire family. Chen Huang, you're going too far. In the Taiji star system, Qin Yu scolded angrily. He was already having a hard time, and now he created this situation. Now he couldn't even think of avoiding it. He had to confront all the major families. Of course, this also indicated that Chen Huang had the confidence to protect himself, but adding a bit of difficulty to himself for no reason. What is that for? Set off immediately, Qin Yu said without hesitation, directly taking action. Yes. The 3 nodded in unison. Only Xianxin looked confused. Where to? What do you think, Brother Xian? Qin Yu smiled kindly, patting his shoulder. Since your attitude of surrender is so good, how about we first wipe out your entire family? Huh? Is that even human talk? Xianxin was almost scared to death. But recalling that he really noticed in the Xian family, he nodded. All right, General, my Xian family is indeed notorious. Basically involved in all kinds of businesses. Qin Yu nodded immediately. In the tradition of Huaxia, we will kill the chicken to scare the monkey. Let's move. The 500 troops, along with 100 from the Lin family and 500 from the Han family, went to guard the border. Not a single one is allowed to escape. Bring out the funds, buy high-level confinement tools, and prohibit all teleportation. Chapter 282. Tian chessboard. Since the idea came up, Qin Yu had no reason to give up, directly waving to Xianxin. Does your Ziyun family have any eternal items for creating subordinate worlds? Yes. Xianxin dared not hide anything for a moment. A 10,000-year family was right in front of him, being wiped out. This showed that Qin Yu was serious. No matter how impressive your ancestors were, no matter how many merits you had, this time, it's truly death if you dare to resist. My Xian family has the Tian chessboard, a high-level tool specifically used to create subordinate worlds. It can only be used by the head of the family. Xianxin brought over a 19-section large chessboard and introduced it to Qin Yu with flattery. This treasure is of the highest quality, accidentally refreshed by my family's first ancestor from the creation space. Unlike ordinary subordinate world tools, the Tian chessboard can create subordinate worlds in a chessboard mode. Any existence infused into it can turn into a chess piece. The end of the chess game is the time when the subordinate world is born. It's wonderfully unique. My Ziyun family is willing to offer this treasure to the general. He generously held up the chessboard and handed it to Qin Yu. Goodness, selling your own father's land without feeling heartbroken. Qin Yu chuckled inwardly, but merely said, I don't want your things. I want to use your things to do your business. Chapter 283. The Seed of the Ultimate Path. Infinite. After the endless dissipating, Qin Yu looked at the three light clusters and sighed. I originally didn't want you to be the first victims, but unfortunately, as he spoke, he began to take off his robe, saying to Jiang Yanran, Xianshan, and others, don't look at me. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. The three members of the Ziyun family on the ground looked at Qin Yu in terror. The three light clusters huddled together, not daring to look up. What? What are you going to do? I warn you. The descendants of the Ziyun family can be killed, but cannot be humiliated. Help! Help! Ah! Cough cough. Everyone present turned their heads away, looking up at the sky. What a nice day it is today, Ziyun family head. Yes, 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 Commander Jiang. Lin Wan widened her eyes in disbelief at this scene. As the head of the family's husband would actually do this to a man. No one expected that Qin Yu would actually have such a preference. However, as Qin Yu took off the upper part of his robe, revealing a perfect curve and muscular lines, they seemed to see something terrifying. And the shocked voices instantly turned into screams. No, what is this? I can't accept it. Spare me. Let me die. Let me die. Chapter 284. Another subordinate world. The next moment, the entire Tian chessboard began to shake violently, even showing signs of cracking. Moments later, the chessboard began to spin rapidly. The boundaries started to blur, and, at the same time, the boundaries began to rapidly expand outward. How much did it expand? Thousands of miles, millions of miles, billions of miles, light years, 100 light years, a star domain? Exactly. The Tian chessboard directly expanded to the size of a star domain, and the chessboard squares multiplied countless times. Moreover, the boundaries continued to expand, as if the expansion were infinite. The Tian chessboard is just a tool. It does not have the function of expansion. This indicates that the world being created by Qin Yu is expanding infinitely. There is no end to it. Its capacity, likewise, has no limits. Everything is infinite. There are no boundaries, no thresholds. So this is what infinity is. Qin Yu murmured softly, looking up at the Tian Yuan chessboard that had covered the entire ZY star system. He gently uttered a word. Collect. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Tian Yuan chessboard began to rapidly shrink until it returned to its original size. However, this phenomenon had already alarmed many powerful beings. The shrunk Tian Yuan chessboard had not truly diminished. Its edges remained blurry and boundless. Chapter 285 Daily Report. The news of the destruction of the Ji family quickly spread throughout all star regions of the Great Xia, like a stone creating 1,000 waves. The ancient families. There are only 9 true ancient families in Great Xia, and on the very day the new governor took office, one was directly annihilated. If this isn't a major earthquake, then what is? Countless families with guilty consciences were eager to flee the star region, dragging their families along and rushing towards the outer domains, while simultaneously spreading the news frantically. Great Xia no longer has human rights. It is entirely a dictatorship. This decayed and filthy civilization will eventually be illuminated by the beacon of freedom. Our society is far behind the West. We are simply uncivilized barbarians. We will never return. However, when they fled to the borders, they found that the borders, which were originally guarded by family troops, seemed a bit different. Hello. A head of a humble family stepped forward, handing a pile of rare materials to the soldiers on guard at the border, smiling broadly. I've spoken with your officer. Let me pass. Clearly, they had done this before. The soldiers with tiger-striped epaulets showed cold smiles, took the materials, and simultaneously swung their arms violently. Chapter 286 Want to learn? Teach me. This was not something Qin you needed to worry about. After all, this subordinate world had become a high-security prison of Great Xia, and it was naturally Great Xia that provided the energy to manage it. He was merely a humble world controller. For a moment, the atmosphere in the Great Xia domain was tense. However, the frontline news was tightly sealed, and no information had reached the front lines yet. This was also what Qin Yu had agreed upon with old Han. At this time, Han Li happened to lead a large group of people to the newly established governor's office in the ZY star system. How are you doing, kid? You must be overwhelmed by these people lately. Han Li clearly had not been following the recent news, and he came up, patted Qin Yu on the shoulder, and laughed heartily. In his view, the rotten situation behind the lines was almost unsolvable. The principal gave this test to Qin Yu, and he must be struggling now. He came to offer some warmth. Unexpectedly, he saw Qin Yu sitting in front of a chessboard, engrossed in a game of black and white with Jiang Yanran. How can this kid still have the mood to play chess at such a time? Hanli had a strange expression on his face. Moreover, with such a high-level expert like himself coming, it was a timely help. Didn't this kid feel moved? Chapter 287 Fire Empress Yen. Outside, in such a situation, the four major families were all in a panic. They originally thought this governor would be all thunder and no rain. Unexpectedly, it started with a death warrant. Among the four major families, the most panicked were the Ji, Z, Jiang, and C families. Originally, these four families had imperial-level experts stationed at the front lines, and they could be said to be safe and sound. But they could not withstand Qin Yu throwing a head at their door every day. Moreover, these people were all familiar families, some even related to them. As soon as Su Yuntian left, the four major families quickly convened a meeting, connecting all their subordinate clans and powerful families. At this moment, in the Ji family, Taoist Star Domain, as the strongest of the four major families. The Ji family was naturally the leader among all the families on the list. The main star of the Taoist Star Domain is called Taoist Star. At this moment, many powerful beings from all directions were gathered on this star. There were more than 40 at the king level alone. Moreover, there was an imperial ancestor of the Ji family stationed. The other three families sent out their proxy family heads, while the imperial family heads were still at the front lines. The head of the Ji family did not appear, but sent out a king-level expert to wave to all the arriving family heads. The ancestor has given orders. We will discuss first, and the ancestor will come out later. Chapter 288, I am Qin Feng from the plot of his self-created world. One can see that several elders of his world-S families have often targeted the main character, Shao Fire Emperor. However, after the rise of Shao Fire Emperor, not only did he not hold grudges, but he also cultivated many fighters and great fighters from the family to the fighting spirit. Several women in the family would coldly mock Shao Fire Emperor every day, and some even wanted his life. Yet in the end, Shao Fire Emperor took the initiative to step back, resolving their grudges, and even fed them medicinal pills to heal their injuries. An elder of the family had died thousands of years ago, rumored to be buried in a heavenly tomb. And Shao Fire Emperor even planned to move the grave out and relocate it to the family land. A pure filial son of the family. Ji Yin was just like this. For the survival of the family, he could abandon everything, even turning a blind eye to his clansmen harming the common people. This character cannot be said to be wrong. After all, one cannot expect everyone to be selfless. But what Ji Yin did not consider was his current position. Even a small opening would be infinitely magnified by the descendants below. Respect the Fire God Emperor. 10,000 Fire Emperor. Respect the Fire God Emperor. 10,000 Fire Emperor. The previously noisy family heads suddenly knelt down in droves, not daring to raise their heads in front of Ji Yin. Ji Yin frowned slightly, stayed silent for a while, and then slowly spoke. You all have greatly disappointed me. A few small heads have scared you to the point of losing your souls. No wonder Chan Huang wanted to take action against you. You have become such a mess. How can you follow me to the battlefield to kill enemies in the future? A bunch of useless trash. Hearing his reprimand, all the family heads did not dare to speak, their foreheads already dripping with beads of sweat, let alone retorting. They did not even dare to speak. To be honest, these pampered children of noble families had never thought of going to the battlefield. Even if they did, they only wanted to use their connections to hide in the rear. However, Ji Yin was the only one willing to protect the family among the imperial level. The other imperial level experts would be more than happy to clean up the pests in their families, as they could never bring themselves to take action against their own descendants. They would be grateful to Qin Yu for helping them. But Ji Yin was different. Between family and country, he would unhesitatingly choose family. Linnea, another voice rang out. The person in charge of the Ji family immediately knelt down and loudly proclaimed, Father, my Ji family did nothing wrong. It's just that I prepared a few more back doors outside the domain. I'm doing this for the family, child. Slap. Ji Lin was directly slapped away. Why didn't you report to me? Do you know how many people the family will sacrifice because of this? Linner, you've disappointed me too much. Ji Yin looked deeply at Ji Lin with disappointment. He never expected that by being slightly lenient with his son on ordinary days, he would commit such a heinous act, actually colluding with foreign tribes, hurting commoners, betraying the country. Ji Yin, who had fought bravely against foreign tribes his whole life, never imagined that in the end, his son would ruin his lifelong reputation. Father, I'm doing this for the family. Ji Lin cried and rushed to hug Ji Yan's thigh. He knew very well that only by insisting it was for the family could he win his father's support. In his father's realm of understanding, apart from the family, there was nothing else that could bind him. Now that Qin Feng is threatening to capture all the leaders of the crimes and send them to the crime domain. Once in the crime domain, the child would never return. You deserve it. Ji Yin tightly grabbed Ji Lin's collar, looking at the face that resembled his own, but ultimately couldn't bring himself to strike. According to his temperament, such a disgrace should be killed with one slap. But this is his own son. Family ties. All the family heads outside watched the father-son dispute, not daring to breathe. They knew their fate today depended on whether Ji Yin was willing to help, thus saving their lives. Otherwise, if the Tiger Ben army came knocking, no one had confidence in surviving. And at that moment, outside the Taiwei star domain of the Ji family, a person slowly approached, chuckling with interest. Ladies and gentlemen, what a lively scene. I am Qin Feng, the National Garrison Officer. Greetings to all family heads. Chapter 289. First Encounter with Ji Yin. Ji Yin looked ahead. His piercing gaze seemed to penetrate the hearts of people, and his powerful aura instantly intimidated everyone present. This aura was unlike any other creature's. An ordinary creature could only kill millions, destroy countries, or annihilate cities. But Ji Yin's aura was cultivated through the slaughter of countless worlds and the extermination of numerous creation gods. When a person can destroy a world without blinking, shattering the love and sorrow of millions, his killing intent has become so dense that it's almost formless. There are no emotions in his eyes that a human should possess. It only makes one feel like they are just a wisp of air in his sight, easily erased, with no sense of existence. This is the aura of an imperial-level powerhouse. Cough. I apologize, Marshal Ji, for not notifying you in advance before coming. However, seeing the current situation, I believe there is no need for a notification. Qin Yu walked slowly from the void, and all the family heads didn't receive a single glance from him. His gaze was fixed directly on Ji Yin. Ji Yin's killing intent couldn't intimidate him at all. Qin Yu's aura, as the ancestor of myriad paths and the ruler of countless primordial demon gods, could even overshadow Ji Yin. Chapter 290. Editing the world, opening a window. Why does Chen Huang grant Qin Yu such great power, allowing him to monopolize more than half of the strong in Huaxia? The fundamental reason is that Chen Huang knows clearly that after he leaves, the next generation's strongest in Blue Star will undoubtedly be Qin Yu. This purge activity seems to be cleaning up the internal affairs of the Great Xia, but in fact is paving the way for Qin Yu, making it convenient for him to rise to power after his departure. Humans born under the threat of the divine domain must pass on this legacy. If the Great Xia falls into chaos after Chen Huang's departure, with no one listening to anyone, the Great Xia will truly be on the brink of destruction. Qin Yu opened the Tianyuan chessboard. The time flow of the Tianyuan world is incredibly slow. Even now, it has not been 2 months since it began. This world is still at the end of August 2023, and tomorrow will be September 1st, the start of the new school year. At this moment, there are still 3 full months until the rumors of a great change in the world in 2024 spread by Qin Yu. This means Qin Yu can still take 3 months to weave the story for this world. However, even without a plot, the beings in this world are still living perfectly. Aside from soaring prices, plummeting housing prices, the constant harvesting of leaks by Big A, and some cherry blossom people starting to discharge nuclear waste despite the objections of everyone in the world, everything is quite perfect. These are not manipulated by Qin Yu, but are the result of the world's own evolution. Chapter 291. The fated person. Is something big happening? Seeing Jiang Lingyi's anxious expression, Qin Yu was calm and unhurried. Open the Nuwa Tower. Boom! The direct path to the top of the Nuwa Tower opened, and Qin Yu stepped in, quickly ascending to the highest level of the Nuwa Tower. This was his second visit, and Qin Yu noticed that the darkness in the lowest level of the Nuwa Tower, where the principal practiced, had become denser, so thick that it was almost unbreakable. What does this mean? This darkness is not death energy, but that kind of end energy after a story ends, like the atmosphere emitted by an empty cinema after a movie has just ended, indicating that a great journey is about to reach its conclusion. Chen Huang will not die. His level of existence cannot simply be judged by death or survival. It can only be said that his story has ended. For a creator, this is a fate more cruel than death. Can't we just force a conclusion? Isn't the Emperor of Ruins still fighting in the heavens? Qin Yu secretly complained, but he didn't understand what had happened to Chen Huang. nor did he dare to say it out loud. Within the thick black gas, a being draped in seven-colored red hair slowly stood up. The seven-colored red hair all emitted the aura of a story's conclusion, making the creator feel dazed and often unable to remain clear-headed. Chapter 292, Absolute Luck. Actually, saying that Chen Huang was flustered is not accurate. Perhaps his personality is just like that, somewhat calculating, an engineering type, very meticulous about details, extremely logical, and even a bit rigid. He just doesn't show it to others outside. And to Qin Yu, his disciple and successor, Chen Huang appears much more relaxed, showing more of his human side and less of his divine side. Qin Yu looked at the colorful red hair constantly protruding from Chen Huang's body and couldn't help but sigh. Could it be that it was Chen Huang's rigid personality that made him unable to continue writing the story? After all, the later parts of the Holy Ruins have been increasingly unfinished, and he just can't find a way to wrap it up. How much longer do you have? Thinking of this, Qin Yu suddenly asked Chen Huang. Hearing this, Chen Huang fell silent for a long time before saying, enough to last through this civilization war. So short? Qin Yu was shocked. After the civilization war, there would be nothing but ruins. The various foreign tribes had just regained control, and chaos would surely ensue. Plus, the divine domain was still watching closely. In such a crisis, Chen Huang was fine leaving it to him? Not short. I should have gone to hang in the Star River long ago. It was you who uncovered the matter of the Fusang tribe and gave me some inspiration, allowing me to write a continuation. Chapter 293, Betting with Lu Che. The setting sun descends towards the mountains, and the era of Emperor Wu of Han, Lu Che, is about to arrive. This is a dark time in the history of Huaxia, overshadowed by the presence of the third largest foreign enemy in Huaxia's history, the Xiongnu. The military strength of the Xiongnu is formidable. Although weaker than the Mo Yuan and Yao Qing, they're still significantly stronger than the Xianbei, Qidong, and Western Xia. After all, they are enemies that could only be defeated during the peak of the Han dynasty. They once forced Liu Bang to the top of Mount Baidang, where he had to offer a princess to survive. The Xiongnu are similar to the Turks, having been driven west by Huaxia, bringing the yellow peril to Western civilization. The characteristic of these nomadic peoples is that they're difficult to annihilate. When attacked, they simply flee. This time, Qin Yu doesn't have the time to completely wipe out the Xiongnu, but intends to drive them away. A massive fleet, powerful enough to crush any divine dynasty, has slowly stopped in Hebei, Han dynasty. Emperor Wu of Han, Lu Che, who had long received the news, naturally led his two great SSSR-level war generals to show off to Qin Yu, oh no, to demonstrate. As soon as Qin Yu saw the man with starry brows and sword-like eyes, exuding an aura as if he could encompass rivers and moons, he slowly walked towards him. Chapter 294, Leading Far Ahead. All the generals on the Han side looked at Qin Yu, unsure of what trick he was about to play. How could he possibly eliminate the Xiongnu without losing a single soldier? It was simply impossible. Hui Zubing and Wei Qing wore disdainful smiles. If someone could really eliminate the Xiongnu without losing a soldier today, they would serve that person as a slave or maid, because that was an impossibility. However, the next moment, Qin Yu's actions stunned them. Mosey number 1, come out. Qin Yu slowly clapped his hands towards the sky, and a vast, boundless glass-like mirror slowly appeared. This mirror shone brilliantly, radiating colorful light, making it hard for people to resist bowing in worship. Many Han generals were so shocked, they stepped back, fearing some kind of witchcraft, pulling Lu Che back with them. Your Majesty, retreat quickly. This is a demon. Could it be the magic of the Great Black Sky sect? Otherwise, how could this thing appear out of thin air? Cover His Majesty's retreat. Although the famous ministers and generals of Han history had received the blessing of the myriad divine realms, their strength had become incredibly powerful. However, their mindset remained in ancient times, completely unable to comprehend things that exceeded their understanding. Upon seeing this gigantic mirror, their first reaction was witchcraft. Chapter 295, Lu Che's Shock. Your Majesty, what do you think of this thing? Qin Yu pointed to the movements of Yi Xie in the mirror and smiled at Lu Che. Lu Che was dumbfounded. An official familiar with Xiongnu intelligence stepped forward. After sending a few captured Xiongnu, they confirmed that the man in the golden tent was indeed Yi Xie. What does this mean? It means that Qin Yu can monitor Yi Xie, a 6-tier powerhouse, from thousands of miles away without him noticing. Or in other words, Qin Yu can monitor anyone without being discovered. This ability far exceeds Lu Che's understanding. He didn't know what a satellite was or what ground reconnaissance meant. He only knew it was impressive, very impressive. Hui Zubing and Wei Qing were also stunned, their eyes wide open, staring at the enormous display screen in the sky. As military generals, they understood what this meant. There was no longer a need to scout terrain, and they could no longer get lost. They just needed to charge straight into the enemy camp with their elite troops. With this method of fighting, even a fool could do it. Liu Che was greatly shocked, and after a while waved his sleeve stubbornly. You can only see the enemy's tracks. How can you say it's without losing a single soldier? Chapter 296. Entering the game. The major threat of the Han Wu Emperor's reign was resolved, and the two famous generals belonged to Qin Yu. Looking at the two new SSSR cards, Qin Yu was overjoyed and did not plan to let them join the team. Instead, he sent them out to fight in the wild. Such high-level generals, if kept in the army, would not stand out among many famous generals, which would be a waste. They wouldn't be able to exert their strongest combat power. So, Qin Yu gave each of them 3,000 elite soldiers, consisting of 1,000 tiger and leopard cavalry, 1,000 Baizhu elite soldiers, and 1,000 GF Fan sharp soldiers. The tiger and leopard cavalry had now all been equipped with tanks, which, according to Zhuge Liang, were accurately called Kujia. They not only retained the high protection function of tanks, but could also adapt to the strength of the tiger and leopard cavalry, unleashing even stronger combat power. Each Kujia was coordinated by cavalrymen and had artillery supporting them, fully entering a modern army combat mode. Given the combat power of the tiger and leopard cavalry, they could unleash firepower even more ferocious than modern armies. As for the Baizhu elite soldiers, they had all been equipped with the most advanced flying kites, making them the strongest air force in Qin Yu's army. Chapter 297. Short video on Douyin. Since it was already the early years of the Han dynasty, it meant that the time to the Qin dynasty was not far away. Qin Yu stood at the bow of the ship looking ahead, knowing that the eternal emperor was waiting for him. That first emperor in Huaxia history, occupying the top of Huaxia's strongest rankings and also the first to coin the term emperor, marked the beginning of a spiritual symbol for the Huaxia people. Yet he himself was a tragically young man who suffered persecution while wandering in a foreign land, living under others' roofs. In his youth, both his father and grandfather died one after another, and he was supported to rise to power by relatives he had never met. After finally gaining power, his closest relative, his mother, had a child with another man and even sought to dethrone him in favor of her younger son. A youth's hardships could hardly go beyond this. If an ordinary person were to find themselves in such a situation, they would probably have long given up on themselves, no longer daring to trust anyone. But he did not. He employed a large number of famous generals, expanded territories, promoted lower-ranking scholars, maximized the decentralization of power, did not indulge in concubines or sycophants, and feared no strong enemies. He embraced all defeated generals and promoted all capable civil officials. He was the most ruthless king to foreign nations, yet the most benevolent king to ministers and generals. Chapter 298. The heavenly mechanism disk spreads through history. Soon, during the reign of Emperor Wen of Han, the reign of Empress Liu, the reign of Emperor Gaozu of Han, the Xiongnu group, the Yingbu group, the Huhai court, and the Yingzheng court, 6 national courts received a secret envoy. The envoy brought a batch of ingenious items called the heavenly mechanism disk. As soon as these ingenious items appeared, they displayed functions that shocked the court, because they had already learned about the astonishing disturbances Qin Yu was causing in the later history. The major courts did not refuse the heavenly mechanism disk and began to promote it, unaware that it would spiral out of control. Instantly, hundreds of aggressive players joined the game Hong Huang Glory, making the game scenes even more brutal. Damn, will you thieves move like that? Han Xing won't be farming today. This general Bai Qi is in the middle lane. Whoever comes will die. A strange atmosphere quickly swept through this history. In the courts of Emperor Wen and Emperor Jing of Han, a middle-aged man dressed in the red official robes of the Han dynasty slowly entered the court. The many princes and nobles beside him looked at him with expressions of hatred, as if they wanted to swallow him whole. Yet the man remained calm, presenting a heavenly mechanism disk. Your Majesty, I have already tested this item. There are no issues. It can be used as a game, and it does not violate any laws. Chapter 299. Bai Qi and Han Xin. Offline duel. What is this? Outside, the Weha military camp. A man with a pale face and no beard, his features as hard as steel, dressed in a white Qin army commander S robe. was gazing at the trembling prince on the celestial board, lost in thought for a moment. In front of him, hundreds of thousands of Qin troops were charging against the equally numerous Wei army clad in red robes. Like other dynasties, the history of the Great Qin was also overlapping. The difference was that the overlapping of Great Qin's history was far more severe than that of other histories. Surrounding a complete map of Great Qin were dozens of different countries' territories, with the 200 years of the Warring States period all crammed in, making the difficulty skyrocket, far surpassing that of other dynasties by tenfold or even 100-fold. In front of him was the third Wei state that Bai Qi had already annihilated. Fortunately, only the last Wei Prince Ong, leading the Wei army, remained. This army was significantly weaker than during the peak of the Wei military, scattering with a single charge. Bai Qi was too lazy to give commands. For him, winning battles had become meaningless as he would win no matter what. The only challenge was perhaps to minimize his own casualties. But Bai Qi didn't want to see his own side suffer more losses either. Perhaps no one would believe it, but according to historical records, Bai Qi was actually a humanitarian. Chapter 300, Trembling Prince, More is Better. This battle seemed inevitable, but it was unknown how large it would become. The human slayer Bai Qi versus the war god Han Xin. This matter quickly reported to Qin Yu, who didn't ask much and directly ordered. Immediately send someone to observe the battle, keep a close eye on the developments, and live broadcast the process of this match on the celestial board, dispatching a large number of reporters for real-time interviews to obtain first-hand battle reports. Yes, my lord. Sima Yi nodded rapidly while typing on the bamboo slips, then asked, What is the slogan for this match, my lord? He knew Qin Yu's temperament well and was aware of the kind of title Qin Yu would use to promote this event. He deliberately asked this question just to not appear less intelligent than Qin Yu, which was Sima Yi's cleverness. Friendship first, competition second, Qin Yu said after a moment of contemplation. Now I see, my lord is indeed wise. Sima Yi nodded vigorously, praising loudly. Soon, this originally private duel was rapidly hyped into the first military god championship of the Qin and Han dynasties, officially kicking off. The main participants in the first session included Bai Qi and Han Xin. The celestial board was buzzing with news of Xiang Wang Yu and Wang Jian, along with Lin Pe, Li Mu, and others expressing their discontent and demanding to participate, only to be rejected by the competition officials for missing the registration deadline, leaving them to angrily await the next session while posting their furious remarks on the celestial board. Chapter 301, Great Qin, Great Qin. The first military god championship of the Qin and Han dynasties officially began. Brothers, I am now at the site of the Qin and Han championship. Remember me, my name is He Fu, and I will be live broadcasting the match process for everyone. Here we have our General Bai Qi, leading the elite troops of Great Qin. And over there is General Han Xin. Look, Han Xin has no soldiers with him, not a single one. But now we can see that the 10 generals accompanying Han Xin have all entered the territory of the Great Chu Kingdom. And we find that their identities seem to be former nobility of Chu. No way. These Chu nobles are recruiting soldiers. They have recruited people, and they're actually letting those they recruited go back to bring in more, to bring 10 to become squad leaders, to bring 100 to become captains, to bring 1,000 to become 1,000 leaders. Oh my god, Han Xin has troops now, and they're precisely the troops recruited from Chu. This is Han Xion's strategy. He truly is the war god who turns beings into soldiers. These Chu soldiers will better understand the local customs and terrain. What a great strategy. Han Xion. He is not alone. He is not alone. Chapter 302. Temujin wants to acknowledge his ancestry. The Chu River and Han border clearly appeared before everyone. Before this great battle commenced, everyone knew how the outcome would be. 2 tigers vying for supremacy, when the tactical and strategic levels were roughly similar. The usual method employed by Chinese military strategists was to act deceitfully, using diplomacy, conspiracies, assassinations, and other means to start overturning the chessboard. However, everyone happened to understand this set of tactics, so the situation fell into a stalemate. There were almost no direct battlefield conflicts, only various palace intrigues and covert battles, with both Bai Qi and Han Xion wishing they could curse out loud, feeling like they were all taught by the same master, unable to break the deadlock. Soon, the heat of the competition faded. Qin Yu had long been prepared and quickly brought out solid content. The first Emperor's martial arts ranking competition officially began. The first Emperor's civil governance ranking competition officially began. The first Emperor's harem ranking competition officially began. The first Emperor's arts ranking competition officially began. All competitions were based on voluntary participation, and the top 110 on the rankings would receive permanent official certification from the Celestial Board, gaining certified avatar icons and exclusive prizes. Chapter 303: Changing the Mongolian Bloodline. You are the darling of the earth. You are the eternal emperor. May we become brothers. Soon, Qin Yu received a somewhat nauseating letter from Genghis Khan. He recalled that he had written similarly to Qiu Chuji, with the unique, warm writing style of the people of the grasslands. However, Qin Yu paid no mind, as the customs of the grassland people involved being warm, hospitable, singing, and dancing while simultaneously engaging in pillage and violence. These two aspects did not conflict for them. If the Mongols wanted to join the Huaxia, they had to pay a real price. Qin Yu quickly laid out the conditions. From now on, the grasslands must implement a system of female lords, meaning that women could inherit the title of Khan, and the queen's husband must be Han. First, change the bloodline, though everyone's genes are similar. This was also Qin Yu's way of testing Genghis Khan. Did he genuinely want to integrate into Huaxia, or was he just trying to take advantage of the situation? It all depended on whether he was willing to establish his daughter as Khan and marry her to a Han. Sure enough, upon hearing this condition, Kublai Khan's expression darkened immediately. Qin Yu was aiming to sever the bloodline of the Golden family. It couldn't be said to be cut off, but rather to shift the paternal bloodline of the Golden family to Han blood. This demand was excessive for anyone. Paternal inheritance was the bottom line for every dynasty. And even though women held a higher status on the grasslands, they could not replace the role of the firstborn. Chapter 304. The Emperor's chat group has been established. Kublai Khan's eyes widened in shock, his expression full of disbelief at the audacity of the Huabei people, glancing at Sima, Yi, and others. Thinking to himself that the people of the Central Plains played so boldly, much more open than those of the grasslands. He could openly covet his son's woman without any pretense. Zhuge Liang and Sima Yi could hardly bear to watch, but they couldn't lose face in front of foreigners and force themselves to stay composed. We are all scholars. We must maintain our dignity. But Qin Yu was different. Dignity was not a necessity for him. After all, once the task was completed, he would withdraw. What mattered was how enjoyable it was. Besides, being an emperor was all about doing as one pleased. The key is that only Qin Yu himself can control the daughter of Genghis Khan to ensure the birth of a boy. This kind of business Lan Su is already very skilled at, easily achieving 6 pregnancies resulting in boys, effortlessly seizing the position of the prairie overlord. This is not only an emotional card, but also a card of interest. No need to say more, it's settled. Come, draft the national letter. With a wave of his hand, Qin Yu's subordinates immediately stepped forward, quickly writing out national letters, including an alliance between the two countries and a brotherhood agreement between Qin Yu and Genghis Khan. When Qin Yu looked up, he discovered that the person drafting the letters was none other than Xin Chiji. Chapter 305. The Destiny of Historical Achievements. Ding! You have achieved the supreme historical achievement, Mongolian Yuan recognition of ancestry. Due to your significant contribution to history, this historical line of Huaxia has acknowledged you as its master, becoming your destined history. From now on, you have a right to claim anything produced by your destined history at any time. The sea breeze blew past, and Qin Yu heard the prompt sound of the creation space. Destined history? Qin Yu was taken aback. According to his understanding, as long as his strength was strong enough. Even changing the narrative to Huaxia being the destined divine clan from the Zenith Star would work. Qin Shi Huang is the emperor of all realms. Zhuge Liang is the ancestor of the wise demon gods. Want to change it however you like. Although he couldn't achieve this step at the current stage, he could at least try to make it stronger in the present situation. But the future is limitless. In fact, what Qin Yu didn't know was that outside of Blue Star, in the sea of civilizations, those 5th, 6th, and 7th tier superlative creators who surpass Blue Star as current understanding all control their own destined historical lines and continuously modify them as they grow stronger. Destined history is crucial for any creator of worlds. Or rather, destined history itself is part of a creator's strength, as it involves the creator's roots. And any great creator would regard it as equally important as developing their own world. Chapter 306. The Destiny of the Mysterious Bird. Qin Yu quietly sat across from him, saying nothing, just gazing at the endless sea of history. After a long while, he uttered a sentence. I will assist in the restoration of the Great Qin, a dynasty not weaker than the Han and Tang, for 300 years. Is that enough? Sure enough, upon hearing this, the man in black slowly put down the memorial in his hand, looking at Qin Yu with interest. 300 years? He pointed to the emperor in the hall. These people are not dead. Where will you find 300 years for me? Both of them understood that the real grievance of the Great Qin was with the later Han dynasty. The Great Qin would definitely cause the Han dynasty to perish, altering this segment of history. The reason why the first emperor continued to develop during the Warring States and spring and autumn periods was to accumulate strength and then destroy the Han dynasty in one fell swoop, swallowing what came afterward, establishing dominance over ancient history, and then forcing the Tang, Song, and Ming of medieval history to submit, finally sending troops against the Yuan and Qing. Qin will never be confined. Qin will definitely go east. The pride of the Great Qin made the Qin people firmly believe that they are the rulers of Huaxia, and all history must bow to the Qin sword. This was the strategic vision of the Great Qin before Qin Yu appeared. It seemed that the first emperor was quietly observing downstream history, but in reality, he was thinking of determining the fate with one battle. Chapter 307. The Second Emperor. The sheen of the destiny of the mysterious bird was soft, delicate, and radiated a brilliant light that Qin Yu had never seen before. Qin Yu was astonished, his hands forming a gripping gesture, and as he gently touched it, it fell from the first emperor's fingertips into his palm, heavy and solid. Just as it reached his hand, his vision blurred, revealing a line of data. Bloodline divine object. Destiny of the mysterious bird description. The token of one of the 5 emperors of humanity, Emperor Zhuangxu, the highest symbol of bloodline. Currently, the historical line is a primary human historical line. Upon obtaining this, the creator of the destined bloodline gains control over humanity. Unexpectedly, the moment he acquired this object, Qin Yu felt the power he had previously known becoming even stronger. This power was fundamentally connected to humanity, causing his whole body to tremble, and he felt an even stronger sense of control. Everything derived from humanity had a familiar feeling to him, actively approaching him with affection. The first emperor smiled and nodded beside him, being able to gain inheritance memories and also receive the recognition of the destiny of the mysterious bird. This child is undoubtedly a descendant of our great Qin royal family. His demeanor softened, and his aura slightly diminished, as if facing a younger generation. He unconsciously concealed his sharpness. To be honest, in my lifetime, I have never been gentle with any descendants. In their eyes, I am probably forever the cold-faced and unfeeling figure. Moreover, I have never suppressed or feared other royal descendants. That is because... Chapter 308. Liu Bang's instant promotion. For Emperor Gaozu of Han, he had no respect whatsoever. Hey! Liu Bang, who was clearly losing his temper, flipped the mahjong table on the spot, glaring angrily ahead, only to see the displeased Qin Yu and the destiny of the mysterious bird at his waist, which clearly represented the Great Qin. His momentum suddenly diminished. As clever as Liu Bang was, how could he not understand that Qin Yu shared the same bloodline as the first emperor? This was a direct alliance. If the first emperor were to suppress the Han dynasty together with Qin Yu, it was very likely that the Han would vanish directly. He immediately retracted his arrogant demeanor, respectfully addressing Qin Yu as he would at the Hongmen banquet. I do not know what business you have, sir. This 180-degree attitude reversal is truly not something an ordinary person could achieve. Liu Bang perfectly exemplified what it means to be able to bend and stretch. The expressions of several Han emperors remained calm, having long adapted to their ancestors' lewd demeanor. After all, they had an agreement with Qin Yu, which would not harm their interests. The ones who would suffer were just those from the early Han dynasty. Ultimately, it still depended on Liu Bang's compromise. Moreover, since the first emperor had already compromised, how could Liu Bang not? Chapter 309. Emperor Yang of Sui self-detonates to become a saint. Under the calm expressions of the 4 emperors of the Han family, there was a deep-seated joy concealed. Qin Yu kicked his own useless elder a few times, causing the overall strength of the dynasty to rise by 300. Where could such good fortune be found? Even Liu Bang, who had originally looked dejected, instantly perked up, proudly holding his head high with his hands on his hips, walking past Li Shiwu and the first emperor. implying that he was now at the same level of strength as them. Who would dare say he was not a saint? The true emperors of history regarded him with the eyes of a clown, but the first emperor still showed a look of approval towards Qin Yu. Well done. With this move, Qin Yu had at least turned Liu Bang into a character with broad-mindedness and great vision in the annals of history. This was certainly better for the great Qin than being defeated by a shameless villain. This was already the best outcome. With Liu Bang added, there were now 4 7th-tier divine emperors within the Huaxia camp. The first was the eternal first emperor Ing Zheng. The second was the ancient Tang Taizong Li Shimin. The third was the illustrious Ming, Taizu, Zhu Yuanzong, plus the founding emperor of the 400 years of the Han, Liu Bang. Max Enhanced Version. These 4 7th-tier divine emperors were not just the pinnacle of Huaxia's strength, but also the peak of this historical line of the 10,000 dynasties of the 3,000-star battle power. Chapter 3:10. Fishing City, Wangjian. The winds of the sea of history rippled with waves, reflecting the extraordinary elegance of countless generations, making this moment seem even more brilliant. The ship leaned towards the dockside, and all the emperors fell silent, turning to look at the shore where a man in a gray robe was kneeling in the sand, silent. The other emperors were moved, but only the Zhao brothers had wet eyes. He was a subject of the Zhao family. The sinner Wang Jian, unable to defend the city, watched as the divine land sank, feeling ashamed before the emperors. The gray-robed man suddenly straightened his bent body and let out a roar that shook the clear sky, then fell heavily back onto the sandy shore, maintaining a posture of prostration. The emperors fell silent. Everyone knew who this person was. His surname was Wang, and his name was Wang Jian, the one who had guarded Diaoyu City alone for 36 years. One man sat in the city, extending the life of Huaxia civilization for 36 years, earning the title of the God's Whip Wang Jian. He was also the one who, after the city fell, took his wife's and children's bones in a jar and committed suicide. Just when Huaxia was about to fall under foreign rule, he was the only light. Among 6 great civilizations and hundreds of generations of history, there were many heroes who refused to submit to death. But one man extended the life of a civilization for 36 years. Only this one man. Chapter 3:11. Announcement: Genghis Khan's audience. Looking at their demeanor, it seemed they were eager to test things out. Qin Yu couldn't help but feel a bit restless, but managed to suppress his excitement. Once the important matters on his side were settled, he would surprise them. Atian, keep monitoring them. Report any situation immediately. Yes, boss. By the way, how far have we progressed? What step? Qin Yu slowly walked towards the palace of the emperors, sneering. Once the agreement with the Mongolian Yuan was completed, wouldn't the unification of Huaxia history directly complete the second phase of the mission and enter the third phase? It was also the final phase. The waiting time was not long. A few days later, the allied emperors had gathered, and Kublai Khan came to report. My lords are ready and can engage in discussions at any time. Of course, discussions were still necessary, although Qin Yu had already communicated most details with Kublai Khan. However, to express respect, the ceremony for the Huaxia emperors to meet with the Mongolian Yuan emperors was still required. Diaoyu City was not spacious. Wang Jian directly dismantled all the facilities of the city tower, leaving only a spacious hall for the emperors to discuss. The Jialing River, Yangtze River, and Han River. The 3 rivers converged in the city. Chapter 3:12. The Angry Temujin. Although it was on their territory and only in a broken city tower, the imposing manner of the Huaxia emperors made it seem as if they were the true masters of this world. Wherever I am, there is my realm, under the heavens. Is there any land that does not belong to the king? On the shores of a land, are there any subjects who do not belong to the king? The more than 100 Mongolian Yuan kings outside could only serve as subjects. Oof. Temujin couldn't help but snort coldly as he led the Mongolian Yuan emperors into the palace. Upon entering, Temujin was immediately overwhelmed by the emperor's aura, unable to open his eyes. So many emperors gathered together, each a renowned figure in history and human civilization, capable of suffocating one merely through their gaze and demeanor. Under the thick, almost tangible aura in the hall, Temujin finally managed to see the 4 people sitting on the high platform in front of him. Ying Zeng, Li Shimin, Zhu Yuanzhong, Liu Bang. Each of the 4 had their own charm, and even Temujin felt his knees weaken in the presence of their imperial majesty, almost kneeling down. Below them sat only one person, Qin Yu. Qin Yu smiled at him. while the 4 emperors on the platform and the 10 or so surrounding emperors sat in silence, exuding a murderous aura. Chapter 313. Praise the Sun. Inside the hall, Qin Yu was giving orders to Yu Fei, Han Shizhong, and Xian Qiji. Immediately begin renovating the Yellow Emperor's tomb. This grand ceremony must be done beautifully. Various rituals should be discussed with Prime Minister Zhuge, and there must be no errors, understood? Understood. The 3 nodded immediately. With the Huaxiao emperors in command, their most important task was not to fight, but to arrange all matters for this sacrificial ceremony. After handling these affairs, Qin Yu soared into the air, directly traversing through endless history to the historical border of Northern Wei. This place had already been unified by the dynasty established by Qin Yu. The Western Region's Protectorate had been established early on, even setting up the Northern Court Protectorate, Indian Protectorate, and Arabian Protectorate, along with the Red Sea Protectorate and Black Sea Protectorate. The territory directly reached the doorstep of Europe. The reason for not attacking Europe to establish the Mediterranean Protectorate was not due to insufficient strength, but because Qin Yu ordered not to disturb the creators of several great civilizations over there. At this moment, Qin Yu was arriving at the Arabian Protectorate. Under the endless yellow sand, a brilliant empire was established, almost matching the prosperity of the Central Plains. In the streets and alleys, Arab people wrapped in large headscarves and wearing long robes could be seen walking proudly with Han soldiers holding broadswords. Chapter 314. The Crazy Clown. Stop. Qin Yu uttered a single word, bringing everyone in the palace back to normal, but the golden insect continued to squirm, even crawling in front of Qin Yu, gradually forming a deformed sun shape, with golden tentacles resembling the rays emitted by the sun. Qin Yu's expression was very grim. This was a demonstration. Some things had actually arrived in the divine realm of 10,000 dynasties ahead of him, and had developed to such an extent. From this insect, Qin Yu sensed a breath that resembled his own bizarre world. Undoubtedly, this was a creator of a bizarre world, and as far as he knew, there was only one such creator with this kind of talent. That was the clown. Qin Yu was somewhat worried about how the history of the West had changed. He didn't even dare to unleash Luo, whose demonic way in the divine realm of 10,000 dynasties for fear of polluting history. It is important to know that once the history in the divine realm of 10,000 dynasties is polluted, it cannot be changed back. Not to mention the terrifying power of the bizarre. In the end, it might lead to the entire civilization history of Blue Star being filled with eerie, dark, bizarre, and perverted elements, completely destroying the foundation of all creators. Chapter 315. The Terrifying Clown. He has gone mad. He has really gone mad. What to do? What should we do? We can't really become part of him, can we? There is no choice. We must report. The faces of several creators turned pale. The last courage from the Anglo-Saxon bloodline made them want to fight to the death. The next moment, boom, 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 they all exploded, turning into wriggling golden insects, along with their world, transforming into something that only praises the sun. A bunch of fools. The blazing sun hanging in the high sky, upon closer inspection, was found to be composed of countless tiny golden banana worms, devouring, entangling, and twisting each other. Anyone who gazed directly at the blazing sun would inevitably be transformed into a monster that only praises the sun, or even explode into bizarre creatures. At this moment, the range covered by this sun was only the establishment history of the Holy Roman Empire. It's not that the clown is afraid to expand, but rather that he is accumulating strength. The current clown is no longer comparable to the past. What does it mean for someone to dare to corrupt their own historical world? It's like setting off firecrackers on their ancestral grave. Chapter 316. Historical Unification. The Great War begins. The two beings that first emerged from separation devoured and fused with each other, continuously evolving in that world sealed by the Pangu Axe light. The ancient god is called the Eternal One of the Primordial Era, appearing like a human silhouette draped in a veil of faint light. If the veil is torn away, one would see the vast and distant universe behind it, and in an instant fall into madness, a madness that is infinitely desolate. From the ancient god, many outer gods and old ones split off. They are known as Amtasaba, the most powerful of the old ones. Baglos is called the Drowner and the Space Filler. Kotayat, known as the god of black water and the eternal silence of darkness. The Eye of Destruction, and so on, as the old ones appeared. The world fell into eternal devouring and disintegration. The universe here is merely the veil of the ancient god. Within the veil, the core of the clown's world began to operate, writing the story with his remaining will. First, a galaxy appeared, within which was an earth that was under the protection of the ancient gods, preventing the outer gods from eroding it. However, it had also been visited by countless old ones. Among them, the most powerful had left many civilizations and countless footprints here. Chapter 317. Qin Yu is to ascend the throne. The major creator families and all civilizations immediately invested their foundations into the divine realm of 10,000 dynasties. And the Great War officially began at this moment. All creator civilizations knew that this battle would determine the future of the Blue Star civilization. After the battle in the divine realm of 10,000 dynasties ends, the era of loose alliances among nations of the Blue Star civilization will come to a complete end, ushering in a grand future of unified humanity. As for who will become the ruler of the united Blue Star human race in the future, it depends on who can win in this battle. All civilizations knew that this battle was bound to begin, but no one expected it to happen so quickly and so suddenly. To be honest, the Western civilizations were definitely better prepared than Daxia, because they allocated 3 parts of their strength to resist the divine domain and 7 parts to target Daxia, while Daxia allocated 7 parts to resist the divine domain and 3 parts to combat foreign races, due to the overarching perspective inherent in Daxia civilization, considering the survival of the entire human race. Therefore, the preparations that Western civilizations made for this battle were certainly more robust than those of Daxia. Just the 5 million beams of light cast from the Western history that Qin Yu saw were more than enough. 5 million creators. The strength that Western civilizations deployed on the front line of the divine domain was less than 1/10 of this. Chapter 318. Mandated by heaven. May you live long and prosper. This kid actually accomplished such a thing. Meanwhile, all the high-level creators of Daxia outside the divine realm of 10,000 dynasties looked at this scene through the boundary membrane, filled with extreme envy. They were deeply moved. Only the 4th-tier creators understood how great the benefits were for a creator to ascend to such a position in the divine realm of 10,000 dynasties. Even Chen Huang, who penetrated infinite worlds to see this scene, was filled with endless envy, because this meant that Qin Yu's potential as a creator was limitless, a transcendence for all creators. From this moment on, the shackles on Qin Yu completely vanished. Envy. Looking at his declining world, Chen Huang sighed. Even when he was in the divine realm of 10,000 dynasties, he couldn't achieve this step. Fishing City. All the emperors in Chinese history sat here, gazing into the distance, to the place where the dragon's energy soared. Even the most unruly Liu Bang showed a look of envy. Emperor Qin Shi Huang was even more excited, clenching his black robe tightly, trembling all over. The Great Qin has been revived. Our Great Qin, after all, is worthy of being the first imperial dynasty. Li Shimin nodded with a smile, and Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes were filled with tenderness, because this is their brother. As Qin Yu ascended the throne, they also felt a genuine joy. After 3 abdications and 3 renunciations, the enthronement ceremony officially began. The capital was set in Luoyang, not far from Xuchang. The new capital of Luoyang had long been prepared, and the ministers and the emperor went together to first conduct the abdication ceremony, and then the enthronement ceremony of Qin Yu in the ancestral temple. The 2 ceremonies took a total of 9 days. It wasn't that Qin Yu was anxious. Since he had waited so long, he wasn't afraid to wait a bit longer. It was just that since ancient times, 9 has been the extreme, and inheriting the throne within 9 days was also in accordance with the mandate of heaven. On the 9th day of the ceremony, Qin Yu officially ascended the throne. A thunderous roar filled his ears. Boom! Boom! A blazing golden light descended from the sky, filling him with an extremely rich fortune. Although his imperial title was the 2nd emperor of the Great Qin, Qin Yu was also another founding monarch of the Great Qin in history. Looking at the He Shi by passed down from Emperor Xian of Han, Qin Yu stared at it for a long time, only able to see the 8 large characters inscribed on it. Mandated by heaven, may you live long and prosper. Finally, he sighed. The position that the people of Huaxia most wanted to reach, the most honored position, he had finally ascended to. The emperor, the founding emperor of Huaxia. This position, which countless heroes had admired, chased after, and perished for. But at this moment, Qin Yu did not feel relaxed. His heart was filled only with heavy responsibility. An emperor, a great emperor, even a renowned monarch of the ages. How should he act? And how could he not disappoint everyone's expectations? Previously, Qin Yu could take advantage of the creator's position, sitting in the position of the Grand Tutor and acting recklessly. But at this moment, he could not. He must be responsible for everyone in this history. Long live the emperor! Long live! Long, long live! The ministers knelt below, shouting long live. The government affairs were still handled by the 7 stars of Ziwei. Above, Qin Yu, wearing the great Qin crown and a black dragon robe, sat majestically, untouched by dust. The great Qin, which had perished for 500 years, was restored to the throne at this moment. The second emperor of the great Qin finally appeared. When the ministers were discussing matters, they were unaware that Qin Yu's thoughts had already entered chaos. Here, a being was eagerly wanting to emerge. Chapter 319. The Value of Living Beings. In the vast chaos, years are uncounted. The meaning of chaos, uncounted years, has 2 layers. The first refers to not needing to record years in chaos because time is too long. The second means there is no concept of time in chaos. Even the time demon god does not dare to emerge under Pangu's suppression, let alone talk about time. All time, space, fate, and causality here are in a substantial state, hanging in mid-air, and even have consciousness. They're called demon gods. This chaotic world, in fact, even Qin Yu has never truly understood. With the help of the creation space, Qin Yu has been able to create many powerful beings from chaos. However, he is unaware of the immensely powerful entities hidden within the chaos, which seem infinite and always capable of revealing something new. At this moment, the chaotic scenery has once again become somewhat unfamiliar to Qin Yu. Although the demon gods have not all been born, some innate beings have already come into existence, attaching themselves to various demon gods. Chaos has formed substantial realms, yet there is no thought present here, only the concepts of the great Tao, existing in the depths of obscurity between the tangible and the intangible. Even the concept of life itself is vague. Are the many demon gods considered living beings? They are the personification and will of the great Tao. Although they are born of the Tao, just as humans are made of carbon-based materials. Humans cannot understand all the properties of carbon-based materials without learning. But today, at the very center of chaos, a color so rich it is nearly palpable has formed a complete outline. Many demon gods have emerged from their seclusion to welcome his birth. Even Pangu, Luoho, and others are quietly observing from above. For once this being is born from chaos, these demon gods will truly begin to possess the characteristics of living beings. Human doubt demon god, the essence of heaven and earth, the elegance of the 5 elements. Thus, humanity is the heart of heaven and earth. A realm without the existence of human beings will utterly lose its luster. Even the very definition of life comes from the birth of the human race. In countless worlds, nearly every realm has the presence of humans. Where there are humans, there are stories. It can be said that the importance of humanity lies in adding vitality and spirit to the myriad worlds. The emergence of such a high-level demon god can almost be considered the existence of a rule-based demon god among the chaotic demon gods. Even if Pangu is stronger than the human Tao, he must still respect the human Tao, the earth Tao, and the heaven Tao. Listen to my teachings, Qin Yu said calmly from the highest point. From now on, as the human race emerges, all parties should recognize themselves as living beings. They should possess the nobility of life and must not disgrace their bodies. There should be a sense of defiance, and they must not accept their fate. Logically, as a controller of the world, Qin Yu should want the beings of the world to accept their fate and listen to his commands. But today, Qin Yu says that the demon gods must not accept their fate. What is the reason? As long as they are living beings, those who are alive and do not accept their fate still have the possibility of reaching the highest realm. If there is no rebellious spirit of humanity from the very beginning, then even if they are born as demon gods, they will ultimately be useless. Respect the holy teachings. The demon gods bowed and shouted. Today, they officially ascend to the status of living beings, and their hearts are filled with excitement. Even if they are embodiments of the great Tao, who would willingly be controlled by the Tao, always having only one path to walk, as long as the human Tao demon god is born, their future possibilities will greatly increase. Finally, after another 9 yuan meetings in chaos, The figure in the middle suddenly erupted with a sound, slowly revealing its true form. Chapter 320. The human Tao demon god, Jun Sheng, is born. You have nurtured a level 58 living being, human Tao demon god, Jun Sheng. You have nurtured a level 65 chaotic supreme treasure, human Tao Xianyuan sword. Wow. Approaching all the demon gods is a man dressed in the garb of mountains, rivers, sun, moon, and state, exuding a rich aura of humanity. Riding the human Tao Xianyuan guiding chariot, holding the human Tao state sword, born with a chaotic supreme treasure. When all the demon gods saw his face, they were shocked to an indescribable degree. That face was so handsome and so eye-catching, especially because he stood next to Qinyu, making him even more prominent. There was no other reason. It was because his features, facial shape, and even temperament were 100 similar to Qinyu, as if they were carved from the same mold. Almost like Qinyu's doppelganger. Qinyu himself was stunned, filled with confusion. What the hell? This human Tao demon god looks just like me. He quietly stood beside Qinyu, resembling a king, somewhat like the second emperor of the Qin dynasty, sitting quietly on his throne. But it was indeed Qinyu's appearance. I pay my respects to the Tao Lord. Chapter 321. Historical Change. Wow. As Jun Sheng arrived with Qinyu, almost no one in the court noticed that the emperor in the center had changed. All of Qinyu's imperial aura and dragon energy had completely transferred to Jun Sheng. It can be said that Jun Sheng is the most suitable demon god for this historical world. This imperial energy and dragon energy seemed originally to be a part of his body, now simply returning to its rightful owner. It was much more fitting than Qinyu, the creator, personally sitting on the throne. He merely sat high, and history instantly changed because of him as the human Tao demon god. Now, ascending to the imperial throne again, the effect was ding, with the human Tao demon god in command. The overall strength of the human Tao demon god as emperor rises by 1,000. The strength of other Hua, Xia historical dynasties rises by 100. Qinyu heard the prompt sound near his ear. All the ministers and military generals in front of him exploded with power, emanating an extremely strong historical backing and human Tao energy. Their strength increased tenfold compared to before. Qinyu doubted his own eyes and checked multiple times to confirm. It really was 1,000. It's worth noting that during his time in the myriad divine realms, he had never seen a direct increase of 1,000 in strength. This was the first time, equivalent to a tenfold increase out of thin air. Who could withstand that? Chapter 322. The Frantic Western Creators. In the Eagle Kingdom. Inside Commander Street number 13. Several king-tier creators from European countries gathered together, dressed in long-sleeve suits of this era, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and smoking pipes. Arguing in a luxurious office made of red beech wood, with ash flying everywhere. Bang, bang, bang. Damn it. What the hell is going on with Huaxia's history? This is impossible. This is impossible. This is a serious dereliction of duty by your Creation Academy. It is clearly under your supervision of the myriad divine realms. Yet such a massive loophole has occurred. It's over. Everything is over. Huaxia's total strength has already equaled ours. How can we be blamed? You bunch of pigs, who can monitor what happens in a day. Where are your observers? Did they go eat shit? Bond, you old fool. How dare you say that? If it weren't for that clown in your family, would we be in such a passive position? Although they had only descended for a short time, the creators had already directly risen to become senators of the Great Eagle Empire, successfully supporting the commander in advance and mastering the power of modern history in the early 20th century. The Great Eagle Empire, the German Empire, the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and the Bear Empire, aside from the already erased island nations, are all under the control of the creators in this era. The European creators are not fools. They knew early on that in early classical history, they were no match for Huaxia, because the classical history of Huaxia is simply too strong. Until the decline of the Qing dynasty, Huaxia accounted for half of the world's economy in history. The total amount of silver in the Qing dynasty was double that of all other countries combined. Therefore, the European nations envisioned a civilizational battlefield in the period after the 19th century, that is, after the Huaxia Wars. Now, they find that the situation is completely beyond their control. Why is the downstream history all in Chinese, written in Chinese characters? And schools everywhere teaching the 4 books and 5 classics. Is this still Europe? Where are our illustrious great powers, our proud Western civilization? What happened to the beloved, dear Qing dynasty that preferred not to be a servant to foreign nations? How did it suddenly become an extremely powerful Li Ming dynasty? The Li Ming of Huaxia history was originally called Zhaoming, and later the Li Ming that successfully overthrew the Qing and restored the Ming under Qin Yu is historically known as Li Ming. Although both are of the Zhou surname, they are roughly equivalent to the relationship between the Eastern Han and the Western Han. But the problem is that this Li Ming dynasty is too strong. It stretches from the West African desert to the North American plains, with satellites in the sky and tanks on the ground, and there are many famous generals and fierce warriors. This is simply cheating. Reluctantly, they had to accept reality and began to integrate Huaxia's technology, crazily enhancing the technological level of the great powers, trying every means to make the great powers, though unable to compete, at least a bit stronger. Thus, European Prime Minister Bamos was pushed forward. They planned to have Bamos unify the continent, in conjunction with previous efforts, to create this period of history. Hurry, we need to speed up over there. Here, let the new world unify the continent directly. We don't have time. Prepare as soon as possible. Caesar, Merovingian Lagler the Great, and Bamos the Great. These 6 historical figures are the main fighting force of our front line. I don't care what price you pay. You must strengthen them to a level not inferior to that of a Huaxia emperor, peak level 7. Do you hear me? Nonsense. Can you complete this task? There is no choice but to push the historical process as much as possible. The European creators fell into complete helplessness, and the other major civilizations did the same, especially the creators of the Arab civilization, who were closest to Huaxia civilization and were almost all dumbfounded. Chapter 323. Germany. Huaxia is too strong, and yet they haven't directly invaded. This makes the creators of various countries increasingly anxious, beginning to sweat profusely. If they had such an advantage, they would have definitely acted first to eliminate Huaxia, while Huaxia is getting stronger and stronger, almost changing daily, yet they are not attacking them at all. They can only speculate that Huaxia is brewing something even more terrifying, but they would never think that Huaxia's goal from the very beginning was not just to win the history of the myriad divine realms, but to unify Blue Star in one fell swoop. In 1923, history, Munich. Here there is a small tavern where a young man is passionately giving a speech. You may say, "Sir, I need a job, a piece of bread." Yes, your statement is correct. Life is indeed too important. But I must tell you, there is something in this world that is more important than life, and that is freedom. That is dignity. We want bread. We want jobs. We want freedom. We want dignity. Everyone below listens as if drunk, shouting louder with every sentence the young man speaks. Chapter 324. Scientist. The history of the myriad divine realms ended in the early 20th century. Moreover, only the early 20th century of the West, while Huaxia's history continued until the end of the Qing dynasty. At this time, in a lighthouse country, in a university, a white-haired yet spirited old man, always accustomed to wearing a pair of black-framed glasses, is carefully calculating his next paper. Albert. His students look at him with utmost respect, their eyes as if looking at a god. In this era, without a doubt, this old man is a true god. He has inspired the most cutting-edge aspects of Western technology, even surpassing the realm of humanity. He has stretched human technology to an unimaginable level at the time. He is one of the most brilliant geniuses born from European civilization. At the same time, the theory he created, relativity, has become a top weapon to end thousands of years of human conflict. This historical figure, of course, has a presence in the myriad divine realms, and his historical status is absolutely not inferior to that of a regional emperor. Mr. Einstein, if you knew of such a great war, why don't you participate? A creator from the Sili people pleads desperately in front of the old man. The old man, however, just quietly puts down his glasses, squints his cold eyes at him. Young man, I can understand the multiverse and the theories of creation you described. To me, they are not impossible, and I understand your demands. But your request to initiate war does not move me. The scientific power within me is forever rational and will never be used by you. I have been a Huaxia, and to me, Huaxia is a harmonious land. They do not take the initiative to attack the outside world. Instead, it is you who create chaos everywhere. When you were researching nuclear bombs, I did not support it. Now, I do not support your so-called unjust war. Please leave. Looking at the profound historical brilliance emanating from the old man, which is absolutely not inferior to that of a Huaxia emperor, The Sili creator was furious to the extreme. Why don't you help your own people? Don't forget you're also a Sili. Yes, I'm also a Sili. The old man said calmly. But after your restoration, I refuse to go and also refuse to have any relationship with you. Precisely because I understand your true nature too well. This Sili creator was completely dumbfounded. There's such a strong figure in their own history. Yet he doesn't listen to them and even opposes them. Unfortunately, unlike Huaxia, the strongest point in Western history is at the end of the myriad divine realms, where many top versatile scientists are Sili people. They have a high historical status in Blue Star civilization, elevating human civilization to an unimaginable degree. But all scientists share the same characteristics: stubbornness, rationality, and a dislike for war. The greatest trump card of Western civilization, science, suddenly becomes useless at this moment. And this feeling drives all Western creators crazy. Except for a small number of versatile scientists willing to help them, most top scientists rejected their requests. And even in front of these godlike historical figures, the creators could not hide for long before being discovered. Damn, this is simply too hateful. Our historical power. Why is it so much weaker than that of the Huaxia people? Quick, convene a meeting. If we don't start the meeting soon, we will be eliminated by the Huaxia people. Everyone, let's report on our achievements during this period. Chapter 325. The secret cultivation meeting. After the creators of Western civilization arranged their plans in various historical segments, they finally returned to the center in Vienna. In the original history, they signed many famous agreements in Vienna, dividing the entire world. Now, they're just here to decide their own fate. The ancient emperors are already prepared. A creator of the gifted people said slowly. His form is ethereal, clearly not yet descended. His country is the lighthouse nation, and his strength is at the 4th level. This is a genuine 4th-level creator. He is also the current ruler of the lighthouse civilization. His name is Moses, not the Jewish god from history, but every generation of the Jewish Secret Council's elder is named Moses. There are a total of 15 members in this Jewish Secret Council. Since World War II, they have been secretly controlling Blue Star civilization, manipulating all capital, nations, knowledge, and culture. Even after the creation space descended, they still found ways to control several major civilizations, making themselves hidden behind Blue Star civilization. All members of this secret council are mixed bloods, but all have the bloodline of the gifted people and have become 4th-level creators. The power we buried in Eastern history has completely disappeared. A yellow-skinned elder of the gifted people said solemnly. The situation in Western Europe is good. Most of our power is still here, and I can still control them. An elder of the secret council with a white face said. Finally, Moses, who is in charge, sighed as he looked into the distance. Has this day finally come? We have tried every means to erase the history and myths of the Huaxia people, even going so far as to cooperate with the divine realm. Why do the Huaxia still know of our existence? Why is there still this battle today? Everyone in the secret council fell silent. Among them is even the president of the lighthouse nation, who is a member of the secret council. Everyone is under the control of the secret council. Since Blue Star was severed by the swordbearer, they have taken the opportunity to erase the myths and history of the Huaxia, while also trying to eliminate their own presence in history. Therefore, most creators on Blue Star do not know of the secret council's existence. However, Qin Yu is different. He comes from Earth, which has complete rumors about the Jewish secret council. Although much has been erased and turned into fragmented historical accounts, traces can still be found. This is what led Qin Yu to suspect that the gifted people were controlling history from behind the scenes, step by step uncovering the truth, thus igniting today's great war. This is also something Moses cannot comprehend. Why would there still be people on Blue Star who suspect the gifted people? He had originally negotiated terms with the divine realm. After eliminating the Huaxia, all creators of Blue Star civilization would be devoured by the divine realm, leaving only the gifted people. But now this great war has completely disrupted his arrangements. There is no other way. Elder, prepare for battle. The president of the Lighthouse Nation sighed. The current strength of the Huaxia is, overall, still inferior to ours, even though they are stronger in the 10,000 Dynasty Divine Realm. The 10,000 Dynasty Divine Realm is ultimately just one world. The total world we control is greater than theirs, and we have an advantage in the number of creators, not to mention the Divine Realm. This battle does not even require our own people to participate. Let the whites, blacks, and Arabs go die. Once they're all dead, we can directly enter the divine realm and collectively transcend. After the president of the Lighthouse Nation finished speaking, everyone nodded in agreement. No one had any objections. Thus, Moses spoke. Chapter 3:26, a reunion of husband and wife. Well, what you all said are good ideas, but they cannot solve the problem. Moses said quietly, fighting against the Huaxia now, especially since they have already discovered our existence, will definitely lead to heavy losses for us. The only way, Moses slowly revealed a smile, is outside the battlefield. Outside the battlefield? Many elders showed puzzled expressions, and Moses nodded. I have already communicated with the divine realm. When the Great War begins, I will open the front line of the Red Domain, allowing those few split beings in the divine realm to directly enter the 10,000 dynasty divine realm. As for how to fight afterward, that will be their business. We can directly enter the divine realm unscathed. Moses smiled brightly. Upon hearing this, many elders of the secret council could not help but show astonished expressions. Wow, they originally thought they were selfish enough, but they didn't expect the elder to be even more heavy-handed. This made them deeply feel that their level still needed improvement. They were still thinking of putting on a show with the other people of Blue Star Civilization, while Moses didn't even bother to act and directly open the floodgates to the divine realm. It cannot be denied that this is a lethal tactic. The internal struggle of Blue Star Civilization has now been directly elevated to the level of a racial war by Moses. Cunning, sinister, and despicable are not enough to describe Moses' decision. The situation of the war has undergone a massive turnaround. The Huaxia side is naturally not idle. Soon, Qin Yu met with Han Tianzuan and others, including Ji Yan, who he had clashed with last time, totaling more than 10 imperial-level creators. The previous friction between everyone is naturally insignificant in the face of today's battle that will decide the future of civilization. A miracle, this is simply a miracle. Astonishing. All imperial-level powerhouses sighed deeply upon seeing everything Qin Yu had built in the 10,000 dynasty divine realm. They never even dreamed that the Huaxia could gain such a significant advantage in the 10,000 dynasty divine realm. And what about Qin Yu? At this moment, Qin Yu was naturally embracing Lin Miao Miao, whom he hadn't seen in days, and the couple was talking to each other. You're back? Qin Yu looked at Lin Miao Miao, his eyes betraying an uncontainable guilt, but on the surface, he still tried to maintain an indifferent attitude. During this time, the number of concubines he had acquired in the 10,000 dynasty divine realm could probably fill half a circle of Earth. Regardless of whether they had spoken about it beforehand, Lin Miao Miao would surely feel angry upon seeing this. At this moment, Lin Miao Miao had obviously advanced to a higher level. All beings within her world, even an ant, were no lower than the 3rd level. This indicates that her world's total combat power has been stretched to an extremely terrifying level, reaching the imperial level. It is unknown what kind of fortuitous encounters Lin Miao Miao had in the 10,000 dynasty divine realm. But this time, returning to advance to the imperial level was something even Qin Yu had not anticipated. This reveals a very cruel reality. Now, he can no longer defeat his wife. Even though Qin Yu has reached such a level in the 10,000 Dawn divine realm, he would still be unable to defeat an imperial-level creator in a one-on-one match. Under the threat of being beaten, Qin Yu acted very obediently. You've worked hard these days. My wife, are you tired? I can arrange some singing and dancing for you. Do you want some historical blessings? I have plenty of that here. The position of queen is always reserved for you. Lin Miao Miao, however, held back her laughter, seeing such a top existence, who had made such great contributions to civilization and even directly changed the course of Blue Star Civilization. Acting so humble in front of her was truly funny and amusing. It also warmed her heart, and her earlier thoughts of getting angry were instantly diminished. She waved her hand and said, "Get lost. Don't come with these empty words." After saying that, she took a step forward and walked into Qin Yu's embrace, gently pressing against his chest. I only ask you, how confident are you this time? Upon hearing this, Qin Yu's eyes became sharp. Victory was the only option. Good. Lin Miao Miao looked back at Qin Yu, curling her fingers. I will accompany you. Then she began to recount her experiences in the 10,000 Dawn Divine Realm and how she broke through to the Imperial level. Chapter 3:27. Blind foolishness. This is a filthy quagmire. This is a dirty universe. This is the ultimate of everything. While the outside world was in chaos, the only peaceful place in the 10,000 Dawn Divine Realm was at the center of the Pangu Axe's light, where the clown was sealed. Even the Western creators didn't have time to manage this. Everything would be dealt with after the battle. Not to mention, they couldn't decipher the Pengu Axe's light. To do so would require a significant cost from an imperial-level creator. The people of the Gift of Joy were planning to flee with the divine realm. Who would care about the clown's life or death? So, after editing a plot for their heavenly protagonist, the clown began to wander this self-developing world. Although this world was his, he himself was unclear about how it developed. This was also the characteristic of this world. The creators themselves were confused, blindly foolish. So how could the world not go mad? The clown didn't even know how he suddenly advanced to the imperial level, nor did he understand how he suddenly had this world. He was even more dazed than Klein when he first revived. To say he was blindly foolish. So the clown began to explore. He discovered that this world far exceeded his imagination. The things here were completely beyond human understanding. He didn't believe that any human creator could create such a world. This could only be made by the gods. The divine realm? The clown pondered. He should say Jack. He was no longer mad and didn't want to be a clown anymore. Remembering the terror of the divine realm, he couldn't help but sigh. He wasn't a person of the Gift of Joy. After all, he was a proper Anglo-Saxon white man, and he didn't have the madness to abandon all humanity to live for himself. If his world were to destroy the 10,000 Dawn divine realm, he would prefer to be sealed by Qin for endless ages. He didn't want to become a sinner of humanity. After all, as a creator, he wouldn't be bored in his own world. He could create whatever he wanted to play with. After this revival, Jack had become indifferent to many things, as he had always wanted to be the strongest and defeat Qin. Now at least he had muddled his way to the imperial level with this power in hand. He was indifferent to everything. Once entering the imperial level, one's vision and temperament would change, focusing more on significant matters of race and roots, excluding the Gift of Joy. An old one. Oh, another old one. These old ones are so fierce. Without understanding their premise, I can't motivate them, nor can I make them help me solve the seal. Jack looked at those old ones in the outside world, and he was scared stiff. Not to mention understanding this world. He suspected that if he really understood, he wouldn't be human anymore. He would become a creator composed of some other foundation. Now he didn't dare to do that, so he could only remain in a state of blind foolishness. This world, indeed, has been crazily developing because of his blind foolishness. In the darkness, strangeness was rapidly expanding. At this moment, a prompt sound suddenly came to Qin Yu's ear. Your title mission has been advanced. You must enter the mission within 3 hours. What the heck? Qin Yu was preparing for something important when he heard this news, and he was dumbfounded. The title mission can be advanced. Originally, according to the timeline, this mission would take 3 days on Blue Star, and he still had several years in the 10,000 Dawn Divine Realm, which was definitely enough to finish the battle. Now, it had been advanced to start immediately. Chapter 328, The Great War of the Bright Flame. There was no time for Qin Yu to prepare further. He immediately ordered, launch a full-scale attack. All dynasties, all emperors, all creators mobilize, strive to wipe out Western civilization in one go. All the imperial-level creators of the Great Xia nodded in unison, saying nothing more. This battle had reached a point where it had to be fought, and it was centered around Qin Yu, of course, with Qin Yu as the main focus. After speaking, Qin Yu ordered the human Tao demon god, gather the emperors. Let's take action. There was no need for further preparation. Our strength was enough to wipe them out in one go. The already crowned human emperor, the human Tao demon god, Jun Sheng, said nothing more, only replying, I understand. I understand. Qin Yu was immediately infuriated. Is there such an arrogant demon god? Making it seem like he is the one who is your subject. I want to hold you accountable during the war, but later I will make you know who the real boss is. The preparations for the war had long been more than sufficient. The creators of the Great Xia poured into the armies of various dynasties. The war broke out first not in ancient times, but in the modern era of the Bright Flame Dynasty. 1874, 1910, 1935, Chapter 329, The Ancient Great War. Resistance is meaningless. This naval battle was originally a surprise attack, but a day before the attack, the diplomatic envoy of the Bright Flame Empire had already arrived on the European continent, directly throwing a declaration of war at the unrepentant monarchs of Europe. Coldly looking at them, he said, Our Bright Flame dynasty has always been gentle with you barbarians, educating your people, providing you with knowledge. The Celestial Empire has never demanded anything from you. While you don't think of showing filial piety, you even dare to harbor treasonous thoughts and attempt to resist. His Majesty has ordered that soon our army will land on the European continent to restore peace to this land. As for you, if you can board a warship now and escape to the icy poles to survive, then flee. If you can't escape, the envoy didn't continue. But the many European nobles present already understood what the next outcome would be. They also knew that resistance was meaningless. From the very beginning, the envoy had made this point clear. The Western creators hidden within were filled with a deep-seated hatred, their bodies swollen with anger. In this battle, they had sacrificed too many lives. Just a few major naval battles saw hundreds of thousands of creators fall, and their world cores all fell into the hands of the great Xia people. Chapter 3:30 Victory in War. He did not know that among the 800,000 prisoners of war, many were of creator origin. But what resistance could the creators muster under such circumstances? Summoning a few beings only to be slaughtered by the army. And upon their death, a world emerged, which the Qin army considered some kind of sorcery. The military wizards were to purify you directly. To be honest, Bai Qi was already quite tired of executing prisoners. But the emperor's orders were even more terrifying than those of his ancestor, King Zhao of Qin, as they directly pushed them into the sea to not waste the Qin soldiers' energy. Sighing, Bai Qi thought for a moment and then sighed again. Fine, do as you wish. Anyway, I no longer expect to leave a name in history. The reputation of a butcher cannot be escaped, so let it be. Kill. A grand procession of 800,000 lined the shores of Lake Geneva, atop cliffs nearly 100 meters high, with a lake below capable of devouring all life. All the Roman and Gallic coalition forces were pushed into the sea one after another. With a loud thud, not a single hair could be pulled out. One push, and they made no sound. After completing the execution of the captives, Bai Qi, having nothing to do, began to lead the army to attack other civilizations. The Roman Empire was nearly annihilated, ultimately forced to flee to the Arctic under the leadership of Caesar, evolving into a strange race that lived by blood and flesh. Chapter 3:31 The end is coming. The strength of the great Xia's imperial-level creators surpassed that of other nations. Many of the imperial-level powerhouses from other nations were wiped out, with almost every race left with only one imperial-level being. This was a plan that Huaxia had prepared in advance. Each race had only one imperial-level being left, while Huaxia possessed enough imperial-level powerhouses to suppress all foreign races, ensuring that the future creators of Huaxia would not become too complacent and fall back into the illusion of being the Celestial Empire. Stay alert. Huaxia had many historical lessons in this regard. Indeed, this great battle was incredibly satisfying. An ethereal Huaxia imperial-level creator chuckled, and a woman with a flame pattern on her forehead nodded slowly. The only problem now is the Sili people. Upon mentioning this, everyone in the hall, except for Qin Yu, changed their expressions. Although the civilization war had essentially been won, no one believed that Huaxia had wiped out the Sili people. Given the Sili people's rat-like ability to hide, perhaps not a single one had died. Don't worry about the Sili people. I'll go clear them out. Jian slammed the table, shouldered his great sword, and walked towards the door. Chapter 3:32 I still have a plan. What exactly are those tentacles? This was not his first encounter with the power of the divine realm. Wherever the tentacles passed, the myriad divine realms turned to ashes, becoming nothingness. Yes, complete nothingness. No stories existed, and without stories, there were naturally no beings. Without a world, the foundation of the creator was non-existent. What the hell is this thing? Even with Qin Yu's current perspective, he could not see through what the divine realm was. It dared to continuously surround this civilization while constantly promising the creator's transcendence, which must be something beyond the creators of the transcendence level. What transcendence truly is, Qin Yu could not figure out. Although he knew he could walk into the transcendence realm without any obstacles, only lacking accumulation, he still could not understand what transcendence was. After a long while, Qin Yu reached a conclusion about the gigantic tentacle before him. The divine realm is something that is completely opposite to the creators. The creators create beings and evolve worlds, while the divine realm obliterates stories and extinguishes life wherever it exists, creating a dead silence, not to mention time and space. Even the most basic stories are absent in the divine realm. How desolate it is. Chapter 3:33 Great Xia still has fighting power. The imperial-level creators were not shocked, nor did they think that Qin Yu was overstating things. They only had deep trust and nodded in unison. Remember, you can go and seek fame with peace of mind. Huaxiao has us old folks guarding it for you, and it will never fall. Before I die, the divine realm cannot step into the borders of Great Xia. Ji Yin said with a loud laugh. One by one, the imperial-level creators soared into the sky, unfolding their own Tao principles, transforming into a half-idea, half-physical existence. Once their worlds unfolded, a small frame of paintings formed around their bodies, competing with the divine realm and the Noah's Ark. As if two completely different television shows were playing simultaneously in the same scene, vying for the screen, the world and the heavens were suddenly incredibly splendid, with countless stories unfolding simultaneously, beautifully like a fleeting dream. This was the most beautiful fireworks sent off by the imperial-level creators for Qin Yu. So that is how it is. Qin Yu was rendered speechless by the beauty before him. He realized that this was the imperial level. The world of the imperial level itself was almost real, which is why it could build a dam on the defensive line against the divine realm, as the body of the imperial level itself was real. Chapter 334. Returning home in another space-time. On a blue planet, Eastern Hemisphere, two winding rivers flowed across the land, and this land shone with a red star, which was Qin Yu's unforgettable hometown. On its eastern coastline, there was a small city by the Huaihai River called Linjiang City. This county-level city, with a permanent population of only 1 to 2 million, had neither benefited from a reform and opening up nor enjoyed the rapid development of the internet era, only endless layoffs, retirements, and state-owned enterprise reforms. He remembered the cramped streets, the gray buildings, as if they had remained unchanged for thousands of years. The most prosperous place in the city was a large Carrefour supermarket. The red paint on the steps at the entrance worn away, with elderly men and women crowding there early in the morning, waiting for fresh vegetables, their breath merging with the mist in the sky during winter. The number of young people in the city was decreasing, while the elderly were increasing. It seemed that the city was aging along with its people. Ambitious youths had all gone to big cities, and staying here seemed a sign of failure. Here, a bowl of fried sauce noodles cost 3 to 5 yuan, and the price had not increased in 10 years, with taxi fares starting at 6 yuan. But he did not know when it started. Chapter 335. The Undying Ghost Yuan Tiangang. Now he had only two choices before him. Either return to the big city to continue enduring the exploitation of unscrupulous bosses, working all night for a meager salary, or continue to stay at home. Despairing, the delicious fried egg felt like chewing wax to him. The young man swallowed it in a few bites and tossed the bun aside. I'm full. He turned to rush out of the room. Wait, are you going to look for a job? Li Yuling squinted her eyes and called out to the young man in a sharp voice. The young man turned around awkwardly, unable to face her sharply defined gaze and her oppressive posture with both hands. Mom, I was just going out for a stroll. Stroll? What are you strolling about? Li Yuling said, suddenly overcome with sadness. Your father, that useless old man, goes out to play mahjong every day, and you just lie at home doing nothing. How much suffering have I endured marrying into your old Qin family, and you don't even understand to be a bit considerate of me. As she cried, the young man felt even more helpless. All right, I'll go out and find a job first. You said it, no changing your mind. The bitterness on Li Yuling's face suddenly disappeared as she eagerly pulled out a handwritten address and shoved it into the young man's hand. This is a job I asked your second uncle to find for you. He's making a fortune as a contractor now. Hurry up and go. Start work today. Chapter 336. The Way of Heaven, and Si Qin Yu thought that this time the mission might transport him to an extremely dangerous world, or that he would be sent directly beyond the civilization sea, or even directly to the divine domain, where he would meet his end. But the one thing he never expected was to return to his hometown, Earth, and just when he landed in Linjiang City, without even having the chance to go home and be filial to his parents, he was pestered by an old man. What bad luck! This Earth did not resemble a world he could be sure was not in the ancient history of the Blue Star. It didn't even seem to be in the vast civilization sea. Earth was in a completely different space-time, where the principles and energies of heaven and earth were completely beyond Qin Yu's understanding, and it was an entirely different space-time from the Blue Star. Here, demonstrating any power was extremely difficult, as he was suppressed by invisible foundational rules everywhere, and his own path was of no use at all. On Earth, it seemed like his strength had suddenly been reduced by 100-fold. The creator who could walk between the heavens before now found it somewhat difficult to even dominate on Earth. Why was that? Qin Yu examined his body with confusion. No problem, the world core was still intact, and the chaos world was still in operation, but that Yuan Tiangang said I was in the cave heaven evolution realm, merely the fourth realm on the path of the Tao. He also said he had reached the fifth realm of the Purple Mansion Yuaning realm and could easily crush me, this little shrimp, while mumbling something about how anyone below the Yuan Ing was like an ant. Chapter 337. Transcendent Beings? Pitiful Worms. What? You're going to send me to other strange dimensional seas? Are you out of your mind? Don't you have any conscience? Qin Yu was anxious. Please remember, the taboo in the sea of heaven is absolutely do not challenge the way of heaven. Those who follow the way will prosper, and those who oppose it will perish. As for what the way of heaven is, one can comprehend it from the sea of heaven everywhere, and there is a complementary Tao Te Ching for the Creator, which can be read as the behavior guidelines of the sea of heaven. Bang! A book fell into Qin Yu's hands. The Earth version of the Tao Te Ching that he had read long ago. Qin Yu was dumbfounded, knowing that the Creator Space wanted to escape. He had a million curses in his heart, unable to hold back. Space. You better explain yourself. The Creator Space, which had no qualms about killing but did not care about burying, quickly answered the last question. The Divine Domain. This is the name given by Blue Star Civilization to it, while the major dimensional seas refer to it as the boundary. The boundary is the end of all stories, the conclusion of all sentient beings, and it also represents a new beginning. It is viewed as the most terrifying disaster by the major dimensional seas. Currently, apart from reality, no sufficient power has been found to resist the boundary. Qin Yu immediately digested this information and asked without hesitation, you can't even deal with the boundary in the Creator Space? Chapter 338. Curse. After Yuan Tiangang finished his lengthy emotional speech, he continued, there are indeed a few hundred unlucky souls like me who go against the heavens. There's that one called Jesus in the West, a large group in India, and there should still be some who have achieved immortality hidden throughout Huaxia, like Wei Boyong, Su Zhenjuan, and Confucius, along with Buddhist figures like Wei Tuo, Wen Shu, and Pu Xian, all of whom made great vows to become bodhisattvas and save the world. So they have remained in the world to guide lost souls. However, as the world deteriorates, they are probably about to give up and return to the light sound heaven and the tranquil heaven to spend some more years. I should also find a way to die quickly. Otherwise, I will be the only one left going against the heavens. As he spoke, his figure grew increasingly desolate. Qin Yu sighed. So that's it. There are indeed many transcendent beings in the sea of heaven, far beyond the mundane, but unfortunately, they have not formed a civilization. There are only a few hundred of them, because the way of heaven cannot be violated. If the way of heaven is to make you ordinary, not allowing you to possess supernatural powers, and to let everything operate in an orderly manner, then if you're lucky enough to attain the Tao and comprehend the way of heaven to gain supernatural powers, you are naturally going against the heavens. In the context of a sea of heaven, you will naturally be tormented in various ways by the way of heaven. Living is worse than dying. Chapter 339. Why not extraordinary? But when passing by the entrance of the family building, Qin Yu saw a large number of vendors setting up stalls in front of the door, whether selling crafts or food, and people were constantly coming and going. His eyes lit up. If I could set up a small stall, I'd definitely earn more than being a security guard, right? As for face, I've already been a security guard, so why would I care about face? While thinking, Qin Yu suddenly felt motivated. He went upstairs and opened the door. His girlfriend, Sun Lin, was standing by the window. When she saw him, she turned her back, showing only half of her pretty face. As for her mood, of course, he had to guess. He knew that last night's incident was not so simple. Qin Yu secretly smiled bitterly in his heart and hurriedly went up to hug her from behind. Lin, I was so engrossed in editing the video last night that I didn't mean to ignore your messages. Let us hug, okay? Don't be angry. Sun Lin turned away again and said nothing, not even looking at him. Qin Yu was too familiar with her little temper. At this time, he had to pamper her endlessly until she was happy. The two chatted for more than half the day, and only then did Sun Lin reluctantly let Qin Yu go, turning around and giving him a fierce punch. One day without seeing you, and you didn't even call. Do you not love me anymore? If you don't love me, just say it. Chapter 340. Solving Problems. Qin Yu was a bit late to respond, still following Sun Lin's footsteps. The two quickly packed up their stalls and rushed home, so angry that they didn't even eat, hurrying out the door. What is going on? Why the rush? You brat, did you make Sun Lin angry again? Li Yulin scolded Qin Yu without hesitation. She treats you so well, sharing both good and bad times with you. And you still act like a human? As she spoke, she skillfully picked up a broom. Mom, we're just going to take care of some business. Qin Yu didn't have time to care about that. Annie, it's not like that. Fortunately, Sun Lin stopped Li Yulin in time and explained what happened today. Li Yulin, after listening, furrowed his brows unusually and pondered for a moment before patting Sun Lin on the shoulder. Lin, I've been meaning to tell you about this. It's good that you want to do small business in Linjiang City, but some people are not to be offended, especially those in the management office. The waters behind them are deep. These people are not officially employed. Each one is a temporary worker, to put it bluntly. They're a bunch of local ruffians who bully us ordinary folks everywhere. I heard that someone was even killed last year, and the police haven't figured it out yet. Who knows what really happened, Sai? Chapter 341. Change. He thought that the rules of the heavenly Tao Sea are completely different from those of the civilized sea. At first, it was okay, like a swollen balloon that can maintain its size until it's punctured. However, the longer one stays in the heavenly Tao Sea, the more one is eroded by the heavenly Tao. As his Tao heart gradually collapsed, his strength also plummeted. Perhaps soon, he would truly be suppressed by Yuan Tiangang. The only way to prevent the Tao heart from collapsing now is to demonstrate extraordinary abilities. Extraordinary? What exactly constitutes extraordinary? Qin Yu was extremely anxious. He absolutely cannot die here. The war on Blue Star was instigated by him, and everyone chose to believe in him. The Xia civilization invested the greatest bet on him. If he dies here, who will go back to explain to them? Who will be responsible for the war? And what about Lin Miao Miao in this war? Is she still alive? At this moment, in the Blue Star civilization, within the Wan Chao divine realm, the entire Wan Chao divine realm has been completely breached. A massive tentacle from downstream history pierced through to upstream history, with countless branches invading all histories, finding the creators one by one and devouring them. Chapter 342. Qi Tongwei. The man walked up to Qin Yu's stall with a smile. Sorry, little Qin, I caused you trouble. Su Haoqian is my cousin, and he has learned his lesson this time. I am Su Wen, the director of the management office. If you have any issues in the future, just come to me. Thank you for supervising our department. He smiled kindly, but Qin Yu detected a hint of ruthlessness beneath that smile. Could he not know what his cousin did? Qin Yu quickly took out his phone to explain. Director Su, that video was not taken by me. It was filmed from another angle by someone else, and it wasn't posted by me. It's not what you think. Su Wen waved his hand after hearing this and directly turned to walk into the management office. Qin Yu frowned deeply, thinking that this was bad. Once the video was released, people would certainly first think of him. Su Wen, Su Haotian. And those temporary workers are not as simple as they seem. What good is it to just sit in jail for 10 days or half a month? He still needs to do business in Linjiang City for the long term. The customers are all here. He can't run away. This is really bad. Seeing this scene, Qin Yu, dressed in imperial robes, also frowned and shot a sideways glance at Yuan Tiangang. What exactly are you doing? Are you using the heavenly Tao to release the video? Chapter 343, Tao Heart Decision. Then Qin Yu sat in the store, smoking for a long time. This confirmed it without a doubt. The prices these local ruffians demanded were even more excessive, and they often came to stir up trouble. Qin Yu could endure it. But Sun Lin couldn't stand it all and directly got into a heated argument with those people, even writing many complaint letters and filming the scenes to post them. However, the video failed to gain attention on social media platforms. It was either throttled or directly taken down. After all, the rules of these platforms change constantly, and whether something goes viral depends entirely on luck. The local police had also come to arrest these thugs many times, being very dutiful, but these people never changed. Every time they were released, they would look for trouble again. The police were also looking for their behind-the-scenes boss, Qi Tongwei, who it was said had not yet been captured, but it was coming soon. The police were very brave, always protecting the people, but it was hard to guard against. One day, while Sun Lin was out shopping, she was knocked down by a suddenly speeding car, sustaining a scar on her leg and fainting for shock. She was immediately sent to the hospital. What? Qin Yu, who received the call, quickly closed the store and rushed to the hospital, only to find Sun Lin lying on the hospital bed. She was fine, just a bit scared, with a bruise on her body. The driver who caused the accident had already been found. He was a drunken idiot and had been taken by the police for questioning. Chapter 344. This heart is the Tao heart. The short-haired girl let out a piercing scream. Unlike a human voice, her cries gradually diminishing. Damn this bitch. Even if I go in for a few years, it's worth it. Kill her. The thugs, red-eyed, made cold-blooded mockeries. They were all over 185 meters tall, while the girl was less than 6 meters. More than 10 of them blocked her with their bodies, making it difficult for even the surveillance to capture. A few deliberately dragged her to a dark area without cameras. And in the darkness, only chilling sounds echoed. The cruelty, violence, and viciousness of humanity were vividly manifested at this moment. In the distance, a few bystanders dared not approach, only daring to take photos from afar with their phones. The midnight street was terrifyingly quiet, except for the sounds of the thugs beating the short-haired girl, causing bones to shatter, flesh to tear, and organs to thud. One could even hear everything, all the sounds desperately drilled into Qin Yu's ears. He didn't want to listen. He wanted to pretend it had nothing to do with him like everyone else, but the sounds still penetrated his ears. He heard the terrified discussions of pedestrians by the roadside. Someone is going to die. You should do something about it, boss. Chapter 345. A treasure has been uncovered. Above the night sky, Qin Yu, dressed in imperial robes, fell into a meditative state. Streams of power from the heavenly Tao Sea, invisible to mortals, surged into his body. These powers covered in golden light, which could not be described in words. The essence of this power was completely different from that of the civilized sea. Because these powers seemed formless and intangible, entirely different from the tangible powers in the civilized sea, they could not provide any strength enhancement. What they provided was only a vague and intangible Tao. And this Tao is the most scarce thing in the civilized sea, which is composed of tangible and qualitative powers. This is the power from the heavenly Tao in the heavenly Tao Sea. The heavenly Tao Sea and the civilized sea are completely opposite. The power systems of the two are even complementary. Merit? Looking at this power flowing into Qin Yu's body, even Yuan Tiangang scratched his head helplessly. This is going to be difficult. I have never encountered an outer evil that can gain merit. This merit is not the same as that merit. The merit in the heavenly Tao Sea is not substantial power at all. It only depends on the heart. If one is heartless, one cannot grasp even a bit of merit by any means. Those who desperately release life and donate money may even receive calamity from the heavenly Tao. Only a few people in thousands of years can receive merit from the heavenly Tao. Chapter 346, Beginning King. Buzz. After being infused with this surge of merit, Qin Yu trembled all over. With his Tao heart perfected, he felt that the last barrier to the emperor level had disappeared. Now, he just needed to fill himself with energy, and he could directly ascend to the emperor level. And energy was easiest to obtain in the sea of civilization. With the steps he had accumulated and the harvest from the 10,000 Dynasty Divine Realm, he could now take a giant leap forward in strength by several thousand stars. With a fighting power exceeding 10,000 stars, it was practically within reach. Goodness, I'm still doing the king-level honor task, and I can directly ascend to the emperor level. However, Qin Yu was overjoyed that the biggest obstacle before the emperor level, the Tao heart, had been completely resolved. It was worth it to return to Earth and endure this humiliation. Moreover, he found that with this merit, he seemed to have gained something else on Earth. This power system was strange. The first step was only to allow him to sit still for a longer time, achieving a state of tranquility, which was almost no help in reality. Kid, you have received the blessing of virtue, and you're almost done with your foundation in one step. Yuan Tiangang said with a smile, stroking his beard. In our Taoist tradition, it's called establishing the foundation. In Buddhism, it's called achieving a light body. In Christianity, it's called baptism. In any case, now you have a place in my heavenly Tao Sea, and I can call you a fellow Taoist. Goodness, is this what it means to be promoted from an outer evil to a fellow Taoist? It's really hard to gain the goodwill of the earth folks. Qin Yu thought to himself, but he also vaguely felt the differences between the heavenly Tao Sea and the sea of civilization. Although there are also divine abilities in the heavenly Tao Sea, their use is greatly restricted. For example, he now counted as being in the foundation building stage, but he couldn't mobilize true essence or anything. He was just a bit healthier than an average person, initially reaching a state where no illness could arise. What a joke. I'm an emperor-level creator, the ruler of infinite worlds, and you're telling me I can't get sick? Qin Yu truly felt the heavenly Tao Sea was quite peculiar. The strong here clearly have frighteningly high realms, if any of them were to go out. They could reign over the sea of civilization, yet they are suppressed here in the heavenly Tao sea like ordinary people. Even transcendent beings like Yuan Tiangang are merely immortal. Everyone here is immortal, but they are even more extraordinary. Moreover, there are indeed great powers. Qin, you could now sense many terrifying energy sources within the heavenly Tao sea, like a gigantic vortex. Although they don't appear in the world, their realms probably far exceed his imagination. Some are called Laozi, others are called the Buddha. These big shots have almost merged with the heavenly Tao. Although they don't show themselves, everything in the heavenly Tao sea is subtly controlled by them. If they were to emerge, the so-called transcendent beings in the sea of civilization would merely be a speck of dust beneath their feet. Qin Yu felt even more awe for the heavenly Tao sea. He had never realized that the hometown he had lived in for over 20 years was so mysterious. Soon after, he also heard the familiar voice of the creation space. Creator, you have completed the honor task and found your original intention. You have obtained the honor title, initial. Honor title, initial. The beginning of all things, you symbolize the eternal and unchanging Tao heart. From now on, your Tao heart realm will only advance and will never decline for any reason. Initial King? Qin Yu's heart shook. This was his king title. Initial King. The effect was even more terrifying. From now on, the Tao heart would not decline for any reason, meaning that attacks on his Tao heart would be ineffective. Chapter 347. Take Yuan Tiangang away. The task has been completed. You may return. The creation space finally conveyed a message that brought great joy to Qin Yu. He could finally go back. This damn creation space had locked him here for so long, making him do such an extremely boring task. Fortunately, this task wasn't too long. Return immediately, Qin Yu said right away. As he was preparing to return, a countdown of 10 minutes appeared above his head again. Taking advantage of this time, Qin Yu turned to Yuan Tiangang, raised his long leg of 1.8 meters and kicked him hard in the stomach. You old bastard. You almost played me to death, you old wall lamp. Ah. Yuan Tiangang was kicked into the air, sliding a long way on the ground. However, he seemed to have anticipated this and protected the few copper coins in his hand, looking up at Qin Yu in confusion. Where's your Tao heart? Where did it go? Just now you could sacrifice yourself for others, and now you come to sneak attack this old man who is over 1,000 years old. How can you be so heartless? He didn't know that after obtaining the character initial, Qin Yu's Tao heart realm could no longer decline. At least before transcending, his Tao heart was still sufficient. Naturally, there was a saying of avenging grievances and hatred. As a creator, Qin Yu had never suffered this kind of humiliation. He had become a tyrant against the mainstream protagonist and insisted that Yuan Tiangang had a good taste of it. Ouch! Yuan Tiangang, moving his old body on the ground, found that the passers-by by the roadside were looking at him indifferently, without any intention of helping him. Alas, the world is declining, and people's hearts are not as they used to be. He could only sigh, stood up, dusted himself off, and approached Qin Yu with a flattering smile. Kid, you've really gotten a great opportunity now, being able to travel between 2 dimensions. When will you take this old man out to see the scenery outside? The beings of the heavenly Tao sea are not unable to go out. They simply have no means to do so. Qin Yu had gained a great epoch and was pulled out by the creation space. Yuan Tiangang was stationed here to prevent the evil from outside from entering, but they could not go out. Now that he had Qin Yu, a fellow from Earth, Yuan Tiangang naturally began to ponder this matter. After all, although the heavenly Tao sea was good, it was quite boring. Everyone was crammed into a small broken ball. The Tao heart realm was high, but life was just that, unless one goes to the light sound heaven, Eden, or the heaven of nowhere, created by the 3 great Taoist leaders. But those places are reserved for disciples of the 3 teachings who have sufficient virtue or contributions to become arhats, bodhisattvas, sages, great Confucians, or true immortals, and they must also abandon their physical bodies. People like Yuan Tiangang, who have no foundation, are simply not qualified to enter. They can only stay in the mortal world as gatekeepers. You want to go with me to the sea of civilization? Qin Yu looked at Yuan Tiangang with some surprise. He knew that this old fellow was truly not weak. After absorbing a wave of power in the sea of civilization, he could at least rival between the pinnacle of the emperor level and a transcendent being. If he could be brought to the sea of civilization, it would be a great help. Moreover, taking a transcendent being back wouldn't be in vain for his suffering in the heavenly Tao sea. The old man meant to say that Yuan Tiangang's eyes lit up when he saw Qin Yu, but he suddenly froze, feeling a bad premonition in his heart. The old man was just saying he was bored and really had nothing to do. Then it settled. Qin Yu immediately grabbed Yuan Tiangang's shoulder and tossed him into the chaos. I invite you, senior, to travel in my blue star. According to the rules of the creation space, anything that enters one's own world belongs to that person and can be taken away together. Yuan Tiangang let out a shocking scream, echoing several times in the bottomless chaotic world before being thrown into its deepest part. Why is it so damn dark? At this moment, he realized the true horror of Qin Yu. Previously, it was the heavenly Tao that had been suppressing Qin Yu. But now that Qin Yu was about to leave, he was no longer afraid of the heavenly Tao. Once he unleashed his true strength, it was terrifying to the extreme. Although Yuan Tiangang had a high level of Tao heart, without energy to support him, he was still nothing compared to Qin Yu. Chapter 348. Departure. After forcibly taking Yuan Tiangang away, Qin Yu clearly felt a wave of heavenly Tao power trying to strip away the merits and blessings he had. But it was forcefully blocked by a character representing initial, preventing any progress from the heavenly Tao power. Ha ha ha, so refreshing. Qin Yu laughed wildly. Even the heavenly Tao, could not weaken his Tao heart anymore. This character initial was truly incredible. All attacks on the Tao heart were completely immune. My Tao heart realm can never fall. As long as my merits cannot be eliminated, the heavenly Tao, cannot eliminate me, which means that within the heavenly Tao, I could do as I please. Seeing that there were only a few minutes left on the countdown, Qin Yu took this opportunity to rush to the hospital where his clone was located. He had not planned to take this clone back. He would let it stay on Earth to live a simple life as an ordinary person. Qin Yu gave all his blessings and merits to it, because leaving anything from other civilization seas would gradually be erased by the heavenly Tao. In the end, Qin Yu used his means to personally annihilate the big shots behind that group of local ruffians, pressing every one of them to death in their cells, while also extending the lifespan of his family and ensuring their health. He even used Rahu to draw an enticing talisman for his shop, ensuring that his business would thrive forever. Chapter 349. Scheming. What the hell is going on? Qin Yu stared blankly at what lay before him. He had never seen such a strange world, devoid of life, energy, or any foundations left by a creator, only endless flesh tumors. Even his bizarre primordial chaos was not this bizarre. TSK. Yuan Tiangang suddenly slipped out of the chaos. His foundation was still sufficient for him to come and go freely. However, looking at the scene before him, Yuan Tiangang shook his head and sighed. Alas, how pitiful. Pitiful? Old dang, you better explain yourself. Qin Yu grabbed him and asked, do you know where this place is? How do we get out of here? Yuan Tiangang looked at Qin Yu with a sympathetic gaze and slowly released Qin Yu's hand. Friend, at this point, do you still want to deceive yourself? You already know what this place is, don't you? As an existence with a transcendent realm, Yuan Tiangang became even stronger in the civilization sea. He could sense far more than Qin Yu. Since he said that, he obviously knew. Qin Yu was stunned, and tears suddenly welled up in his eyes. Chapter 350. Back to Blue Star. Seeing Blue Star, Qin Yu, who was in a state of madness, suddenly froze. He knew that his backup plan had worked. Blue Star, the place where Pangu attained the Tao. It had not been conquered by the divine realm. Trembling, he climbed to his feet, while Yuan Tiangang sighed beside him, but quickly stepped forward to support him. Kid, you see, fortune and misfortune depend on each other. Although you lost 100 years, you still saved some relatives. Qin Yu kicked him away. Get lost. Although Qin Yu knew that being trapped in the heavenly Tao Sea for 100 years was not Yuan Tiangang's fault, and that he was just following protocol, it didn't mean he had any goodwill towards the old man. Now that Blue Star was gone, what use was he? Everything was the scheme of the creation space. What Qin Yu couldn't let go of the most was that the creation space used him to destroy Blue Star, and he had naively thought he was fighting across the heavens. In reality, it was all someone else's scheme. And the fact that Blue Star managed to survive made Qin Yu feel an ominous premonition. Would the creation space be so kind as to let Blue Star remain? Could his backup plan really work against it? Or was this part of its scheme from the beginning? Considering this, Qin Yu's mood grew heavy again. In any case, now that Blue Star had no world collisions and no selection of creators, perhaps there were, but only the few humans who survived on Blue Star. It seemed impossible to reassemble an army of creators to drive the divine realm away. Kid, don't rush. Yuan Tian Gang circled back in the void and had a much better attitude towards Xinyu. Think about it. I was also controlled by those so-called ancestors among the heavenly gods on earth, right? Don't think being used is a bad thing. Being used means you are useful. Think of it from another angle. Xinyu kicked him again. Then he summoned Yangmei, Taoist, opened a space-time rift, and directly teleported from there to the solar system. As he stepped into Blue Star from the solar system, the moment he entered the solar system, he was directly swallowed by a powerful monster, Kunpeng. He saw it clearly. It was Kunpeng, and at the same time, a roar echoed in his ears. Get out. Blue Star is inviolable. A familiar yet unfamiliar face flashed before Qinyu's eyes. Familiar because it was still someone he knew, unfamiliar because of the completely different aura, the aged face, and the weariness in his words. The person was wrapped in tattered cloth. With a light wave of his hand, the celestial beasts in the star array directly ensnared Xinyu, beginning to digest him. However, the trembling of his face revealed the man's fear. After seeing more clearly, Xinyu revealed a smile inside the belly of this Kunpeng. He did not resist, but smiled gently. Don't you recognize me? The person is none other than Chu Tian. Xinyu had taught him the myths of Chinese monsters and the Zhou Tian star array. How many times had he used this method? Did he still want to come? However, upon hearing Qinyu's words, Chu Tian showed no intention of letting him go. He sneered coldly and suddenly formed a slaughtering sword in his hand, stabbing directly at Qinyu's heart. But at the moment it pierced, the sword tip seemed to lose all its power. This is, Chu Tian muttered as he looked at the tip of his sword. The power of the king level seemed to disappear in an instant, and he realized what it was. The Tao of power. Looking at the person before him, he was momentarily stunned. At this moment, he no longer had any youthful appearance. His beard was unkempt. His skin was withered, and in this star domain, his body had decayed like a middle-aged man, covered in scars, making it impossible to connect him with the previous Chu Tian. Boss, you're back. After staring at the person for a while, he finally broke down in tears, trembling as he uttered a single sentence. Chapter 351. Chu Tian Xinyu looked at the rough man before him, the frost leaving countless marks on him. The youthful figure he once knew was no longer visible, only the deep exhaustion and endless sorrow hidden beneath the bloodshot eyes. He didn't know what Blue Star had gone through in the past 100 years, but he knew that whatever had transformed the once lively Chu Tian into this shadow must have been a profoundly painful and torturous life. He looked at the place where Chu Tian emerged. It was a star in the solar system, Saturn. The environment of this gas giant was extremely harsh, and during the previous Blue Star era, even the least valued creator would not be sent here to guard. However, looking at Chu Tian's appearance, he might have been stationed here for many years. The brutal environment would leave some traces even on the creators, and Chu Tian's exterior likely came from that. Qinyu's eyes instantly turned red. He couldn't believe how much suffering Chu Tian had endured. Even more so, he didn't know how many people he had let down. As soon as Chu Tian saw Qinyu, he burst into tears, not saying a word but crying heartbreakingly. A weakness he hadn't shown in many years finally finding a place to vent. He cried for a long time, yet Qinyu said nothing. Chapter 352. Past illusions. Chu Tian brought Qinyu directly to a small city on Earth, still the same Lingjiang city as before. But now it was under the management of the city government, and the Creator Association had disappeared. Qinyu sensed that there were still creators on Blue Star, but the number wouldn't exceed 10, and none of them were at the Emperor level. Qinyu's mood sank lower and lower, and he couldn't help but think. What about Chen Huang? Did that man, strong enough to suppress Blue Star, also fall during the 100-Year War? Yes. Qinyu's expression darkened. Chen Huang was already nearing the end. Even without this war, he couldn't last another 100 years. But did he really die like this? Qinyu couldn't believe it, and was more eager than ever to learn what had happened from Chu Tian. Chu Tian led Qinyu into a still prosperous villa area, which was where they had trained before. Now, all the creators inside were gone, leaving only Qinyu and Chu Tian in the large villa. Qinyu's heart sank, as if it had fallen into an icy sea. He remembered telling Lin Miao Miao before leaving that she must come to Blue Star. Did she come? Why was there no Emperor-level aura on Blue Star? What on earth had happened? Chapter 353. How it uses this spark? Qinyu sneered at himself. Then he reached into the chaos world and pulled Yuan Tiangang out. Oh, this is your home? Yuan Tiangang curiously looked around the villa and sensed the surrounding aura. Not much different from our Earth, huh? But the energy density is too high. But that shouldn't make you this strong. Yuan Tiangang looked at Qin Yu with confusion. Qin Yu coldly stared at the old man. The energy of Blue Star, and even the Blue Star universe, was not enough to cultivate so many creators. Creators drew energy from other worlds in the dimensional sea. Now that the creation space was gone and the national treasure was lost, there was no way for him to enter other worlds. He coldly asked Yuan Tiangang, "How much energy do you need to have the power of a transcender?" "Transcender? I don't understand what you mean." Yuan Tiangang showed a hint of confusion. Chu Tian beside him was also shocked. This old man was a transcender? Qin Yu didn't rush to answer, just extended his hand to sense the energy within Yuan Tiangang's body. The density was too low. Qin Yu shook his head in disappointment. Chapter 354. The creation space is anxious. Well, the creation space, you indeed have a mind. Everything is born for your purpose. Seeing this scene, Qin Yu sneered in his heart, not expecting that the creators thought of themselves as the masters of all heavens, but in reality, they were just fertilizer for a higher existence. What emperor level, what transcender in front of the creation space? Well, just like how he casually toyed with Chu Feng in the invincible sword realm. They thought they were powerful, but in fact they were just toys. At the same time, Qin Yu thought as expected. This main character of the Heavenly Land was just another main character template. He obtained the easy path, and this easy path he established was indeed incredibly powerful, far beyond the great path he currently possessed. Even if he hadn't emerged just by feeling, Qin Yu could sense how strong this person was. He definitely had the ability to make the Blue Star civilization, which was on the brink of collapse, directly break through the divine domain control. The so-called 500-year sage was about to emerge, indicating that the civilization of Blue Star was nearing the level to give birth to a sage. And the next sage would be this boy who picked up the I Ching. Through infinite time and space, Qin Yu saw this boy's name, Li Hao, the next main character of Blue Star. Chapter 355. The Price of Destiny. Creators, think twice. Creators, do you know what this decision will bring? Everything you cherish will be destroyed. Qin Yu, this is your last warning. The voice of the creation space grew quieter, finally erupting into a crazed female voice screaming Qin Yu's name. Until the giant axe fell at the last moment in the space-time, Qin Yu suddenly stopped, a triumphant smile appearing on his face. Now he learned 3 points. First, the creation space indeed couldn't take action against him. Second, this Li Hao had a big shot behind him, or perhaps he himself was a big shot. Third, the true purpose of the creation space was indeed this Li Hao. At the moment the giant axe stopped, Qin Yu clearly felt the creation space breathe a sigh of relief. As long as Qin Yu wasn't madly seeking revenge that would lead to mutual destruction, everything could be negotiated. Qin Yu also didn't expect that the past could actually be crafted through means. From the tone of the creation space, it was evident that a top-tier powerhouse, someone beyond both his and its expectations, had commissioned the creation space to come here to create a better past for himself. He didn't know what benefits he had given to the creation space. Chapter 356. The Guardian. However, speaking of it, the creation space was indeed trying its best to cultivate him. Besides using him as a sword, it truly had no complaints against him. Qin Yu's anger lessened a bit, and at this moment, he felt a sense of clarity patting Chu Tian on the shoulder. "Ah, Tian, activate the defensive state of your world." "Yes." Chu Tian trusted Qin Yu completely and nodded immediately. Boom! Then Qin Yu raised the Pangu axe and struck fiercely at the spatial interface in front of Chu Tian. Crack! A loud noise followed by a powerful force of separation rippled out, and the phantom of Pangu appeared beside the axe light. Wow! The spatial interface in front of Chu Tian vanished. Qin Yu severed the creation space's control over Chu Tian, thus cutting off the last means of the creation space to control him. My friends and loved ones are all dead, even if Chu Tian is beside me. How can you threaten me? Qin Yu was now playing the reckless card. He spoke again to the creation space. Show your true form. Let's have a good chat. After all, you can be considered my guardian. True form? The creation space let out a cold laugh. That's the kind of thing you material beings like. We spirit beings are born as conceptual life forms. What you think and imagine is my entity. Chapter 357. Terrifying Causality. You'll understand when the time comes. After speaking, Qin Yu directly returned to the current time and space of Blue Star. No matter how time and space change, the concepts of past, present, and future are immutable. Currently, Blue Star still has several decades to wait for Li Hao, the Dragon King's son-in-law, to be born. The past arranged for Li Hao by the creation space. In Qin Yu's view, is obviously a story of a son-in-law dragon soaring high. And since Qin Yu is tired of reading such stories, he plans to make a slight adjustment. Moreover, Tianlan is worried that Qin Yu will cause a big event, and is well aware of how powerful Qin Yu's ability to cause trouble is. Even the Blue Star civilization, which has struggled against the invasion of the divine domain for so many years, was wiped out by Qin Yu in just 1 or 2 years. She then said, "If you are his protector, then you can't be idle. During this time, you need to resist the divine domain and develop an outer heavenly civilization to await Li Hao's arrival. Also, because I brought that strand of primordial energy in the Chaos Pearl, it's possible that this Blue Star world has attracted the attention of that place. You should be careful not to let that place destroy Blue Star." What does that mean? Qin Yu was confused and suddenly stopped in his tracks. Chapter 358. The Collapsed Ancient History. The moment he heard that voice, Qin Yu felt a surge of excitement that made his blood freeze. He and Chu Tian returned to the villa and, without saying a word, directly pulled Chu Tian and stepped into the Wan Zhao Divine Realm. Yuan Tian gang curiously followed them in. The teleportation portal of the Nuwa Tower was still familiar, but the one controlling it was gone. Or rather, the controller was Qin Yu himself. Upon arriving in the Wan Zhao Divine Realm, as soon as Qin Yu landed, he was met with vast stretches of ocean stained crimson, filled with the bodies of countless creators of Blue Star humanity, floating amidst this immense energy, directly causing the ocean's energy to overload. Originally, there was nothing in the waters of the Wan Zhao Divine Realm, but now it had extended into countless tiny world embryos, which, after nurturing, would likely form unknowable mysterious entities. And all of this was dyed with their blood. Qin Yu's expression gradually grew somber. He strolled across the ocean. Slowly moving forward, he discovered that the history he was in was before modern times, downstream of the history of the Wan Zhao Divine Realm. The humans here had completely forgotten the wars that had occurred before, yet the land was covered in scars of battle. Chapter 359. My son Fengxian, you have been loyal. The line was long, but only a few were chosen. The 3 of them stepped forward and finally got to the front. A venerable old professor, wearing a tall crown and flowing robes, led them into the medical examination room, followed by psychological testing, and finally skill testing. Qin Yu used a little trick and passed all 3. The old professor exclaimed in surprise, "You 3 completely meet the standards for the expedition team. Truly a rare, innate expeditionary holy body. Come quickly, the vehicle is waiting." Developing the heavenly meteor ruins comes with rewards from the court, as long as you return alive. Each person will receive a house and several thousand taels of silver, enough for you to live without worries for the rest of your lives. The 3 of them smiled slightly, but did not respond. Following the old professor to the recruitment station for expedition team members, they found several hundred men and women waiting, all showing excitement and nervously discussing among themselves, with many bringing their own gear. "Everyone pay attention," the old professor shouted loudly at the front. "We are a private expedition team, not a court expedition team. There is no technical equipment support. We can only take you to the ruins. As for how well you do and what treasures you may find, that depends on your luck. And one more thing, our company does not guarantee your safety. We are only responsible for taking you to the outside of the ruins." Chapter 360. Arrival at the ruins. "Hurry up," the old professor shouted desperately on the vehicle as the driver pushed the accelerator to the maximum power. This fully electric vehicle could be called high-tech. The protective level was also quite high, but in the face of the terrifying power before the ruins, it was still completely insufficient. No matter how hard they tried, the vehicle remained firmly stuck in place, unable to start. The old professor's face turned pale as he looked back at the expedition team members on the bus. "If anyone has a will, prepare it. We might not get out." The collapse of the war god statue was something rare in hundreds of years, and we happen to be facing it. Just accept your fate. The old professor closed his eyes. The bus was immediately thrown into chaos. Human strength in a place like the heavenly meteor ruins feels so insignificant. In simple terms, they're just little ants, easily crushed by a slight collapse of the soil. But the young people didn't panic for long. They quickly calmed down, as so many had died in the heavenly meteor ruins. Whenever such accidents occurred, almost everyone was doomed. There were countless national expedition teams that had been wiped out each year, and everyone was mentally prepared. The only ones still calm on the bus were Qin Yu and Chu Tian. Chapter 361, Battlescar's boss. That kid has caught up. Are you going to give him a chance? Chu Tian turned to Qin Yu and asked. The three of them strolled through the increasingly chaotic flow of time and space, with land, sea, and sometimes even stepping directly into the sky. This was the shattered extreme of time and space, mixed together in the ruins of ancient history. For ordinary people, it was certainly a dead end, but for Qin Yu and Chu Tian, there was no danger at all. Chu Tian had experienced 100 lifetimes in the world of Qinhuang and had now also advanced to the king level, so his strength was not weak. Hearing this, Qin Yu gently turned his gaze. Behind him, Zhuge Dan, lost in the sea of clouds, looked confused. The young man's physique was quite robust, but his face appeared youthful. Tightly gripping the straps of his backpack, gritting his teeth and not daring to step forward, yet his eyes were exceptionally firm. In fact, he had long sensed that Qin Yu was not an ordinary person. Coming from the Zhuge family, he had that insight, and plus the mention of the name Gua, he made him even more certain, which is why he desperately tried to get close. Qin Yu naturally also understood the hidden thoughts of this young man, but was prepared to give him a chance. Although he wanted to seize this opportunity, he would give him a chance. If he was still alive when I come out, then giving him a chance wouldn't hurt. Chapter 362, The Return of the Monarch Saint. The Great Qin is our last fortress. The first emperor has stabilized it for 100 years in Xianyang. But ultimately the divine domain invaded the history behind him, bringing his end near, and finally, the emperor was constrained by the rules of the Wanzhou divine realm and died of illness in Xianyang. His dying wish was for Li Si to display his corpse, and he presided over us for another year until the city fell, and the survivors fled to the principal's side. Chu Tian sighed beside him, and as he spoke, he began to fall into confusion. What exactly happened in this? I can't remember clearly now. It seems that this segment of memory has vanished into thin air. Qin Yu nodded, bowing to the chariot of the first emperor. He continued to move forward. In a chaotic space-time, after searching for dozens of steps and facing layers of obstacles, one can imagine how cautious Jun Sheng was. In order to protect the divine realm of Wanzhou and obey the last command left by Qin Yu, he has managed to hold on until now, sustaining the last trace of human vitality. In front of a massive bronze door, Qin Yu took a deep breath and slowly pushed the door open. Suddenly, a person stumbled out from within, collapsing right in front of him, their breath already weak and faltering. The pale-faced Jun Sheng, who had only a faint breath left, quietly fell before Qin Yu and smiled bitterly, nodding. Master Dao Zun, Jun Sheng has not failed the mission. As soon as he finished speaking, his body began to dissipate bit by bit. The energy that originally belonged to Qin Yu started to return to him. Jun Sheng, you are still alive. Chu Tian, initially overjoyed, rushed forward to touch Jun Sheng's body. After thousands of years of resistance and battles, he had developed a deep bond with Jun Sheng, but unexpectedly found himself grasping at nothing. Jun Sheng gave Chu Tian a final smile, his body dissipating like smoke, transforming into a remnant of primordial spirit that rushed into Qin Yu's body. Qin Yu furrowed his brow, his voice like the deep sea of an abyss. Ah, Tian. He has long since died. This is just a remnant of his primordial spirit. He finally understood why he had come to the divine realm of Wanzhou. Jun Sheng could no longer return to his body. It turned out he had already fallen. The divine domain had left him with irreparable injuries. Chu Tian's hand froze in midair, stunned for a moment, tears suddenly streaming down his face. Unable to help but collapse to the ground and cry out loudly. Why? You all died. Why must I live? While Chu Tian was crying, Qin Yu had already stepped into the cave where Jun Sheng had hidden. He was not worried about Jun Sheng's death, because as a being within the chaos, as long as a trace of primordial spirit returned to the chaos and enough energy was nurtured, Jun Sheng could be reborn, perhaps even stronger. What Qin Yu was concerned about was what Jun Sheng was protecting, right within this cave. He sensed several familiar auras here. The space of this cave was extremely illusory. Evidently, Jun Sheng had been unable to create a stable space at the last moment, and Qin Yu waved his hand to stabilize it. Then he saw the Xinyuan sword and the Xinyuan car. On the car lay several people, protected by human power, trapped in a deep sleep. but each was entangled by several crimson tentacles, with human power resisting the erosion of these tentacles. This was clearly the last resort left by Junsheng. With a wave of his hand, the Pangu axe shone brightly, directly severing all the tentacles, retrieving the Xianyuan car and Xianyuan sword, and infusing a large amount of energy to fully heal the injuries of the several people, slowly awakening them. Strangely, Qin Yu had never seen these people, which made him frown. Why did Junsheng save these people? Chapter 363. The Fate of Lin Miao Miao. Junsheng died in battle, and the great Qin perished. However, before dying, Junsheng did not hesitate to use the Xianyuan sword and Xianyuan car, pouring vast energy to protect these people, possibly leaving behind some incredible information. Speak. Who are you? Before Qin Yu could say anything, Chu Tian was the first to rush forward. His face was particularly gloomy, feeling that if it weren't for these people's dragging him down, with Junsheng's abilities, he would have had a chance to survive even if he couldn't win. The several people glanced at Chu Tian and chose to ignore him, then turned to Qin Yu. You're Lord Ingyu, right? Ingyu is the name Qin Yu used in this world, and he acknowledged his identity. Follow me. One of them spoke. They were not creators, but their strength was surprisingly terrifying, especially the leader, whose strength had reached the king level, quickly leading them to a more secretive place. It was still a scene of ruins, but it was evident that this place was intentionally created to hide some secrets. Bang, bang, bang. Soon, that person dug out some items and handed them to Qin Yu. This is... Qin Yu's pupils contracted. He could sense that these items were extraordinary, actually tainted with ancient energy. Chapter 364. Leaving Blue Star. So, these were likely the civilizational powers that had submitted to the divine domain, and their purpose for coming here was obvious. The other party was hidden in the illusory, protected by strange powers that ordinary people would not dare to step into. But, erosion. Qin Yu, with unparalleled dominance, did not plan to continue battling with the other party, since they were hidden in the world of the third party. He decided to invade both worlds at once. Arrogant, the master of the dragon turtle world, hidden in illusion, watched as the sword demon boldly approached, intending to invade his world and that of a significant figure. Was Qin Yu seeking death? In the distance, those who controlled the Xianyuan car looked this way, their eyes filled with strange colors. This Qin Yu was quite arrogant. He actually chose to directly invade the other party's world, knowing that it was the enemy harboring the power of the divine domain. The dragon turtle world was no longer a pure fantasy worldview. It contained too much chaos and strange powers. A slight misstep in the invasion would mean certain death. Qin Yu was too reckless. In the midst of it all, it felt as if a pair of eyes could pierce through everything, presenting an extremely strange posture, ready to swallow everything at any moment. Chapter 365. Is Qin Yu doomed? Qin Yu naturally sensed the changes within himself, while watching those people transform into light points and drift away. Qin Yu, in our time-space, there is no you. We didn't trust you at first, and we still don't fully trust you now. However, too many people on this timeline, including Lin Guardian, regard you as the future and hope, so you definitely won't let us down. Finding Lin Guardian, who is your lover, is essential. The future of all timelines depends on you to continue. These people ultimately transformed into light points, as if they had never appeared in the long river of history. They came from a future, but no longer had a future. They existed in the present, but did not belong to this timeline. Qin Yu remained silent, merely lifting his foot and striding towards the outside world. The Summer Kingdom, Blue Star, another timeline destined for destruction. Could it be that all of this was related to Li Hao? A cold glint flashed in Qin Yu's eyes as he chose to head towards the future years. Tianlan also sensed the changes here, his face pale. Could this guy not hold back and still want to go to the future? No way, wait. This guy actually turned Li Hao's past self into a woman? Chapter 366. A single touch can lead to death. But no one knew that the genuine Qin Yu had already arrived outside Blue Star, in a civilization sea world. This is my first time coming to the world outside of Blue Star, seeing the civilization sea. Chu Tian appeared quite excited. Even at his peak, he did not have the qualification to venture into other civilized worlds. Looking again at the Blue Star and its civilization's coastal defense line, Chu Tian felt a bit teary. He was very reluctant, but ultimately chose to distance himself. That place, where everything had changed and was no longer the home he remembered, had long been forgotten and abandoned by the history of Blue Star. Qin Yu sensed his inner thoughts and patted his shoulder, reassuring him, Don't worry. One day, I will bring them all back. I will not go back on my word. However, compared to nostalgia and reluctance, I am more concerned about this civilization. See? Why is its order so chaotic? According to some intelligence left by the principal, this world is called the Sun World, corresponding to the solar system where Earth is located. It should be an orderly composite of civilizations, but along the way, Qin Yu has seen far too many creators killing each other, constantly extracting the core of others' worlds for their own use. This is vastly different from how he dealt with those creators from the West and Sakura Nation in the past. Chapter 367. Chu Tian's Transformation. This is also why the forces behind Inger did not dare to take action, only able to watch helplessly as that imperial son harmed their own daughter. This world is cruel and brutal, yet all beings submit to the tyranny of that evil emperor. Several king-level strong presences approached. Zhu Tian suddenly spoke. At this moment, his expression remained unchanged, but he actively volunteered, "Captain, leave this enemy to me this time." Qin Yu pondered for a moment and then nodded. "Be careful. Don't overexert yourself. If you can't handle it, seek my help." "Haha, Captain, you can rest assured. A bunch of ordinary king-level creators are nothing but trash. I, Chu Tian, haven't been idle these years. With the foundation you've laid for me, dealing with these people will be no problem." The next moment, Chu Tian's martial aura surged rapidly. "Sword come, shake the mountains, pluck the stars. Buddha, sage, kill." His martial arts world, under Qin Yu's deliberate cultivation and Chu Tian's own hard work, had undergone earth-shattering changes, reaching an extremely terrifying level. A grade? No. It has been promoted to S grade world core. After breaking free from the control of the creation space, Chu Tian not only felt no discomfort, but instead experienced a significant improvement in his strength, like a dragon emerging from the sea. The world he created had long transformed from an ordinary martial arts world into a super martial world. Chapter 368. This shot will be very handsome. Looking up, a hideously monstrous head appeared in the sky barrier, with overwhelming dark clouds shrouding the sky, enveloping the area in darkness, as if it were a dark prison. Those king-level strong beings wailed, and some began to kneel and beg for mercy, hoping the evil emperor would spare them. But they themselves were so bloodthirsty, killing for their own path, let alone the evil emperor who taught them and urged them to step into the path of cruelty. I initially thought you king-level beings, especially certain quasi-emperor powerhouses from some forces, had hidden away or even fled. Today I have finally lured you all out. It seems my rewards are quite tempting." Boom! The evil emperor's words were like a thunderclap, causing the faces of these indigenous beings to change instantly. They thought the evil emperor was truly angry, but did not realize he had been deceiving them all along. All this was to draw them out so he could cut them down. Some, in a panic, wanted to escape this prison, but were soon suppressed, their world cores and powers quickly stripped away, followed by more and more king-level strong beings being slayed. Chapter 369. Lin Miao Miao came. Although she had witnessed Qin Yu's abilities, how could she face two veteran top-tier existences of the same level? However, Inger did not flee. She understood that now was a moment of life and death together. Moreover, if Qin Yu died, there would be no reason for her to live. This world was too cruel and inhumane. It would be better to die early. Of course, no one cared whether she stayed or fled. Yuan Tian Gang remained calm, as if everything happening here had nothing to do with him. Qin Yu glanced at the Sword Emperor and recognized his background. "You're Li Hao's dog?" Boom! Before the words fell, the terrifying aura of the Sword Emperor spread at this moment, as if the overwhelming dark clouds were about to suppress down. He fixed his gaze on Qin Yu, hoarsely uttering, "You dare to call the master's name? Qin Yu, you seek death." He was like a long sword, ready to pierce through everything. After all, this Sword Emperor was once at the imperial level during his peak, and after returning for many years, his combat power was only stronger, with increasingly higher-level Dao forces emerging. He had even nearly formed a realm of the Dao. Had he already touched the signs of transcending the 5th level? Quite interesting, but still far from enough. Chapter 370. Suppression. At the same time, the primal force surged, shaking the evil emperor as he retreated step by step, his blood boiling. He could sense that his imperial evil world was also suffering, as it was being invaded. "Sword Emperor, lend me a hand. First eliminate this kid." The evil emperor finally realized something was wrong and immediately shouted, disregarding his past grievances with the Sword Emperor. "Damn it! These two kids are not easy to deal with. This emperor will leave first. The Sword Emperor immediately wanted to flee. Although Chu Tian's strength had soared, if the other side wanted to escape, it would be hard for him to catch up, and he could only watch helplessly as the Sword Emperor left. It was at this moment, want to escape? It's too late. Qin Yu raised his hand, a grasp, and Pangu trembled slightly. The Sword Emperor was horrified, trembling. The next second, he felt his most powerful core silently have its neck twisted. He spat out 3 liters of blood. The core of the great Tao was completely stripped away. Sword Emperor died. Countless beings were cruel and unfeeling, yet they were still greatly shocked. Terrifying, too terrifying. This Sword Emperor had been able to contend with the evil emperor back in the day, nearly sitting atop the position of the world's dominator, yet was slain in an instant. Most importantly, Qin Yu had not summoned his own world beings and deities from beginning to end. Chapter 371. The former evil emperor. Yuan Tiangang was not joking. From a moment he contacted Qin Yu to being deliberately kidnapped by Qin Yu to this point, Yuan Tiangang had his own thoughts. He wanted to study these so-called civilization world cores properly to see if there was anything worth emulating and to create his own world core. Well, forget it, you play. Qin Yu initially wanted to remind him, but he quickly thought of Yuan Tiangang coming from the sea of heavenly Tao, a realm completely different from the sea of civilization. Perhaps Yuan Tiangang could indeed stir something up, laying the groundwork for future confrontations with the divine domain. Yuan Tiangang played with that extremely terrifying world core nearby. But the evil emperor was not dead yet. Qin Yu was holding him by the breath. Tell me, where is she? The evil emperor sneered, wanting to say a national essence, but found that his body and soul were uncontrollable, being forcefully soul-searched. What kind of method is this? After all, he was an emperor-level creator. How could he end up so miserable? However, in the next second, Qin Yu completely extinguished the evil emperor's vitality. There were no gains at all. The evil emperor's last memory of Lin Miao Miao was still being severely humiliated, and he had no idea where Lin Miao Miao had gone. Chapter 372. Yi Qingqiu Wenxi is here. This old man truly did not expect that this seemingly extremely young kid would have such courage. Moreover, although the previous evil emperor was dead, his eyesight remained. He looked at that demonic god, feeling the terrifying aura emanating from Luo Ho, and his eyelids couldn't help but tremble. He could sense the terrifying energy from this guy. Peak level 5? No, far beyond that. This being that created the world had strength and status that absolutely reached the standard of level 6, and not just an ordinary level 6. This level of combat power was rare even among top forces like Solomon, and only the King of Solomon had the ability to suppress it. At this moment, the previous evil emperor looked again in the direction Qin Yu had left, speechless for a long time. He didn't even know what to say. After all, to cultivate such a powerful being, how terrifying would the Creator's strength have to be? Perhaps Qin Yu could really carve out a piece of heaven and earth in the dead realm. Additionally, Lin Miao Miao came from a civilization called Blue Star. So this Qin, you must also be from there. What kind of place was that to continuously produce such outstanding talents, each one more powerful and terrifying than the last? Chapter 373. Civilizations of the Praisers. Qin Hao did not expect these two to be here. They had survived. He initially wanted to take a chance on Solomon's territory, then see if there was a way to open up the dark side of the civilization corresponding to the dead realm. But unexpectedly, he directly found Yi Qingqiu and Wenxi. Just right, I was planning to find them and revive them. While Qin Yu was thinking, Chu Tian also learned this good news and instantly perked up. Captain, should we immediately go to the dead realm and find Qingqiu and Wenxi in Solomon's holy city? According to Chu Tian's idea, Qin Yu would definitely rush back to find Yi Qingqiu and Wenxi at the first opportunity. But this time, Qin Yu shook his head and chose to refuse. We still have many important things to accomplish. I seriously suspect that the divine domain's erosion of the sea of civilizations, especially the evil emperor world, is quite severe. I just hope the ruling forces of the evil emperor world have not been eroded. Otherwise, our subsequent actions will be difficult to carry out. Especially since the supreme being of the evil emperor world is a level 5 transcendent existence, which is hard to deal with. Qin Yu was very arrogant, but he was by no means conceited. Chapter 374. Starry Sky Academy. This statement immediately caused Chu Tian's eyelids to twitch. This person truly had great skill and boldness. That was a world master in terms of strength, dozens or even hundreds of times more powerful than the self-destructing evil emperor. Even if he was not as strong as the principal at his peak, he was still not far off. Where did this old man come from? He claimed to possess the realm of a level 5 transcendent, but was lacking in energy. This guy definitely hid many secrets. Such a terrifying old guy. One could only wonder where the captain had picked him up. However, if Yuan Tiangang was unwilling, even if Qin Yu exerted great effort, it would be very difficult to take him to the sea of civilizations. This was a being whose realm and vision had reached the pinnacle of level 5 transcendent existence, far beyond ordinary level 5 transcendent power. Qin Yu naturally recognized this point, but he was not in the mood to think too much about it. Seeing those people preparing to enter the dark side of the Praiser civilization, corresponding to the dead realm, Qin Yu immediately lowered his voice, urging everyone to be cautious and not let those guys see us. We will also enter this dead realm area with them. Chapter 375, Above the King Level. The outstanding prodigies of ordinary star systems were nothing in the eyes of the Chief Dean and the Starry Sky Academy. So don't think too highly of those people from the Summer Kingdom. Their ability to serve our solar civilization is already the limit. The Solar Empress said solemnly. She was by no means arrogant, as this was the reality. Panlai opened his mouth, but did not say much. In fact, he wanted to say that the person named Qin Yu was truly remarkable. If Chen Huang had the qualifications to compete with the top batch of talents in the evil emperor world, then Qin Yu's potential might be even greater than Chen Huang, at least reaching the admission threshold of the Starry Sky Academy. However, that Qin Yu had been missing for so many years and was suspected to be a deserter. Such a person's character would definitely not be good, so it was better not to mention it. But these words fell into Chu Tian's ears, igniting immense anger and battle intent. Boss, I can't hold back any longer. I want to go out and challenge that Solar Empress one-on-one. What a thing. How dare they look down on you? To this, Qin Yu also had a speechless expression. They don't even know us. We've only just interacted. So why do you care what they say? He looked at Yuan Tiangang, asking if he could sense Lin Miao Miao's presence. He had previously entrusted a wisp of aura to Yuan Tiangang, hoping he could sense Lin Miao Miao's existence. After all, the internal order power and rule power in the dead realm were too strong, and the area was vast. Qin Yu did not have the confidence to probe the dead realm territory. Chapter 376, Arrogant Luo Ho. The second demonic god also raised his head. His strength was considered the most powerful, but he still did not dare to face that man outside the city directly. Only the first demonic god could handle it. The first demonic god pondered for a long time before finally nodding in agreement. All right, as you said, I will go take a look and see who dares to be so reckless. The first demonic god quickly stepped into the air, overlooking the figure below, truly looking even more demonic than them. This combat power aura, and that big plate's level, how strong. The first demonic god's eyelids twitched, but his eyesight was extraordinary, naturally discerning that without that big plate, relying solely on that demonic-like man would not be enough to match the top combat power. Therefore, that big plate was definitely a supreme treasure. If he could obtain it, his strength would surely undergo a leap. Plunder. The first demonic god hesitated not at all, his entire body emanating overwhelming dark power, enough to engulf a radius of 100,000 miles. Countless beings sensed this, their faces filled with fear and unease. It's the first demonic god. He actually chose to make a move. It seems this enemy is exceptionally strong. Indeed, over the years, the Holy City had clashed with many nearby forces, but had never deployed the first demonic god. At most, it was the second demonic god. But now it seemed that even the second demonic god was no match. Only the first demonic god could suppress the opponent. Chapter 377. Wenji, ye vingu revivit. But these were not within Luo Ho's considerations. I only care about one thing, whether to hand him over. Otherwise, we will exhaust our lives to take you down. I suppose if we wipe you all out, even the so-called Solomon won't feel good, right? Luo Ho spoke without any reservations. In the distance, the moon goddess's expression fell. The information here quickly spread out. Arrogant, truly arrogant. The moment the Sun Empress received the news, she was filled with longing and admiration. Behind such an uninhibited deity, there must be an exceptionally powerful creator, one even stronger than her own ancestral god. But she did not know that danger had quietly approached. Her ancestral god's old enemy was rapidly closing in. On the side of the holy city of Solomon, the surviving demons of Solomon had grim expressions. They did not dare to approach. While Luo Ho might not be truly invincible, the overwhelming world-destroying power of that great disk made it hard for them to breathe. King, what should we do? The first demon spoke up. If it weren't for that world-destroying disk, he would have long since struck down Luo Ho. However, the opponent's lineup was indeed terrifying. Even if it were just a projection and not the true body, the combined strength was enough to crush them. Chapter 378. Things have returned to the beginning. After a while, the newly shaped world and bodies had awakened. The two showed confused expressions. But the first thing Vinci did upon waking was to touch his nearly bald forehead. Next to him, Chu Tian excitedly leaned forward and exclaimed, "Vinci, you finally woke up? Please call me by my full name, Da Vinci." "Okay, Vinci." Chu Tian smiled. Within seconds of waking up, Vinci cast an incredibly profound gaze at Qin Yu. "Mr. Qin, the country has a mission for you." "A what?" Qin Yu was momentarily stunned, but nodded. "Just tell me what it is." It was clear that Vinci knew something. Why did he and Yi Qingxiu end up here? What had happened in between? Where did Lim Miao Miao go? These mysteries for Qin Yu were not secrets for Vinci. Vinci stood up, stared at Qin Yu for a while, shook his head, and said, "Alas, it's a pity you missed the best part." "Damn, just say it." Qin Yu wasn't angry, but Chu Tian was directly infuriated. Don't rush, I'll say it right away." We were interrupted by him, cough, cough, cough. Chapter 379. The World of Annihilation. Heading to the Sea of Civilization. Luo Ho's voice soon came, and then he had no more reservations. Once the world-destroying Great Mill opened, a group of demons in front of him were like little Kalami, one cut for each little friend. The chaotic energy on Qin Yu's side rapidly grew, and in no time, all 72 demons under Solomon had turned into Qin Yu's nourishment. Although 72 demons sounded impressive, in reality, they had only condensed into 2 demons in the chaos. Moreover, these 2 demons weren't powerful enough to even draw Qin Yu's attention. Knowing that Lin Miao Miao was currently safe, Qin Yu finally let go of a huge stone in his heart. What was the most important task now? To increase his strength. Qin Yu was too lazy to hide anymore and directly waved his hand to let the demons in chaos roam this world. Except for Pangu, who had not yet moved. The other demons began to devour overwhelmingly. After a while, the entire Earth world, including the underworld, had no vitality left. Help! Such a powerful being. He actually has more than one. This is too terrifying. The cries of despair were even few. In the chaos, although the demons Qin Yu had created were not many, merely a few hundred. Chapter 380. The True Sea of Civilization. Upon closer inspection, this person seemed to recognize him and came up very lively, saying, "Qin Yu, you've finally arrived at the Sea of Civilization. I heard you were in the Annihilation world, so I rushed over to pick you up. Do you remember me? Your identity as the Human King was issued by me." Qin Yu's eyes widened. The identity of the Human King. The control over the human race. He suddenly remembered this matter. Initially, he thought it was the work of Tianlan, but now it seemed this identity was not simple. The woman in front of him wore clothing that was neither ancient nor modern, exuding an indescribable aura. He could only discern that she was wearing a long gown. Her appearance was not exceptionally beautiful, but she was of average looks. Below her thick eyebrows were a pair of bright, spirited eyes. On the front of her gown was a small medal with a line of text that Qin Yu could recognize. Human Race Domain Alliance. "I know you have many questions now. Qin Yu, my name is Wang Jia, and I am here to pick you up on behalf of the Human Race Domain Alliance." If you don't know what the Human Race Domain Alliance is, just think about how the Sea of Civilization should be classified, and you'll understand. Chapter 381. The Divine Realm of End. As they talked, the group began to stroll through the void with Wang Jia. The Sea of Civilization was unknown in distance and vastness. They walked together for a long time, only to experience one world. Damn, Wang Jia was a bit annoyed. My traversing device was confiscated. Otherwise, I could have definitely let you experience the feeling of being a speedster in the Sea of Civilization. Traversing device? Chu Tian was somewhat confused. Wang Jia explained, in simple terms, it is a tool made using worlds, also called a domain device, in the Sea of Civilization. For those who are above Tier 3, or even transcendent beings, you all know that ordinary energy-formed weapons are no longer sufficient for us to use. All items are created from individual small worlds. I see. Everyone wasn't too surprised. After all, this method was somewhat stronger than that of a creator, but it was limited compared to the advances of Blue Star. They just didn't know how powerful the strongest domain device really was. Wang Jia quickly continued, this domain device, like strength, ranges from tier 1 to tier 9, but cannot simply be classified by combat power. The tier only represents energy strength. In reality, different domain devices have significant differences based on how well they match with you. Chapter 382, Simple Game. Qin Yu looked around and noticed that everyone's expressions were different. Some were nervous, some were contemplative, and others appeared calm. Then, "I'll start," said the tiger-headed man. "I am a truth speaker. I have no reason to lie here." Next, a lizard woman sitting beside the tiger-headed man licked her lips and said sharply, "I'm also a truth speaker. You can trust me." When it was Qin Yu's turn, he said solemnly, "I am a truth speaker. I have no need to lie about this identity." Vinci, Yi Qingxiu, and Chu Tian also expressed their statements, all claiming to be truth speakers. After the round of statements ended, everyone began to discuss. "I think that lizard woman is very suspicious," Chu Tian said softly, her gaze flickering as if she was hiding something. "I find the tiger-headed person more suspicious," when she frowned and said, "He took the lead from the beginning, and his statements are too absolute, as if he is deliberately covering something up." Yi Qingxiu shook her head. "I think we shouldn't jump to conclusions easily. After all, this game is about life and death. Let's observe a few more rounds." Chapter 383, the second game. Everyone looked up to see a mysterious figure appear in the center of the hall. He was dressed in a black robe and wore a mask, giving an unfathomable feeling. "Welcome to the next level of the game in the realm of the end," the mysterious person continued. "Here, you will face greater challenges and opportunities. I hope you can continue to work hard and become true strong ones." After finishing, the mysterious person vanished in a flash. Everyone felt a powerful energy surge within them. A full 100-star battle power. Everyone's strength significantly increased, and their foundation was stable with no discomfort. "We did it." When she exclaimed excitedly, "We really did it." "Yes." Qin Yu nodded with a smile, "But this is just the beginning. In the next level of the game, we will face even greater challenges." Everyone exchanged smiles, knowing they had taken the first step towards becoming true strong ones. In the endless games of the realm of the end, they would continuously challenge themselves, pursuing higher realms and powers. This was just the first level, and Qin Yu knew well that there were more secrets and mysteries hidden behind this game. He was determined to uncover these mysteries step by step, seeking the truth of the realm of the end. Chapter 384, Struggle. After Qin Yu nodded in agreement, everyone began to follow the game's rules, each taking a number plate from the snake-headed person. The number plate had a prominent number and a mark indicating which crystal ball they should enter. Qin Yu, Wen Shi, and Yi Qingxiu received the same number, while Chu Tian got a different one. "Boss, you all be careful." Chu Tian took a deep breath, looking firmly at Qin Yu. "You too, Chu Tian." Qin Yu patted Chu Tian's shoulder. "Remember, your life is the priority. Don't force it." Chu Tian nodded and turned to his crystal ball. Qin Yu and the others also walked towards their crystal balls. Inside the crystal ball was a transparent, small water tank filled with clear water. But there was no sign of any small world visible to the naked eye. The three exchanged glances and then stepped into the crystal ball together. At the same time, Chu Tian also entered his crystal ball, his teammates being two seemingly shrewd human beings. However, as soon as they entered the crystal ball, they began to argue about who should enter the small world first. "I should go in first," a tall, thin, dog-headed person insisted. "I'm the strongest among us." Chapter 385, Hand-to-Hand Combat Battle. The next game begins. As the snake-headed person's words fell, a powerful force enveloped the four. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves in a completely new environment. It was an ancient castle full of mysterious colors. This was the last checkpoint on their way to ultimate victory. In this ancient castle, the four felt an unprecedented sense of oppression and heaviness. The stone walls of the castle were covered with traces of time, as if telling countless past stories. The snake-headed person's voice echoed again in the empty hall. "In this castle, you will face the final test. Only by unraveling the secrets of the castle can you find the exit to victory." Qin Yu looked around, frowning. The castle exuded a strange atmosphere that made him raise his guard. He turned to his teammates and said, "We need to be cautious. It probably won't be that simple here." Chu Tian nodded, looking serious. "The boss is right. We cannot let our guard down. There must be many mechanisms and traps hidden in this castle, and we must remain vigilant at all times." Wen Shi and Yi Qingxiu also expressed their agreement. and the four of them huddled closely together, cautiously exploring forward. Chapter 386 Morning for Chu Tian. Qin Hao turned his gaze. Yi Qingqiu's three opponents were even more troublesome than his. The leopard man moved extremely fast, continuously circling around Yi Qingqiu, trying to find her weakness. The octopus man launched attacks from various angles using its many tentacles, leaving Yi Qingqiu overwhelmed. Meanwhile, the elephant man constantly charged at Yi Qingqiu with its massive body, attempting to crush her in one blow. Although Yi Qingqiu fought back with all her might, it was clear she was struggling. Her clothes were soaked with sweat, and her face showed signs of fatigue. However, she did not give up, continuously using various techniques to counterattack. But Yi Qingqiu was a woman, and her physical abilities were limited here. The three big men, each with their strengths, were really difficult to deal with. She sometimes dodged the leopard man's attacks by sidestepping, sometimes jumped to avoid the octopus man's tentacles, and sometimes cleverly maneuvered past the elephant man's charges. Just then, Qin Yu rushed over. He first kicked the leopard man's hind leg, forcing its speed to slow down. Then, he seized the opportunity to grab the leopard man's tail and yanked hard. Throwing it aside, the leopard man was thrown off balance by the sudden attack and let out a furious roar. Chapter 387 Battle in the Realm of the End. Qin Yu, do you think Chu Tian will pass this time? Yi Qingqiu asked with some worry on her face. After all, that kid's intelligence was indeed concerning. However, Qin Yu did not show much expression, only casually replied, "Probably not. After all, he can be considered a genius, but I really think he can't make it." Yi Qingqiu shook her head, giving a fair assessment of Chu Tian. "If you want to know more, just follow and see." Qin Yu smiled and said, then stepped forward. Hey, this is the realm of the end. Are we really going over there?" Yi Qingqiu stood still, hesitantly asking. "Of course we are going. I'm really looking forward to what kind of surprise he can bring me," Qin Yu said with a playful smile, excitement flickering in his eyes. Yi Qingqiu sighed helplessly, still feeling a bit uneasy, but ultimately followed after him. In the realm of the end, the southern region was originally a desolate world sealed off and forbidden. Because this place was constantly shrouded in gray mist, it had become a death zone for humans, where beasts ran rampant. It is said that millions of years ago, a terrifying war broke out here. Chapter 388 Before the War. Qin Yu's gaze also fell on the scroll. As soon as his sight touched the scroll, a wonderful wave instantly surged into his mind, and a colossal star map appeared in his mind. This star map was densely packed with thousands of stars, emitting light like chess pieces. Among these pieces, the brightest hundreds of stars were distinctly marked. The path of the star constellations? Qin Yu's eyes widened in surprise, secretly thinking, "No wonder I feel that this scroll gives me such a wonderful sensation. It actually contains the methods of the stellar path." It seems that the value of this scroll is quite high. Qin Yu gathered his thoughts and began to carefully examine the information on the scroll. The scroll did not detail the rules, but simply had a few brief descriptions. The final battle, due to past champions being born from the Chaos Children. The champion's rewards are not only extremely generous, but also enhance potential and bloodline. During the final selection, the champion will possess a Chaos body, with a success rate of 90%. The Chaos body represents top-tier potential. Once obtained, future achievements will be terrifying. Moreover, for every victory, corresponding points will be awarded. The number of points directly determines the final ranking. Chapter 389. There are also the Wakuni. However, at this moment, the woman in the white dress on the high platform lightly opened her red lips and said calmly, "The rules of the final battle have changed. No one is allowed to use external aids. Of course, you can use pills, weapons, and other external items, but their levels and quantities must be restricted." Upon hearing this, the young boys and girls were stunned for a moment, and then they fell into a frenzy. It truly lives up to the name of the final battle. Even such brutal conditions have been proposed. Without using external items, if one wants to win, unless they possess overwhelming power, it's simply impossible. Finally, we can unleash our full strength. The young boys and girls became excited, rubbing their fists together, eagerly waiting to step onto the stage as the referee announced the start of the competition. Qin Yu. Just as Qin Yu was about to step onto the stage, Yi Qingqiu's voice suddenly rang out. "Remember, I'll be waiting for you in the second round." After her words fell, Yi Qingqiu disappeared from the spot. Qin Yu was taken aback, smiled wryly, and shook his head, then quickly stepped onto the stage. The The matches on the stage were straightforward. Both sides created a temporary small world, and after half an hour of accelerated time, the two worlds would clash. Chapter 390, the second round. Chinyu. Chinyu. After Chinyu and Ichiro Sasaki concluded their world clash, cheers erupted from outside the square. Many spectators were frantically shouting Chinyu's name, their eyes blazing as if they had seen a superstar. Chinyu smiled and turned to look at the audience. Suddenly, the square was filled with exclamations, followed by deafening screams, like a tsunami, one wave higher than the last. So handsome. Ah, Chinyu, please accept my knees. I love you, Chinyu. I want to marry you. Regardless of age or gender, everyone was captivated by Chinyu's handsome face, especially his chiseled features and a pair of bright, dark eyes, which drove many infatuated fans into a frenzy. Chinyu scanned the crowd and nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Boom! Just then, the distant space suddenly fluctuated violently, rippling like water. Oh, another small world is descending. Chinyu raised an eyebrow, his eyes revealing a keen interest. Chinyu, I'll go take a look. Yi Qingxiu stood up and walked straight to the back row of the audience. Whoosh! Chapter 391, Transcendent Power. Chinyu gazed into the distance and said lightly, these three small worlds contain extremely strong energy. I wonder what level the beings nurtured within them have reached. Let's go take a look. Yi Qingxiu nodded. Soon, under the watchful eyes of the audience in the square, the two quickly flew toward the entrances of the three small worlds. The woman in white in the center of the square did not stop them. Her gaze turned toward the distant horizon. A hint of longing appeared on her beautiful face. I hope you can safely pass through the crisis as well. Chinyu and Yi Qingxiu quickly reached the entrances of the three small worlds. Before the entrances was a wide, straight stone staircase. From a distance, it seemed to lead to different worlds. It looks like this is the staircase leading to various worlds. Yi Qingxiu looked at the three staircases, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in her eyes. She took a deep breath and said, let us go. After her words fell, Yi Qingxiu was the first to step onto the first staircase, then quickly ran along it, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Chinyu pressed his lips together, hesitated for a moment, and then slowly stepped onto the staircase. Chapter 392, Losing the Legacy. So difficult. Chinyu took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping around. Not far behind him, Yi Qingxiu was also panting heavily, her face pale, her delicate cheeks flushed, clearly having exhausted a lot of energy just now. Chinyu let out a chuckle, then slowly stretched his arms, comfortably loosening his muscles. Let us go. After saying that, Chinyu stepped into the palace gate first, with Yi Qingxiu closely following him. In the center of the palace gate, there was a table with a teacup on it. There is a cup there. Chinyu pointed to the teacup and then walked toward it. As Chinyu approached the teacup, a faint white mist floated out, which then coalesced into a humanoid figure. Who is it this time? The humanoid white mist asked, its voice filled with an ethereal quality, like celestial music. Senior, I am Chinyu, and I wish to enter the next level. Chinyu respectfully bowed to the humanoid white mist. The humanoid white mist glanced at Chinyu and said, to enter the second level, you need to pass a trial. However, you're quite lucky, as this year happens to be your turn to comprehend. After speaking, the humanoid white mist's body suddenly became ethereal, ultimately transforming into countless stars and disappearing. Chapter 393, Tears of the Kuei Nyo. Huh? Chinyu was taken aback and then asked, is there a legacy at the other end? The divine end realm is divided into 4 areas. The divine demon battlefield is one of them, while the other 3 areas are the celestial demon battlefield, heavenly realm battlefield, an underworld battlefield, and the divine demon battlefield is a forbidden area within the divine realm known as the divine tomb. The elderly voice explained that the divine demon battlefield is also a divine tomb. Chinyu sighed inwardly. A divine tomb? A divine tomb? Chinyu frowned slightly. Have you ever heard of a divine tomb? The elderly voice countered. Chinyu shook his head. The elderly voice said, a divine tomb is a grave of a supreme being after their death. It buries their treasures, various precious items, and their corpse. This is the origin of a divine tomb. As for the divine demon battlefield, it is a chaotic void. Before some powerful transcendents fall, their cores enter this chaotic void, and after billions of years, they will be birthed. Thus the divine demon battlefield is filled with various opportunities. Hearing this, Chinyu couldn't help but gasp. A divine tomb is a place where transcendents are buried after their fall. The divine demon battlefield must be even more dangerous. Chapter 394. The Eight-Eyed Divine Clan. The energy of this divine beast's tears should be enough for me to smoothly step into the Emperor level, right? Qin Yu's face was filled with joy. Suddenly, a sound came from outside. Qin Yu looked up and saw that the countless stone doors in the dim area outside had suddenly all closed. And then a faint blue light appeared on the surface of the doors. Iron chains spread out again, wrapping around the divine beast Kuei Nyo. With a low grunt, the body of the divine beast Kuei Nyo gradually dissolved, turning into specks of fluorescence. As the countless iron chains seemed to be absorbing the energy of the divine beast Kuei Nyo, Qin Yu's heart trembled. This divine beast Kuei Nyo and these iron chains were clearly meant to imprison it. Qin Yu quickly understood why that mysterious existence trapped the divine beast Kuei Nyo here and told many cultivators that only by obtaining the tears of the divine beast in the divine beast battlefield could they leave the divine and demon battlefield. Because the stone pillars in the divine and demon battlefield were imprisoning the divine beast Kuei Nyo, and these pillars were continuously absorbing the divine power from Kuei Nyo. The more the divine beast Kuei Nyo was trapped, the weaker it became. I only need to refine it now to successfully break through. Qin Yu was extremely excited. After all, the tears of the divine beast were incredibly rare. Even in the sea of civilization, such high-level energy crystals were extremely scarce. Chapter 395. Nine-clawed golden dragon. Whoosh! A gentle wind blew by. The light emitted by the divine sword became more dazzling, and within the temple, the light from the eight eyes became even hotter. These two completely different lights converged into a straight line, heading towards the divine sword. The originally ordinary divine sword suddenly burst forth with radiant brilliance. Crack! The divine sword actually began to move slowly, and from the eight eyes, two beams of light shot out, entering the two ends of the divine sword. Swish! The divine sword suddenly slashed. Qin Yu clearly saw a crack appear in the void. This is too exaggerated. Qin Yu was astonished. This divine sword should belong to the Eight-Eyed Divine Clan. A thought flashed through Qin Yu's mind, and he laughed. If I swallow this divine sword, won't my combat power increase rapidly? Ha! Qin Yu immediately took down the divine sword and stored it in his Chinquan ring. In the temple, the statue of the Eight-Eyed Divine Clan quickly collapsed and shattered into dust after losing the support of the divine sword. Qin Yu continued to descend along the steps. Clang! Halfway down, Qin Yu heard the sound of chains clashing around him, and the sound was getting closer. Chapter 396. Heavenly Demon Crystal. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew. Then, the damaged statue of the nine-clawed golden dragon floated down from the air and landed at the feet of the man in a black robe. The man in the black robe looked down and said indifferently, "The statue of the nine-clawed golden dragon is a treasure of the temple. Has anyone touched it?" Silence surrounded him. The man in the black robe curled his lips in a cold smile. No one touched it? Good then. The man in the black robe extended his right palm and swiped through the void. Instantly, an invisible ripple quickly expanded, covering the entire temple in an instant. Within the range of this invisible ripple, everything was turned to dust except for the man in the black robe and the two black-clothed individuals standing beside him. Clang! The originally intact statue of the nine-clawed golden dragon developed more and more cracks on its surface, gradually splitting into two halves and falling to one side. The entire temple trembled violently, and many cracks appeared on the surface of the temple. "The temple is going to collapse," said the black-clothed individual standing beside him respectfully. Boom! The temple completely collapsed. At the top of the temple, there were several buildings made of extremely sturdy materials, but they also collapsed at that moment. The temple fell apart, and Qin Yu and Yi Qingxiu fled side by side. Chapter 397. The White Race. The three-headed dragon horse immediately died under this slash, and then 3 drops of blood flew out, which Qin Yu directly absorbed into the chaos within him. The surrounding army of vengeful spirits immediately became chaotic. "Qingxiu, can you control these vengeful spirits?" Qin Yu asked, as vengeful spirits have no intelligence. Yi Qingxiu replied seriously, "These vengeful spirits are produced from countless small worlds in the end of days, and my strength is not yet enough to fully control them. But I can control a portion of them." "All right, let us go to those 2 heavenly demon crystals first," Qin Yu said directly. Yi Qingxiu nodded and controlled a portion of the vengeful spirits to follow Qin Yu. A group of vengeful spirits marched forward towards the depths of the end of days river. Whoosh! The sound of flowing water continuously reached Qin Yu's ears, and the sound became clearer, even giving a sense of roaring waves. Qingxiu, what else with the sound of flowing water? Qin Yu asked. Yi Qingxiu explained. In the end of Days River, there's a constant spiritual howl sweeping through, formed by countless vengeful thoughts. The fluctuation I just sensed was the spiritual howl. Spiritual howl? Qin Yu nodded slightly, not pursuing the matter of the tsunami any further. Whoosh! The sound of the spiritual howl intensified, as if it were right next to them. And Qin Yu and Yi Qingxiu could hear the immense hatred contained within the sound of spiritual howls. Chapter 398. Blue Star Coordinates. He is the only creator of the Xia clan who can create a mythological world. The robust man, Bruce, looked shocked at the person before him. Sir, what did you say? Do you think I'm lying to you? Let me tell you, this is what the president himself told me. The burly man said coldly. That Qin Yu has immense potential, and our president hopes he can grow in our country. But things don't go as planned. This person must be eliminated. What a pity. He is too young. The burly man sighed. The upper stream of the End of Days River is too far from here. Bruce, however, smiled broadly. Sir, you are mistaken, Bruce said with a slight smile. The End of Days River is the main road connecting the 4 alien races and 6 beast kingdoms in this world. The source of this End of Days River is the Valley of Death. The burly man was immediately stunned. The Valley of Death? Does that mean there are heavenly demon crystals in the Valley of Death? The burly man widened his eyes. Bruce nodded indifferently. Yes, there are heavenly demon crystals. And according to our intelligence, there are 3 heavenly demon crystals in the Valley of Death upstream of the End of Days River. We must obtain one of them. Chapter 399. Trouble. Qin Yu snorted coldly and did not respond. He was certain that Blue Star must not be known to anyone, because if the people from all realms learned about it, they would definitely send people to Blue Star in droves. Although Blue Star is now hidden deep in the void. Some treasures can deduce the coordinates of time and space. All right, the imposing man sighed. Since that is the case, I can only kill you. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes. Buzz. Qin Yu extended his right hand, and a dark golden short gun immediately appeared in his hand. Kill me? Just you? Qin Yu looked at the other party. His eyes slightly closed. At this moment, at the edge of the river downstream, 2 long-lost figures quietly appeared. When she and Chu Tian. Wincy. What does the boss mean by letting us act alone this time? Chu Tian, with his messy hair, asked with some confusion. Wincy rolled his eyes. The boss has his reasons for arranging things the way he does. It's not our place to guess blindly. I also think it's blind guessing. I've known the boss for so many years, but I've never seen him make a decision for us to act separately, Chu Tian muttered. Chapter 400. Bitter Battle. Bang, a muffled sound spread across the sky. Chu Tian, Wincy, and Qin Yu all spat out blood, and the residual purple energy waves rippled outwards, flattening the nearby mountains and forests. As the purple energy waves gradually dissipated, Chu Tian and Wincy stood awkwardly on a stone, all spitting blood. Qin Yu, how are you? Wincy hurriedly asked. Qin Yu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and nodded slightly to indicate he was fine. We were all injured, even when working together. This guy's indeed hard to deal with. No wonder he dared to charge into the area where the heavenly demon crystal is located, Chu Tian sighed. No, we absolutely cannot let him stay here any longer. Wincy and Qin Yu understood this point as well. He has expended a lot of energy. Qin Yu's gaze was resolute. He has suffered heavy injuries, but we should be able to take him down together. Good. Chu Tian agreed. The 3 exchanged glances. Rumbling Qin Yu used a form of the demon god, his body suddenly rising, his bones vibrating, and a black sheen faintly radiating from his skin, which quickly merged into it, turning his originally normal skin pitch black. Chapter 401. Instant Kill. A heart-wrenching pain engulfed his entire body. Snap! The short gun slipped from his hand, embedding itself into a nearby stone pillar, leaving a deep mark. What? The tall man's face suddenly changed. How could you unleash such strong power? Just now, he clearly felt the terrifying force on Qin Yu's short gun, which even suppressed his own power. How could one person suppress the power of a peer? Bang! That was because Qin Hao had directly fused the world-ending Great Mill into his weapon, bringing out multiple principles to fight. Qin Yu's body moved like a phantom, swiftly closing in, and he punched fiercely at the tall man's head. The tall man's expression changed, and his body suddenly sidestepped, simultaneously pushing off the ground and leaping into the air. Qin Yu's punch missed, and he quickly followed up. reaching out with his left hand to grab the tall man's ankle, his right knee bending and fiercely pushing upwards. The tall man was caught off guard and was kicked over by Qin, who then took the opportunity to leap into the air. Swoosh, the short blade sliced through the tall man's throat. Chapter 402. The Final Battle with 9 Challenges. The spectators around the square were all shocked, their eyes wide open. This youth is the rumored prodigy Di Yinta, who possesses heaven-defying strength and can even slay ordinary emperor-level opponents. Haha, Di Yinta, your strength is good, but unfortunately, you won't win against Qin today, the black-robed steward said coldly. Di Yinta glanced at the black-robed steward and then closed his eyes again. So arrogant. The black-robed steward snorted coldly. The 4th round begins. The black-robed steward shouted again. Qin and Di Yinta were both paying attention to each other, while the others watched from the side, waiting for the 4th round of battle to begin. Qin looked to the side at the silver-robed steward. The silver-robed steward nodded slightly, signaling Qin to get ready. The 4th assessment of the final battle begins. The black-robed steward waved his hand, and a massive barrier rose around the square. Buzz, a dazzling light illuminated the area, and then 3 items suddenly appeared in the center of the square. These 3 items were a sword, a spear, and a ring. The sword, spear, and ring emitted a hazy golden light, and Qin recognized them at a glance. These are the primordial holy artifacts? Chapter 403. Black Dragon Throne. Amidst the blood mist, suddenly 8 figures appeared, each standing in the northeast, south, west, and southeast directions of the square. The final battle. Qin silently recited these 4 words in his heart. The final battle, as the name implies, is the ultimate battle of all worlds. The voice continued to spread. The first match, hunt. As soon as the words fell, the 8 figures vanished. The heavens and earth trembled, and dark clouds quickly gathered over the square. Qin looked up at the rolling dark clouds, faint flashes of lightning visible within. What a terrifying aura. Qin's expression was grave. He understood the dangers of this battle. The rules of the final battle are survival. To survive, the first thing you must do is kill an opponent, and that opponent must be one whose strength far exceeds your own. Otherwise, you can only wait to die. This sentence pierced Qin's chest like a sharp blade. The gap in strength is too great, and without other means, it's essentially seeking death. In the final battle, only the top-tier geniuses can survive, but the odds are slim. This time, more than 6,000 people participated in the final battle, but only a handful would survive. At least 90% would perish. Chapter 404. 10,000 Miles of Pursuit. At the front of the throne, there were 2 black dragon pillars, exuding an overwhelming presence. Roar. The dragon pillars at the front of the throne suddenly erupted with a dazzling light. Following this, a phantom black figure floated at the front of the throne. The figure was a middle-aged man dressed in a long black robe, his eyes filled with the confidence of looking down upon the world, as if he ruled over everything. With the appearance of the middle-aged man, everyone in the square felt a shiver in their hearts. Bow down to Lord Black Dragon. Everyone in the square, regardless of gender or age, knelt on the ground, respectfully calling out, "Black Dragon, this is the true leader of the Dragon Clan, the ruler of the Black Dragon tribe." Even the top existences of super forces like the Black Magic Sect and the Heavenly Fire Mansion must bow their heads in submission upon seeing the Black Dragon King. The Black Dragon King waved his sleeve, and a surging force swept out, directly pushing away all those kneeling on the ground. "Who are you?" The Black Dragon King's sharp gaze swept across everyone in the square, finally landing on Qin. "And who are you?" Qin met the Black Dragon King's gaze without fear. Although he was still unsure of how strong the Black Dragon King was, he could sense that the Black Dragon King was not an unattainable transcendent being. Chapter 405. Want to use Beast against me? Other king-level powerhouses also expressed their agreement. "You are too kind. This is my duty," Qin said with a smile, then began to recount his conversation with the Black Dragon King. This speech immediately shocked these king-level powerhouses, who looked at Qin in disbelief. "How about it? Are you willing to join me in dealing with the Blood River Emperor?" Qin said with a smile. "Young friend Qin, rest assured, we are naturally willing," the beast replied eagerly. "That scoundrel Blood River Emperor has harmed us for many years. We will eventually kill him." Haha, with young friend Qin's help, the Blood River Emperor is doomed. The group of beasts was exceptionally excited, patting their chests and saying that this time they were truly determined to deal with the Blood River Emperor. After all, The Black Dragon King had already left the evil emperor world, which proved that the cruel emperor of the evil world had fallen. Seeing this, Qin Yu smiled and said, "That's great, then I'll take my leave. Young friend Qin Yu, take care. Brother Qin Yu, come visit my Black Tiger tribe when you have time. Young friend Qin Yu, don't forget us." The group of beasts urged Qin Yu to stay. "Don't worry, I will remember." Qin Yu smiled and waved his hand, and his body instantly turned into a blurry shadow, disappearing from the square in an instant. Chapter 406, Black Lotus. Damn it. Chu Tian knew he couldn't get contaminated by these flames, because once they adhered to him, his divine power would definitely be unable to resist and would burn out in an instant, and his physical body couldn't withstand it either. Swish! Chu Tian immediately swung his dagger, striking one of the flames that resembled a lotus, but the black lotus was too large. He only hit a corner. Chu Tian felt a pain in his right arm. Chu Tian let out a miserable howl as his entire right arm was devoured by the black flames. "It hurts." Chu Tian gritted his teeth, looking at his right arm, which had already disappeared by more than half, cursing inwardly, "Damn, this beast is indeed vicious." Chu Tian balled his left fist and punched out. The terrifying fist wind directly struck the black lotus, causing it to tremble slightly. But the black lotus spun dramatically and quickly attacked again. "Damn it." Chu Tian was furious. "Boss, I'll hold him off." With a roar, Chu Tian's figure split into 9 copies of himself. Little Tian, Qin Yu's eyes widened. What Chu Tian was doing was too dangerous. The 9 clones of Chu Tian attacked the Black Lotus together, while he himself dodged to the side. Chapter 407, Silicon-Based Life. Suddenly, the Black Dragon let out a mournful roar. Qin Yu was taken aback and looked up. He saw a giant pit hundreds of meters ahead, with a black dragon inside. At that moment, the black dragon was on the verge of death, covered in blood. Qin Yu frowned. How did the black dragon end up like this? Just then, the black dragon suddenly opened its eyes, staring at Qin Yu, a trickle of blood flowing from the corner of its mouth, its eyes flashing with a fierce light. Like a death warrior. Whoosh! The black dragon's body suddenly turned into a mass of dark clouds, instantly enveloping Qin Yu, while a pitch-black tail shot towards Qin Yu like an arrow. Seeking death. Qin Yu felt a surge of anger. The black dragon was in such a state, yet still dared to confront him. Boom! A black long knife appeared out of nowhere and fiercely slashed at the black clouds. The black clouds were instantly cut apart, revealing the massive body of the black dragon, which had lost all its spirit and curled up into a ball. Qin Yu's gaze fell on the black dragon. It turned out that this black dragon had suffered severe injuries. No wonder it was willing to risk its life against him. Chapter 408, Stone Domain Clan. Qin Yu answered calmly. The voice continued. "Qin Yu, would you be willing to join the Stone Domain? As long as you nod. We in the Stone Domain will spare no effort to cultivate you, and your future will surely be brilliant." Joining the Stone Domain? Qin Yu raised an eyebrow. The 5 domains of the material tribe had basically no intersection. Even if they met by chance, most of the time they were in opposition, even leading to wars. "Why should I join your Stone Domain?" Qin Yu frowned and asked. "You possess extremely rare talents, and although you are of the human race, the path you cultivate can encompass all things. You could be considered a prodigy. Such talent is something we in the Stone Domain want at all costs." The gentle voice said. Qin Yu shook his head and replied, "Sorry, I'm not interested in your Stone Domain." "Oh, young friend Qin Yu, could it be that our Stone Domain's invitation is an insult to you? We are among the top ranks in the 5 domains of the material tribe. If you become a disciple of the Stone Domain, it is not impossible for you to grow into a leader of the Stone Domain. There's no need to persuade me. Since I, Qin Yu, have chosen to walk my own path, I will not change," Qin Yu said resolutely. Chapter 409, The Residence of the Ziwei Star Lord. Qin Yu shook his head. "Impossible. In that case, do not blame us," the silver-haired elder said, and the surrounding space immediately distorted. You think you can bind me with mere spatial comprehension?" With a wave of his hand, Qin Yu unleashed a burst of sword energy that tore through the distorted space at lightning speed. At the same time, it surged toward the 2 young men in purple. The 2 young men in purple had not expected Qin Yu to hide such a powerful move. The silver-haired elder was first pierced by the sword energy, leaving him feeling cold, while the young man in purple relied on his divine armor for defense. Although the divine armor had decent defense, it was still pierced by Qin Yu's sword energy, leaving the chest of the young man in purple mangled, with blood gushing out. The young man in purple flipped his hand and took out a bottle of elixir to consume, and his complexion improved significantly. Qinyu, you're seeking death. The purple-clad young man glared angrily at Qinyu. Qinyu coldly smiled at him. I, Qinyu, am not alone in the end of days divine realm. If you want to kill me, I will definitely make you pay the price. Qinyu's gaze swept over the two young men in purple. You had better think carefully. The young man in purple and the silver-haired elder exchanged glances, gritting their teeth in response. Chapter 4:10, Black Tiger, End of Days Divine Realm. The Black Tiger said with a smile, Brother Qin, do you know the scale of this End of Days war? This is a contest among the top young masters from various forces in our End of Days Divine Realm, with tens of thousands participating each time. So exaggerated, Qinyu exclaimed. It is indeed exaggerated, the Black Tiger praised. Not only various forces, but even some super sects and ancient families send their geniuses to participate. Qinyu couldn't help but ask curiously, what exactly is the End of Days Divine Realm? Why are there so many people, and each of them so powerful? The End of Days Divine Realm was created by Transcendence. It is a place specifically for cultivation in the End of Days Divine Realm. It is also the most prosperous and rich divine realm among the divine realms. The Black Tiger side, in the End of Days Divine Realm, the strongest forces are the 6 holy domains. Each of the 6 holy domains governs millions of small realms, controlling the life and death of countless beings. Qinyu was taken aback. Controlling millions of small realms, that kind of power, Qinyu gasped. Nearly 1 million small realms was truly astonishing. The End of Days War is a mutual exchange among disciples of the 6 holy domains, the Black Tiger remarked. Usually, when the End of Days War begins, apart from some exceptional experts, other geniuses generally do not appear as the danger is simply too great. Chapter 4:11, 5 Major Alliances. Wensi, Chutian, and Yi Qingxiu quickly rushed to Qinyu's side. He used his divine power to protect them behind him, preventing them from being harmed in the chaotic battle. Boom! In the square, 2 teams were fiercely fighting, and this group of 9 was formidable, but unfortunately, the opposing camp also had several experts. For instance, the leader of the other team was a girl in red, who wielded a long whip that danced like a dragon, causing the air to whistle as everyone dodged. Suddenly, the girl in red retracted her whip. Her right leg kicked hard against the ground, and she transformed into a shadow, charging toward the man in black armor who was armed with a battle spear. The clash between the two was extraordinary. Boss, Chutian and the other 2 ran over to Qinyu, with Chutian's face pale. Wensi growled, I knew it wouldn't be peaceful here, but I didn't expect it to be this chaotic. Don't worry, Qinyu smiled and reassured them. Although I can't guarantee anything, no one should dare to attack us now. Chutian, Wensi, and Yi Qingxiu noticed that indeed, no one was attacking them. You 3 wait here for a moment. I'll go rescue that person. Remember, don't get caught up in it, Qinyu instructed. Chapter 4:12, The Celestial Alliance. Qinyu smiled and said, Haisha, stop pretending and quickly explain, whose people are you? And where is your headquarters? Seeking death. Haisha's eyes narrowed, and he instantly made his move. His right arm suddenly swelled, becoming tougher than a steel whip, and sharp claws emerged from his palm as he lunged for Qinyu's throat. Humph! Qinyu lightly waved his hand, and a gust of wind swept past, causing Haisha to feel a sharp pain. At the same time, Qinyu lifted his right foot and kicked out. Bang! Qinyu's kick landed solidly on Haisha's chest, sending him flying backward to crash down several meters away. Coughing up blood and clutching his abdomen, Haisha gasped. I warned you. Don't force me to kill you, Qinyu said coldly. Who are you really? Do you know? Haisha struggled to say, his eyes glowing red, faint currents of electricity flickering. Thunder-type deity? Qinyu raised an eyebrow. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck Haisha's head, charring it black. Haisha trembled and collapsed to the ground. Limp. Chapter 4:13. Has the blue star been extinct? Suddenly, Situ Yun's eyes narrowed. In a shadowy corner below the square stood dozens of people, all emanating fierce auras. The leader, a handsome man with long green hair, particularly shocked Situ Yun as he radiated a strong world power. Imperial-level expert? Situ Yun's heart skipped a beat. Ha! Your death is imminent. Suddenly, a hearty laugh echoed from behind the crowd, followed by hundreds of figures charging into the square. Hoo-hoo! The Celestial Alliance was thrown into chaos. Qinyu and the others also looked up at the group, seeing that the leader was a burly youth with a fierce expression. Situ Yun, I heard you were hunting down that Qinyu. Leave that person to me, and you deal with the others, the burly youth said with a cold smirk. Citoyen glanced at the burly youth, pondered for a moment, and then agreed. No problem. Qin Yu squinted and carefully observed the burly youth, vaguely recognizing him as one of the 8 figures from the divine mountain of the end. Chapter 414. Escape. Boom! The entire square's floor, stone pillars, walls, and roof began to rapidly shatter and collapse, turning the square into ruins in the blink of an eye. Outside the crystal coffin, Situ Feng and Situ Yun were kneeling beside it. Situ Yun cautiously asked, "Father, are those Blue Star people fake? Wasn't the Blue Star tribe destroyed long ago? What do you know?" The king of the end inside the crystal coffin replied definitively. Although the Blue Star tribe was destroyed, they left behind many seeds. While they are few, they are enough for me to study for a long time. But the Blue Star tribe has long been destroyed. Who would impersonate them? Situ Yun couldn't help but ask. The king of the end smiled and said, although the Blue Star tribe was destroyed, their bloodline genes were not completely obliterated. That Qin Yu is the last survivor of the Blue Star tribe. Last survivor of the Blue Star tribe? Both Situ Yun and Situ Feng were shocked. Yes, the bloodline of the Blue Star tribe is very thin, but they are among the oldest beings born in the universe and possess many secret techniques. I deduced Qin Yu's true identity from the unique aura emitted by the last survivor of the Blue Star tribe. Chapter 415. Ouyang Yuntian. Stop talking. I also have issues with the King of the End. Who knew the situation would turn out like this? The man in the blue robe sighed. Qin Yu glanced at him, shaking his head, indicating he saw nothing unusual. Wensi and Chu Tian fell silent. This formation was clearly targeting them, and they wouldn't last long in this environment. Let's go, Chu Tian said repeatedly, and at the same time, his figure turned into a streak of light and rushed into the distance. Wensi and the blue-robed man quickly followed. Trying to escape, a cold voice came from afar, and then a black light shot from the distant sky, directly crashing into Chu Tian. Not good. Chu Tian's expression suddenly changed. Boom! Chu Tian was thrown into the air, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His face turned pale, and he was dazed. That strike nearly cost him his life. Ha! A wild laughter echoed through the heavens. A woman in purple appeared in the distance, her cold, emotionless eyes looking down below. Blue Star people, I originally gave you a chance to leave, but you chose to stay and die. You foolish ones deserve to die. At that moment, Qin Yu stepped forward and immediately reached Chu Tian's side, grabbing him and asking, Xiao Tian, how are you? Chapter 416, Killing. In just a few breaths, the silver-white battle armor on Ouyang Yuntian was already covered in cracks, ultimately collapsing into pieces. Qin Yu's hands smashed heavily against Ouyang Yuntian's chest. Ouyang Yuntian let out a pained groan as his chest caved in. He staggered back, clutching his chest, his eyes filled with pain and a hint of madness. Qin Yu, you're dead. You're dead for sure. I will kill you, Ouyang Yuntian roared. Qin Yu raised an eyebrow. I am the leader of the Temple of the End envoy. If you dare to harm me, I will definitely not let you go. You four will all die. Ouyang Yuntian shouted furiously. Temple of the End envoy? Qin Yu murmured, realizing he had provoked such an enemy. His mind raced, and various thoughts flashed through his head. Qin Yu, Chu Tian, Wen Shi, and Yi Qingxiu had gathered at this moment, all vigilantly staring at Ouyang Yuntian. The leader of the End of the World Temple, Ouyang Yuntian, was glaring at them in anger. I admit, you four Blue Star people are quite troublesome, Ouyang Yuntian said coldly. However, you four are underestimating me. Let me tell you, you are doomed. Chapter 417. Movements from all sides. The 5 End of the World envoys roared in anger. A few others stood silently to the side, as they understood that these intruders were not something they could provoke. Ha! Chu Tian suddenly laughed wildly. Do you want revenge? Chu Tian stared at the group of End of the World envoys. The 5 envoys glared at Chu Tian in fury. I'm just standing here, Chu Tian grinned. Come on. Chu Tian's arrogance made the End of the World envoys furious. But the strict rules of the End of the World Temple made them dare not act recklessly. Chu Tian glanced at the group of envoys and then turned to Qin Yu and said, Big brother, what do you think we should do? Kill. Qin Yu said without hesitation. Qin Yu and Chu Tian both looked at Wen Shi and Yi Qingxiu. Upon hearing Qin Yu's words, the two nodded. All right, kill them all. Yi Qingxiu ordered coldly. Swish. Chu Tian and Qin Yu disappeared from their original spots simultaneously. In just a moment, everything was over, leaving only headless corpses and a pile of rubble. Qin Yu and Chu Tian stood on the desolate grassland. Big brother, where should we go? Chu Tian asked. First, let's leave the end of the world mountain, Qin Yu said, his gaze scanning the distance. Although the end of the world mountain of the end of the world temple was somewhat dangerous, if there were enough benefits, it would still attract many experts to take risks and come. Chapter 4:18. Entering the city. The flame demon domain was a giant valley. A thin mist enveloped the surroundings of the valley, making it hard for people to see far away. Inside the valley, there were many houses and buildings, which were where the masters of the various flame demon domains lived. Whoosh! A shadow cut through the sky and landed directly at the entrance of the valley. The black-robed youth looked up at the environment of the valley and walked inside. Upon entering the valley, he saw several streaks of light flashing, transforming into giants hundreds of meters tall, each exuding a strong aura of malice. Greetings, leader. The giants knelt respectfully. The black-robed youth glanced over the many giants. Notify everyone. All royal-level demon clans must gather. I have something to announce. Yes, leader. The giants respectfully stood up and quickly ran off into the distance. At that moment, a voice came from afar. Big brother. Ha! The black-robed youth immediately turned to look and saw a red streak of light rushing from afar, arriving in an instant. This red streak of light was the red-eyed Iron Wolf King. Big brother, did you come to find me because of Qin Yu? The red-eyed Iron Wolf King asked. Chapter 4:19. The nine-flame burning sea map. Qin Yu slowly raised his eyes, and a strange figure came into view. Who are you? Qin Yu asked. The person on the city wall smiled faintly. I'm one of the managers of the Blood Castle. Brother Qin Yu, let's talk inside. Qin Yu hesitated slightly, then stepped into the Blood Castle. Brother Qin Yu, do you know that your actions have offended many people? Not only will you suffer, but your friends beside you will also face trouble, the person on the city wall said with a smile. Qin Yu's expression suddenly darkened. He understood that this person, although speaking words of concern, was more like a threat. What? Brother Qin Yu, are you feeling the danger? The person on the city wall continued to smile. If you join my Blood Castle, perhaps we can help you. Brother Qin Yu, get rid of your troubles. Ridiculous, Qin Yu said expressionlessly, not wanting to say another word to these people. Haha, I knew Brother Qin Yu wouldn't easily yield. The man in green on the city wall laughed. Then changed the subject. But do you know what the red-eyed Iron Wolf King has prepared to keep you in the flame demon domain? Chapter 4:20. The world-destroying divine fire. Is this the trap prepared by the red-eyed Iron Wolf King? Truly extraordinary. Qin Yu marveled in his heart. Just the aura alone was enough to make one tremble. Suddenly, roar. Accompanied by a roar, a massive black creature descended upon the Blood Castle, with two long, pitch-black tails extending over 10 feet. Its head was extremely ferocious, with two fangs glistening with a cold light. Ah! Another wolf howl echoed as a giant one-eyed wolf charged from afar. It was the true form of the red-eyed Iron Wolf King. As soon as the red-eyed Iron Wolf King landed on the vast plain, its massive body emitted a terrifying aura, filling the entire plain with an unparalleled sense of oppression. The red-eyed Iron Wolf King was also a fearsome powerhouse in the end of the world divine realm. Although it hadn't reached the imperial level, it was definitely a top existence among high-level royal demon beasts. Upon its arrival, it cast its gaze upon the corpse of the man in green below. Oof. The red-eyed Iron Wolf King snorted coldly, as if it already knew what had happened here. However, facing Qin Yu, it still felt a sense of trepidation. After all, this was a genuine imperial-level powerhouse. Chapter 4:21. Slaying 3 Emperors. This is the 9-flame burning sea map. Do you think your mere mortal flames can trap me? The red-eyed Iron Wolf King roared, and behind it, the 9-flame burning sea map became even more dazzling, with 9-colored divine flames releasing, completely enveloping the entire 9-flame burning sea map along with itself. Mere mortal flames, how can they affect me? The red-eyed Iron Wolf King was filled with confidence. But the next moment, sizzle, the expression of the red-eyed Iron Wolf King froze. Flames rapidly shot out from within the 9-flame burning sea map. And these flames were even more numerous than those emerging from the 9-flame burning sea map itself. In the blink of an eye, the entire 9-flame burning sea map was completely covered by flames, engulfing the red-eyed Iron Wolf King. The red-eyed Iron Wolf King screamed in pain. The tongues of fire began to erode its skin, bones, and muscles. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, Strands of flames surged into the body of the red-eyed Iron Wolf King, causing its very soul to tremble. The red-eyed Iron Wolf King finally felt fear and hurriedly tried to escape, but the surrounding flames completely sealed off all its retreat routes. A heart-wrenching scream echoed through heaven and earth. The red-eyed Iron Wolf King struggled in the sea of flames, but no matter what, it could not stop the tongues of fire from eroding its body. Even its soul was being eroded, and the red-eyed Iron Wolf King watched helplessly as its body was corroded inch by inch, and its soul gradually disappeared into oblivion. Chapter 422. The Trace of Lin Miao Miao. Then he thought of the three partners who were still asleep in their respective worlds and hurriedly awakened them. Yi Qingxiu appeared in front of him first, and Wenxi and Chu Tian also awoke from their slumber. Although the three of them did not know what level of battle Qin Yu had experienced, they could tell that the infernal demon realm they had just been in was likely destroyed. "Boss, how are you?" Yi Qingxiu and Wenxi immediately came over to support Qin Yu. Qin Yu smiled and said, "I'm fine, I just consumed a bit too much energy." Then Qin Yu told Yi Qingxiu and the others everything that had just happened. Is there really such a situation? Three emperor-level powerhouses appearing in a small realm of the end of days god realm? We must leave this realm quickly, Yi Qingxiu said with a frown. Wenxi agreed. Qin Yu, however, smiled calmly and said, "We've searched this world enough. There are no clues about Miao Miao at all. It's time to leave. Let's depart from this world." The Sea of Civilization is composed of countless small worlds that intersect with each other. Qin Yu and his companions crossed the Sea of Civilization again, searching for Lin Miao Miao's whereabouts. Chapter 423. Nine Turns Reincarnation Tower. Wenxi looked at Qin Yu with concern. After all these years, Qin Yu had always insisted on searching for Lin Miao Miao, and both Wenxi and Yi Qingxiu regarded her as a sister. Miao Miao. Qin Yu stared nervously at Lin Miao Miao. Although the soul mark was beginning to dissipate slowly, it still existed. However, as time passed, the soul mark ultimately shattered and disappeared. Miao Miao is dead. This thought was the only one left in Qin Yu's mind. His eyes turned red. No, Miao Miao absolutely won't die. Qin Yu shook his head frantically. I won't allow her to die. Yi Qingxiu and Wenxi were stunned by Qin Yu's reaction. Over the years, Qin Yu had always been calm and rational. He had never shown such a crazy demeanor. I absolutely won't allow her to die, Qin Yu yelled hoarsely. Big brother, don't be anxious. Maybe Miao Miao is just in a deep sleep. Wenxi tried to comfort him, while also taking out a pill for Qin Yu. Big brother, take this. It can soothe your heart. Qin Yu glanced at the pill. It was blood red and emitted an enticing fragrance. No need, Qin Yu refused again. You guys don't worry about me. Leave first. I'll handle this matter. Chapter 424. Cold Jade Liquid. Sucking in a breath. Qin Yu's mind controlled the black hole to produce a terrifying swallowing force. Boom! The black hole frantically devoured everything around it, and the black sphere slowly flew toward Qin Yu's location. Qin Yu's eyes lit up. The black sphere was flying slowly. Faster. Qin Yu urged the swallowing power of the black hole, but the black sphere's speed slowed even more, finally stopping at the edge of the black hole. Now, Qin Yu immediately manipulated the swallowing power of the black hole, forcefully pulling the black sphere toward himself. Whoosh! The black sphere flew toward him at an increasing speed, while Qin Yu felt more and more strain. Finally, the black sphere flew close. Come to me, Qin Yu willed. Whoosh! The black sphere suddenly shrank and shot directly into the black hole, after which the black hole returned to calm. Qin Yu took a deep breath. The previous swallowing from the black hole had consumed nearly all of his spiritual power, and fortunately, his cultivation level was relatively high. Otherwise, others would have long been exhausted. Inside the black hole, Qin Yu looked at the black sphere. It was about the size of a palm, oval-shaped and covered with strange patterns, faintly emanating an ancient aura. Chapter 425. Lord of Heaven and Earth. Such powerful energy. This energy was too immense. Qin Yu's face was twisted with pain, and his bones crackled as a severe agony tormented his soul. My physical body is extremely resilient, yet I can't withstand this kind of cold jade liquid energy. It seems I've underestimated the cold jade liquid energy. No, I can't die. Qin Yu gritted his teeth, trying to control the surging energy flowing through his body. At the same time, the Yin Xian fire quickly absorbed this energy. The Yin Xian fire is a heavenly spirit fire, and it easily absorbs energy. When this cold jade liquid energy entered the Yin Xian fire, it was immediately burned to ashes. The Yanxian fire grew stronger again. However, as the energy absorbed by the Yanxian fire continuously increased, Qin Yu's physical body suffered even more pain. Dense cracks appeared on the surface of his skin, with faint red blood oozing out. "No, I can't die, I can't die," Qin Yu roared in his heart. Boom! The depths of chaos within Qin Yu trembled violently. Shattered sword lights emitted faint glows. A greenish sword intent instantly spread out, enveloping Qin Yu's entire body. Chapter 426. Heart of Heaven and Earth. A faint mist rolled for a moment before suddenly spreading out in all directions, covering nearly 1,000 miles. This thin mist even enveloped the entire cloud mist mountain range, with Qin Yu standing at the highest peak of the mountain range. In the center of the thin mist, a black bead floated quietly. At this moment, Qin Yu saw clearly. The core of the black bead was actually a black crystal, completely dark and devoid of any impurities. Upon closer inspection, Qin Yu could even see small whirlpools on the surface of the crystal, resembling small black holes. Could this be the legendary heart of heaven and earth? Qin Yu was shocked. The heart of heaven and earth. It is the only item born from the earth when each small world comes into existence. The unique treasure nurtured by the heavens. Qin Yu was dumbfounded. This is the heart of heaven and earth. Does that mean the heart of heaven and earth is the result of the fusion of 4 types of life? Immortals, demons, monsters, and spirits? The value of the heart of heaven and earth far exceeds that of ordinary Hongmeng spiritual treasures. Was that Yanxian fire also born from this heart of heaven and earth? Qin Yu speculated in his heart that the Yanxian fire was indeed birthed from the heart of heaven and earth. Chapter 427. Chaos Loss. Challenger, do you know the role of this heart of heaven and earth for me? So obediently hand over the heart of heaven and earth. A fierce face appeared in the center of the purple cloud. Oh, a cold light flickered in Qin Yu's eyes. What? You don't want to hand it over? If you dare defy my orders, I will kill you. The fierce face in the purple cloud spoke again. Qin Yu sneered. Who are you? Why should I obey you? Humph. Qin Yu shouted. Since you want to die, I'll send you on your way. Buzz. A crisp whistle sounded in his ears, and the surrounding void around Qin Yu strangely solidified. At the same time, 2 items appeared beside Qin Yu, a long spear and a black knife. These were the 2 world artifacts he forged using the power of 33 demon gods. Holding the long spear in both hands, Qin Yu suddenly thrust it toward the fierce face in the center of the purple cloud. Go. Stab. The long spear seemed to tear through the fabric, easily piercing that sinister mask. Immediately, the long spear began to swirl wildly with unmatched power, and purple clouds surged and boiled up. The purple clouds rolled and wrapped around the long spear, which was still strangling, but the purple clouds had firmly trapped it. Chapter 428. Passing the test. Qin Yu remained silent. So, will you agree or not? If you agree, we will sign a contract. You help me kill those beings, and I will help you control this world. The purple emperor tempted. Qin Yu shook his head slightly. I am still young. I don't want to die yet. All right. The purple emperor did not press further, as Qin Yu's potential was exceptionally high, and he still had patience. You can leave for now. I need to enter seclusion. I need some time to digest the heart of heaven and earth, Qin Yu said with a faint smile. Although he had obtained the heart of heaven and earth this time, unfortunately, the will of heaven and earth was too weak, and it probably wouldn't conflict with him in the short term. Qin Yu was certainly not worried, as the will of heaven and earth was also bound by heaven and earth. If you want to kill me, feel free to come at me. Although my strength is not as good as yours, when it comes to chaotic defense, you are far inferior to me, Qin Yu said coldly. The purple emperor was taken aback. Rest assured, our grievances are not deep. I am too lazy to kill you, Qin Yu said calmly. But I advise you not to provoke me. I guarantee that no one can take your life. After saying this, Qin Yu closed his eyes and began to refine. Chapter 429. The 9 Dragons' Carriage. Qin Yu, you should know. The heart of heaven and earth is nurtured by heaven and earth. Since heaven and earth have nurtured such an item, this item is the core of the entire universe. The Thunder Punishment Venerable said seriously. In the universe, there are some special life forms known as the divine domain. Qin Yu nodded slightly. He understood the divine domain all too well. The divine domain is an extremely powerful life form, probably stronger than us living beings in terms of strength. Moreover, they are very bloodthirsty. The Thunder Punishment Venerable said solemnly. Bloodthirsty? Qin Yu raised an eyebrow. He had long known about the divine domain, but hearing it from someone else still surprised him. The thunder punishment venerable continued. The divine domain is bloodthirsty and violent, which led to their expulsion from the civilization sea, resulting in the extinction of many of their races. Without living beings, there's naturally no so-called world. Qin Yu frowned in thought. He knew that the divine domain had not disappeared and was surely still somewhere. The thunder punishment venerable added, Qin Yu, you have now accepted the heart of heaven and earth. According to custom, after accepting the inheritance, you will become a new hall master, becoming the master of a hall. Oh, Qin Yu looked at the thunder punishment venerable with confusion. Chapter 430. It's too late. Qin Yu extended his hand. The 9 dragons carriage was grasped in his hand, and a gentle touch slid through his fingers, carrying a hint of coolness. Not simple. Qin Yu admired inwardly. Such a 9 dragons carriage was probably something even transcendence could not destroy. The 9 dragons carriage floated and trembled slightly. Suddenly, Qin Yu felt a mighty aura descending, followed by a silver-robed elder stepping down from the 9 dragons carriage. The silver-robed elder scanned the surroundings and revealed a hint of joy upon seeing Qin Yu. Hall Master Qin Yu, please come in, the silver-robed man bowed and said. Qin Yu looked at him in confusion. The inheritance of the heart of heaven and earth has emerged. According to the rules, the Hall Master must first enter the heart of heaven and earth, the silver-robed man respectfully explained. Please wait a moment. I will report to the Heavenly Emperor immediately. Qin Yu nodded. With a whoosh, the silver-robed man's figure flashed and disappeared. The inheritance has emerged? Qin Yu frowned slightly. How long had it been since the heart of heaven and earth emerged? Qin Yu, you finally came, a voice echoed in Qin Yu's ear, and at the same time, a majestic black palace appeared out of nowhere right beside Qin Yu, slowly floating into his dantian. Chapter 431. The terrifying heart of heaven and earth. With a whoosh, a silver sword light tore through the air, directly penetrating Qin Yu's body and leaving a blood hole in his chest. The silver-robed man, holding a silver sword, stood at a distance, sneering at Qin Yu. Qin Yu, your strength is very strong. Now I cannot do anything to you, so I can only avoid your edge for now. Once I restore the heart of heaven and earth, I will duel with you. As soon as he finished speaking, the silver-robed man disappeared without a trace, leaving Qin Yu with only a faint glimpse of silver light in the sky. His escaping speed is quite fast. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Qin Yu's mouth as he sat cross-legged. Blood was slowly flowing from the wound on Qin Yu's left shoulder. Although the wound was not deep, the pain on Qin Yu's face was palpable. Qin Yu closed his eyes, and his spiritual power enveloped the entire internal space of the heart of heaven and earth. Within the range of Qin Yu's soul, the heart of heaven and earth seemed like a prison, and the heart of heaven and earth appeared like a child, trapped by Qin Yu inside, unable to escape. Since you chose to make a deal with me, I will spare your life, Qin Yu said in a deep voice. But you should at least share a bit of the source energy of the heart of heaven and earth with me. Chapter 432. Mastering the Chaotic Tao. Perhaps it was because my body was somewhat special, the source power of heaven and earth had no effect on me. Qin Yu thought to himself. Although he was severely injured now, he had already accumulated over 30,000 star battle powers, so recovery would be much quicker. However, his consciousness was immersed in that white pearl, which seemed to possess a strange attraction, drawing Qin Yu's spirit. What exactly is going on? Qin Yu wondered. Could this pearl be related to the heart of heaven and earth? Since the heart of heaven and earth contains a part of the source power of heaven and earth, it should have already developed spiritual intelligence. Regardless, he decided to give it a try. With determination, Qin Yu attempted to activate the pearl. The pearl radiated a dazzling light, enveloping Qin Yu's body, and the attraction intensified, making it impossible for Qin Yu to resist. Intense pain engulfed his entire body. Qin Yu once again fell into unconsciousness, while the white pearl still firmly wrapped around him, not letting go. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, a year, 10 years passed. Chapter 433. The Slaughtering King. At the moment the black sphere shattered, Qin Yu was suddenly stunned, because a ball of white light emerged out of nowhere in his dantian. And it was this ball of white light that wrapped the dust formed from the originally black sphere inside. Why has my dantian turned gray? Qin Yu wondered. How can I mobilize the elemental powers of heaven and earth? Qin Yu suddenly discovered that boundless elemental powers of heaven and earth had appeared in his dantian. Qin Yu recalled a saying from the sea of heavenly Tao. All things give rise to and restrain each other. And the source power of heaven and earth is the origin of the power of heaven and earth. The source power of heaven and earth possesses infinite power, while the power of heaven and earth is the source of all power. Heaven and earth are the greatest existence in the universe. Any cultivator must abide by the rules of heaven and earth. Otherwise, they will meet a very tragic end. The power of heaven and earth. Qin Yu sensed the endless elemental power of the world within his dantian. The heavens and the earth are indeed the source of all power. Boom! 2 white lotus flower marks suddenly appeared in Qin Yu's eyes. Heavenly fire burns the world. With a thought, the endless elemental power gathered rapidly around Qin Yu's body. As Qin Yu willed it, a flame was born from thin air. This flame was not an ordinary fire. It contained a rich elemental power of the heavens and the earth. Chapter 434. Breaking in. Puff. The man in the golden robe couldn't react at all before his chest was smashed, blood splattering everywhere. How could he be this strong? The 6 kings joined forces and were still beaten like dogs? The onlookers from the divine realm's subordinate races, including the subordinate races of the 6 kings, were astonished. The 6 kings were invincible in the divine realm. Even against those superpowers in the human realm, they had great deterrent power, but before this king of slaughter, they seemed as fragile as paper. The king of slaughter was a true scourge of the race. Ha, so satisfying. The king of slaughter howled to the sky. Come on, you bunch of waste, with your kind of strength, dare to claim invincibility in the divine realm? You. The 6 kings shouted angrily, but there was nothing they could do. The king of slaughter's strength was simply too terrifying. The king of slaughter's eyes turned red. I want revenge. Revenge? Seeking death. The 6 kings were indignant. The king of slaughter roared in anger, transforming into a phantom and charging wildly into the crowd. Moments later, the king of slaughter stopped attacking, and the 6 kings fell to the ground in disarray. At this moment, all 6 kings spat out blood, their breaths weak, clearly having been injured in the earlier exchange. Whew. The king of slaughter took a couple of breaths, looking around. Chapter 435. The arrival of the temple. Inside the temple, the king of slaughter frowned slightly. That bastard Qin Yu is really arrogant. Come, follow me down. The king of slaughter said to a silver-haired woman beside him, who nodded slightly. The two immediately walked out of the hall of subordinate races. Swish, swish, swish. A group of strong figures quickly appeared below Qin Yu. Qin Yu looked at the king-level experts before him, a hint of coldness on his face. You are Qin Yu? A woman in red questioned. That's right, it's me. Qin Yu replied indifferently. The woman in red said coldly, You have quite a bit of courage to dare to intrude into my temple and provoke my divine race. Truly unaware of your own death. Her eyes were icy. King of Slaughter, what do you say? Hong Ling, step back. The King of Slaughter said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Hong Ling's face was not good, but she bowed and said, I take my leave. After saying that, Hong Ling soared away. The King of Slaughter looked at Qin Yu, his gaze sharp, staring at Qin Yu. Qin Yu, do you choose to take your own life, or shall I help you? The King of Slaughter's tone was very relaxed. A hint of a smile appeared at the corner of Qin Yu's mouth as he glanced at the King of Slaughter. Take my own life? King of Slaughter, do you think I'm easy to bully? Or do you think you are stronger? Chapter 436. Rock Sadness Kill. The King of Slaughter roared, his figure transforming, directly swinging the short axe in his hand, instantly turning into a streak of light, rushing towards Qin Yu. Qin Yu squinted his eyes. Swish! The King of Slaughter's claws once again grazed Qin Yu's shoulder, blood splattering, but Qin Yu's expression remained calm, showing no reaction, as if this injury was of no consequence to him. The King of Slaughter felt something was wrong and hurriedly retreated. Whoosh! With a crisp sound of a sword ringing, a divine sword shot out at a speed surpassing sound by hundreds of times, directly penetrating the King of Slaughter's neck, pinning him to the vast stone platform of the temple. The King of Slaughter's eyes widened in disbelief, and then he collapsed weakly onto the stone platform. How could this be? The King of Slaughter was filled with confusion, unable to understand. Clearly, he had tens of thousands of star battle power higher than Qin Yu, and should have had a slight advantage. Yet the strength Qin Yu displayed just now was not weaker than his, and even surpassed it. This left the King of Slaughter completely baffled, with no chance to think it through. King of Slaughter, in this battle, you have lost, Qin Yu said calmly, stepping forward. Qin Yu appeared next to the king of Slaughter's corpse. Chapter 437. Great battle greetings, your majesty. Inside the temple, two demon generals were respectfully kneeling. Rock Sadness turned to look, seeing the white-clothed youth. It turned out to be the White Tiger King. Rock Sadness's voice remained cold. White Tiger King Bai Chun is one of the 5 demon kings of this subordinate world temple. In terms of strength, he is not weaker than Rock Sadness. Perhaps even stronger. Brother Rock Sadness, I have come uninvited this time to inform you of something important. Bai Chun said with a smile. Rock Sadness replied indifferently. Oh, please speak. I heard that Brother Rock Sadness is preparing to deal with a human named Qin Yu. Bai Chun looked at Rock Sadness. Rock Sadness glanced at Bai Chun. Yes. Brother Rock Sadness, although that Qin Yu has offended you, if you kill him, it may be. Bai Chun's words had just fallen. Boom! The entire palace trembled, and Rock Sadness's golden pupils fixed on Bai Chun. Bai Chun, are you provoking me? How dare I? Bai Chun smiled, but the smile did not reach his eyes. I'm just reminding you that Qin Yu has already been absorbed into the temple. What? The temple? Rock Sadness's eyes widened. In the highest space of the divine realm's subordinate world. Chapter 438. Killed. Qin Yu furrowed his brows upon hearing this, feeling the unusual cold wind. Although these cold winds did not directly attack him, the binding power was far more terrifying than ordinary Great Path rules. Qin Yu, you are bound to lose. Rock Sadness sneered, give up and die. Swish. Rock Sadness stepped out, instantly appearing above Qin Yu's head, then kicked down, carrying endless cold wind directly crashing down. Bang! Qin Yu fell to the ground, spitting out blood. Unable to withstand a single blow, Rock Sadness hovered in the air, looking down at Qin Yu. A bolt of lightning unexpectedly descended upon the cliff, and a set of purple armor suddenly appeared on Qin Yu's body, crafted by the heavenly artisan demon god from the Chaos world. This defensive spirit treasure had hardly been used by Qin Yu. As soon as Qin Yu woke up, he realized he was in danger. Without hesitation, he activated the spirit treasure made by the heavenly artisan demon god. Boom! At this moment, many demon gods within Qin Yu erupted simultaneously, and his power immediately soared to 280 times. Holding a spear, Qin Yu's figure shot up in an instant, and a layer of dark red scales covered his body, transforming into dragon claws. The dragon claws collided directly with Rock Sadness's long sword. Chapter 439. Chaos Great Realm. Boss, I have something to report. Chu Tian suddenly stepped forward respectfully to report. Oh. What is it? Qin Yu asked with interest. Chu Tian hesitated for a moment and whispered. I found an ancient scroll on Rock Sadness that seems to record a mysterious location. Oh, Qin Yu's spirit lifted. Is there a clue? In the ancient scrolls, it was mentioned in fragments that deep within the Chaos realm, there exists a place known as the Abyss of Eternal Night, where astonishing secrets are hidden. Zhutian Zikan. Qin Yu's eyes flickered, lost in thought. The Abyss of Eternal Night? I have never heard of it. But she also felt intrigued. The Chaos realm. Such a secretive place must be hard to find. Qin Yu slowly said, however, this matter is of great importance and worth exploring. Boss is brilliant. Chu Tian, and one she said in unison. Qin Yu turned to Yi Qingxiu and said, Qingxiu, this journey is fraught with danger. You should stay in my inner world to recuperate and avoid revealing yourself easily to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. Yi Qingxiu nodded, a hint of worry showing in her eyes. Don't worry, the boss's abilities are extraordinary. Such a chaotic land will surely not trouble him. Chu Tian comforted. Qin Yu smiled slightly, saying no more. Chapter 440. Conspiracy. However, the number of divine realm creatures was simply too vast, seemingly endless. Gradually, Qin Yu also began to feel the strain. Damn, there are too many of them. Qin Yu exerted all his strength, stimulating the power of chaos, preparing to deliver the final blow to the divine realm creatures. His eyes turned red, filled with killing intent, and a terrifying aura surrounded him. At that moment, a strange laughter came from the depths of the black mist. Ha ha! Qin Yu, did you not expect this? The Abyss of Eternal Night is a trap prepared specifically for you. Qin Yu's heart sank, a sense of foreboding creeping in. From the black mist emerged a mysterious man in a black robe, wearing a chilling smile. Who are you? Qin Yu questioned sharply, his gaze piercing. Who I am is not important. What matters is that you have finally fallen into my hands. The man in the black robe showed a hint of pride in his eyes, his tone grim. This Eternal Night demon soldier is the top combat power of our clan that has been asleep for billions of years, and now awakened under my control. Do you think with your meager strength, you can contend with it? Qin Yu's gaze sharpened, a strong sense of crisis rising within him. So that's how it is. No wonder these divine realm creatures are so fierce. It's you pulling the strings behind the scenes. Chapter 441, Forbidden Land of the Divine Realm. Chu Tian gritted his teeth, his hands constantly shifting through complex hand seals, and the power of the 9 nether demon fire grew stronger. The blood demon let out an angry roar, suddenly leaping up, its wings spreading as it soared into the air. It circled in the sky, looking down at Chu Tian below, its eyes shooting out 2 beams of bloodlight. Whoosh! 2 blood arrows shot through the air, but Chu Tian remained unmoved. He let out a cold laugh and extended his right hand. Break for me. A huge fireball gathered in his palm, suddenly exploding. Boom! Flames erupted, and the blood arrows were instantly incinerated. Flames surrounded Chu Tian like a war god descending. Yet the blood demon was undeterred. It opened its mouth again and spewed out an incredibly foul toxic mist, enveloping the entire battlefield. Lin Feng's expression darkened as he hurriedly summoned his true qi to form a defense in front of him. But Qin Yu was unable to defend himself, barely holding his breath. The toxic mist spread, and the blood demon's figure flickered in and out of visibility. It silently approached Chu Tian and suddenly struck. A pair of sharp claws viciously aimed for Chu Tian's back. Chu Tian, be careful! Lin Feng shouted loudly. Chu Tian turned sharply, his pupils contracting. But it was too late to dodge. In that split second, a golden light flashed by,